Happy Friday, Rickies. We are the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980. You can also watch us on the Monumental Sports Network on that TV side. You got a three-man junk show this Friday. I'm Cakes. At Money Metal Cakes is where you find me on the Twitter. At Cakes Flops on your Instagram. I'm joined this Friday, this Payday Friday, by Jason Bishop.
Happy payday.
Happy Payday Friday.
Cakes.
It's always better when it's a payday, Ricky.
That's right.
And by Eric Bickle, who's feverishly getting ready for his trip to the Outer Banks.
Yeah, no, I'm not ready.
You can't wait.
I'm not ready.
He's definitely not ready.
I need the week, though. I do need a week. I'm pretty desperate for it.
Yeah.
It's a nice week to sleep in.
Yeah, that's perfect.
You know,
Love it.
What's better than sleeping in at the beach? Nothing better.
Much.
not much better. It's just been, listen, it's a great job. Love the job. But you do every few months you do need a little.
Well, especially
downtime.
in July or early August. That's when
It's
you need
been
it.
been a while since I've had like a week where I can sleep in. Even when I took off like for volleyball, like we're up early in the convention centers,
running around,
Yeah.
doing
And
a million things.
Last night was crazy. You guys maybe if you're a parent you can relate, but I went to bed maybe around 9:30. I had a late workout, took a shower, was thinking about staying, and I just kind of just slowly faded and just fell asleep in bed before I even got a chance to maybe go downstairs. And I don't know, fell asleep 9:30. Then all of a sudden at 11:30, I notice my youngest is in. Kate comes in and she's whispering something to D while I'm sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, I kind of wake
What's
up.
up? What's
going
going
on? And she goes, I'm talking to Mom. I go, okay, well,
Private,
what's going on?
Private conversation.
Not really. I mean, it's 4 feet from me. And she goes, can I go pick up so-and-so? She's at a party and she wants to leave early.
Oh,
And I go,
no.
where is it? And then she said it was in just inside the line in D.C. And I go, no, it's too late.
Uh-huh.
It's too late. You know, at first, is she fine? Is she okay?
Right.
And she said, yeah, she's fine. She just wants to go home early, and the friends that she's with don't want to leave yet. And I go, she's fine. You're not going to go pick her up, okay?
Uh-huh.
Just go back to bed. And she goes, well, I can't go back to bed because I got to finish this essay. And I go, all right, go down, finish the essay.
Essay for what? Was she taking like a summer school?
No, she's got to write her college essay. You know, there still is, even though, she's a recruited athlete, she still has to do the process.
Right.
So
for the application process.
So she leaves, and then I just follow her downstairs just to see what's doing, to see what's going on. This I've been sleeping for 2 hours, by the way. And then I sit down and I work with her for an hour on her essay from 11:30 to 12:30 at night. I'm helping her flesh out ideas and until like she's settled, and then she feels good about it, and then I go back to bed at 12:30. I mean, just an awful night of sleep.
That's a horrible interruption of your sleep.
Horrible. But I was
trying to help
wide
your
awake,
kid.
trying to help my kid. I'm sure you've done something similar like that. Maybe not be woken in the middle of your sleep, but you stay up late helping your kid with something. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and that's what happened last night.
Well,
So
that's brutal.
brutal.
Because you were in a great sleep.
I was in a sleep, but whatever.
I mean, you fell asleep at 9:30. You were probably going to sleep all the way through till 4.
Well, I wake up a few times, but I wasn't going to get up.
You weren't going to get up and have to do something
And
like
I
that.
was wide awake at 12:30.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. I didn't really get kind of fall into sleep where you forget what's going on until like maybe 1:30. Because
Right.
my brain was now going 100 miles an hour.
Right.
And anyway, so whatever.
No, but it's
part of being a parent.
Right. But it's good that you did not allow her to go out and go into D.C. at midnight.
It was too late.
That's too
Too
late.
late.
Well,
for
what
that.
did Dina say? Was
She
she
was
all
like,
for it?
Half snoring, didn't
Oh,
care,
sure. Okay.
out to lunch.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Do it.
on
Whatever.
Mars sleeping.
You know what? That girl getting picked up, that's on her parents. She should be calling her parents.
She has
and saying,
great parents.
Hey, I want to leave this party early. And
Yeah.
parents always most parents give kids
Yeah.
this line. If you ever need to be picked up
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
you're
you-
worried about a ride home,
you call me.
us, whatever.
Right.
And
Like that's out there. Like,
And I know
she
their
should have been
parents.
calling her parents.
And they're great parents. And the parents would do that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And that's exactly what I said.
Right.
Call her mom. I know her mom.
Yeah.
And her mom, I know her mom has, picked up kids before in
Mm-hmm.
the wee hours.
That's the mom or dad's gig,
yeah.
or older brother or
Right.
sibling.
Now, if she was in distress and something was going on,
Yeah.
of course, I would probably hop in the car with her and let's
Mm-hmm.
go get her and get her home and can we get back to bed? But that's what happened
There
last
is something
night.
called Uber too. which is widely and readily available.
That's true. But with these kids that are 16, 17 years old, we like them to Uber together.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Safety
the girls,
numbers,
especially with
yeah,
the girls.
I get that.
Anyway, that was my night last night. I need
And you're
to
not gonna-
sleep. Actually, I'm not going to be able
You're
to
not
sleep
going to
in
sleep
tomorrow.
tonight. No, you got to
You know
get
what?
up at 4.
This cements the fact that Dina's going to be doing at least the early portion of the driving.
Well, we don't really stop. So
It's going to put your 4.5 hour time limit in peril. Or is she a fast driver?
she can
move it?
She could scoot. She would argue that she's probably a faster driver than me because she's more consistent. I'm a little more ADHD, as you can imagine, and so I go through periods where I'm hauling ass.
Sure.
And then I go through periods where I'm just daydreaming.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and cars are passing me, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And I go, "I don't know."
Yeah, you're doing like 55 all of a sudden. You're like
But then when
stuck in the
then
mud.
when I get locked in, then I'm locked in.
Yeah.
And then I'm hitting the gas, and I'm like freaking Dale Earnhardt.
I hear you. I get
I'll
it.
be thinking about you when I roll over in my bed tomorrow morning at 4:20.
Because
Look
you
at the
won't-
clock, because then you'll be probably almost on the road.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I'll be jealous
Hopefully.
because you're going down there and you'll be off next week. But I'll be thinking about you.
Yeah. Well, we had an added thing now because the kids, I think it's great. My kids now are enjoying golf, right?
Yep,
But now we got to bring freaking golf clubs. The whole everybody's golf clubs.
I know.
Makes
You
so
gotta
now I
bring a
got to
lot
put
of
the thing on the roof.
How many
Oh,
cars?
the thing on the roof is a
You know what I
nightmare.
mean?
How many
I
cars
hate
are
the
going
thing on
down?
the roof.
One for me, and then Meg is coming down a day later.
Okay.
So we'll have 2. But I hate putting the thing on the roof.
Can she put some golf clubs in her car?
She could. Yeah, that's true.
Maybe you should
She
do that. Maybe
could.
put 2 and 2 or 2 and 3.
And
whatever
I
it
could
is.
probably preload the car if the car gets there because our third and fourth cars are just trash.
My buddy Mike is still challenging you that you'll get down there in 4.5 hours.
I may
He
just do
doesn't
it all the time.
He doesn't think it's possible.
He
Again,
doesn't-
we
he
need
is
ti-
not, he's not like me.
We need timestamps. We need proof.
He's
of
not
this.
like me. I mean,
He texted me.
440.
He texted me during the show yesterday, and then after the show, he said, "There's no way he's getting down there."
it is
I
a
do
bold-
it every year.
It's a bold claim.
I
like
said-
if you had said 5 hours, nobody would have raised an eyebrow. But
What time do you? Are you?
440.
What time do you hit the road again?
4:30ish. I mean, there's just no traffic when you leave that
Right,
early.
right,
You're
right.
just avoiding everything. I don't know what to tell the guy. Believe me, I've done that trip before when it's 9 or 10 hours
Yeah,
because you're stuck in
because
traffic.
you left and you
you're
left a little.
stuck
You
on
left
that-
a little too late.
You're stuck.
So
on that
if you left at
bridge.
8 tomorrow morning, you'd be screwed.
I think you'd be screwed because you'd be getting that bridge in the Outer Banks like around.
Yeah, I think you'd be screwed if you
Yeah.
left at 8.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd leave
Oh,
at 4.
8
just to
a.m.
be
is
safe.
yeah. it's-
I'm more that way.
8
I'm
a.m.
more
is an
your way.
unacceptable leave time. That is just way too late.
There's nothing worse than kind of getting there, but you're in hours of
The
traffic.
people that leave at 8 are the people that I see when I'm returning, when I'm driving north on 95,
Mm-hmm.
and I see them in a 10-mile backup on 95 south.
And
Yeah.
Just in gridlock.
I'll be
in,
honest
in
with you.
living hell.
The
Yeah.
first year we
And
went.
don't you think to yourself, what are they doing?
Like, how did
Why
they wind up there?
Why would you leave then?
Yes, exactly.
Why would you put yourself in that
I
much
think
traffic?
about it every time
Yeah.
I see it.
Well, but the first year we went to the Outer Banks, it was my first year not going to like Ocean City, Rehoboth, Dewey, whatever,
The usual
Bethany.
haunts, the usual
It was our
rotation.
first year going south. And I was like, oh, we can't check in until 5. We'll leave around 11 o'clock or so. And it was like a 10-hour odyssey. And I was
You
like,
were Matt Damon.
Yeah.
I was
Yep.
Matt Damon, exactly. So I learned my lesson.
My
So
dad-
that's why I go to extreme.
My dad has this rule whenever he drives to Hilton Head, which is a longer drive.
That's
than Outer
much
Banks.
longer.
Much longer. But he says, I have to be past Richmond by 6 a.m.
That's
Yeah.
a great bit.
For me, Richmond's 2 hours. For your dad's probably 2.5.
Yeah. He'll leave at 4. But
will.
basically, he goes, I have to be past Richmond by 6 a.m.
Yeah.
That's a pretty
Well,
good sound policy.
What a lot of people don't do, and they should, is when you get to Richmond,
Yeah.
instead of staying on 95, take 295 and wrap around
I've
Richmond.
done that bit.
That's what you should do. Now it might be an extra couple miles.
Why?
Because there's
it's-
less traffic and it goes around Richmond, so you
Yeah,
don't
but
hit
when
the
you
Richmond
leave so
traffic.
early, there's no traffic.
No, I'm saying, but the people who
Yeah.
don't who don't leave early and they hit Richmond because they hit the traffic. If you take 295, you'll skip all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do that every single time.
Here's my next dilemma. Still, I may have to go to Dick's today to get my jersey. I'm still looking for an AJ DeBonsa jersey.
Yeah.
The Wizards have let me down. Let's just be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Do they sell super lights in Nag's Head? I must know
gotta-
this.
That I don't know.
You got to Google
You
that.
may
one.
have to pre-buy
I
those
must
here.
know this.
I don't know.
They are becoming more ubiquitous.
I'm going to guess that they do because that's still relatively close, but I don't know if
Well,
I'd be
didn't it
willing
take?
to
You
roll
know how it
those
took
dice.
a while for Surfside to get their sort of process going in each state, right? Like
Yeah.
there was, you couldn't get it
Sure.
here, couldn't get it there. And
You might need to Google that.
you think Google
I
will
mean-
know?
I mean, doesn't Google basically know everything?
Otherwise, I'm going to have to load up
You're going to have, you're going to have to put some in that thing on the top of your car.
because that is currently my number one
That's
joint.
your go-to.
If I go anywhere and I'm going to partake, and they have a
Gotta
super
have
light, it is a guarantee that's what I'm going to have.
Good. You better make sure you have it in your car before you go.
My other buddy Donnie
Yeah.
just texted. Donnie.
Yeah.
Hey, Donnie, you're listening. If you want to call in, you can. It's 4 hours, 45 minutes for me, and I'm 45 minutes closer than him. No chance in hell unless he's doing 90. Everyone's challenging you.
There's a lot of
I mean,
there's a lot of
440. I'll go
doubt.
440.
Oh, now it's scooping up to
10
440.
minutes. 10 minutes.
All right.
I mean, trust me.
All right.
It's under 5.
All right. I can go for that.
I just typed in the Superlight
Yeah.
website. They have a Find a store. I
Yeah.
typed in the zip code for Nag's Head.
Yeah.
Within 10 miles,
Nothing.
no Superlights.
Oh,
Yeah.
You gotta
gotta
stock up.
You got to bring it.
You got to go to get an AJ DeBonsa jersey and some super lights.
And I need an extra air mattress because my kids are too big.
Man, you got a lot of things that you're piling up the day
He's
before
got,
you're
he's
leaving.
got a lot of stuff on his mind.
I do. It's kind of a
By the way,
debacle.
let's say hello to Matt, and
I understand
Mike.
it's Drabby's
3M.
birthday. Is it Drabby's birthday?
I believe it is. Happy birthday.
Happy Hank Aaron.
Happy 47.
My Obama year, I think.
Happy. Was John
Terrence
Lynch,
Morris.
John Lynch was 47, wasn't he? Was John Lynch 47?
I'm not 47.
I know. I'm just thinking about numbers,
I think
Ricky.
he was 47.
44.
That's why I said Happy Hank.
That's Riggins around here, buddy.
They're going to be doing some boozing tonight at
Hey,
Open Road.
I might be 44, but that was still before my time.
Yeah, it definitely was.
I mean, maybe I was a kid. I remember him, but
What time is the open road hang? What time does it begin?
Seven-ish?
7:30 or so.
Yeah, get there between 7:30 and 8.
Perfect.
Man, that's late.
All right, let me go to.
That's late even on a Friday.
Let me go to Nate. Nate is gonna break my balls. He doesn't think I can get there in 4:30, 4:40 ish. Nate, what's up, buddy?
Good morning. How are you?
Hey, Nate.
Great.
Nate, what's up?
Hey, I'm actually pro team you. You are correct, and here's why.
Oh,
I live in Culpeper. I know how much you guys love Culpeper from the show segments last week.
I don't even know Culpeper.
And I-
he's never even been to
I'm just
Culpeper.
making fun of it because it sounds funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know it is. It does sound funny. Anyway, I have a house on Hatteras, and if you leave at midnight, I can get door to door in 4 hours and 55 minutes. So
Ooh.
I think you can get from where you are to where you're going in 4.5 hours.
Thank
It
you.
is doable. There's no traffic. You don't have to wait.
Thank you.
You just
There's
get in the
confidence
car
in you.
and go.
Gotta
Thank you.
support- There's a
I mean, you guys
supporter
are
for you.
making me question myself, but I mean, I've done this for like 20 years.
Yep.
I know the deal. I know when I get to the freaking breakfast spot. Freaking 9 a.m.
No, it's definitely doable.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, buddy.
Definitely doable.
Thanks,
All right.
Nate.
Appreciate you.
Yep. Bye-bye.
All right, buddy.
Nate from the Outer Banks.
I've never lived at
Checking in.
midnight. Midnight's aggressive.
No,
I
that's-
can't.
that's insane.
I would die.
That's
All you got to
insanity.
do is
That's such a JP move.
All right, what would you do? What would you do for all those hours?
That's leaving at midnight because you're late for
Exactly.
you should've left
Yeah.
early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back on a Friday, we will check in on the Nats, tell you what they did last night in a pivotal road matchup against the Atlanta Braves as the trade deadline looms. We're the Junks. We'll be right back here on The Fan. We've seen it all before, the underdog down at halftime, trailing, written off by all the critics, but then something changes, a strategy, a spark, a comeback. Your finances can be the same way. Maybe you've made some mistakes. Maybe your investments aren't where you want them to be at this point, but it's not too late to turn it all around. You need to start right now. Call Trajan Wealth, 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRA. TRAJAN1. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are here to help. TRAJANwealth.com. They'll analyze your portfolio, optimize your retirement strategy, and make sure your money's working for you, not against you. Make your comeback today. Call Trajan Wealth at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. Or visit them online at TRAJANwealth.com. Because winning in the fourth quarter starts with planning in the first. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. I need to let people know that the Junkies World Tour 2026, it stops tomorrow in Manassas. I'm doing a solo bit tomorrow night.
I know. I saw this. This is great.
I am emceeing an M72 tribute to Metallica's M72 tour
Where'd
at the
that come
Salisbury
from?
Center.
I know. When
in
did
Manassas.
this develop? When did you get approached to do this?
This has probably been marinating for about a month and a half.
All right. And they knew you're a big like heavy metal guy. You'd be the perfect fit.
So there's, this is right up Drab T-shirts alley too. There are three tribute bands. There's a Limp Bizkit tribute band,
All right.
Pantera tribute band, and a Metallica tribute band.
Right.
So doors are at 6. The show starts at 7. I start emceeing between 8 and 10.
Jeez.
So tomorrow night, Manassas, the Salisbury Center. Would love to see you out there. Use the coupon code JUNKS at checkout. You get $5 off your ticket.
They asked me to do it, and I turned it down. I said Cakes would do it.
Is that true?
No.
What is the
You think I'm going anywhere at 8 o'clock on a Saturday night
what is
to MC?
Yeah, when you say MC, did you get that clarified what that means?
I think it just means basically going out and
Introducing each band.
introducing the second and third bands. that
Hyping
are-
up the crowd.
Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Who's introducing the first band?
I don't know.
But not you.
It's not going to be me because I'm going to be there around 8. And the doors open at 6 and the show starts at 7.
So of those, probably, I don't know if it's safe to say, but probably the least respected is probably Limp Bizkit,
Yes,
right?
they're going first.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's Limp Bizkit,
Pantera,
Pantera,
then
then
Metallica.
Metallica
Right.
closing the show.
Now, I'll say personally, Limp Bizkit is my favorite.
Yeah.
And I can remember just recently, about 2 months or so ago, I was trying to get my youngest to listen. I was trying to learn her about Limp Bizkit.
Did
and
you
I
all
went
from
through-
Nookie? Was that her gateway drug? I mean, it has to be, right?
I played 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
And she just was unmoved.
It didn't move her.
So
she's unfazed.
I don't know if that's representative of anything, but I was trying to get her hyped up for Limp Bizkit because I actually like Limp Bizkit.
Sure.
And it's not like I know their whole entire catalog.
Right.
But their hits. I like their hits. Not moved.
Yeah,
so I don't know how
wasn't her
it's
thing.
translating for, I'm not saying she represents all youth.
Yeah.
But she wasn't feeling it.
But it should be fun. It's got a 360-degree in the round stage. They've got a carve out in the middle where fans can be in like Metallica's Snake Pit. This is a shrunken down version of it. So it should be a fun night.
So
tomorrow
these
night.
guys, they go around, they tour all over the country?
I would assume.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
I would guess so.
Do they look like Metallica?
I mean,
Does he
it's
look like
hard-
James Hetfield?
It's hard to do that. It's hard to mimic like the guys look. But
So you gonna
I mean,
dress like Heavy Metal Chris? Like when you go like
I mean, I'm gonna wear a heavy metal T-shirt and
So
probably.
what does that mean? So you're gonna wear like a Judas Priest
I'll
t-shirt?
probably wear a Metallica T-shirt.
A Metallica
since
t-shirt.
It's a Metallica
I don't
themed
know.
event.
I don't know anything about that stuff. And then what do you wear? Do you wear like a chain connected to your wallet or
Chain.
something?
I have a chain connected to my wallet.
I don't know. I don't know what those guys do.
Dust off your Jinkos.
I mean, that is a good old school heavy metal bit, but
But you have to wear like
never been-
black socks and like boots or something.
I'll wear Brooks running shoes. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Okay. I don't know. I'm just trying to envision like a heavy metal guy.
That's the part of the appeal of Metallica, to peel back the curtain for those that don't know, is that they flew in the face of wearing all the glam stuff back in the day, and they just went out in the
But
ripped up
not even
T-shirts
glam,
and jeans.
Just look like a dirty person.
I mean, I'm probably I'm gonna shower.
He's
before
got
I
that
go-
covery anyway.
Before I go to the event, I mean, I will take
you gonna
care of
mosh?
myself.
Are you gonna mosh?
No, I'm way too old to get in the mosh pit. I'm 55,
You know
almost
what?
56.
I feel like
that's a young man's game.
listen, it's not for me. I feel like you need a tattoo. You need a couple.
I need a tattoo.
Yeah. You're like a heavy metal guy.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to necessarily get a
You
tattoo.
don't have to. Of course, free country. Do whatever
I
you
just-
want. But
I just
I
feel
feel
like the
like-
ship has sailed for me getting a tattoo.
feel like you
it'd be
need a
weird
tattoo.
for me to get one in my mid-50s.
Most huge heavy metal fans do have tats.
I know. I
A
feel
lot
like
of
you
them
need to
do.
be tatted up. What kind of tat you think you should get? Like a Bart Simpson or something? Like what
Bart
should he?
Simpson.
I thought he was thinking.
I mean, I did drive my mom crazy when I was like in my teens, when I was threatening to either get a Tasmanian devil or
Like barbed
the infamous
wire.
barbed wire across my big Hulk-like biceps. But I never did it. And
Can
I
you,
never got an
can you
earring
imagine
either.
if he had barbed wire over,
I
over
mean,
those pea shooters?
That'd be funny.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna get barbed wire or like a tribal tat, you better be in shape. You can't be
Yeah.
a big fat actor.
Do you think the ship has sailed? Are you going to die with no tattoos?
I mean, never say never, but
what
I
if
mean,
we got
I
a
don't have
tattoo
imminent
artist?
plans to
What if
do
we
it.
had a business who would give you a freebie?
I mean,
someone
it's-
definitely would.
I don't know. It's a big decision.
The only
that's
the
a
only
lifetime
way
decision.
the only way Cakes would get a tattoo is if there was some sort of show bet where if he lost there would be
He'd
some
have to
sort
get
of
the
tattoo
tattoo.
on
Yeah,
his
but I've gotten out.
tattoo on his ass or something.
I've gotten out of the business of the wacky. Cakes agrees to do something idiotic and insane, and nobody else risks
Well,
anything.
no,
Right.
say,
I'm out
say
of that
Valdez would
business.
also bet it.
yeah, I would
Valdez
do it with
also
you.
bet
I
it.
would do it with you.
Yeah.
So whoever
Wouldn't be
loses-
one-sided.
Yeah.
it wouldn't have to be one-sided.
I see what you're trying to goad me into getting a tattoo. I
Yeah.
understand what
well,
you're doing.
actually, not even just one. Like, I feel like you should be a sleeve guy.
Oh, I should be Nikki Sixx and Tommy Lee.
I mean, I don't know.
Sleeve.
I mean, I feel
Tats
like
all the way down the
one
arm?
tattoo. I mean, I don't. Plenty of people got one tattoo. Doesn't mean anything. If you
Tats
wanna be
all the
a
way
real-
down the arm?
You want to be a real Metallica Pantera guy. You can't just show up with one
you know what?
Mickey Mouse tattoo.
Look, I can be a casual Metallica guy in my mid 50s. You know what I'm saying?
feel like-
And I'm not anti-tattoo. My daughter has multiple tattoos.
She
I don't
hasn't
even know how
pushed
many-
you. She hasn't pushed you to get some.
Not
You know what?
really.
No, what? That's how he would get a tattoo is if his daughter, who's
Did
his
it together.
who's his favorite,
By
and said,
far
"Let's
the
get
favorite.
matching tattoos."
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? We should lean into that. Maybe I'll try to hit her up on social media.
Hey,
or something.
Peepaw. Hey,
Yeah.
Peepaw.
Yeah.
Let's get matching.
tats.
Let's get matching tattoos.
Yeah. I mean,
That,
I don't
you,
know.
would-
You know what?
you know what? You couldn't say no to that.
I mean,
I know.
You
hey,
couldn't say no to that.
birthday present, 60th birthday present. Juliet goes
I just
to
want to get to
Cakes,
60. Just get me to
goes to Cakes and
Yeah.
says, "Hey, I think this would be a great gift.
Yeah.
You might die. You might die soon. Let's get matching tattoos."
Hey, you never know. Again, I'm not going to close the book on it, but no imminent plans.
Maybe you
of
could get
getting a
that
tat.
earring you always wanted to get.
I think I'm much more likely to get a tattoo than an earring. I think the earring
Whatever it
thing
is,
was
I'm
just a
gonna
fad.
Yeah.
Did
just-
heavy
how
metal
many- how
guys
many-
do earrings? No, not really.
Do what, guys?
Heavy metal guys do earrings?
Oh, yeah.
They do? That's a
Oh,
big
yeah,
thing?
of course.
Heavy metal guys?
Yeah,
What kind of earrings do heavy metal guys? Don't they
all
just
kinds. I mean,
Doesn't
Both-
Chris, Heavy Metal Chris, have an earring?
both ears. They get the.
Yeah, I don't look at
what's
his
it?
Nose
What's-
ring, the
what is
nose
this?
ring?
Yeah, I
I
don't
feel
think
like
it's only ears.
Is this
Yeah,
the
I feel like
septum?
nose ring.
Is this the septum right here?
yeah, the
Can't get my-
septum.
yeah,
That would hurt like
I wouldn't
a
want
mug.
to do that.
Oh, my
looks
God.
like-
Lip
You want-
piercing.
You know
Lips.
what? Get one on your Johnson.
Get the
and then
Prince
you're set,
Albert.
and then
No,
you're
thank
set.
you.
You get a Prince Albert,
Yeah, I
you're
don't
off
need
the
that.
hook.
That's the last. That's the last. That's the last thing I would consider piercing.
One tiny stud.
Hey, I'm not the guy that we gave the money to in the GoFundMe. How dare you?
What's that
How
guy's
dare
name?
you,
I want to
sir?
see if
Michael
anybody.
Phillips.
I'm going to check on that. I want to see if anybody's still donating.
Michael Phillips.
Yeah.
By the way, while we're on the topic of Drab's birthday,
Yeah.
he had a guy buy him a birthday cake. He brought it
What?
into work.
Oh, he did yesterday?
He brought it in. It's right
Today?
out there. It's
Oh.
right on the table in the
A
hallway.
biddy?
No, not a biddy. It's my friend Trey.
Oh, your
Who
buddy
brought,
Trey.
Who brought
What's going on with you and
Yeah.
Trey?
That's his boy.
I've never bought a
I
guy
don't know.
a birthday cake.
I'm gonna be honest. I was very flattered, and
Sure.
I'm excited to eat the cake.
Did you blow out your birthday candle?
So
He blew out something else.
that was awkward to talk about because I can see the way Bickle's looking at me.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, literally, another guy's never gotten me a birthday cake.
It's the first time in my life.
Yeah.
I was running errands last night, and
Yeah.
I was talking on the phone, and I see Trey calling me, and I was about to pull up to the house, and so I just hit ignore, and then I pull up to the driveway, and I see him standing in my driveway.
Oh my god.
He lives pretty close to you, right?
I didn't even know he knew where I lived.
Oh Lord. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And he's carrying a bag, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I go, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
It's to put your remains in.
Exactly.
And he goes, it's your birthday. And I go, yeah, I know. And I go, what do you got there? And he goes, I've bought you a cake. And I go, what? And he goes, yeah, I went to Paris Baguette. And
That sounds fancy.
yeah, and you know what? It had the receipt in there. I didn't look at
Okay.
it. But,
Probably at least a $60 cake, $50, $60
well,
cake.
no,
or
he
something.
bought 8 individual slices to like fill up the cake box.
It does look pretty bougie.
Did he buy it?
I'm
Hold
begging you to cake stomp
Hold
it.
on. Is this for like ADs? Is this an AD grab that I'm not realizing? Is this what this is? Is he
gotta
trying to
be.
do this because he wants to do it on the show?
Because he
No.
knew he was going to mention
So he
it.
wants to do it on the show.
I don't think so. I think Trey, this is my perception of Trey, who I've met many times and is very nice, is that he's kind of socially awkward.
Is that what it
I
is?
mean, this is a socially awkward bit.
So when
But
we were
glad
at
he did it.
Is this
When
the
we
guy
were
that went
at-
to Dewey?
yes,
That JP was going to drive?
he
or
did
something?
drive.
He liked soccer or something?
he
Like-
played in college,
Okay. Yeah.
but I think he's just socially awkward, inept.
I mean, that one piece of cake right there, it tells the whole story.
Let me hold this up. This rainbow cake here. Looks delicious.
I thought your birthday was in June.
Strawberry on top. I mean, that looks so good. You know how good that
My
is?
God. What is going on? What's that dude's story? Did he have a wife and kid and everything?
He does have a wife.
He just had a kid.
When we were hanging out last weekend, someone did say if we didn't know better, we wouldn't believe you had a wife.
Yeah.
Not because he's just sometimes he's a little bit awkward and like he went on a bar stool. He did a bar stool filming one time and they called him Creepy Trey because he was
What
like,
do you mean he did a bar stool
like
filming?
he went to New York and he like
They do a internet show,
An internet show.
in like an apartment
and
or whatever.
he sat in the crowd and he like got invited in and
Oh, he's definitely an AD guy.
well. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, he said, "Do you think I'll get any ADs tomorrow?"
This
said,
is an AD grab. Okay, now it makes
Yeah,
sense.
big AD
It's an
deposit.
AD grab.
That's
makes
That's
sense.
what we thought, yeah.
Yeah, it makes
No.
He
sense.
knew he was going to talk about it.
Yeah, so did he get you the 8 pieces because you're supposed to share with the boys? Is that
Yeah,
the
yeah,
idea?
Yeah.
Man, it's gonna screw up my fast.
It's kind of falls into the ROMs. All ADs are good ADs, but
yeah.
Definitely.
But this is why
he
I don't think
also
this is why I don't think he's doing it for ADs,
Yeah.
is because he was awkward when he was hanging out with us last Saturday at the brewery.
No. I'm sure he's awkward. But this is for AD.
and he's going to be there tonight, right?
Oh, I guarantee
Oh,
it.
Open road.
Of course he is.
he's awesome. I do like him a lot.
Yeah.
He's entertaining, but he's also an idiot.
He makes me laugh.
He told this girl, he said something to me about her energy and that she's intimidating.
Okay.
And she's a friend of Aldi's.
Okay.
And then he tried to reiterate that to her, to tell her that. And he said to her face, I'm not saying I'm saying you're intimidating, but you don't have resting bitch face.
No, he
was
said,
trying to soften the blow a
yeah,
little bit.
but all
Yeah.
she heard was resting bitch face.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not going to
And
go
then
over
she
well.
talked about that for the next 4 hours.
Of course.
About how a guy said she had resting bitch face.
well, why would he say
Poor
to
move,
him?
Trey.
He's awkward sometimes.
Was she bullying him or something?
No. She wasn't getting enough attention. I don't know.
God, it's weird.
But I will eat this cake.
As
Yeah,
you should.
you can have that one. Is
You
there
can't let it
chocolate
go to
cake in
waste.
there? Just like a
hey, see
regular.
if you can eat that in one bite.
the bar stool bit.
Are they all the same? Or are they all
No, there's,
No, it's
there's
a
chocolate.
variety.
Looks like there's a marshmallow one in there. Trace de lace.
It's not. I can already tell it
he has,
ain't Trace
he has a
Delace.
cake named
Lace-
after
Lace
him
de Lace.
in there.
Lace Delise.
Oh, boy.
Um,
He'll definitely be there tonight.
I would expect him to be there.
what,
Yeah.
So what? Okay, reiterate what's happening tonight then.
We're going to open road. We'll
Right.
probably be at those tables on the side in the bar area.
And that's why for his birthday.
Yeah,
birthday
yeah.
celebration.
Yeah, Drab's birthday, and then we're having a joint party. It's
What's
kinda
the other
weird.
celebration?
My birthday's Monday,
I can't keep track.
so it's all right. Don't worry.
Brad, you have the receipt. How much
Yes.
did Trey spend
Somebody's
on
all
said
over it.
cake?
$60?
$59.94.
Wow, look at
A
that.
lot of diapers for his newborn.
So that's like $7.50 per slice of cake.
Yeah.
That's a price of cake.
No, he did it for the ADs.
Oh,
He
absolutely.
did it for the ADs. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't like you, but I mean, otherwise maybe he would have got you like, some Jack Daniels or something. I mean, like what a normal guy gets somebody.
He spent $60 real dollars for like $1 million AD deposit.
Got you a rainbow cake and wanted to talk about it.
He's using me to get to you or Cakes or Bish or whoever.
I don't think he's interested
he
in me.
doesn't- he doesn't
I
care.
had no conversations.
He doesn't care.
You seem like a pleasant enough guy as I walked by, but that was enough for me. Like,
All right, well, come hang out.
seemed like he had a nice demeanor to him. from afar.
He is nice.
very nice.
Yeah.
He's a
Yeah,
nice
very
guy.
funny.
I met him. I think I met him in the Harris Teeter. That's where I first met him. In
I met him
Ashburn.
at the Starboard.
Did he buy you a gift?
No, I didn't buy me any cakes.
Yeah. All right. If he wants to
That's
buy
fine.
me a gift, you know what? If he wants to buy me an AJ DeBonsa jersey today before 10 a.m., I'm sized.
Man, you're really all about this AJ DeMonta jersey.
Hey, he
to
might
take on
he
your
might
trip.
show up at 10 o'clock with a jersey.
He could.
I need to try one on. I can see if I could slither into a large.
Bring multiple sizes if you're coming down, Trey.
Bring two sizes.
Bring a large and an XL just in case.
Yeah.
We'll have to figure it out.
Cakes, his wishing willow might be to be on the junkies.
Whitefish Willow. That's such a great bit. EB has no idea
I
what
know.
we're talking
That was
about.
for-
What
that
is
was
the
for you.
reference?
It's from the movie Obsession,
Oh.
the one that made all the money that cost $750K to make. It's made like $400
Oh,
million.
that
at
was
the
like a
box
couple months
office.
ago. Where these young producers or whatever.
Yeah,
he was
yeah,
one of those
just
guys.
killing it.
Yeah. All right. Is this Trey calling in right now, or are you
Drab,
calling
I think
in?
Drab's trying to get a hold of him.
He's probably got his pants around his ankles
Yeah.
right now. He probably got up early because he knew that we were going to talk about his cake.
All right, so we'll try to connect with Trey. Maybe we'll talk to him when we come back. And I know that at 7 a.m. we're going to hit the Skins, and at 7:25 we'll be joined by Mike Jones from The Athletic. We'll talk Commanders and NFL with him. So lots to get to here on the Junks.
All right, guys, EB here. If you're thinking about selling your home, here's the only question that matters. What happens if your home doesn't sell? With Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Empowerment Team with Keller Williams, you don't have to wonder. If your home doesn't sell in 32 days, they'll make your next mortgage payment. That's exactly the peace of mind Demetrius and Patricia needed. Reynolds Empowerment Team's proven marketing strategy brought in serious buyers fast, and their homes sold quickly for top dollar. On average, their homes sell twice as fast as the average agent, and sellers can walk away with over $30,000 more at closing. So what are you waiting for, people? Sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed. Call Debbie, Sarah, and the Reynolds Empowerment Team today. Memorize this number, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
So the Nats start off the road trip in Atlanta in a pivotal series on the wrong foot. They dropped the game last night 5-4. Braves
Yep.
improved to 64-45. Nats are 55-55 at this point. They've lost 3 of their last 4 as they're heading into the trade deadline, which is Monday.
They had 2.5 out of the last wild card. Arizona and Philly pretty much tied for that second and third wild card. The only good thing about last night, the only good thing is every team that the Nats are chasing lost. Every team. So if you're kind of looking at the
That's really
standings.
So it worked out well for them.
Yep.
Didn't lose any ground.
Now, Philly didn't play. You lost a half a game because Philly didn't play. But the Padres lost, the Marlins lost, the Pirates lost.
Right.
So that's the only good thing that happened last night was that some of those, you just lost a half a game, didn't lose a full game. So
Yeah.
But it's not going to. There's too many teams in front of them. Unless you improve your roster, you're not winning that wild card.
I mean, again, nothing's going to change till something changes.
And now this is a brutal part of the schedule. We've been talking about it for a couple of weeks, but to play Atlanta and Philly for 8 consecutive games on the road.
Despite the loss, they hit 3 more home runs last night. Dalen Lyle had 2. Luis Garcia had a monster shot. I believe it was 455 feet in the loss. The Nats have hit 48 homers in July. That's one off the franchise record for a month of 49 set in September of 2012.
They got some pop.
They definitely have a lot of pop.
They had some opportunities. I saw some of the updates that GP was tweeting about. Dylan Cruz apparently leaving a bunch of guys on base a couple times.
Yep. They left
with
6
runners
total runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
I'm sure they had plenty of opportunities.
Oh, another
but
positive.
That's a tough team to beat. I mean, especially when you are playing in their ballpark.
Yeah, Nasim Nunez swiped his 39th bag.
yeah, it's nice for stolen bases to be back in vogue.
Let's get back to the days of Ricky
Well,
Henderson
James-
and Tim Raines.
Yes.
Yeah,
Way
130.
back in- way
You'll
back in
you'll
the
never
day.
see that
I
again.
know that's never going to happen.
James
that'd be
Wood
cool.
actually had his 17th.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to steal
He has a surprising number for a
25.
guy,
25 to 30.
for a guy that's he doesn't really fit the stolen base like profile.
No, but just
because
so
he's so long
long.
and lanky.
Yeah, but he
it-
moves.
Yeah,
dude.
it works.
One
was
of
at the game
his
where-
strides. One of his strides is
Yeah.
probably half of this table. Maybe the full
You're
table.
probably right.
I was at the game where he had the inside the park joint.
Right.
Yeah.
Your boy Foster pitches tonight. They're going to be his last outing
Could
with
be
the
the
Nats.
swan song in a Nats uniform.
Although somebody also reiterated that they are kind of still talking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's
Somebody
good.
reiterated
It's
that
good,
yesterday.
Good to keep those lines of conversation open until the last minute.
Yeah.
Maybe they can come to some sort of agreement.
Yeah, or maybe just sit on them until the end and get a compensatory pick if you can't come up with
That
anything.
could be the case too.
I mean, if somebody's just going to give you some trash, just
I
keep
mean,
them.
like Taboni said, it has to make sense for the team.
Yeah. I will say there was a video of him, and I still don't quite, it's not old school anymore where guys are putting down 1 finger, 2 finger, wiggling the fingers or whatever anymore. They have that pitch thing, right?
Yeah.
That communicates between the pitcher and the catcher. This electronic device where they're in the ears or whatever. And they were describing it, maybe with Dan Kolko or somebody. They were in a dugout, or it might have been a woman. I think it was a woman. And Foster Griffin was in there with just like his
It was probably
warm-up
Alexa.
shirt.
Alexa does
Yeah.
all the sideline stuff.
But there's a warm up shirt. Dude, he's kind of jacked for like a lefty pitcher.
Oh,
that
he's a
doesn't-
big dude.
That doesn't throw, like 100. Like I was kind of surprised.
He's a big dude.
Yeah, he was a pretty big dude.
I believe.
I mean, he's
Alexa-
like 6'4".
Yeah, but I mean, he had some
Oh, yeah, yeah, he's
guns. He
jacked,
had some
yeah.
thickness to him.
Yeah, he's a strong dude.
Alexa Dat fighting
Alexa.
Magruder Colonel. She's local.
Is she?
Yeah,
That was probably her.
Yeah.
She's
went
good.
to Maryland too.
Every time she's done interviews with Foster, he just seems like a good dude.
Yeah, he seemed like a really good
Really
dude.
nice guy.
Yeah.
But do you think this is his last start
I think it's
for the Nats?
60% chance.
Yep.
I do think that there's a chance that they just pass and just hold on to him. The one
I
I,
would
really
like
wonder
that.
about is Garcia.
Yeah, I mean he's having an unbelievable year.
Yeah.
So tonight it's Foster Griffin against Bryce Elder, and then Michaelis will go tomorrow night 7:15, and then Cavalli will go Sunday. And then they go to Philly for a big one.
Right.
That's a big series there.
Right.
So Philly is in that third wild card spot or second, and you're 2.5 out. I mean, it's just still a great opportunity. I mean, there are a lot of other teams you have to leapfrog, but that's the team you're really chasing.
Right. Have there been any other trades across the league in the last day or two of any
just,
notes?
Yeah, just kind of some minor
Just
stuff.
small stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the Mets traded, who did they trade? They traded someone to Minnesota. I think it was
Minter.
Yeah, AJ Minter. Yeah. And I think there was another pitcher that went. Can't remember who it was, but yeah, some minor stuff.
How mad do you think Steve Cohen is, the owner of the Mets, that their payroll has to be like $300 million, and they just have to sell off
and they're
parts
dealing
because they're so bad.
So what's the best guess where Skubal is going to end up?
I mean, all the big names, the Braves,
Who
the
needs
Dodgers.
them the most?
Well, the Brewers need a pitcher.
Milwaukee's candidate.
Need a pitcher. The Rays want them. Dodgers always like the big names. I don't know. I'm guessing it'll go to one of those division leaders.
Oh my God! So I've been reading. Right, so Shohei's definitely got some injuries, right?
Yes.
One of the stories.
He's got a knee injury now.
He's got a knee,
Yeah.
and I told you in my algorithm I get all these because we've been talking about cards and all this, and all these collectors that sell all these one of ones or whatever. Just so happens to be a story. Some people think it's a good time to sell Ohtani stuff because,
Start offloading it.
well,
You're in sell mode?
I mean, some of these things are getting millions and millions of dollars.
Sure.
One of these one of one logo man autograph cards was just sold for $11 million. Can
Jeez.
you imagine?
How much did the person buy it for originally?
The card was pulled from a hobby box of Topps Chrome baseball by a collector at his local card shop. Mm-hmm. So I don't know
Guy
what those
just hit
boxes
the freaking
go
lottery.
for. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, Otani's putting up good numbers, but he's had a bunch of minor injuries.
Yeah.
Knee injury, and he had I think a biceps injury earlier. He hadn't pitched since July 3rd, maybe?
So here are the most expensive cards. It's just fascinating. Remember, as you're a kid, and you know when we were kids, you'd go buy a pack of cards for 30 cents a pack. You have a stick of bubble gum. It was terrible. It would kind of have some of that like white dust from the sugar from the gum on the cards, and
The gum would literally break your teeth.
Yeah, break your teeth. And nasty. Now, you have to have these one-of-ones, these elite high-end cards. You can't even really touch them with your fingers. You got to have gloves on. You get it immediately graded. You throw it in a slab. The $11 million sale of the Ohtani card is the third highest, behind $12.9 milli for a 2007-2008 Upper Deck Exquisite Collection dual logo man autograph, which makes sense, of Jordan and Kobe. So you got Jordan and Kobe on the same card, one of one, with their logo, whatever, the NBA logo thing in there, and autographs from each.
Yeah.
That one went for 12.9. I mean, it's just crazy. And then the classic 1952 Topps Mickey Mantle, that card's been around forever. It's not a one of one, but it's got a 9.5 grade, which is about as high as you get. I don't even know if there's a 10. Probably not. 12.6 million for that. Can you imagine, though, that you have the wherewithal and the luck that I'm assuming, in that year, you pulled that card and you kept it in a 9.5 condition?
It's shocking.
And you made 13 mil.
Well, how does that even happen? How do you keep
even
a
know?
card like that,
You
in
hit
that
the lotto.
condition
You hit the
for
lotto.
70 plus years?
Yeah, you hit the lotto.
Maybe it was in a pack for 10 years or 20 years, and then somebody pulled it. I have no idea. And then there's a 2006-2007 Upper Deck Exquisite dual autograph of Jordan and LeBron that sold for $10 million in September. Mm-hmm. So if you bought a bunch of Craig Worthington rookies like I did, and you thought he was going to be the next Mike Schmidt, it's not really going to work out.
It's probably not going to help you.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to buy a beachfront property by selling one card.
No.
Even if you sold 5,000 of those cards,
you're not getting it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I just can't believe it, how much their cards are going for.
I still
I
would
know.
12,
It's
13
mind-blowing.
million
Still would like to
dollars.
get in there and get just a couple G's, spend a couple G's on who we think is the next guy.
AJ DeBonsa. Yeah.
You want to get in?
we can discuss.
Let's get
your
in.
jersey.
Let's
get your
it.
jersey
Cut
first.
it up, have him sign it.
Oh, that's the idea.
No, I can't do it.
Yeah,
'cause
let's
then
do that.
That's like really, that's not like authentic.
Could we know less about the card
No,
game?
no, no. You got to get one. They
collectibles
do
game?
it for you.
I
but-
know. It has to be
No,
authenticated.
no, no. Let's, maybe somebody can send us what are the hot DeBonza cards. And
I
let's
wouldn't
get.
know.
Maybe we could get it. I still kind of want to get on a Jaden. Although I'm sure the ship has sailed a lot, but there might be some that are a little undervalued.
Kind of buy low.
Buy low.
Like it. Like that. Speaking of Jaden, when we come back, we will hit the skins. We'll give you the latest from training camp
Day
for
2?
the Washington Commanders. Day 2 is in the books. We will hit the skins next on The Fan.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's only one way to celebrate with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and made for game day, Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside is only 100 calories with 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer, people. It's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
The Nationals battled but come up just a little bit short against the Braves, falling 5-4 after leading 3-0 mid-fourth. Dalen Lyle with 2 homers and Luis Garcia Jr. hit his 19th.
Here's the pitch. Swing a long drive, right field toward the corner. This one headed toward the chop house. It is long, long gone on the roof of the chop house. A tape measure home run for Luis Garcia Jr. and the Nationals lead it 2-0. That's number 23 for Garcia, adding to his career high.
The Call on the Fan, Game 2 tonight at Atlanta, 7:15 with Foster Griffin to the bump. Commanders training camp continues. The buzz about wide receiver Deebo Samuel. He signs back with the 49ers. Commanders continue, though, monitor the Stephon Diggs situation. Mubadala open today. Rock Creek Park at 12. Jessica Pagula, Naomi Osaka at 2. 1 seed Alex DeMinauer versus UVA's Brandon Nakashima at 2. Taylor Fritz at 3:30. Ben Shelton at 8. The Mets deal AJ Minter to the Twins ahead of the trade deadline. From Crop Metcalf, Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Oh, no, she's just
Well, look at that. Look at the clock. It's 7 a.m. on a Friday. That means it's time to hit the Skins because the Skins are in training camp. The Commanders are in training camp at this point. I believe there are walkthroughs and like team meetings today.
Yeah, I don't think
no media allowed.
No media today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that's the latest.
All right, boys. Day 2.
Your lead story should be about a former Commander.
Oh, about Debo?
Yeah.
San Francisco 49ers. I think that Ricky Pearsall went down again, right? He's just still struggling.
He's always hurt.
Just struggling with
I
injuries.
think he missed about 9 games last year. He's always hurt.
Just kind of made it obvious they needed to do something.
Christian
and
Kirk, who they brought in from Houston, also missed some time in minicamp, and I don't think he's healthy right now either. So
And he has trouble staying on the field, too.
Yeah.
He's a slighter, smaller
So
guy.
Debo's back for
So
a year.
Debo's back. They have 1 year. Cake's projected that Debo would get about $20 million. He got 7.5.
Yeah, I'm
Seven and a
gonna
half.
That's nothing to sneeze at.
I'm gonna have to pay JP on that. So I was holding out to the very last minute, even though I knew that he obviously wasn't going to make 20 mil.
Cakes.
Yes.
That
Give me the latest.
Eric over there owes you $10.
Oh, he does.
Because Cake said Debo would be one and done with the Commanders.
Oh, I'm butt size. I'm butt size for that.
Wow.
10 spot coming into the Venmo incoming.
I knew we had multiple
Here it comes. Love
Debos.
Yeah, I like Debo. I thought, why wouldn't we bring him back?
And I think that's a really good signing by the Niners. He's obviously familiar with Kyle's offense.
Knows them all.
You mentioned all the issues they have on the offense. That offense is kind of old. You look at some of the pieces
Some of
there.
the, I mean, and banged up.
CMC is 30. Mike Evans is north of 30.
Yep.
Christian Kirk is not young.
Kittle's not young.
So, like, they needed some help offensively. I think that signing makes a lot of sense.
All right, John Allville.
Yes,
Page
ship
it. $10.
Just think, this was made.
Ship
This was
it.
made June 12th of last year.
So even before the season,
Yeah.
I just looked into my crystal ball and said Debo's a 1 year rental. Okay, good. Love it. Put that in the W column
Venmo's
for your
dwindling.
boys.
Is looking,
dwindling.
I love
that's good.
Mark that as paid.
Yeah, market is paid.
Just paid.
Excellent.
But yeah, so Debo gets 1 year, 7.5. Good for him. I really like Debo.
By the way, training camp coverage brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
But day 2 of the Commanders training camp is in the books, Cakes. Practice still in shorts and helmets. Not sure when they're going to have pads yet. Some are suspecting maybe around Monday. I believe today they're going to do walkthroughs, kind of close to the media.
Yep.
Yeah.
So whatever they're going to do. Early reports, kind of the common denominator was that the defense dominated again.
Okay.
Multiple turnovers. Offense had some drops, some early inconsistency. I think there were some issues there when Alec Grady was not being there.
Who was playing center yesterday? Was it?
I think it was Good Jones and Golden.
Golden, the
Yeah.
kid they drafted.
I mean,
I have to give. I think it was J.P. Finley props. I was listening to him and Mitch on their pod. If you see a guy like Coleman in there, it could be an indicator, this could be something serious. right? But since you don't see like a long-term solution in there potentially,
Not
good
bad.
sign. Of course, Coach talked about it yesterday before practice. We brought it up at the very end of the show yesterday. Nick Allegretti has a strained calf. He left early on day one, didn't participate in day two. He's basically considered day-to-day. DQ says he's not really overly concerned about it, but it doesn't sound like it's something that, where they're going to rush him back into action anytime soon. Might be, go into next week. Same thing with Treylon Burks, who, this is a big season for him. High expectations coming out of college, Cakes, but just has never been able to play, I believe, more than 11 games in his career. And here you go. You have one day of practice, and he's made some plays, but he reported some foot soreness. So he got some work with the first team, was making plays, was kind of raising some eyebrows, but now, okay, is this just what Treylon Burks is? He's just a guy that's just going to get hurt a lot. I don't know. Doesn't sound like it's too serious. Sounds like potentially maybe the less serious of the two. A calf strain could be something, especially if it's a little bit more serious than that, can linger. But because of that, Luke McCaffrey, Van Jefferson saw a little bit more time with the ones alongside Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, Burks in his career has played in 11, 5, and 8 games in his 4 seasons.
So, of course, the defense had the day. Not going to get too panicked about this. The defense is markedly upgraded, I think. We'll see if they can actually match it with production, but just sort of on paper, in their size and their speed. Durante Jones, going to have a disruptive, aggressive defense. I hear the guys reporting. You see guys like Nick Cross bringing pressure. Sometimes they have 5-6 guys on the line of scrimmage. Bringing pressure. So, that's something to be excited about. They've also stressed ball security, takeaways, right? Priorities.
They need those.
Taking
Kicks.
shots.
need
They didn't
those.
have
at the
many
ball.
last year.
And you had undrafted safety Malik Spencer make a play. He intercepted the quarterback from Rutgers. I still can't pronounce his name correctly. Ethan Kaliakmanis. That's my best shot at it.
Kaliakmanis, I believe.
Kaliakmanis.
You don't really need to ever say his name. He's
Uh,
such a guy way down the depth chart.
I want to be
He
respectful.
really doesn't matter.
I'm going to be respectful of him. He's earned this shot. Ethan Kaliakmanis, my best shot. Mikey Sanistril, a lot of people talking about forcing a fumble on Bill, which has been an issue that Bill has had in the past. He's got to protect the football. Now, I did hear by one of the guys covering the team that it did kind of happen after the whistle. It was when
So it would have been a
Mikey
dead ball.
stood up Bill, and then maybe after the whistle. But, as was pointed out, listen, in this era, you got to hold on to the ball until you give it back to the referee. You can't, or the coach. You can't even, after a whistle, afford to let them stand you up and punch the ball out, which
Trying
Mikey
to get
did.
that peanut punch.
So props to Mikey for forcing it out there, and kind of a little demerit there for Bill, but I'm not sure it was a real fumble if it was in a real game.
Did they mention who's the number one RB in these drills or these 11-on-11s? Is it Bill?
I don't
Or
know
they
the
kinda
answer.
rotate?
I don't know the answer to that. I know that DQ keeps talking about Rashad White, and I'll get to Rashad because he did make some plays yesterday too. And then quarterback Rasul Douglas, who was just brought in, right? And when asked, like, what does he do? He talked about create turnovers, right? And what did you mention the number yesterday, Cakes? Somebody mentioned the number. It
He
was
has
like 22,
21 in his career.
21, yeah.
picks.
Well, doesn't really count, but he closed practice yesterday with an interception to Marcus Mariota, returned it for a touchdown, scored a 2-minute drill, and they ended practice on that. Now, I think there might have been, I don't know, was there maybe some showers in Northern Virginia yesterday? Was that a thing in the morning? No.
I mean, I don't think there was out
Either
there.
way, that was the final play of practice. It somewhat noteworthy that Jaden hasn't thrown an interception yet. Although that doesn't mean he hasn't thrown balls that were interception
They're
worthy.
almost picked. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There was a couple that were dropped. I know that.
Yeah. But
But the defense is looking good.
defense winning the day so far. Oh, people raving about, and this is what you want to hear, your boy Valdez Owe. Dafe Owe, who they gave $100 million to.
Making his
apparently
presence known. That's
Making
good.
his presence known. Everybody, he's just kind of jumping out at everybody, and so that's what you want to hear.
I saw
Offensively,
Ken Norton Jr. going nuts with the linebackers, just getting them all pumped up. Did you see that clip?
no.
Yeah, he was just getting. I don't know. It was before a
He
drill.
loves him
or,
some Sonny Styles. He's a big fan.
oh yeah, I'm sure.
That's his guy.
Got to be. That's the guy. Got to take him under his wing. Offensively, though, again, the notes are struggled at times. Some drops with the receivers, even the running backs. I heard Rashad White was like one of the first guys out on the field and immediately go into the jugs machine and drops the ball and it bobbles a couple. But he's known for his great hands. He's known for making plays out of the backfield, catching the football. And there was one play in particular where they say he had a cutback run, put his foot back, planted his foot, cut back, made a big play. So that is impressing people.
I could use the jugs machine. I just booted a ball that Mike Marr put right on my fingertips. I think it was yesterday. I mean, it's inexcusable drop. I mean, just a bad drop.
Yeah.
No defender anywhere around me. I mean, I just got to corral that ball and bring it in.
Drabby's big into the jugs machine these days.
Yeah,
He's big
huge,
into the jugs.
Huge
jugs.
fan.
Big
Fa-
into the jugs.
Favorite machine.
So Jaden did connect with Chig. Chig had a couple catches from Jaden on consecutive plays. He found Luke McCaffrey for a touchdown. Apparently, McCaffrey kept both feet in bounds. Of course, we mentioned that all of the quarterbacks have still been using those helmets with the GoPro footage that they're using for later for film study, communication, etc. Tight ends are getting a lot of run, and there's a lot of people noticing Chig and Ben Sinnott cakes. They're lining up kind of all over the place, running varied routes. I saw Sinnott being interviewed, and he talks about sort of a night and day difference of this year from previous years. Sinnott entering his third season, hasn't really done much yet as a second-round pick, but maybe this is the year with
So they're
David
lining
Blyle's
up
alphas.
wide, like his wide receivers all over the formation, way different than the Kingsbury offense. So that's good. You present different looks to the defense to confuse them, take advantage of mismatches. Like Chig's going to be a mismatch for a lot of people.
Yeah,
So
McLaurin
take advantage of it.
McLaurin talked about that. He said Chig's route running and size was a potential, quote, matchup nightmare, Cakes, which is exactly what you want to hear. By the way, another tight end supposedly making the catch of camp so far, Colson Yankoff. They said everyone, by all accounts, a great catch, a contested 50-50 ball, again, from our boy from Rutgers, Kaliak Manis. Is that right?
Kaliak Manis.
Kaliak Manis.
Yep.
Kaliak Manis.
Kaliak. Just call him Kaliak.
And then, again, Antonio Williams continuing to impress. Some solid days there. He's put back-to-back good days there at receiver, and he really making a push for that wide receiver 2 spot. Also, apparently, Diami with at least one touchdown, maybe had 2 yesterday.
Oh, really?
Diami making some plays.
Are they deep balls?
That's
Or
not
is it
what I
red zone
heard.
stuff?
No, I heard he has mostly red zone stuff from what I understand. Kicking competition, both Jake Moody and Drew Stevens were perfect 6 for 6 on field goals. So that battle looks like it's still close. Again, we mentioned Friday scheduled as a walkthrough, closed to immediate fans, and then fans can return.
Saturday's going to be crazy over
on
there.
Saturday
Yep.
for the first open practice.
I believe
So-
Saturday. I think Saturday, Sunday, and maybe even early. I think there's 4 or 5 consecutive fan days.
Pads and more full practice next week. Hopefully get some better idea of where guys stand.
I think the Hall of Fame game, not sure who's playing in it, but the Hall of Fame game is next weekend. So not
quick.
So I think next. Is that true, Matt? Is it next?
He's nodding yes.
Next
Yeah,
Sunday.
I think I heard this past weekend that was the last Sunday
without football games.
I
Yeah.
think it should be noted that there's 2 days in a row here where the defense has kind of won the day. That's good. We want to see that. They made a real point of emphasis of upgrading the defense. But I also heard guys mention that, especially along the line, when the offensive line when they're really limited, when they're just in shorts and t-shirts, and it's just sort of by nature, the defensive line kind of has a huge built-in advantage when you're not in pads.
Right.
And the defensive line guys are kind of taking advantage of that. Deron Payne's been big. Johnny Newton's made a few plays. We talk about Owe making plays, kind of being all over the place. So
the
just
defenses
don't
look good.
panic. Don't panic from an offensive perspective.
No, because it usually happens that way.
Nobody's panicking. It's July 31st.
The
It's
Hall
not time to panic.
the Hall of Fame game is actually not next weekend. It's next week. It's next Thursday. So preseason football starts August 6th.
Cardinals.
Panthers Cardinals.
Very good.
Man, it's
We're starting
getting
to hit
close.
those NFL mileposts.
We're getting close.
Camp has started. NFL Hall of Fame game is next week. We're getting closer and closer. We're going to talk more NFL with our guest next, Mike Jones, national NFL writer.
Is he going
for
from
the
camp
Athletic.
to camp? Is he doing that bit?
We can ask him. I'm
Probably.
assuming he's hitting multiple camps before the season starts. Mike Jones, he'll join us next here on The Fan. Let's head out to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to our friend Mike Jones, national NFL writer for The Athletic. Mike, thanks for the time this morning, man. We appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks for having me as always.
Mike, aren't you pumped that we were just talking about it, that the first preseason game is Thursday, Hall of Fame game. So this is the last weekend without any football games this weekend.
Yeah, it's crazy. It feels like it's gone kind of fast, but at the same time, it's taken a while. So, all the teams are on the field now. The Panthers and the Cardinals hit the field last week, and then everybody within the last several days has hit the field. And, football is back in full swing.
So a big headline yesterday was that Deebo Samuel lands a one-year deal back in his old spot with the San Francisco 49ers. You know, we've been following Deebo since he left the Commanders here on that one-year stint. Of course, looking at Keenan Allen and Diggs, possibilities that the Commanders could sign during the offseason. Ayuk, he's kind of worked his way out of that, I think, with his social media antics. Deebo, a good spot landing back in San Fran with all the injuries on that team, including Ricky Pearsall looking like his 2026 season could be in jeopardy. Looks like a good landing spot.
Yeah, I think so. There's the familiarity there. It'll be interesting to see how they use him because obviously he's, a couple years older and he had kind of started to dislike some of the physicality and the time that he was taking when he was being used as, kind of a little slash receiver running back when he called himself a wide back. And then, they had a little bit of a falling out, but now he's back there. Time kind of heals some things, and they obviously need some help at receiver as, injuries have hit. So it'll help them, but the thing is they're, kind of long in the tooth at that receiver position there. They signed Mike Evans, and, obviously he's been highly productive with Tampa for all those years, had a little injury plagued last year and down. So will he bounce back? Then you have Deebo. You're hoping that he can bounce back, but, youth they don't have a lot of proven youth. And so They always do a good job of plugging in young players. We'll see what young guys they bring along and develop at that position behind those two veterans.
Mike, any updates on the health status of Kyle Shanahan, who was involved in a car crash last week? We know that he suffered a concussion, had to miss at least the initial parts of training camp or just participated in select events of training camp. Any updates there?
No, not since, I guess that was Tuesday that he called in some of the local beat writers into his office and explained, what happened and, with the accident. Sounds like, there doesn't sound like they're in jeopardy of not having him for the start of the season. He's obviously around the facility and still very involved, but it seems like things are trending in the right direction there for him.
What's going on with Jerry? Jerry's always in the center of controversy and always stirring up things. And, listen, I get it. Any teams would want to upgrade, but he's still talking to teams now. And a lot of us think, is he still interested in Max Crosby? Max Crosby seems to be behind it all. Like he's back in. He's all in with the Raiders. Is it possible they could still move him though?
It doesn't sound like it. From what I could understand, it sounds like you said, like he's past it.
Yep.
But they also, are in a good place. That that they are happy that he was, as soon as the deal fell through, he was back at the facility working out. They invested in their defense. Finally, spent some money, added some free agent talent, added some young talent, and having him there will kind of take some of the load off of him. Like you said, Jerry's always got to say something. Maybe he was asked a question about it, and he just couldn't help himself just to generate some more buzz and attention and things like that. But from what I can gather, they are happy that they have Max Crosby with that defense. And that they will go from there.
All right, let's talk about some of the quarterback battles that are kind of interesting that are out there. So it looks like, by all signs, unless something falls apart, Kirk is probably going to get the nod, and that's kind of what they want. They want to bring Mendoza
kind of expected.
Along slowly, which I actually like that. I think it's kind of rare these days. They just throw everybody, they just throw them right to the Lions right there in week 1. So I think this might be a smart move by them. What's going on then with the Kyler JJ, the improbable Deshaun Watson versus Shador deal? Seems like Deshaun maybe has the nod there. I don't know. And then, what is it? Tua versus Penix. What's going to happen there?
Yeah, so you're right about in Las Vegas with Cousins and Mendoza. I think that's smart. And, I wonder if Brady has some influence on that, saying, "Hey, let's give this guy some time." He knows how sitting for a year helped him.
Good point.
And it just gives him more time and gives them more time to set the table around him.
Right.
The Cardinals, it sounds like it's going to be Jacoby Brissett. He held out and stayed away most of the spring and then reported for mandatory minicamp, and then last weekend got a deal done finally, raised from $4 million to I think about $15 million. So that seems like he's going to be the starter over Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck. Beck just isn't ready, although they like him. It's going to take some time. So they got Jacoby, and they need to continue to set the table and improve that roster before they throw a young guy to the Wolves too. Up there in Minnesota, Kyler Murray, I think, is going to wind up with that job.
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy, they were hoping he was going to be the guy, but, they made a mistake last year, obviously, in not franchising Sam Darnold and thinking that McCarthy was going to be ready to go after not playing for a full year. He showed some maturity issues, showed some development issues, and Kevin O'Connell needs to win. And so he is intrigued by Kyler Murray. He'll bring another element to their offense if he can stay healthy. And so, they have a good defense. They just need some stability and some playmaking ability at quarterback, and I think Kyler Murray wins that one there. Tua and Michael Penix Jr. down in Atlanta. Tua was a little bit delayed in his start because of a back injury, I think it was, a little tweak. And Michael Penix Jr. coming back from his knee injury. He's not totally ready to go yet, so we'll see what happens there. Kevin Stefanski is the new head coach there. It's interesting that they are hitching their wagons to a pair of left-handed quarterbacks who have dealt with extensive injury history throughout their careers in college and the NFL.
Yeah.
So we'll see, but it might wind up starting with Tua and then, eventually turn over to Penix, who they drafted in the first round 2 years ago. So we'll see there. I think that
Deshaun.
Oh yeah, Cleveland.
Yeah.
Cleveland, Deshaun. It sounds like he's going to be the guy. I think that they're like, look, we're giving one last shot, new head coach, new offense. Let's see if he can get something more out of him. Because Shador is still developing. I don't know if he's ever going to be the answer, but I think they feel like, look, we got to kick the tires on Deshaun one more time because we
Still
owe him
only
all this
30.
money.
He's like, he'll be
Right.
31 later, but he's still only 30 years old. It's mind-boggling.
Yep.
Yeah. And he's got more time on that, that contract, which was fully guaranteed. And I think that they're thinking, okay, look, Baker Mayfield left here after Kevin Stefanski couldn't make it work with him and eventually blossomed. Can we got a new offense, new head coach, can we get more out of Deshaun? Can he stay healthy and then actually give us a little bit of stability while we continue to develop the two young guys? So we'll see what happens there. He'll start the season, I think, and then it's a matter of, if he can kind of turn back the clock and be effective, or if they wind up going with the young guy midway through the year.
Kind of, I guess time heals all wounds, because I'm sure most, if not all, Browns fans just wanted to get rid of him after all those stories about the sexual misconduct came out. But
People just want to win, too.
He could be the guy. Hey, speaking of, you just mentioned Baker. What did you think of his comments with Jeremy Fowler yesterday about the contract negotiations with Tampa? They offered him a 2-year deal, I believe, and he said that ain't going to get it done. Of course, they've won the NFC South the last couple of years. He's thrown a bunch of touchdowns, a bunch of yards the last couple of years, but he said he felt disrespected. What's going on there?
Yeah, well, the thing you love about Baker Mayfield is he doesn't sugarcoat anything. He always lets you know how he feels, for better or for worse. And look, he's been very good for them. He came in and helped them quickly bounce back after the Tom Brady era, which it could have been a while of wandering through the wilderness to find a quarterback, but he's brought stability. They've been competitive. They were among one of the hottest teams in the league last year before injuries started hitting around wide receiver position, offensive line, defense, and they really kind of fizzled because they limped down the stretch. But Baker has been durable. He has played through injuries. And so, he said, everybody, tells me I'm the franchise guy, but they haven't shown it. So I understand his frustration. He's also frustrated because he knows the history. The Bucs, if you don't have a deal done by the start of camp, they don't really negotiate during the season, and he really would have wanted to get this taken care of ahead of time. So there's a very good chance that he winds up getting the franchise tag after this year, which would be about $50 million. And then obviously they can continue to negotiate, but I think they kind of messed up, but they want to see, look, okay, Todd Bowles, they were shaky down the second half of the last season. I think they lost 6 out of the last 9. And there were some people wondering if they were going to fire their head coach. And so I think they want to, kind of wait and see how things play out this year, see if they wind up making the big financial commitment to Baker, if they wind up, having to move on from Bowles and then just start fresh. And so they're going to be patient. Obviously, Baker's frustrated, but the thing is, he did show up to work. He's not holding out. He is going to go out there and battle. And so it'll maybe work itself out, but I wouldn't be surprised if he gets that tag after the season.
We're joined by Mike Jones, national NFL writer for The Athletic, on the Rude Guest Hotline. So what teams make the most sense to land Stephon Diggs and Keenan Allen? Those are 2 veteran wideouts that still don't have deals at this point.
Yeah, I've still felt like Washington is a good spot for Diggs. Obviously, he's from, the area. They need, a veteran presence opposite Terry McLaurin. I feel like last year with New England, he didn't light the world on fire, but he was very serviceable. He was very solid and consistent. Not as explosive as he once was after, multiple knee injuries, but he fit in well there and just, got the job done. And so he would be a good fit because I feel like Washington still needs some more help at the wide receiver position there. Baltimore is another one that would make some sense there. I feel like, outside of Flowers, and they drafted 2 wide receivers, but a veteran outside of Rashad Bateman, who I just think is just a guy. Diggs could probably help them. Keenan Allen's another one. It'll be interesting to see where these guys go. We're seeing obviously the 49ers, they're already starting to get injuries mounting, so they got Debo. So other teams, injuries are going to start to hit, and then they're going to wind up going after some of these guys. I know they would prefer to wait till after, a little bit later, near the start of the season, when contracts won't be fully guaranteed for some of these veteran guys. But needs are going to arise, and somebody's going to get the job, get a deal done with both of them.
Mike, sticking with wideouts, are the Colts concerned that they had to put Alec Pierce on the PUP list to start camp? He had off-season ankle surgery. They gave him a big sack of money, fully guaranteed. They won the bidding war to keep him there in Indy. Are there concerns there about the health of his ankle?
Well, I think they want to give him some more time. Obviously, you would love it if he was ready to go now, but you don't want to force him out there before he's ready to go. You still have, I guess like a month and a little bit of change before the start of the season. So they'll give him time. And look, like you said, they gave him a lot of money, so it's a long-term investment. It's not just a quick thing right here. They would rather him be fully healthy, and ready to go than put him out there and be limited. And so they're probably monitoring the veteran free agent market as well while seeing how he comes along. He could wind up continuing to train on the side, and then midway through the preseason, be, back on the field and ready to go and still be okay for the start of the season.
Hey, what's your thought on A.J. Brown going to New England in the offseason? Now, Drake May had Diggs last year, but, like you said, Diggs wasn't as explosive as he was in his prime. He still had 85 catches, but he's not explosive like A.J. Brown. And now he's got a legit number. And A.J. wanted to get out of Philly, obviously, so now he's got him. What are your thoughts on what kind of year he could have?
I think he's going to have a good year. I think he's going to be productive. I think that Josh McDaniels will find a way to get him involved. I always thought it was the dumbest thing in the world why Nick Sirianni, they talk about him. he's a great leader and everything like that. He can never fix his offense. Why they weren't able to run the ball more effectively, and why you weren't able to take advantage of a 6'3", 225-pound monster of a wide receiver. I think that Josh McDaniel will do a much better job of making sure that they have A.J. Brown involved heavily in the offense in go-to moments, and that's all he wants, is to be able to contribute. Is there some immaturity there on his part? Probably so. But, you want to be used. They'll take advantage of them. They made the commitment to bring him there, and so it'll help Drake May. And they have some younger guys as well. But I think that he'll probably have a 1,000-yard season and be instrumental in their success.
They brought Dobbs in, too, from Green Bay. All right, real quick before we let you go, how many wins are you predicting for the Commanders?
I think they could be in that 9 to 10 range. We'll see. They've got some youth on defense that I think will help their defense be better. They were kind of long in the tooth. I think that'll help offensively. We'll see they've got talent upgrades, I think, some young, improvements on their offensive line, improvements at a running back if you stay healthy for Jaden Daniels. Just questions about David Blau, first-time play caller. He's only been coaching the NFL like 2 years, has never had this larger role. Can he handle it? They need to win. He could take his lumps, though, but I think that they could be in that 9 to 10 range.
All right.
Very good, Mike. Thanks for the time as always. We know you're super busy this time of year. We definitely appreciate it.
Thanks,
All
Mike.
right, thanks, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Yes,
Yep,
sir.
that is Mike Jones, national NFL writer for The Athletic. Football coverage on 106.7 The Fan. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. When we come back, we will give you Flakes' review of The Odyssey. Saw it yesterday after work. I will give you my review on that next. I made a big sacrifice yesterday.
Yeah, you did.
I punted my premium nap time, like right in the middle of the day, to go see The Odyssey.
Oh, that's right.
And not in your backyard. You went to Frederick.
you wanted
went
to get
to
that,
Frederick.
You wanted to get that IMAX experience.
Because my son is Mr. Fancy Pants when it comes to watching movies, and he had already seen The Odyssey once
Right.
in IMAX, and he's like,
Got to see it again.
If you're going to go see it, you have to go see it in IMAX. Now, we're not talking about like the 8-story tall IMAX that I think there are only like 40 of those theaters in the world that are showing it the exact way that I guess Christopher Nolan wanted the movie to be captured. But this is like the next best thing.
Yeah.
So basically went home, picked everybody up, son, wife, headed to Frederick.
Mm-hmm.
Got into the theater, of course, while previews are happening. They're just never ending.
Theater packed?
Theater was about,
Half
I'd say
full,
about
maybe?
70% full.
That's crazy.
Yep.
And I didn't know this about IMAX theaters.
At 11 o'clock, 11:30?
Yep.
It was
Frederick?
11:40 showtime.
Well, I mean, it figures in Frederick, nobody's got a job, right? So
Just
no one works
assailing
there.
The fine people in Frederick. I mean,
Well, if they don't have a job,
I
how
don't
they
think
afford the
EB likes
movies?
any cities other than like Kensington and Bethesda.
Yeah, he doesn't like it.
I can't wait for that's trifling. I was going to say a murder to happen in Kensington.
Well, we have stuff. We have stuff in Kensington for sure.
So we get there as the previews are happening, and I have to be careful about like how much I'm going to drink because I know this is like a 2-hour and 50-minute like.
You mean
it's a long movie?
right,
when
it's
you
an
say
Odyssey.
drink? You mean like how much soda you're going to intake?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Not booze.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not.
He just doesn't want to take 4
It's
bathroom
not one of those
breaks.
theaters
Yeah.
where they come out and they give you a freaking cocktail.
No,
is
even
it?
if it was, I'm not going to be day drinking
At
while
11:30, right.
watching Matt Damon sail across the world trying to get home.
You might if you were in the Outer Banks and you're just killing
Possibly.
some time on a rainy day.
That
you might.
could be the case.
Yeah.
But I really, really like the movie. I mean,
I knew you were going to give it 4.5 out of 5. Maybe
didn't
even
give it.
even a 5.
now I'm not a movie expert, but in my movie watching over 4+ decades, I have 4 movies that I consider to be
Elite.
5 cake batter movies
Wow, only 4?
that I can think of off
They're
the top of my
probably,
head.
okay.
probably super nerdy, science fiction-y.
Not
Oh,
really.
it's like
Not really.
Goodfellas and
Goodfellas is one.
Yeah, maybe
That's on
like-
my list.
Gladiator.
Gladiators
That's a
on my
great
list.
one. I agree. Those are two for two.
Braveheart
Is
is on my
Very
list.
Because he
good
always
one.
talks about those.
Very good.
I mean, those are great movies.
This
Yeah.
one is a little off the beaten path.
Yeah.
The original Halloween.
Okay.
I
yeah,
consider
would
it a
agree.
great movie. Like
I
it's
agree.
just
I
it's
agree.
like a landmark movie.
Where is
Now-
Hoop Dreams? Where is Pelican Brief?
Well, hold on. What about Wizard of Oz? I thought Cakes always said
I
that's
do love
it.
what you know what? I would have to add I slept on that. I would add Wizard of Oz. Just because it was so groundbreaking.
Hey, I got a piece of cake for you
yeah,
back here.
I know I was going to say. Give them that. They literally
Hey,
what I
give me
was
that
thinking.
give me that over the rainbow cake. I will eat it. I will eat it in one fell swoop.
I was literally having the same thought.
So
Find
yeah,
that boy.
really
I
cool.
like the original Halloween too. I just those other movies you mentioned, I could watch 12 months a year.
Yes.
But
What about A
Halloween?
Few Good Men?
Yes, I
no, I
love
would
it.
not put that. That is not a
Elite.
5 cake.
No, it's a
batter
great movie. But Halloween, I can only watch it in October.
I would also put Terminator 2 probably on that list. Great movie. Great. It's just a great movie.
All right.
I will give The Odyssey.
He's
Wow.
putting it a
He's
5-star.
He's putting it up there as one of his all-time greats.
5 root canals?
4.85 cake batters.
Oh my God.
Not quite 5.
Why?
But it's
Why?
really.
Too long?
I don't know why I'm not putting it in that. in
Why are you
that
scared? Why are you scared to
elite
give it 5?
Hallowed ground.
Kevin gave it 5.
I don't
Kevin's
think
an
it-
expert.
I don't think it can. Here's why. I think if it came on like cable or just regular TV, it's going to lose something in the translation going from the huge, massive screen down to a regular
Really?
screen.
If you watch it at my 100-inch, that's not going to be good enough.
I don't think it's good enough. Like, this is a movie that you definitely need to go into a theater, probably an IMAX theater, to get the real experience. I mean, personally, there were times in this movie I felt like it was more intense than being on a roller coaster at certain points of the
Do
movie.
you think that, Trev?
That's what I thought. That's what I felt. But that's
There
just,
were intense scenes for sure.
and there are scenes that I will never forget from this movie.
Yeah,
You know
what
what
are
I'm
you
saying?
talking about?
There are like a handful, maybe 3-4 scenes that are just going to be burned into my brain for the rest
because
of.
they're so graphic.
Well, they're just done so well. They at times they're graphic. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really good. I think you should go
You
see
didn't
it.
stare at your watch the whole time. Couldn't wait to get the F out of there. Your
No.
legs hurt and
Now,
everything.
now, full disclosure, I did take one bathroom break.
Well, you have to.
I took a bathroom break, and
I know the soda you intake.
now we bought one. We bought a soda and a medium popcorn that we
Pummel
we
that.
split it.
15 minutes.
We pwned it probably.
Did you have a tummy ache?
An hour into the
Do
movie.
you have a tummy ache from all the popcorn?
No, because it was 3 of us sharing a medium bag of popcorn.
Yeah.
You know it's not enough when it's a bag.
Yeah.
When you get a tub of the popcorn,
Yeah, I'm a tub guy.
that's generally going to be enough.
I'm going to be a tub
That's
guy.
when you get the tummy ache.
Yeah, I go
when
back
you got
for
a
seconds.
tub of popcorn.
You go back for seconds.
I don't know if I've ever gone back for seconds in popcorn, even though some theaters do offer that option.
Right.
Yeah.
Was there any slow point in the movie, or was it start to finish
There's no way I
90
can
miles an
lock
hour?
in.
There was probably one 5 to 10 minute segment because I didn't get a nap where I felt
dozed
myself
off?
wavering a little bit.
Ooh, yeah.
Wavering.
That's not a 5.
But it was temporary.
It can't be a 5.
It was very temporary.
If you're about to doze
You're-
off,
yeah, if you're
that's-
dreaming. Yeah.
Again, it's just because I had 5 hours of sleep the night before. Didn't get it wasn't because the movie
normal
was
day.
like, I didn't think there was a real lull. It was just at that point, like halfway through, I had to kind of gather myself and forge through the rest of it. But it was a great cinematic experience. I'm
Was
not
it?
one of these people who's gonna like tell you must see this in IMAX, but if you're gonna see a movie in IMAX, The Odyssey is the one. 4.85 cake batters, not quite a 5, but really, really good and worth seeing in a theater. Don't just
Is it
see it on your
similar?
65-inch at home.
It kind of just from the trailers that I've seen,
Yeah.
and this kind of the storyline. Is it
Mm.
similar to Gladiator, or is Gladiator a little bit more sci-fi? I mean, with all those big monsters that aren't there a bunch of monsters in it?
Odyssey's more sci-fi.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
The
you
Odyssey
said
is probably
Gladiator, yeah.
more like mythological, like
Yeah.
less realistic things happening.
But in Gladiator, Russell Crowe's trying to get back home.
Yeah.
And he's fighting off all these armies and
I also highly recommend it because I want to try to read a little bit more as I get older. I want to be more learned than I am because every time I watch Jeopardy and
Yeah.
literature comes up, I know nothing.
Yeah.
This way I can kind of get the Cliff's Notes version of the Odyssey by watching it in 2 hours and 45 minutes instead of trying to read the book. You know how long it would take me to read the book? Months.
Excuse me.
right.
Months. Meanwhile, I get the nice tidy version in 2 hours and 45 minutes. And I don't have to read the book now.
All right, better movie.
That's a win for me. It's a life win. Right? Am I wrong?
No, Drive and I are laughing back here because we had to read it in 9th grade.
Oh, I didn't. I don't think the school I went to made you read the Odyssey.
They
They made us
If we-
read Canterbury Tales, which I can tell you that book sucks.
I mean, maybe
Should
we
never
had.
read
If we read it, I certainly. I don't know if we did. I
don't
definitely
re-
forgot.
I don't remember what I read. I just know it was
It
all
was so long ago.
not fun, old stuff. Didn't get sized.
It's definitely old.
Don't get sized. Moby's dick or something.
Mobies.
Whatever it's
But
called.
I was definitely entertained. I really enjoyed it. You that's one you got to go see in a theater. You cannot wait for that one. You
Which
can't just
theater you
stream-
saw it at again?
Saw it at the Frederick Regal Theater, whatever it's called.
Oh, so you didn't see it in IMAX,
I saw it in IMAX. It was an IMAX theater,
just not the big silver.
not the big
the
like
big tall one.
5-story one. I was
What,
like
70 millimeter
I
or
wasn't
whatever.
in that one. I was one tier
So
below.
what is
I
the-
All right, so JP gave it 4.5. Cakes gives it 4.875.
you gave it a 4, right?
No. I gave it a 7. 7 out of 10.
All right, that's 3.5.
think. His is much
Yeah,
lower.
3.5. 3.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not great.
Thought I was trying a little too hard.
Yeah, that's bad.
Cakes falls prey to that kind of stuff.
Now,
Hey,
are
I
we
thought-
still? You guys are still convinced? I'm intrigued by this. That even though it's 70% full at 11 a.m. at an IMAX theater on a Thursday, that Spider-Man's going to smoke it. You're still convinced?
I don't know. I mean, I think so.
I mean, I think
I'm not doubting you.
I think the
but it seems
worldwide-
like there's a lot of staying power to this joint.
there definitely is that. But it sounds like the worldwide projections for Spider-Man are like north of $500 or $600 million.
What about domestic?
I mean, I would guess it's going to be like $150 to $200 million opening
Right.
weekend.
What did Odyssey do
Odyssey
in the second
did-
week?
It only dropped 30%, which is a small drop because
Right.
usually movies drop like 50 to 60% in their second week of release.
Yeah, Spider-Man will smoke it.
All right, let's go to G real quick in Alexandria. G, what's
yeah,
up?
man.
How are you,
Yeah,
man?
man.
What's up?
You know y'all old as doo-doo, man, because they made us read it at St. Stephen's. That's why I ain't been in the clamor to go see the Odyssey.
Oh, okay.
Because you already read it.
That joint is similar to the Canterbury Tales. The pages is so thin you can see through, and the letters is so little. I needed this movie when I was in high school, man, so I could have did.
Right.
But don't look down on day drinking going to the movies, man. That's similar to skipping school.
Okay.
Especially in the summertime when you can take your kids, take a little bottle an empty bottle of water, filled with Tito's,
Yep.
Right.
and day drink in the movie. And Spider-Man definitely is going to kill it because the demographic is so bigger. Everybody wanted to see the Odyssey because it's similar to Game of Thrones, and Matt Damon is in the joint, and
Right.
woo, woo, woo. But Spider-Man caters to every
Yeah.
age group.
Yeah.
They gonna murder this joint, man. I'm predicting 500 million from
Jeez.
just the U.S.
My guy,
He
G.
can't
Hey,
wait.
stay on hold. He might be our new movie
Yeah,
reviewer.
you could
Yeah.
be. You're in the
Oh,
running,
no,
G.
you don't want. Hey, listen.
Yeah.
The only time I'm telling you, the next time I'm skipping work to go see the movies when Heat 2 come out.
Oh, yeah.
With Heat, Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, that's my favorite movie, number one of
Yeah,
all
you left
time.
out that one,
Oh,
Cakes.
That would be a 5.
Heat-
That would Heat
Well,
is
it's
definitely
pretty
a
good.
5. Departed, you left that one
but-
out. That's a
I
5.
don't know if that makes a 5 for me.
Oh, you're
that's
crazy.
my number one. When Heat 2 come out, I'm calling out sick at work. Guaranteed. Day drinking and smoking weed before I go in.
All right, hold on. Stay on
double
hold.
dip.
Get his information. We got a new winner. We got a new
This is our
star.
guy.
We got a
Hey,
new radio
you
star.
think
He's a star.
have him drink in the theater, and he lists everything that all of his cocktails he has.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
All right, and he gives us
He can rate it on how many
G-rated his
Yeah.
drunken movie reviews.
Yeah. I love it.
how many Scotty's vodkas he
We've
gives.
stumbled on the new show centerpiece.
Yeah, we got a new superstar.
Love this guy. All right.
G.
We'll get his information and we'll see what develops from that going forward.
So Cakesy loved the Odyssey.
Love the Odyssey. 4.85 cake batter. Go see it this weekend if you haven't already. We're the Junks. We'll be right back.
This update brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? A lot of fun. Felt like a playoff game early on for the Nationals, jumping out to a 3-0 lead, but the first place Braves come back to win it 5-4. Luis Garcia Jr. hit his 19th, and Dalen Lyle a pair of early homers.
22 doubles and 5 triples in the extra base hit department. He drives one to deep right center field. Acuna takes a jog and watches. It is gone. Goodbye.
Jake Irvin retired the first 10 batters he faced. The call on the fan, wide receiver Deebo Samuel returning to the 49ers, so the Commanders are still monitoring the Stephon Diggs situation as training camp continues. Mubadala Open continues Rock Creek Park. Some good ones today. Number 1 seed Jessica Pagula at 12 noon. Naomi Osaka at 2. 1 seed Alex DeMinauer versus Virginia's Brandon Nakashima at 2. Taylor Fritz at 3:30. Ben Shelton under the lights at 8. The Saints' Chris Olave signs a 4-year extension worth up to $132 million. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So I was perusing the Terps football schedule. The Terps kick it off in just about a month. September 5th, they face Hampton at home. Big Ten Media Days are happening right now. I believe it's in Chicago. Mike Loxley's there. All the head coaches of the Big Ten programs are there.
Is he wearing a wacky suit?
He's wearing, it is an interesting suit. It's a red, is that a double-breasted pin with
like a pinstripe?
Big pinstripe. In Maryland colors.
I know.
Red and white with a black tie and a white shirt.
I know good old EB couldn't pull that.
He had some fancy socks.
He makes it work. He pulls it off.
He could pull it off.
We could not pull off that
Yeah,
one.
I don't have that kind of swagger.
I mean, to wear that to Media Day, that is a big-time move by Mike Loxley. But it's a big season for Mike Loxley in College Park. I mean, you look and see what has happened to the Terps over the last 2 seasons. Back-to-back 4-8 records, back-to-back 1-8 conference records.
Right.
I mean, he can't afford another year like that.
I would agree.
He just cannot afford a 4 or 5 win campaign in College Park this year and expect to keep his job.
No, I mean the pressure.
This is year 9.
2-16 in the conference in the last 2 years.
Yeah, that's just not going to sit very well, especially with a new athletic director in place there. Like, that's just, if you finish like 15th in the Big Ten or 16th. They finished 17th and 16th the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I just don't see how he would continue.
I assume we're going to have Locks on the show weekly like we did last couple of years.
I mean, he's a good guy.
He's a good guy.
I like him personally. He's a really good guy.
I hate saying you're going to get fired, but
he's an excellent recruiter.
I mean, he knows the deal.
He's very well aware.
He's been around, and he knows he's got to have a winning record and probably win 7 or 8 games. The only thing he's got going for him in the early part of the schedule is he's going to play, he plays Hampton.
Yep.
He's playing UConn, Tech, and UCLA. The Tech-Maryland game is just going to be massive.
Yeah.
But
3 of those 4 at home.
3 of those 4 at home. And 3 of those 4, UConn, Tech, and UCLA, all have new coaches.
Right.
So they've got a billion transfers.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the transfer list at UConn, because Jason Candle, takes over because Jim Moore Jr. went to Colorado State. So they got a new coach. They have a billion transfers.
Mm-hmm.
Virginia Tech doesn't have a billion transfers. They kept a lot of guys, but, new coaching staff. UCLA, Bob Chesney, who was at JMU, a billion transfers.
Okay. So you take advantage of some flux in these programs.
Maybe. I'm not saying they're not going to be good. They could be, and I hope the Hokies are, but that's the only thing they really have going for them that first month.
I mean,
and then they kick into the meat of it when they go to Nebraska and then Ohio State.
That's going to be a tough 2-week stretch. I feel like the most pivotal stretch for Loxley and the Terps starts October 17th when they host Rutgers. Then they get a bye week. Then they host Illinois on Halloween. And then they're at Purdue. Like, that's a winnable stretch of your Big Ten schedule.
Yep.
Like, I feel like they have to win all of those games.
Correct.
In order for him to have any sort of momentum heading into the stretch run where they have to go to Southern Cal and they host Wisconsin and Penn State. Those are the two final home games in College Park this season.
I mean, how much...
And Purdue's another team that they play that's got a new coaching staff.
How much of a believer are you in
Malik?
Because that's kind of like a lot of
What were his stats last year? Did he throw?
They were solid, but I don't think
How many touchdowns did he throw?
He had 2,900 passing yards, a school record for a freshman. Let me see.
He had
17 touchdowns,
yeah, 17, 9
picks.
picks. Didn't run for a ton of touchdowns. That's obviously got to go up. I mean,
I don't think he's an elite runner.
No, I'm just saying he's got his total touchdowns of 21 or 23. That's got to go up.
He's a big kid. I mean, it was a good hold, right? That they were able to hold on to him. You get him returning another year in the system.
Keep pumping him that NIL money. Keep him in College Park.
I mean, what is he making?
I have no idea.
$3, $4, $5 million? I mean, more than that.
I got to send it
per year.
These guys make a ton of dough.
I know they make a lot, but you think Malik Washington is making $4 million a year?
I started at 3. I don't know. These guys are making outrageous amounts of money.
I know it's a lot, but I'd be stunned if he was making north of like $4 million per
year. You think
he's
making 3?
I could be just completely out of the loop as far as what guys are making when it comes to NIL.
Yeah, what are the top guys making like at the like at Florida or something? Like the quarterback.
I think those guys might be in like the 5 or 6 range, but maybe I'm way underestimating them.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's a big year for them.
Massive. So,
but the schedule's not easy. I mean, the Big Ten schedule's not easy.
I did notice that Pat Forty, who writes for SI, he tweeted that Mike Loxley noted that his team led in 11 of 12 games last year. That included a 3-0 lead over Indiana. Indiana won the game 55-10.
Yeah.
So I understand Mike Loxley wants to get up.
He's trying to be
promote
positive.
His program and promote himself.
You got to try what you can try.
I might leave that little tidbit. I might have not mentioned that when I was on the podium.
Well, I will say I was at the Nebraska game, and you have to remind me, but I remember that one being pretty darn close, relative.
You'd have to refresh my memory, but
we lost 34-31.
The one that jumps out to me is didn't they have like a 20-0 lead over Washington at home, something like that?
They went in a bad stretch. They blew leads at Washington, Nebraska, and UCLA.
They blew some.
Like that was a terrible
The UCLA
stretch.
loss was
devastating, and they could have stolen the Nebraska
too. The Washington loss was really bad.
Yeah, those were 3 in a row.
Yeah. That was a cataclysmic stretch for the Terps.
Was that coming off of the beatdown in Wisconsin too?
Pretty sure
they won at Wisconsin.
Yeah, I know they crushed Wisconsin, and then everyone goes, "Holy crap! The offense looks good. The defense is flying all over the place. This team could like legit make a bowl."
I remember I had the Scotty's vodka, the whole thing, the tailgate,
and then the UCLA game was after that. And then for whatever reason, Eric was okay with the loss because he said like they look good losing. I think that stuck with me.
Even though they blew the huge lead,
I thought it boded well though that you're not just going to blow a lead like 11 times. Sometimes I think there is.
And then
such
it went
a thing,
south big time because they were getting blown out after that. Yeah,
they got blown out by Indiana, which we know.
But everyone was all pumped when they started out 4-0. Remember that?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes maybe college is not the case because there's such a short season. But if you have a tough loss, a very close one, it can be a good sign. Hey, it's a competitive football team.
Hey, Valdez, you think the Terps Illini game on Halloween isn't going to be a rager in College Park? Oh, that's going to be fun. That's going to be a fun one. Might have to go to that. What would you dress up as, Valdez? What would your costume be? Who would you be?
I don't know. I did dress up as Lil Jon one year when I was in college.
Lil Jon?
Yeah, the rapper. He was big when I was in college.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have a file on
You'd
Lil
have to
Jon.
play Lil Jon's biggest hit
know
for
one.
me.
Well, you would know it.
I'm sure I would.
I'd have to hear it.
The name recognition doesn't do much for
You know
me.
what I love?
I'm
is
just
that
being honest.
I'm with you're like me with comic books, with like rappers.
Yeah, it's a big blind spot. It's a big one.
Yeah.
I think a bigger blind spot is like Shakespeare, but rappers is right up there.
Well,
I mean, it's right up there.
I mean, I have zero file on Shakespeare.
I don't want to have any file on Shakespeare.
Anything I learned about
That's the last thing I want to file on.
I don't know anything about that.
I mean, you know some of his works.
If you say them, I don't know
Romeo
what
and
they're
Juliet.
about.
Romeo and Juliet, yes.
Yeah, I mean, but that's it. Don't ask me any more.
Othello,
I never think about
Midsummer
Othello.
Night's Dream.
Isn't there like a board game called Othello?
There definitely is.
Yeah.
You never heard this?
Hold on.
Hold on.
The guy that screams "what" and "yeah" all over the time.
Don't think I've heard this.
I've definitely heard this. I just didn't know. I'm never going to know that's Lil Jon or Little John, whichever. I'm guessing is Lil. You can't be a rapper and have little. You always got to be Lil.
How little is he or big? They call him Little John because he's huge.
I couldn't tell you. I don't know one thing
I
about
think
the guy.
he still performs to this day.
I'm gonna tell you where he's from though. I'm gonna guess Lil Jon is from Atlanta. That's my guess.
Well, that's why that might be where he is now. It doesn't.
I
Have
don't know.
to
I'm
be
just gonna
where he-
guess origin story. Lil Jon,
I don't know if
Atlanta.
I
First
love.
place,
You know what?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Wow.
Look at
okay.
this.
How did you knew that somehow?
How would I know that? You think I've ever Googled?
I don't know why you just guessed Atlanta out of all the cities in the country.
Well,
Oh, there are a billion rappers from Atlanta.
There's a billion from New York. There's a billion from L.A. There's a billion from everywhere. Lil Jon from Atlanta. He's 55 years old.
He's our age. He's a contemporary.
Jeez.
he's younger than me.
He is younger than you by 1 year. It's very close.
Right.
All right, so
Well, Locks definitely is a Lil Jon fan.
big year for Mike
But
Loxley.
it is a big
incoming.
one.
Yeah, it's massive.
It is
Hey,
massive.
when we come back, I don't know what you got on your little sheet there.
You want to talk about Diggs?
We can talk Commanders if you want. I know you want to do a Commanders
Do you think-
topic. Talk maybe about Warren Sharp, who joined. Was it B. Mitch and Finley?
Yeah, I kind of want to play
what are
some
the,
of that.
What are the chances Stephon Diggs signs with the Manders by the end of the weekend?
I don't know. I know a guy that knows a bunch of guys.
You think
over
it's
there.
30% or higher?
I'd say it's
I don't know.
under 30%.
It might
30?
be higher.
my guess.
Some guy's telling me, and he's given me some pretty good info in the past. He's not officially affiliated with the team at all. He just knows guys.
All right.
And he claims that the Diggs thing could happen very soon. Very soon.
Will
Really?
it happen in the next hour and
No,
40
but-
minutes?
No.
While we're on the air?
There's a little bit
Probably
of a
not.
buzz about Diggs right now.
Okay.
With Debo up the
Well,
market.
especially with Debo leaving. Yeah.
And, Traylon already with the injury, BS.
All right, so we can discuss
Potential.
the Diggs possibility of
How
landing
big
here.
and
with
how
the
big of a
Commanders.
story would that be? It would be
Also,
huge.
Warren Sharp's comments about
Warren
the
Sharp I
fourth
thought was great
toughest
with-
schedule for the Commanders upcoming in this
Especially
2026 season.
the first 11 games. They're just absolutely
Yeah.
brutal. I don't think people quite are acknowledging that and really drinking that in.
Yeah.
They're
All right.
brutal.
We'll touch on that next here on The Fan. So we've been speculating as to when these veteran free agent wideouts would start landing in new spots. Deebo Samuel is the first. He gets a 1 year, up to $7.5 million deal with his former employer. He lands back in San Francisco with the Niners. They're dealing with a bunch of injuries on their offense. Ricky Pearsall, a promising young wideout. He has a knee issue. It looks like it could sideline him for the entire 2026 season. So they bring Deebo back. That means the two biggest names still out there are, of course, Stephon Diggs and Keenan Allen. There's been a lot of buzz and speculation that Diggs could wind up either here with the Commanders. Maybe he's a fit with the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, that's what Mike was saying.
They
Mike
seem to
Jones.
like to, grab guys late in their careers and give them second or third chances. And
what I don't
he's from
understand,
here. That makes a lot of sense from the land with either of these two
I
teams.
just don't understand why they're waiting. I mean, I know everyone says, well, that's because they're probably asking for too much, but I don't know. Don't you want to get the guy in camp? Can't you figure that out pretty quickly? Seemed like they figured it out fairly quickly with Deebo. Maybe it'll be like in a draft, like here's the run on receivers that are out there. Maybe it'll finally get done. I know that Nikki put out a tweet yesterday, Nikki Jabala, where it got a lot of traction. My assessment of the first 2 days of Commanders camp from Nikki, and it's a meme or video, whatever you want to call it, GIF of Diggs saying I'm him. So in other words, they need some help there, in her opinion.
Interesting.
Now, do they need help, or is it just the fact that the defense is going to just have an inherent advantage heading into the first couple of days of camp, and it's just going to take more time for Jaden and the receivers to get in sync with the new offense?
I think most people think, just based on, again, I think that guys will step up. When given an opportunity, it often happens.
Yep.
But, I don't know if you have the sharp clips from yesterday with J.P. Finley, but he talked about at one point, I remember he ranked the receivers, and I don't know if he was saying at the end of last year or if they're going into this camp or whatever. I think he had up something like 31.
Right now, we have the Commanders. I know your fans are going to like to hear this, but we have them ranked as the number 31 best wide receiver room around the NFL. And if they can somehow get Steph Diggs, they absolutely need to. I posted this earlier today on Twitter. I just think that this is a great example of a team that went out and supported its quarterback on a rookie contract. Drake May was drafted in 2024. His OC at the time was Alex Van Pelt. They had the fifth cheapest wide receiver and tight end core, did the Patriots, and their starting three wide receivers that year were KJ Osborne, Pop Douglas, and Tyquan Thornton. Just 2 years later, this season, they now have a new offense coordinator in Josh McDaniels, who's far better than Alex Van Pelt. They have the number 9 most expensive receiving core between wide receivers and tight ends. And their 3 starting receivers this year are A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, and Kayshon Boutte. That is when a team and a GM says, we believe in our young quarterback and we're going to try to surround him with talent while he is at his cheapest he will ever be. Jaden Daniels is in the same situation, but he's just not getting that influx of talent at the receiving position to make his life easier.
Makes sense. I mean, last year you kind of thought it was going to happen because they brought in Deebo, but McLaurin was, he was shot and didn't have a great year.
Right.
So if McLaurin and Deebo are both on the field, both healthy, numbers would have, and Jaden obviously numbers would have been good. But he brings up a good point. I mean, I know they drafted Williams, but he's a draft pick. You don't know how good he's going to be.
I mean, the Patriots, they traded draft capital for A.J. Brown, and they spent a lot of money in free agency on Romeo Doubs. And we know the Commanders were in on Doubs too, but the Patriots beat them out for his services.
I just don't understand why they're waiting. I personally,
maybe today's the
head
day.
is exploding.
Or maybe tomorrow's the day.
Like, why are you waiting?
I mean,
so hold on. So they should have been in on A.J. Brown.
It's
not like Adam Peters isn't drafting wide receivers.
No, I know, and I am very high on Antonio Williams. Actually, very high on Williams. Probably too high. I haven't gone as much. I'm not really.
He's just an unknown right now.
I know he's an unknown.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to say he's going to have 50-plus catches or whatever.
I mean, they're drafting receivers, but they're drafting them in the 3rd and 4th round.
Yeah, but I do think Williams is the real deal. We'll see. You could mock me. He could just be another
he could
McCaffrey.
But if you brought in Diggs, then the room gets considerably better.
Yeah. I just don't want it to take away opportunity from Williams, but I guess that's
And you can even
he's
go
gotta
back.
win.
You can even go back a couple of years in the draft when they took Connerly. They could have taken Luther Burden at that point.
Yeah.
And
They
there's a
just-
lot of buzz around Luther Burden incoming this year, like having a much bigger role in that Chicago offense. Like if Connerly struggles and Luther Burden becomes like a fringe Pro Bowl receiver, you're going to look at that and be like, well, could have had him here.
Yeah.
He could have been Terry McLaurin's number 2.
Yeah.
Like already established. So I don't know. It's it's revisionist history at this point, going back and dissecting draft picks like that. But Adam Peters has chosen, for the most part, to go relatively cheap at wideout.
Well, we'll
I mean, it's
see.
been
I mean,
his
they've got
MO.
the money to spend. I mean, it's Warren Sharp's opinion or whatever, numbers he puts together.
Well,
but
you're not going to be able to
he's-
argue that this group, as unproven as it is much higher.
Correct.
You're not going to make
So
an
Diggs
argument.
just makes sense.
Yeah, and I think he said later.
makes sense.
I don't know if he said it in that clip. Is that it gets him maybe the middle of the pack.
Yeah,
so
you'll take that.
which is a big upgrade.
So
Yeah,
should
you'll
the
take that.
Commanders be Stephon Diggs or bust at this point? 800-636-1067.
Here's the other part I want you to play. I think Valdez found it too, where he reiterates, and I know it was my gut. As soon as the schedule came out, literally, I had this pit in my stomach. I wanted to puke when I saw how difficult I thought the schedule was. Here's his take on it.
The Commanders right now rank as the 4th toughest schedule in the NFL. That's going to be a problem for them. And in fact, over the first 11 weeks, I have you guys pegged as the number 2 most difficult schedule in the NFL. And if you look across the board, the weakest team that you're going to play through week 11 is the New York Giants, who are predicted to win about 7.5 games, but they're being bet towards the over. The markets are excited that Malik Neighbors looks a little bit healthier than he was expected to look. We'll see if that ends up panning out. But you've got obviously difficult games against playoff teams in 2026. These teams should make the playoffs, including the Eagles, the Seahawks, the 49ers, the Eagles again, the Rams, and the Bengals, all within the first 11 weeks of the season. So it results in the number 2 most difficult schedule through that stretch. And I have you guys, one of the reasons that I also look at the change in the movement is I want to know, is your schedule getting harder or easier? And your schedule has gotten the second most difficult. It's seen the second largest increase in difficulty since June 1st. And that's because you are playing the Cowboys twice and the Bengals. Both teams have been bet towards the over at the number 1 and number 2 highest rate in the NFL. The Bengals have been bet towards the over a lot since June, as have the Cowboys. In addition, you've got the Rams, Texans, Giants twice. Those 3 teams all rank top 7 in terms of teams that have been bet towards the over. The expectations are even stronger for those teams. And so you're just playing a bunch of these teams that have ranked in the top 7 in terms of the betting markets. And this is not just like some sort of an odds maker sitting off in the corner changing the numbers because it's his personal opinion. This is like hundreds and thousands of bettors, many of them sharp, who are moving the markets, are betting on these other teams who you have to play.
Not only are the first 11 weeks really difficult, then after that, it's a short week where they have to go face the Cardinals in Arizona. That's a relatively long trip. And then they're at the Titans the following week. Now, those are going to be 2 of the lower teams in the league.
If we don't win those games,
But-
we ain't doing anything.
But those are
Correct.
they're back-to-back road games coming off that gauntlet of the first 11 games.
Yeah.
So like it looks like an easy spot in the schedule, but is it really that easy playing back-to-back road games? It's not.
I don't feel like we have
No,
competition
not on the
isn't
road,
great.
especially on a short week, but
And the Titans
just
should
based
be better. with-
based on the expectations of those 2 teams.
I don't
It's-
feel like Arizona's some great home field advantage for them, other than maybe
I don't think
time
it is. I'm just
thing.
talking about like the travel
Yes.
for the
The travel.
Commanders more than the opponent.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, they could be beat up by week 11. We don't know what the roster is going to look like after 11 weeks.
Man, it's just a
of
huge
playing
year.
tough competition. We just don't know.
All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Should they just make the move now? This might be the time. If you're going to do it, it's like it might be now or never, right? Like you're in a draft, all of a sudden they start drafting the quarterbacks.
The Niners felt like they needed to make a move. Boom, they signed Debo.
This could
He's
be
on the roster.
This could be the run on the veteran free agent receivers the elite ones that are still out there? Are they going to stand by and just let Diggs make a deal with the Ravens, or are they going to go in there and just grab him, be done with this? Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. Are they happy being, in some of these guys' minds, the 31st ranked wide receiver room? Shane, what's up?
Good morning to you.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning, Junks. How y'all doing this morning?
Hey, Sean.
Happy Friday to y'all.
Yeah, you too.
I think they're happy. I think right now they're happy because they got Chig, and I think that they're going to use him, and I think I think he's going to be our number 2. I hate to say that. I think they should go ahead and pull the trigger on Diggs. You ain't got nothing to lose. What do you got to lose, right?
Right.
You're going to sign him to probably a minimum deal, and he's going to be better than anybody you got in your room right now. He's produced it. What, you got Lane? Come on, let's go. And plus, look at that schedule. I got him going 1-8.
Wow, I mean, if that happens, everyone's getting fired.
Who are they going to beat?
I mean, that could happen, but if it happens, everyone's getting fired.
Dan Quinn will be gone. Dan Quinn will be gone. The mid-season one. Look at that schedule. It's too brutal. Who are they going to beat? Who are they going to beat?
I don't know. They're going to have to steal a couple early.
Giants, and the Giants give us a fit every time we play them. Hell, if you look about it, the Giants should have beat us every time. An offside, a missed field goal. So, look, Dan Quinn's in trouble, and we got two new coordinators.
Yeah.
It doesn't really fare well when you got 2 new coordinators as a head coach coming in, and one that's never called an offensive play. Come on, man. Let's go. That schedule's brutal.
All right,
It
thanks,
is
Shane.
brutal.
Appreciate it.
I do.
Balls, baby.
Well, I mean, if they're 1-8, Dan Quinn's getting fired mid-season.
Oh, yeah. That's what he said.
Yeah, I mean but they're not going to be 1-8.
No, but I'm not saying nothing. I have no idea. The schedule scares the poop out of me. I do think maybe we could shock people in week 1. Maybe Jalen will be a little off. He has, he has a tendency to be up or down. Maybe they don't have AJ. I don't know. Maybe we could steal one there.
They've had a lot of turnover at wide receiver.
people
They have a new OC too.
Yeah, Sean
Yeah.
Mannion steps in.
Maybe we could steal one there, get a little momentum, and then who knows after that. We got to get one of the first 3.
You go 0-3 to start the year. That's going to be difficult to bounce back from.
And the first 3 we're decided. We're going to be decided dogs in all of them. So we're going to have to steal minimum one of them. Let's go to Larry, South Carolina, 800-636-1067. Don't want to be doom and gloom, but we should be realistic. Larry.
The Commanders are catching 4.5 in week 1 against the Eagles. That's the current line.
Yeah. Larry, what's up, man?
Hey, guys, how you doing? We're waiting for Jason to come down to this area. He'll be about 40 minutes north of me in Southport. So we're waiting for you, Jason.
All right, man. I love it down there. It's great.
So where is he? Where are you, Larry? What part?
My town is Little River, South Carolina. I'm right over the border. So right up 17 is Southport. Southport's a gorgeous area, Jason.
All right.
I know you're going to love it. You've already seen it.
Oh yeah.
But it's a great spot.
Great part of the
And
world, my friend.
It is, Jason. You're going to love it. And I moved down about 2 years ago, and it's been awesome. So I know you're looking forward to it. And it's just I'm about 7 years older than you guys, so it's a great spot.
All right, what's the deal with Diggs, in your opinion?
I think they ought to. They should have drafted him 11 years ago. The Redskins drafted Jamison Crowder instead. And
he was decent.
I think we've been running that.
He wasn't Diggs, but he was decent. But yeah, you're right. He wasn't Diggs.
He was decent. He wasn't Diggs, though. I mean, they drafted him, and they drafted Crowder in the 4th round, and then Diggs went in the 5th round in Minnesota, and he blew up in Minnesota. He had a great run there. So, I mean, I think that was a big mistake. No, I mean, we're the 31st ranked wide receiver room. I mean, did you see Nick Javala's tweet yesterday?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Hey, that's to me. That's very important that they get him in because they need to. It's like the defense. If we just had a defense in the middle of the pack, and we have a wide receiver room in the middle of the pack, I think it'll be. I think we'll be a lot better. And we're not going to go 1-8. I can tell you that.
I don't think we'll go 1-8. I do think we're going to be markedly better on defense, and as long as Jaden's there, he gives you a shot. You can steal any game, but we're going to be underdogs in most of these. We are going to be underdogs in most of these.
1-8 or 2-7 would be a big
fireball. Do you think Adam Peters isn't signing Diggs? I mean, he may. I just don't know, but it hasn't done it yet because Josh Harris doesn't want to spend the money, or because he doesn't feel like it's a fit, doesn't need him? I mean, what do you think it is?
I'm hoping it's not financially motivated.
I mean, Josh Harris doesn't hide.
I think
They're fine
he likes
cap-wise. Their cap situation right now is really
I don't
good.
think it's money.
And look at the money he's spent on the Sixers.
Right.
No, I don't think it's money. I think it's the calculus. He talked about it. The chemistry vibe. They like the room. They kind of do see kind of roles for all these guys. Sometimes you could get sort of enamored with your own guys and their own potential, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe they feel like Traylon Burks is a guy who can finally catch 40 balls in the number 2 wide receiver.
Already
role.
banged up.
That's the huge question mark.
Yeah, but
I mean,
okay, so let's
I
say
don't think
Burks takes
anybody-
himself out. Nobody could count on Burks. Let's say he's like a Cam Sims, or not even Cam Sims. He's like a Noah Brown,
Okay.
right? Like talented.
He's like a fancier version of Noah Brown.
Yeah,
'cause he was
talented
picked in the
but
first round.
but gets hurt all the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, Diami is making plays. They keep reporting he's making plays every day in camp.
Right.
The reports are they're loving what they're seeing so far from Antonio. They're loving what they're seeing with Chig. Terry's over there mentoring all the guys.
Maybe they feel
So
like
maybe they're
Luke,
just getting a little enamored with their own guys.
they might also feel like
That might
Luke
be it.
McCaffrey's ready to take the next step too.
Luke was playing
That
pretty
he-
well before he got hurt.
He was emerging, and then he had the shoulder injury. I think he suffered that in the Chargers game.
I just don't know what bringing in Diggs and how it hurts you.
The only way
No.
it doesn't really hurt.
It
All it
doesn't
would do
hurt
is
you.
help
It
you.
only helps you.
Unless you think it's a chemistry thing, which I think most people think he's great. Like
I would-
I remember there was a thing there with Josh Allen, right? Wasn't there? A
I'm
thing
guessing
there a
he's
little bit?
Well,
probably
maybe. He's always been a little
he's
bit
probably
off.
good for 2 or 3 years, and then he wears out his welcome.
Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of his MO. That's
Maybe
kind
it's
of
the
what has happened to
personality.
him.
Maybe they just don't want to bring him in the locker room. I don't know, but it just
I think
from a talent standpoint, it makes sense to
I
me.
think it might happen. I think it might happen soon.
800-636-1067 is the number. Are you Stephon Diggs or bust? Through 2 days of training camp at this point, 800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junks. We'll be right back. So I guess Valdez's fiance baked a loaf of sourdough that's taking the studio by storm. Like I walked by it about 30 minutes ago, and he's cutting it up right now, and I think he's put some jam and I don't know, some sort of cheese on it. I looked at it, I was like, wow, that's impressive. It looked like straight out of like a fancy bakery. And Valdez like, my fiance made it.
You want to try some?
And I was like, that is one impressive sourdough. That's a good looking piece of bread there, Valdez.
It is.
She should be
impressive.
proud of that work.
And I got to tell you, I talked about this, in weeks
Sourdough
past.
is good.
Sourdough craze is like kind of at an all-time
It's
high.
hot. Sourdough's
it's
hot.
super hot on all with all the brain rot, social media stuff, everyone putting out their stuff, and
Yeah.
it's my wife and daughters, they're not indifferent to it, and so Dee has tried for the first time her sourdough.
Okay, yeah.
And I got to tell you, we're about 9 days into it, and I just monitor it from afar.
Okay.
And I've encouraged her because I'm like, hey, we should try the sourdough thing. It's supposed to be healthier bread for you. And
Yeah.
it's, it looks fun, like a fun thing, like almost like a family activity.
Yeah.
And this thing is, I'm talking about this starter. Like, I don't know if you know anything about it. It takes forever to do this thing.
It does take a
some
long time.
people have to be really good at
My
it.
daughter makes it. It takes a while.
It take like a week. Some people, I guess, 2 weeks. I think we're on like the month plan. She keeps adding it, feeding water, and doing whatever you're supposed to do. I'm telling you, that thing has grown. I'm talking about like a centimeter or two.
Okay.
I mean, it's just like
How long does it
It's
start to
DOA.
How long start to finish
apparently it's
to make a silly sourdough like
Some people-
Valdez's fiance made?
some people could do it in like a week. I think.
Okay, yeah.
Apparently, my wife, because we're trying to look for solace. Am I gonna eat this? I'm gonna break my fast.
Break the fast.
Gone 13 hours. Is this good enough?
You want it? What do you want to get the 15?
16. But I'm going on vacation tomorrow.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
hell
Yeah,
breaks
his
loose tomorrow.
vacation's
you don't
basically
care.
starting.
But we've found where some people say it takes 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, it's gotten so bad. She was hoping to be done before we leave for the beach. We're actually going to bring it like we were bringing like pets. We're going to bring our little starter sourdough things in the little containers.
Okay.
We're going to put them like in the front seat, almost like a baby.
Yeah.
Because it's got to be the right temperature, right? Valdez, doesn't everything have to be like right room temperature, and the water temperature has
Seems
to be
like
right?
a lot of work
My
goes
wife,
into the
she
sourdough.
bought a freaking like scale. Like you had to buy a scale.
Yeah, like a food scale.
Yeah, I never had one of them. We got one of the like digital scale thing, and she's weighing everything, and we are trifling at it.
Hey, you know
and
what?
Valdez's fiance,
You're just starting it.
That thing looks like bakery worthy.
I know, it was impressive.
Like she might want to open.
How long did it take her to make it?
How long does it take her? She usually does hers about
Couple
7 or 8
days?
days. She can do hers pretty quick, right?
A week.
Yeah.
She started Sunday for Drab's birthday. This is a birthday loaf.
Oh,
That's
nice.
amazing. At my house, we're literally on pace for by 2027, and something might levitate or whatever happens
Yeah.
with the bread. Like maybe by the end of the year, we'll have some bread.
Okay.
I don't understand it. We're doing something wrong.
Maybe you need to go to a sourdough tutorial online.
Or I just said to my wife, maybe we should just find places that make great sourdough and just buy it.
That's also an option.
just
I mean,
buy
you can buy sourdough in every grocery store
Right.
on the planet.
The idea with sourdough is that it's supposed to be it's cool and fun and tasty, but it's also supposed to be a little bit healthier for you, right?
Supposedly.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be better for your gut.
Better for your gut,
Gut health. Gut
and
health.
also for your glycemic index. All of us fatties that are trying to avoid diabetes.
It doesn't help that you put
Put all that jam on there.
a blueberry bourbon pecan jam.
All right, am I gonna break my fast here, Kay?
Look,
Hey,
I mean,
if you
you
want,
have
just
it-
give it to Cakes. Cakes will eat it. You don't want to eat it, it's fine.
I mean, is that
she won't be offended. I won't be
He
offended.
wants to eat it.
Does that have a cheese
What
base
part
on
of
it?
me telling you that I don't want to eat
Because
it?
you don't want to. You're fast.
What
Yeah,
is
it's
the
got-
other?
Oh, the fast doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's got a mascarpone.
Is that a form of cheese?
Yeah, it's like a spreadable, sweet Italian cheese. I like having it as my dessert.
Oh yeah.
Wow, this is so sweet.
Can I have
so good.
Can I have some too?
Yeah.
This is really
Vacation
Mike-
is
I know
started.
it tastes like sex, doesn't it?
Vacation has
gonna say.
officially begun.
I was gonna make a sexual.
I was going to eat a granola bar, but now I'm not. I'm gonna-
granola
Why
bar.
would
Tastes
you-
like
Cakes,
dirty
do you want
butt.
one? Do you want one? You can split one with Jason.
That's fine. Go easy on the cheesy part. Easy on the cheesy.
Gotcha.
Heavy on the jam, please.
Oh yeah, I forgot Cakes hates cheese.
Is it good? It's good. Isn't
It's so good, and Again, I think we put so much jam on there, we're ruining the health benefit of it, but it is tasty.
Who cares?
Who cares
You got to
about
live
health?
a little.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to live.
Mm-hmm.
YOLO.
You know who wasn't eating that? Matt Damon before he filmed the Odyssey.
He got down to like
Dude was
165.
ripped. Well, I mean, I believe my wife said he gave up alcohol, caffeine, sugar, gluten, dairy.
For how many months?
I don't know how many months, but like
I think it took about 4 months to film
he
it.
gave up all of those things to film, to get in shape for the Odyssey the way Christopher Nolan wanted him to look, to have that lean.
He was
look.
down to 165.
That's what I
Something
heard.
around there, yeah. I mean, could you
And he's
imagine,
a short guy too.
Yeah,
What's
could you
he, probably
imagine giving
5'10" or
up all of
something?
those things
Maybe.
out of your diet at once?
Yeah.
Dairy, sugar, alcohol, caffeine.
Could never
one
do
other.
it.
There's another big one. Oh, did I say sugar?
Yeah. Could never do it.
Which is in basically everything. Everything that tastes good, at least.
Let me see. And how tall is Matt Damon?
I'm going to say 5'9". But that's just a guess.
Because Ben is tall. He's 5'10".
5'10".
Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, 5'9". Could be 5'9". Could be.
My
be
kingdom to
5'8"
be
and a half.
My kingdom to be 5'10".
What are you?
Like 5'8"-ish.
What's considered normal? Are you
Normal
Average?
or average?
Yeah.
5'10" probably.
I can look it up. I don't know that.
I'm guessing the average male.
Is Cake's abnormal?
I'm gonna have some right now.
Right, here you
Average
go. Oh, he
height
gave you
for
a nub
men.
piece. Yeah, you didn't get
That's
that big
fine. I don't
silly
need
like
a huge
me.
piece.
This is
Average
so good.
height for adult men in
Matt.
the U.S. is approximately 5 feet 9 inches.
So good.
So you're under. You're abnormal.
Slightly under. Not by a lot. I wouldn't consider myself a short king, but I'm short king adjacent.
What's your shoe size?
11 and a half.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think
How
my
did you
shoe
get
size is solid.
bigger feet and then shorter in the height?
I don't know. I'm
kind of a freak.
I'm a medical anomaly.
Yeah, you kind of aren't.
I don't know.
I mean, 11 and a half, you're close to a 12.
Yeah.
And you're freaking nubby 5'8".
Nubby.
Yeah, 5'8". What am I? Nothing I can do about it. It's the hand I got dealt
You
genetically.
want to do some bar hangs or something? Or maybe you can work on your posture? Get
I'd
that
rather
extra inch?
hang out at a bar instead
Than do
of
the bar.
bar hang.
This is
So
really
I'm gonna
good,
say
Matt. This
no.
is really good.
Let me get
What do you think this could sell for? Like, honestly, she should open up a side business. You guys, you have your own kitchen. Sell sourdough. What do you think? That thing looks. I mean, be honest. Did you take a picture of it? You should have put a picture
No,
of
he
it.
cut it up before he cut that sourdough into pieces before he could have gotten a good picture of it.
No, actually, I did take a picture of the center because she likes to analyze the center because you can tell a lot about how it looks. She says this was one of her worst ones she's ever made.
Well, if that's one of her
Yes.
worst, then she's freaking killing it.
She's very upset and is going to apologize to Drab tonight in person because she tried a new recipe.
I mean, I'll be honest. When I walked by it before you cut into it, I looked at it and I said to myself, I think I want to have sex with that sourdough. It's so good. It looks so attractive. I was thinking, like, was it Jason Biggs? You know, with
With
American
the
Pie, when he
the
did an
apple
American
pie?
Pie. Like, it's kind of what I wanted to do with the sourdough.
I mean, it really.
I
looked
mean,
good.
just in theory. Not, I wouldn't actually do it. But
Seriously, how much
that
would that?
was the thought
If you go to a
process.
bakery, if you go to Lace de Lise, how much? I don't even think they sell sourdough. But if you went
How
to
much
a
are they
nice,
fleecing you for?
yeah, how much they sell those things?
I don't
for?
know. If I guess if you went to some
20
like
bucks?
farmer market
Yeah.
bakery, like
No.
$8, $12.
That's
At
it?
least.
That's a lot of hassle.
You got to charge a premium for that
That's
because
a lot of
it does
hassle.
take forever to make it.
Do people do they put like cinnamon swirl or raisin? You know
Oh
what I mean?
yeah,
They do
that's the
stuff
next.
like
That's
that?
the next step is doing like a jalapeno cheddar one.
Ooh.
They have like pizza. They have pizza sourdoughs where you like bake in mozzarella and pepperoni.
Look at Mars. Look at Mars
I'm
getting
all
all
in.
worked
I
up.
can't get the
Mars
smile of
getting
my-
all horny.
I can't get the smile off my face. That was one of the best pieces of bread I've ever
A
had.
pizza sourdough.
That was good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know how good that would be?
Yeah, you like you fold in like the toppings and like some.
Oh, that's so good.
The jam and the cheese were really good. Did you try
it's
it yet?
It's a good. I had
yeah.
like 2 bites. It's
No,
a good
I mean,
combo.
I'm gonna be a big
I told
fat
you
pig.
that sourdough's taking the station by storm.
Gain all my weight
It's
back.
taking over.
Really
I
good.
wonder why I'm such a fatty. I mean sourdough with blueberry on it.
Yeah, you should be eating that
We're
every
good.
I
single
might have to
day.
buy some from her. If she makes some for me, I'll buy it.
You don't have to buy it. She'll make it.
I'll hook her up.
No, that's a big pain in the ass.
Nice tip.
I swear it's not a pain in the ass. All you gotta do is stretch it and let it ferment, and then.
What do you mean stretch it? Like put the
Is
water
Dina not
into it?
is Dina not stretching her dough?
What do you mean? There's no dough. It just it just sits there. It's like
He's stretching his dough trying to pay for Cornell education.
Yeah,
That's
right.
what he's doing.
Right, exactly.
Stretching what dough?
That's dough stretching. That's
dough.
going on in that house.
Pulling out all the seat cushions and the
You're looking for quarters under your
You're looking
sofa?
for quarters.
You have to. Got to make ends meet,
Maybe
right?
I don't know. I see her with the scale, and I just look at it from afar, and I just
So
I don't know what she's
I told
doing.
her that you're having issues. Dino's having issues with the sourdough.
Yeah.
And she concluded that it's not fully fermented, or her starter isn't strong enough, or she needs better stretching and shaping.
I mean, I think she's doing all that. I mean,
It takes a long time and a lot of different loafs to
master it.
This segment is killing in the women 40+ demo.
You think guys don't like sourdough bread? I see a bunch of guys eating it right now.
We're talking. We're doing a baking bread
love it.
segment.
Well, you know what?
Sourdough.
Every guy
I don't
here-
see a lot of guys on Instagram cooking sourdough. I see a lot of
but
women.
every guy in here has got a girl that's doing this right now. It's a craze.
It's been a craze for like 10 years.
We're just
not
late
for
to
me.
the party.
For me,
Yes.
it's like in the last couple months. Sourdough's been a craze in my house for the last couple months.
My daughter's been cooking it for about a year.
Yeah. I didn't know it was
Or
10 years.
making it.
Would you rather us give golf swing advice?
Yeah, I mean, I could do that too.
Certainly not that.
I could give golf swing advice.
We did that yesterday.
No, definitely
Talking
don't
about
need that.
stretching the dough out.
I don't know any. I just watch it from afar.
Hey, I had a good dough stretching zig. Don't act
She
like I
keeps
did.
looking for bubbles. They keep saying, "You, oh no, now you're getting some bubbles."
I think that's part of the fermenting.
Right. I'm telling you, we got like a centimeter of growth.
The Great Junkies Baking Show. Oh, so much potential.
This is really good.
We
Plus, I
got-
have the dessert from Tyler, the ADs.
Oh, yeah,
I
you
got
can eat
that
that
in
too.
the fridge. Might as well start eating that.
Tyler.
Trey, whatever his name
Trey.
is.
Trey.
Tyler.
It's all
Trey's
the
going to
same.
be hanging out with the boys tonight for Drabby's birthday. Happy
Right.
birthday again to Drab T-shirt. All right, we'll do EB's entertainment page when we come back next.
This update brought to you by Reynolds, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Nationals have trouble with runners in scoring position, leaving 7 on base. The Braves win at 5-4 over the Nationals. Dalen Lyle with 2 homers. Luis Garcia Jr. also hit one.
Now the set, the 2-2. Lyle blasts one again to right center field, chasing Acuna, and Harris looking up at the wall, and it's gone! Lyle is homered again! That one down to the Braves bullpen.
The call on the Fan, Game 2 tonight, 7:15 at Truist Park. Foster Griffin gets the start. Wide receiver Deebo Samuel signs back with the 49ers, 72 catches last year. Commanders continue to monitor Stephon Diggs. Mubadala open today. Rock Creek Park has Jessica Pagula at 12, Naomi Osaka at 2, 1 seed Alex DeMinauer against Virginia's Brandon Nakashima at 2, Taylor Fritz 3:30, and Ben Shelton at 8. The Dodgers, Shohei Ohtani out of the lineup last night with a sore knee against the M's, expected to return tonight. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's get into the EP, shall we? Heading into the weekend. Brought to you by Eric Bickle.
No, brought to you by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. Do you want to keep going on your own, or you want me to give you the sheet?
Steve, you're good at memorizing.
DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. I don't know. Whatever. For the whatever.
Ultimate buying experience.
For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam.
Yeah,
She's the general manager. And of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, BMWFairfax.com.
There you go. You see a little prompt.
Yeah, memorized.
It's in the gray matter.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in between the gray matter.
There's a lot of residue in with the gray matter. Fog. Brain fog, lack of sleep.
You know what? I think for people that are just getting into
especially
their cars,
tonight, by the way, because he's going to get up at 3:30, be on the road at 4.
You know, I want to talk about Spider-Man here for a second, but I think, Cakes, you should remind people that are just getting into their cars about the Odyssey, and just in a sort of a 60-second recap of your evaluation.
Saw the Odyssey yesterday at an IMAX theater in Frederick, Maryland. By the way, this is just a side note. When are they going to expand 270? I mean, that road is just too small, too many people driving on it, even at like 11:45 or noon on a freaking Thursday. Okay, that's a just
270 going out towards Frederick?
Just 270 in general. Okay, it should be like 4 lanes each way. Just mow down all the trees, do whatever you got to do, make it 4 lanes in each direction.
Right, that wouldn't take too long to do.
Right, you better be destroying people's homes, neighborhoods, whatever. I thought the Odyssey was really good. Have to see it in the theater. If you can see it in IMAX, definitely see it in an IMAX format. I thought Matt Damon was awesome. I thought Anne Hathaway was amazing.
Acting was great.
The acting was great. The visuals are spectacular. Mm-hmm. There are 3 to 4 scenes that are burned into my brain now forever that I'm never, ever, ever going to forget. 4.85 cake batters for the Odyssey. Not quite 5. It doesn't get that rarefied air, but it's just a little cut beneath. It's right there.
He liked it.
I liked it a lot. It was very entertaining.
JP liked it.
And at certain times,
Matt Myers liked it.
Felt like I was on like a thrill ride at an amusement park.
Matt Cahill.
Like, put you right in the middle of the action.
Kind of liked it.
Mm-hmm. You should go see it.
I'm intrigued. Just deciding on what day to do it, and where to see it.
Right.
Well,
but I might.
If you don't see the Odyssey, then you need to see Spider-Man.
I know I won't see that.
Look at EB caping for Spider-Man. I like it. I like this.
This for some reason, this is a genre that I kind of enjoy.
Yeah, this is a very narrow comic book nerd lane.
I have
that
a
you're
little bit of a
occupying.
fascination with Spider-Man, like his superpower or whatever.
You're not
going
to see it.
I might see it, especially if it's a rainy day at the beach. That'd be perfect.
All right, what's this one called?
Spider-Man: Brand New Day.
Brand New Day.
They say it's the talk of Hollywood. Some people are projecting it could do, I think Cakes mentioned earlier, $500 million worldwide. Now, it's funny. They say Sadie Sink, I guess she's the actress. Do you know who she is, Cakes?
I don't know who that is.
She's playing Jean Grey. Who's Jean Grey?
Well, EB, you don't know that. She's part of the X-Men. She's a mutant. In case you didn't know. I don't know her exact mutant power. I'm not that dorky, but I should. I'm going to say she might be like a legit psychic. She might be able to see the future. But again, don't quote me on that. I don't know that for certain.
Of course.
I can look it up.
This is what for Tom Holland. And how many times has he reprised this role?
I think it's at least the third. I'm going to say third, but I don't know that for sure.
Is he your favorite?
Let me go to.
Is he your
I
favorite?
like the OG Tobey Maguire.
Oh, you're
Tobey Maguire's my guy.
Why did they ace Toby out of the series? It just makes it more fresh to have different guys do it.
Not sure.
Why did they ace Tobey Maguire out?
Yeah. I'm being serious.
Well, because it's kid's in high
He's
school.
too old.
Yeah, he gets old.
He's too
yeah.
old.
Yeah.
You have to be Peter Parker. You have to be like 20.
fresher faces.
Peter Parker doesn't age in the Well, I mean, maybe in some of the other ones. Like
Okay.
Multiverse stuff he does, but traditionally, Spider-Man is the story is he's a high school kid.
Okay, so you got to be younger looking. But I mean, Tom Holland's how old now?
No, he is. He's older, but Tom Holland still looks like a young kid.
Is Tom Holland a short king?
Yeah.
Yeah, Short King. By the way, EB, I know that you need to know this. Jean Grey from the X-Men, her mutant powers include telekinesis. You know what telekinesis is?
You can teleport.
No, not. It's close. Telekinesis is.
Hold on.
You want another crack at it?
What like
telekinesis,
like kinesiology.
Okay, I guess you're kind of you're on the right path.
Oh, I am. All right, go. What is it?
Telekinesis is like I can use my brain. I can use my mind to make the sourdough that's in that next studio move into this studio and drop right in front of me, so I can eat it just by using my brain to move it from one room to another. It's a very powerful force.
I like that.
Telekinesis, force field, flight, telepathy, and astral projection. Not sure what that is, but she's got a lot of powers, apparently.
If Wiki is right, this is the 5th time he has played Spider-Man.
Okay. Well, I would trust Wiki over Cakesy.
It's the 4th solo film. You had the first one, The Homecoming, where they introduce him. They go to D.C., climbs the monument. Then you had the one with Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio, or
I don't.
He's
the
green guy or whatever. And then you had No Way Home with Doctor Strange.
Yep.
And then you had this new one. So this is the
That's
4th one.
his favorite comic book hero, Doctor Strange.
I mean, I don't know anything
and it's
about
not for the strange. The way we use it. That terminology. That different type of strange.
Oh, okay.
That's your one seed.
Right.
Even the top Spider-Man.
All right, so I guess kind of ugly news out of Comic-Con weekend, Cakes. Comic-Con weekend. A major sting operation conducted in San Diego has resulted in dozens of arrests for alleged sex solicitation.
Oh, no.
Undercover agents initiated contact with sex buyers throughout the county, resulting in 27 arrests for solicitation, loitering for purposes of solicitation.
Come on, why are you going after the Comic-Con nerds? That might be the only way they can get what they're looking for.
Just think, that's a hot spot. If you're a sex worker,
I guess.
That's probably second to the Super Bowl. You got all those horny nerds who can't get laid, who have enough money to go to
They've
Comic-Con.
got a lot of disposable income.
Yeah.
They say also
it's a gold mine.
Obviously, anytime you have that kind of thing going on, you're worried about sex trafficking victims, right? And I think
absolutely,
there might have been even a 16-year-old who was missing, who was found with underage sex worker,
you know
probably
what? On a side note,
trafficking
Jason,
victim.
I've got a new TV show for you.
What is
it's on Hulu, and it dovetails off of that exact topic: sex trafficking, female serial killer.
Right.
It's called Furious, and it stars Emmy Rossum as an FBI agent trying to track down the female serial killer. I've watched 2 episodes. It's really good.
Furious.
Yes, you should watch it. You would be into it. It's your kind of show.
Pumping up the Furious trailer right now.
Yeah, it's good. You should check it out.
Would I know this actress?
The one that plays the killer?
Yeah.
She is not somebody that I know.
Okay.
But I know who Emmy Rossum is.
My show, Lioness, starring Zoe Saldana, little hottie.
Yeah.
There's a couple hotties in it, but starts season 3 Sunday. Oh, yeah, Sunday.
Okay, good.
You haven't watched one episode of Lioness.
I have, but then I slept
don't know
on
why
it.
you wouldn't
I'm
like that.
officially snoozing on it. Like EB is going to be snoozing in the passenger seat on the way down to the Outer Banks while Dina drives him there.
Yeah.
That's my level of snooze.
Probably. Cakes, were you a 90210 fan back in the day?
I watched some episodes, but I wasn't a big Mark. I didn't watch every
I
week.
have to say I was a Mark.
Okay.
I have to say I was a Mark.
Yeah,
It
I was
in
not.
college. So we were talking about like 35 years ago.
Mhm.
But we watched it, can remember. Tori Spelling apparently has abruptly left the Beverly Hills 90210 rewatch podcast, 90210MG, that she co-hosted with Jenny Garth for nearly 6 years, Cakes. They're in the middle of season 8, and it's just in the middle of it. Tori rolled out, said she's chasing other projects.
One last podcast in the world. Boo!
Well, I mean, they're still going to have the pod. It's just going to be old Jenny Garth. Arnold Schwarzenegger, by the way, turned 79 the other day.
He's 79 years old.
79.
That's crazy.
He posted workout photos. You know, he still loves to get out in the gym and work out. He's had a couple of heart procedures. He's had a lot of stuff, but he's still hanging in there. I actually saw or was reading one of these, fitness guys, influencer guys, and they were saying, obviously, like lifting weights is great for all of us, right? I think everyone should lift weights, incorporate that into your fitness routine. But apparently, there is a threshold where if you gain too much muscle, that it could be too much for you. So in other words, like these bodybuilder
I don't
types.
think I'm in any danger of
Yeah,
that.
but these
I think I'm good.
bodybuilder types.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, part of the reason why they die earlier.
They've got heart issues?
They have the heart issues, and there's so much muscle, and whatever it is that takes to sustain the muscle, it takes away from your heart and other things. And like if you're just like a big, bulky, big behemoth, you're just going to live a shorter life.
Yeah, the heart's working too hard. Doesn't matter if you're a big fatty or if you got a bunch of muscle.
I think it has something to do with that the more muscle you have, the harder it is maybe to work, something like that.
Yeah.
There's a more detailed explanation for it, but that's kind of what I gathered. So if you're big, bulky, massive, muscular guy, it's great, but you might not live as long as like a slender silly who looks like Michael Phelps.
By the way, getting back to
I
Arnold
was
for a
gonna
second.
say drab T-shirt.
Oh, I know what you were going to say.
Did you see the clip of Arnold? I don't know if this is, I think it was recent when he was on Howard, and he's basically talking about when he was trying to change the most iconic line from Terminator to "I will be back" instead of "I'll be back."
Yeah,
right.
Where he was basically arguing with James Cameron, saying,
I will. He wanted to change it to I will.
He said, I guess
Yeah.
was basically saying,
I read something
I'll
about
be
that.
back sounds kind of weak. Like,
right.
I think it should be,
I'll
I will
be
be back. And Cameron was just getting pissed. He's like, just read the freaking script.
Why did
Just
Cameron want him
read
to
it
say
as it
I'll
is.
instead of I will?
He just felt it was more effective.
Well,
And
he
you
was
know
right.
what? He was
Do you want a
100% right.
You want a similar story, and this will make you chuckle?
Yeah.
But I saw this clip, very similar to NSYNC, one of their biggest hits.
Okay.
You remember, it's gotta be May.
Sure, May. Yeah.
They say May instead of me.
Yeah.
So their producer, I believe, was Max Martin. If it wasn't him, it was somebody else like
Okay.
him, from Sweden
I'm
or
not
something.
going to give you any pushback because I don't know
All right.
any of their producers.
Let's just say, for sake of argument, it's Max Martin. Okay. Well, whatever it is, some dude from like Sweden or they speak a different language.
Yeah.
And the
Speak Swedish.
Yeah. Whatever. I'm not even sure it's Sweden, but I'm just making it up.
Yeah.
And Justin Timberlake or whatever kept singing, "It's gonna be me," and he's like, "No, May. It's gotta be May." And they were like pushing back, and he's
Yeah.
like, "No, it's gotta be." And so he did it. It's gotta be May, and that's the whole freaking song.
Yeah, it's iconic.
And it's iconic. And people are like, "What are they saying?"
Right.
They're saying me, but it's May. It's because of the producer.
Hey, you know what? Producers, a lot of times they know what
Right?
they're doing.
Valdez, you pull
Let
that up?
me pull that audio.
Yeah.
Say that again, Cakes.
What?
Producers generally, not all the time, generally know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
And what they're talking about.
Maybe a record producer.
I should delineate.
Do you have it? It's got to be May. Like it's iced.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the same if he
Gotta
said
be May.
it's got to be me.
He doesn't say it's going to be May.
It
Is
wouldn't
it got
sound
to
as
be or
good.
going to be? I don't know.
It's gonna be.
It's going to be
Yes.
me.
Yeah.
He doesn't say that.
No. It says May.
I love that you're explaining this.
Why, you didn't know that? You
No,
already knew
everyone-
that?
no, we know.
Everybody knows that?
Yes, May
Everybody knows
1st.
that Max Martin was
Okay.
You think they'd be playing the Sphere if they were saying it's got to be me?
Yeah, they wouldn't even be playing the Sphere anymore. They'd have no career.
Oh, I'm getting my bands mixed up. I think it's Backstreet Boys doing the Sphere, right?
I think it's
that's
Backstreet.
right.
Yeah, I'm getting my
It's
boy
okay.
bands mixed
It's
up.
okay.
It happens.
Oh, got it.
What a hit.
Now, we still playing to 45, 50-year-old moms right now?
Oh, yeah. They're loving it.
Here you go. It kind of sounds like me.
May.
May. You
Sounds
kinda-
exactly
you kinda-
like me.
Well, you're saying May, apparently. I don't know. Jessica Simpson just turned 46, and I guess, or not, I don't know if you even turned 46. Thank you.
Need a Bruce remix.
Valdez, you can help me
how's-
out with this. She apparently just put a bikini shot out there. Oh, I guess her birthday was on July 10th.
Yes.
Still, has she made like
July
$1 billion
10th.
from her like clothing?
Yeah,
and shoes.
It's in like Kohl's or something. Your favorite store,
I hate Kohl's. I hate
or
Kohl's.
Target, or she has some line of clothing.
Yeah.
at one of those big stores.
think she has,
Maybe
like-
Walmart.
It's like shoes and stuff too, right? Don't people get
I
like?
wish I had a
Jessica
line
Simpson
of
shoes?
merchandise to sell at Walmart.
Oh,
Every
you have-
Walmart on the planet.
You have that. You're
Yeah,
set.
beanies, cakes, beanies.
Somebody contacted a slave labor.
Is she still married
It's
to?
some China factory.
She's still married to the former tight end.
Eric Johnson?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know she was at some point. Not sure if she still is.
Maybe that's why Tony Romo was drinking. Lost out on Jessica Simpson.
Yeah, I'm sure that was the reason.
So
Romo had an open bottle of something in the car.
That
Did
I don't
you see that?
I don't.
Yeah, I saw that
Oh,
report.
he did.
Yeah.
Well, there's also a great
Oh.
AI clip of Romo and Tiger.
No,
I know.
I mean that's the worst that AI has to offer.
No, it's
Are you
actually
talking about
funny.
the one where they have 800 empty
Yeah.
beer?
Yeah.
God, you
And
think
they
that's
said- yeah.
the best that AI has to offer?
It made me laugh. When he
It
said
didn't
we're
make
calling
you laugh?
Donnie. Yeah.
It didn't make
Not
you laugh.
really. And a lot makes me laugh. And I looked at it and I went, ugh.
What's been the
You know
best-
what I did? I went, ugh, AI slop is what I
What's
did.
been the best AI sort of GIF or whatever that you've seen of Tony Romo? Is it him doing the Dak Prescott? With the,
That one's funnier than the beer can one. But still.
I don't know, him and Tiger slugging beers together in the car with
It's
the
just
Miller
so-
Lite cans everywhere.
It's just so preposterous.
No, it's the 1 of 1 Topps card where it has Tony's mugshot
I
and
saw
Tiger's
that one.
mugshot with game worn pop
Beer
pop
tabs.
tops. Yeah, beer tabs.
I love it. Love it. We got to get that. That's what we got to
It
invest in.
is. It's so crazy. Look at all those freaking beer cans.
All right. You did entertain us,
Of
EB,
course.
as usual, per usual,
Freaking genius.
with the EP. Before the show is done, you want to keep listening. We have a chance. You're going to have a chance to win tickets to go see Soja when they play Nats Park. That show is tomorrow. We'll give you a chance to win those tickets before the show is done.
It's your boy Bish here. If you've been firing darts lately, that's great. If not, my guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Bayer Subaru, they want to help you score big. Whether you're chasing birdies or just looking to go low on your next ride, Bayer Subaru, they got you covered. Right now, drive off in a new 2026 Outback, just 1.9% APR for 72 months. Or you can go crazy low, your choice of a new 26 Forester or a Crosstrek, both 1.9% APR for 36 months. Tell you what, my guy Josh may not be fixing your swing, but he can definitely help your drive. And one thing I really love about those guys over there, they don't just care about what you're driving, they care about the community as well. Bayer Subaru is always finding ways to give back, whether it's supporting local animal shelters or other great organizations in Northern Virginia. So do what I did. Head on over to Bayer Subaru Ask for my buddy Josh Cochran. He's the general manager. Keep a little bit more green in your bag this summer. Check him out right off Richmond Highway in Alexandria, VA. Or start online today, BuyerSubaru.com.
Just a reminder, I will be out at the Salisbury Center in Manassas tomorrow night for an M72 Tour tribute 3-band bill. Tribute bands for Limp Bizkit, Pantera, and Metallica tomorrow night. You can use the code JUNKS when you buy your tickets. You get $5 off. I'll be emceeing from 8 till 10.
You gonna try to get on stage?
Time.
Now, they're tribute bands, not the official. Are you going to try to get on stage, though? Maybe go sing a song with them?
I'm going to do what's asked of me, and I will intro the bands or do whatever banter they want in between, and we'll just see where the evening takes us. Should be a good time. So come out tomorrow night.
It's a wild crowd, right? If you
Should be a fun crowd.
Are you gonna drop F-bombs? Will you be cursing?
I don't know.
Well, you have a few cocktails before you go on stage.
I will drink responsibly.
If
but
yes, if some of our listeners are there, will they catch you like dancing like Rory McIlroy in Ibiza?
That's probably not going to happen.
Will they see you headbanging?
Potential. There's potential for that.
When you go to those shows, do you do that? Is that your thing?
Times,
but you don't have any hair.
Get into the music. Yeah, you don't need
ball guys.
You don't need hair to headbang and have a good time at a metal show.
Okay, all right.
So the bands are the Limp Bizkit tribute band is Red Cap Assassins. Then the Pantera tribute band is Pantera instead of Pantera because they're Pennsylvania based.
Yeah.
And your Metallica tribute band is Obey Your Master. It's a line from Master of Puppets.
Okay.
There you go. Tomorrow night, Salisbury Center. Hope to see you there.
That's what Amy has cake say.
Obey Your Master. That's a funny line. I like it.
Any blowback from that, by the way, from last week's conversation?
No, all's good. All's well.
How much would they have to pay you and me to go do that?
To do that show?
To MC that show.
I mean,
it's not really your guys' thing.
No.
I understand. I am the perfect person for this endorsement.
I'd be a little bit anxious. So, like, are you a little bit worried about what you're going to say?
Not at all.
Do they say how much time you have to kill?
No, but I'm in these instances.
Yeah,
less is more.
Exactly.
I know that people are there to see the bands.
Right.
They're not there to see old Johnny Cakes.
All right. If someone wants to just happen to capture Cakes making the announcement, go ahead and capture it.
Put it out on your socials.
Yeah,
do that.
Send it our way.
Yes. All right. So that's tomorrow night.
So, EB was saying that we were just talking to Ryan Clary during the commercial break, and he was saying that there were maybe it was you, Case, that someone thought he looked like Luke McCaffrey.
Well, they called in the Stallion to come and sit like side by side with Luke McCaffrey while he was doing an interview.
He does look a lot like him.
He does kind of look like him.
Yeah.
He looks like a McCaffrey and also looks like Glenn Powell.
He looks like Glenn, a cross between a McCaffrey and Powell. Yeah.
You're not seeing that, Valdez? You don't see
Luke. I don't see Glenn.
You don't see any Glenn Powell.
I see a little bit of Glenn Powell.
Ryan Clary?
I see more McCaffrey.
I think he looks more like Glenn Powell than he looks like Luke McCaffrey.
I think he looks more like Luke than Glenn.
Come in,
I don't
Clary.
think so.
Come in. You could get some ADs here.
I don't think so.
Everybody likes ADs.
There he is. There's a Stallion.
I mean, he definitely looks
Ryan
like
Clary.
Yeah, he does.
Well, especially now that he's skinny. Skinny Ryan looks way better than
Fat
chubby
Ryan didn't look like.
Did not look like Glenn Powell back in the day. But I do think right now, JP Finley, by the way, just curb stomped me yesterday. Because I was like, I look like Glenn Powell. And he's like, you're the only person who says that. And I'm like, no, I've been told that.
Yeah.
I've
You
been
didn't
told
just make that up.
I didn't just make that up.
Here, let me
I mean,
probably could.
honestly, if he walked down like a busy street in Hollywood, I think he might get mistaken for Glenn Powell.
Really? Has that ever happened? No.
I mean, it's people don't sit like they're not like, are you Glenn Powell? Like they're not. They know.
Right.
Like,
They
they don't see the chiseled jaw and everything.
Yeah.
But I've had some girls come up to me in the bars and they're like, "You look like Glenn Powell."
Look at that.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
awesome.
you.
Valdez, don't be jealous. Don't be jealous.
That's a good
Yeah,
call.
hopefully you Glenn Plow them.
By the way, do you wish you were skinny, Ryan, when Lisa Ann was here about 5 years ago? Or
Well, that's the reason why I got skinny.
Oh,
Was
she was
because
your
of Lisa
motivation?
Ann.
That was your motivation?
That day, I said to myself,
Yeah.
I've got too many cool opportunities.
Yeah.
I got to capitalize.
Can't
I
drop
gotta
the ball. Yeah, I'm
capitalize.
fumbling the ball here.
I am fumbling the ball.
Yeah.
Lisa Ann changed my life.
She really
Changed my life.
Look
Does
at
she
that.
know that? Have you ever credited her publicly?
So yeah, I have. I've definitely said it on the show before, but like obviously I'm now a taken man. But
Right.
a few years ago, I was like, should I hit up Lisa Ann?
Yeah.
Did you do it like a couple years after the
My
fact?
buddy talked me out of it.
He did. Why?
Why
Said
would
he
your
looked
buddy
like
do
a
that? Is he a
stalker
real
or something?
friend? He's not a real friend.
He's like my best friend. He's like, dude, don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, did he give a reason for it, or
No, we were in New York City, and I was like, why don't we go out with Lisa Ann again?
I mean, at least try to spit some game, see where it goes.
So you haven't reached out.
Have not reached out.
He's not a friend, not a true friend.
Not a true friend.
All right, so so we hype up Strober for his Locked On Wizards. You've been doing Locked On Nats, right?
Yeah.
How long have you been doing Locked On Nats podcast?
I started that podcast 2 weeks after they traded Juan Soto. So,
wow, so you've been doing it for a while.
I've been doing it for a while
minute.
now.
You've
for
been
a
in
minute.
those streets.
I've been in the Nats. I have talked about every Nats prospect in the book.
So, and the whole Locked On bit it's based on this guy out of Utah, right?
Yeah, David Locke.
Right? He kind of owns a network in every town. They do a Locked On Wizards, Locked On I assume they do a Locked On Caps. They
do Locked On Capitals.
Locked On Commanders and Locked On Wizards, Locked On Nationals. So
on everything.
The bit is
Everything.
You're supposed to kind of do one every day, right?
Every day, 5 days a week.
5 days a week. You can
5
have
days a
weekends off.
Weekends off for the most part.
Unless there's breaking news.
Unless there's massive news or
Right.
whatever. But yeah, typically just 5 days a week.
All right, so what's going to happen with the trade deadline?
I think right now they trade Foster Griffin. Like, that's the right move. You sign him to a 1 year, $5.5 million deal. And if they're telling you, like, oh, we expected him to do this.
No, they're not.
They don't expect. They never expected
him to
this.
be good, but not this good.
But you got to sell high right now. Like, I think that Foster Griffin, here's what it comes down to. If the Nationals had a realistic chance to keep Foster and sign him to an extension, then I would say, okay, let's keep him. But are you believing that the Learners are going to dish out the money that it's going to take to re-sign Foster
but what if
Griffin?
you just get
I don't think they're going to dish out the money for anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What if you're just going to get a couple, very middling relievers, some veteran relievers, where you could get a compensatory? GP said you could get as much as a
comp
second-round pick.
You could, yeah. You can get a comp pick for him. And I think that is valuable with a team that actually does value the draft. But I also think that you're not going to get middling relievers. I think that you could get a pretty legit prospect. Is it going to be a top 100 prospect in baseball? Probably not. But let's say if the Tigers decide to hold on to Tarek Skubal. That completely opens it up for Foster Griffin.
He gone.
I think so too, but let's say that they do. Then I think that Foster Griffin does get you a pretty nice premium. Like, does it look like a top 100 prospect? I don't know. Is it a major league ready pitcher already up in the majors? I don't know. But I think that if you can get something along those lines, then you should absolutely trade him at this point.
But wouldn't a second-round pick be better than all that?
I mean, it could be. Like, if the Nationals value that, like, you got to look into next year's draft. Like, if you think that this is going to be a really loaded draft class, which I'm sure they've got all the answers for that, then you just decide to hold on to him.
What about Garcia?
I would trade him.
I mean, he's just balling. He only has one more year under control, right?
Yeah, he's signed through 2027. Yeah. Right? I actually just saw it today. He's leading National League in slugging. Like, it is incredible, but
he's having a great year.
An incredible season.
Does that mean you're punting?
I think.
See, when they got rid of Meade, they had House.
They did, yeah.
Now, if you get rid of Garcia,
you're going to play Chaparro at first.
Well, even then, it's like you have the best offense in baseball. Mm-hmm. And then in the last 2 weeks before the trade deadline, when you are competitive, you're
now
2.5 games back, you now trade Meade and Garcia Jr. Those are two of your top 4 hitters right now.
Right.
I mean, that's a hard sell to the fan base, but also more importantly, it's a hard sell to the clubhouse if
That's
you decide
the
to
thing.
move off him. And that's kind of what I wonder if. I don't think they will trade Luis Garcia just because of kind of the optics of it. But if I were the GM, I would trade him. I don't think he's going to replicate this again.
If you're the GM, it's totally different because you're building for Taboni's obviously building for 2030.
Yeah.
But as a fan, I want to see him keep these guys and add some more guys on the roster. Get the roster better to have a shot in September, even though you're chasing a lot of teams. Now, luckily last night, all the teams they were chasing all lost.
Yeah.
So we only lost a half a game because Philly didn't play. But I just want to add and see what they can do in September. What happens if they beat Atlanta tonight and beat Atlanta tomorrow? That could change. That could
you're
change.
in buy mode. You're probably.
It almost depends on
Right?
what they do in the next 2 days, 3 days. Now,
I mean,
if they lose 3 out of 4 and they're 4 out instead of 2.5 out, then maybe Taboni says, "Let's cut it." But I think it kind of depends on what they're doing. I'm sure they've already talked. They're not trading CJ.
They're not trading CJ.
They're not trading CJ.
No. And they should not. I mean, I think you're right. Like, this is their wild card series these next 3 games.
That's a big one, yeah.
It sounds so dumb to say in July.
Yeah.
But, like, this is it.
Well, it's
Like,
almost August. I mean,
exactly. I mean, it's
tomorrow's
August
yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
But still, like, this does feel major for the Nationals. And it does feel as if they kind of have to win at least 2 of these next 3 games to kind of keep in contention. Because let's say if you drop 2 of these 3 games and you're looking at what, 4.5 games back potentially?
Possibly.
And then all of a sudden, you lose one of your top pitchers with Foster Griffin. The bullpen's not going to get any better. And, you know, what kind of faith do you have?
Did Taboni fleece the Red Sox in the Curtis Mead deal?
Yeah.
I think he did personally.
Yeah.
Like, I know Bish and I were talking about it. Conley is legit.
He's good.
Like, he is a good pitcher. And I
And
think
he's young. He's 24.
he's 24 years old. He's signed through 2031.
And they didn't
Like,
really need Mead.
They didn't need Mead. Like, that was kind of a house money play here.
Yeah.
Like, you get him for Boston Smith, who, don't check the stats on him. The guy's crushing the baseball in the White Sox system.
Is he?
But still, regardless of that, you make that trade 100 times out of 100.
Of course you do.
And so I like the move for moving
All right,
off
real
of Mead.
quick, we're going to let you go, but real quick, how does this work? I don't know if you've talked about it yet on your pod. How does the work stoppage play out? How do you see this going, and how long, et cetera?
I think that we won't see baseball until at least July.
Ooh.
Like, I've kind of subbed to
And
that.
that's going to be because they're locked out.
I think they're going to be locked out for a good
You're
while.
going to be locked out of your podcast. if they're
No
locked out
joke,
of
no
baseball.
joke. I have an evergreen page right now to write down topics for the Nationals.
I'm
Like,
sure.
I think we are not going to see baseball games played until July.
Wow.
What's the big sticking point from the owners? Is there one particular
Salary cap.
They
Yeah.
want a
They want a salary cap,
and the players do not.
The players do not.
Right.
I can understand that. If you're, look,
I mean, look,
you're on the team, you want to control costs as much as you
The
can.
months of June and July are pretty much dead anyway when it comes to sports
No
talk.
baseball?
I mean, unless unless the Wizards do something crazy and they're playing late into the spring or early summer. But can you imagine no baseball until July or through July?
That would be brutal.
Oh,
we'd be locked out of our jobs if that.
Cakes, I am dreading it. I am dreading it.
It wouldn't be great. Well, Ryan,
Good
thanks
job,
for the time,
Claire.
man. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Glenn
He's
Powell.
a doppelganger for both Luke McCaffrey and Glenn Powell, apparently. When we come back, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Soja when they play Nationals Park this weekend. So keep listening. Coming up at the end of this segment, we will give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Soja when they come to Nats Park. Oh, that show is tomorrow. So keep listening for your chance to win. We will do that before the show is over today. So there's not much time left, so it's coming up soon.
Matt
EB doesn't have a lot of time left to go buy his AJ DeMonsa jersey.
Matt Myers.
Really hoping somebody would show up with one.
Matt Myers, Mikey Brennan, 7-2 back. Mikey Brennan had 8 straight birdies yesterday at one
He was
point.
one away from the PGA Tour record.
Yeah, and then he bogeyed, I think, 16. But anyway, so he's already come back with a couple birdies today. 2 back of the lead. Mikey Brennan's just a stud from Leesburg, Virginia. And you know what? Matt Myers.
Jason Bishop
might be able to watch a little Rocket Classic at Open Road tonight.
Nice.
Although you're going to get there a little late, it might be over. But
I will catch the replay.
you can watch the replay. They're going to be out at Open Road Distilling, Reston Town Center.
Yeah,
bring
a gift for
7.
Drab.
Around 7, Drabby will be out there. Mike Moore will be out there.
I mean, Drab's already gotten a gift from his buddy Trey. Gave him a cake for his birthday.
Nice.
We talked about
A
that
rainbow
earlier in the
cake?
show.
It's fitting. A perfect gift. It's actually a great gift.
Curious Trey.
Yeah. I got a busy day. So I got to go from here. I got to race over to PT. Then I got race.
There's no racing.
All right. Then I got to race over to the club because my daughter and Stevie's girlfriend are getting golf lessons. I got to tell Jeff he's doing a 2-for-1 today. He's doing 2 for not just 1.
Okay.
Right.
Because I told the girls you can't. I'm not bringing you on a golf course. It's crazy to even do it after 1 lesson, but I'm not bringing you on a golf course if you haven't had at least 1 lesson.
Work is what that is. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah, so I got to get a lesson, and then I got to go. I got to get an air mattress because we're renting houses that are too small for these overgrown kids.
Okay.
And I got to get a jersey.
I told him I could have brought my air
And you
mattress.
got to get the super light.
Oh, I got to go.
forgot that.
You told me that they sell them at the Safeway in Olney.
Of course they do.
So that's what
I
I'll
think
go
I
get
haven't
my-
seen people walking out of there, myself included, one tucked underneath my elbow on the way out.
They're gaining steam. I'm seeing them more and more, like golf courses. They're hitting the
They're going
golf
big.
course.
They're going really big.
Yeah. So yeah, I got busy. Oh, and then I got to put that dumb thing on top of my car.
Oh,
I hate
bane
that.
of your existence.
That like U-Haul looking thing from like 1972.
Yeah.
From like National Lampoon's Vacation.
You got a lot of stuff going on today,
a
buddy.
lot. And I've packed nothing.
What exactly are you putting in the thing on top of your car? Because don't you get like Beachmasters to
I do.
bring all your stuff down to the beach for you?
Yeah, Beachmasters is great.
probably.
Well, I got a ton of luggage. Like
Oh,
I
yeah,
said,
golf
this year
clubs.
golf
Golf
clubs is
clubs.
a new thing. But even like Beachmasters is great. But they might provide 8 chairs.
Okay.
I got 16 people.
It's a lot of people.
And then we got coolers, chairs.
You need to rent a bigger house. Just like Chief Brody said,
But
you
even
need a
if I
bigger
did-
boat,
even if
you
I-
need a bigger house.
Even if I have a bigger house, that's for sure. But the Beachmaster situation in particular,
Yeah.
it's not going to get any bigger unless I had 2 delivered.
Can you?
Understood.
What's the address of the house? I want to look at it.
I don't know.
I'm serious. I'm gonna look at it.
I can find out for you.
That's what I
It's-
mean.
It's not a massive house. It's like a.
Does it have a pool? Private pool?
Does this particular one? No. This one is affiliated with a. I mean, sometimes we do.
It's got a community pool.
It's got a community pool. It's actually really nice.
Is this one where you chop it up with your brothers as far as like the
Or are you
expense?
paying for
we
majority?
always do. We
Yeah,
always, we
yeah.
always do that.
Yeah.
No, this has got a great community pool where it's almost like a ton of people there.
Yeah.
And they got a great snack bar.
Rather
or
have the
whatever.
private.
The private's nice.
I'd rather have the private
The
pool.
private's nice,
Oh,
but I actually
you know
really
what?
like
You're
the
gonna pay
community one.
extra
The
for the
pool
private.
could come in handy.
I've
because
had the private.
Valdez, I think it was either off the coast of Myrtle Beach or Hilton Head within the past week where a hammerhead shark was swimming
In the
about-
pool? Oh, I didn't see that.
No, not in the pool, in the ocean.
Oh, I thought you would say you got in the pool. Oh.
It leapt in the
I don't
air.
know.
and then
It's
get in
gonna
the
get
pool.
I was going to say, how did it get in the pool?
No, it was swimming around about, I don't know, 30 yards offshore.
Yeah.
Really close to where some people were swimming.
Yeah.
And hammerhead, they'll bite you.
I don't really
Don't think
worry
they
about.
won't.
I don't really worry about that too much. Maybe I should, but I don't really. We don't go out that
I don't
far.
worry about it a lot, but just know they're out there.
What I don't like is if it's like maybe after a stormy day or whatever, and I think there's going to be, there's always a little bit of rain sometimes when you're out there. Might be just for an hour or something, but when it gets murky, when
Yeah.
it's not silly and blue, you just never know where you're putting your feet. That's what I don't like. That's what I don't
That's
get.
why
size.
you need,
What?
you need to add to your list a pair of water shoes.
I didn't know the Outer Banks was like the Caribbean.
It's not like the Caribbean, but it can be pretty blue. It's way
Now-
better. Put it this way: it's way better than the Delaware beaches. It
It's
is on a
definitely
nice
clearer.
day. At a nice day.
I had never been
It's
to
not
the
as
Outer
nice as the
Banks
Caribbean, but-
before last 2 weeks ago. I was a little bit struck by it. I wasn't expecting it to be as
Thank you,
as
Cakes.
blue as
Now,
blue green
when a
as it
storm
was.
comes through, it gets murky, and then it starts to look like your Delaware beaches. But when it's nice, it's pretty nice.
Hey, it's Monty. Don't sully the Delaware beaches, EB.
Telling you.
Or Hilton Head that he always hypes up.
Yeah.
Got-
Not me. He's
no,
a
no,
Hilton Head
Valdez.
guy.
Yeah, it's got,
yeah,
it's
huge
got
Hilton
butt
Head.
poopy water.
Oh, it's definitely brown water. A lot of brown water. There's plenty of brown water in Kiowa, too. It's definitely not crystal clear.
I've swam in the brownest water possible. I'll be all right.
No, I swim in it. It's fine, but I don't like stepping in it sometimes. If it's particularly,
I mean, you're preaching to the choir.
yeah,
I mean, I'm right there with
you
you.
have no idea what you're stepping on.
You think I want to gash my foot on some sea creature that I can't see that's living on the bottom of the ocean?
Right.
My
No,
dad,
thank
my
you.
dad had a stingray barb in his foot
Well, that's
from
painful.
Hilton Head.
You did?
Yeah, had to go to the hospital.
Yeah, you know what that'll do? Ruin your vacation. If you get stung by a stingray, now not in the heart, obviously, like Steve Irwin. That's a different category. That ruins everything.
That ruined Steve
But
Irwin's vacation.
For a stingray to sting you on your ankle or your foot,
that
ruins your vacation.
Of course it would.
Vacation might as well be over.
Or stepping on a crab and
Step-
slicing your foot open.
Step on a horseshoe
No,
crab.
horseshoe crab.
Yes. Or step on a crab and it just grabs your toe and you just can't get it off.
Never had that happen.
It happens. It happens.
I'm sure it has.
But I'm saying that would also ruin your vacation.
That would not be great. Most crabs that I encounter are already dead, and they're not going to be grabbing you with anything.
So Mr. Bickle's going to makes 4 to 5 stops today before he goes home.
I got a bunch of stops.
He's probably going to go to bed around 11, get up at
It'd be late.
3:45.
Be late.
Will there be any stops between Kensington and North Carolina?
Only a catastrophe would.
Nobody's going to have to go to the bathroom even once
No.
in 4
The
plus
rule
hours.
the rule is before you get in the car, go pee pee. Everybody go pee pee.
Okay,
and then
I understand
you're
that.
Not
Okay,
you're not
that's-
drinking a big Stanley on the way down
That's
there.
every person on every road trip ever goes to the bathroom first, but sometimes, like 2 hours in, nature calls. You got to go.
No,
What car
not
are
if,
you
Not
bringing?
if you deprive yourself properly.
What car are you bringing down?
Probably the van, of course.
The van?
That's got
The
the
minivan?
most room. Yeah.
And how many people will be in the minivan?
I mean, you're asking me a lot of questions.
I mean, just your family, or are you?
I don't know. Me?
5?
No, because Meg's coming in from
and
Chicago.
your mom?
My mom's going with my sister.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be the one.
They'll have to stop.
They're going to have stops.
Understood.
And my brother-in-law just got silly Toyota Tundra.
Okay.
Is that what it's called?
Oh, that's a big dog.
Dude, that's a big dog. It's going to be a hard getting her in and out of that thing.
Yeah.
You know
You're
what?
gonna need a
You know what he can
freaking
do?
escalator.
You know what he can do in the Outer Banks with her? He keep Mrs. Bickle in the car, drive around on the beach, do donuts,
you
spit
get-
sand
I don't
everywhere.
go to that beach. Where you take your,
Okay,
you
well,
take
you
your
can.
truck.
It is an option.
That is a
Put her on
thing.
the roof like Beverly Hillbilly.
Strap her in the
with
rocking
that-
chair.
Yeah, like a bedpan.
Give her a thrill, right? Give her a thrill.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score a pair of tickets to Soja with special guest Pigeons playing ping pong. That is tomorrow, Saturday, August 1st at Nats Park. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, you can visit thefandc.com/events.
JP Finley coming up next. Going to talk about Stephon Diggs for 4 hours.
I'm sure he will.
Stephon Diggs, because he coming to Washington this weekend.
Something might happen, though. I
It
think we're
might.
getting close.
Hope
We're getting
everybody has a
close.
great weekend. We will see you Monday. B. Mitch and Finley. They're coming up next here on The Fan.
The Nationals battled but come up just a little bit short against the Braves, falling 5-4 after leading 3-0 mid-fourth. Dalen Lyle with 2 homers, and Luis Garcia Jr. hit his 19th.
Here's the pitch. Swing a long drive, right field toward the corner. This one headed toward the chop house. It is long, long gone on the roof of the chop house. A tape measure home run for Luis Garcia Jr., and the Nationals lead it 2-0. That's number 23 for Garcia, adding to his career high.
The Call on the Fan, Game 2 tonight at Atlanta, 7:15 with Foster Griffin to the bump. Commanders training camp continues. The buzz about wide receiver Deebo Samuel. He signs back with the 49ers. Commanders continue to monitor the Stephon Diggs situation. Mubadala open today. Rock Creek Park at 12. Jessica Pagula, Naomi Osaka at 2. 1 seed Alex DeMinauer versus UVA's Brandon Nakashima at 2. Taylor Fritz at 3:30. Ben Shelton at 8. The Mets deal AJ Minter to the Twins ahead of the trade deadline. From Crop Metcalf, Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Good conversation with the Junkies there in the bullpen. Seems like a lot of vacations going on for those guys. Happy for them. This is the time of year. B-Mitch is down in Louisiana. So I believe Louisiana is Central Time. So it's 9 a.m. down there. And he's on a family trip. This isn't a golf trip. This isn't a guy's trip. Do we think B has had a cocktail yet? 9 a.m. Louisiana time,
Yes,
that might as well be midnight. So I'm guessing, yes. I wouldn't be shocked if B has a tequila on the rocks and a bowl of gumbo right now, frankly, even though it's 9 a.m. Lot for us to discuss. Obviously, we've been in Ashburn the past couple days. Back in studio today. The Commanders are closed to the media today. The schedule is just a walkthrough. I want to open the phone lines up because I think there's a lot of frustration in the fan base. But before I get to that, I want to salute something. My daughters had their swim team banquet last night. So swim season is over. A lot of kids accomplished a lot of goals, and it's terrific. And my kids had a good swim season. We probably mistimed our beach trip because they missed a lot of swim. That's kind of on mom and dad, not on them. But they did very well. Their backstroke for both my girls is really good. Like, I'm very happy and appreciative of the coaches. But last night at the swim team banquet, they give out awards to all the kids. And this one thing blew me away. And these are friends of mine. Shout out to the Pollocks. But their youngest son, tell me if this, you guys, none of you have kids. You're all young, even though Jeff's fake young. But like you two are actually in your 20s. Jeff pretends he's in his 20s. But not having kids, this might not register like it did for me. My boy Andrew Pollock last night got an award. I don't know exactly what the award was, but it was basically like best contribution to the diving team, right? And I think the diving team did very well. So congratulations to the diving team. This boy's 9 years old, and he competed in the 14 and under diving division. Is that one of the most that's a 5-year age difference.
It's pretty crazy.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I've known this. I've known this family for 10 years. Like I've known this kid since he was like a toddler. So I was just blown away by one, what must be incredible ability, but two, just like the desire, the competitiveness, the good teammate part of that. I was just blown away by it. So I want to congratulate Andrew. All right. Now we'll get to some football conversation. And Deebo Samuel signs last night with the 49ers. It's funny because I guess I never like tweeted it out and said per source. How many times on this radio program did I say Deebo's not coming back here? That ship has sailed. Because I bet I've said it 100 times.
More than 100.
Right. But like, because I never technically tweeted it out and said Deebo Samuel won't return to the Commanders per source. Like, people are like, man, why weren't they bringing him back? He was never coming back here. The ship had sailed. They like That was not happening. Honestly, him re-signing in San Francisco makes a lot of sense. They're dealing with their own injuries out there. So the Debo thing wasn't going to happen here, period. I do think the Steph Diggs thing remains open, remains viable, a possibility. If I'm Steph Diggs and his camp, and you see Trey Burks get an injury on the first day of camp, even if it is incredibly minor, even if Dan Quinn's telling the total truth, I think Steph Diggs' price just went up. Hey, I need one more incentive in there that if I have 30 catches, that's another $500K. Like whatever it is, because it's just remarkable for this Commanders team all offseason. The thing I was most concerned about was corner. And they added somebody. They signed a veteran, Rasul Douglas. He had an interception yesterday, I believe. Like, that's a veteran corner that knows how to play the position. He's an NFL player, period. And I've said this repeatedly. In the receiver room, they added NFL players in De'Ami Brown and Van Jefferson. Like, the depth in the receiver room is significantly different than what it was last year. Because even now, if Burks is going to miss some time, De'Ami has looked quite good through 2 days of training camp. But throughout the offseason, I think my boy Mitch Tischler, we do the podcast together, he's been screaming about the center position since they released Biotish, since they decided to just go with Allegretti at the position. And I like Nick. I like him as a human. I like him as a player. But he sustains a calf strain. Dan Quinn said the words calf strain. I'm not inventing that. With Trey Burks, it's foot soreness. That's a very ubiquitous thing. Calf strain has, like, you can Google that. One of these Twitter doctors that claims to know everything, like, they can tell you typically how much time you miss. And there are degrees of a strain, certainly. But what's remarkable is, and I want to be crystal clear that I'm not knocking Julian Good-Jones. Like, he was thrust into a situation yesterday that wasn't ideal for him. But the lack of depth at the center position, it's not going to bury you. It's August. If Allegretti's back on the field by next Thursday, then none of this really matters. Like, if Allegretti is the starting center when you get into the preseason, this is all forgotten. But they have put themselves in a position with very, very little depth at the center position. And credit to Stallion. Like, he is learning. Had you ever been to training camp before the last couple of days?
As a fan, I have, but not as a media member.
Okay. So, Stallion, I walk in this morning, and he had told, what did you tell the Junkies? Because then they immediately asked me a question.
I told them, I was like, I thought the offense kind of struggled a little bit.
No, that's not what you said.
I thought Jaden missed a couple throws yesterday.
Sure. And what I said is, well, you had a backup center in there, and Julian Good-Jones has been, I think he look up when he got out of Iowa State, White Brian. I want to say 23 was his first year in the NFL, but he's been an NFL practice squad player for some time. He has been active in one game, week 17 or 18, 2023 against the Cowboys, and he had 2 offensive snaps. And I think Julian Good-Jones is better slated to play guard than he is to play center. But, like, if you watched yesterday and your takeaway was Jaden missed some throws, you're entirely missing the boat because they were in red zone and the center of the offensive line was just getting blown up. Deron Payne was just having his way. So Jaden got sacked on back-to-back plays. They had a 1st and goal from like the 5, and they ended up with like 3rd and goal from the 21. It's not on Jaden. He's running for his life. And if Jalen Lane makes a catch on the 3rd and 22, I bet Stallion feels very differently about Jaden's afternoon. So I think you got to look at the totality of the picture. But what I want to do for the phone lines, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I'll let you start mad. I think because it's July 31st, is that what day it is? July 31st? You know what I'm terrible at? I never know what month has how many days. I know October because Halloween is the 31st, and I know February has 28. But outside of that, I know there's like some way of knowing. There's like some nursery rhyme or whatever that kids know. I have no idea what month has how many days. Like how many days are in March, Stallion? 30 or 31?
I think it's 31. Wait, no.
See, you don't know either.
Yeah, I don't.
How many days are in? I guess November's 30 because December has 31 because of New Year's Eve. I guess I could go backwards off New Year's Eve and Halloween. Is there a nursery rhyme for that? Isn't there some rhyme?
Probably is. I don't know it.
I appreciate that input, White Brian. Thank you. Here's my question for these phone lines. Since free agency opens in March, they went after Alec Pierce, didn't get him, which I'm cool with. They went after Linderbaum. Vegas wasn't going to be denied on that. They paid a center a boatload of cash. They didn't get him. But how mad are you that the positions you've been screaming about or tweeting me about are wide receiver and center, and on the first day of camp, the starting center gets hurt, and then will likely be okay. I can't stress that enough, that it is July 31st. He will likely be fine, but he did get banged up the first day. And presumably the number 2 wide receiver, Trey Burks, foot soreness. Fairly, I don't know, ambiguous. I don't know what foot soreness means. I don't know how long he's going to be out. But Burks is a guy that has never played more than 11 games in a season. I think Trey Burks could play, but I think he's got to stay on the field to do it. And I'm just curious where fans are. Like, if it was a linebacker injured his wrist on the first day, I don't think it would feel the same as the center and the wideout being injured, if that makes sense. If it was one of the D linemen, if it was, one of the tight ends. Weirdly, we didn't get much of an answer. John Bates didn't practice much yesterday. Maybe he was getting a vet day. I think it's kind of crazy to get a vet day on the second day of camp, but they have their reasons for all their veterans days. But I think because people were so concerned about the center position after the release of Tyler Biadasz, and then people were so concerned, about the wide receiver position that they didn't add to it, and people still want them to add to it now. And Steph Diggs is available, and we've dealt with 6 months of Brandon Ayuk social media posts. The fact that, however minor those issues are, the fact that it's those 2 positions, I just feel like it generates some real frustration from the fan base. Oh, dude, who's ready? Anybody ready to rock? Mark in Largo on a Friday morning to kick off the show? Let's go. Hello, Mark.
Up,
how do you do, bud?
How you doing? What's up, bro? How you doing, man?
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I do kind of agree with the fan base. I think the center position. I've said for the past 2-3 years about the wide receiver position, and I'm still upset about that. That's one thing. It's the center position right now that's become a disaster. Starting with letting Biadasz go, and then not getting the guy from that went to Oakland. Went to Vegas and stuff like that. Now look at where we're at right now. I'm gonna tell you right now, if they get off to a bad start, you've seen what Josh Harris has done in Philadelphia by getting rid of Daryl Morey, cleaning house, and keeping the coach. Because I look at 24, Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels got this team to that NFC title game, not Adam Peters. And Adam Peters is really showing he's an aptitude to really heighten and help this team out on the offensive side of the ball. And what's crazy is, and I feel like everybody feels the same way I feel about Peters now, is this is a pattern with him as far as not getting the players that we're supposed to get, and then he comes up with excuses. I mean, they need to be on the phone this weekend to get centers. The wide receiver position with Stephon Diggs, look. Let me say this to you, JP. If they sign Stephon Diggs, he should submit his resignation the day after. And at the bottom of his resignation, he should put down there, Jaden, I'm so sorry. And
you'll be mad if they sign Diggs?
I think what it shows is if you sign Stephon Diggs, it shows me you have no way of putting a quality receiving core around your quarterback. Everybody else in this draft class has done it. Look at everybody else in this draft class, JP. They're kind of dwarfs ours. In our division, I was looking at something yesterday, which is interesting. Washington has the 30th worst receiving core in the league.
Those 30th. Are arbitrary rankings, but yeah, I've seen that stuff. So, Mark, I appreciate your passion. I appreciate your passion, sincerely. I hope you know that.
Love you too, JP. Yeah, I love you
I
too,
think
man.
to call anything a disaster on July 31st is premature. I want to at least say that. I think there's frustration with the fans. I think it couldn't have gone worse for day one to see two, albeit minor, injuries to those specific positions. I also want to point this out, that a lot of people are going to call and say, get a center right now. The centers you're going to get on July 31st probably have some pretty big question marks. Not to say they maybe can't help, but there's some question marks. I think if we get, so hold on, as we're talking about days and months of the year, the amount of people that are texting me about how you can tell the days and months of the year, our Monumental producer Joey is claiming there's a knuckle trick. White Brian knows some knuckle tricks, all right? Nobody knows about days and months of the year with your knuckles. My mom texted me. She said 30 days has September, April, June, and November. So maybe write that down somewhere, White Brian. We'll keep track that way. I am.
We're going to see if you remember that at the end of the show.
No chance. No chance. My brain is too full of football to contain. There's things I'm good at. I'm good at state capitals. I'm good at international capitals. Nairobi is the capital of Kenya. And I'm good at football. But, like, that's about the list. Like, I like going on walks with my kids. Like, there's not a lot I'm good at. I don't know what to tell you. What I can tell you is there's a dead week on the NFL calendar. Roster cuts have to go from 90 to 53, even though it's kind of 70, August 30th, right? And then they don't play till the following week. So if you're looking at the dead week on the NFL calendar, it's August 30th till about September 8th. And they'll practice a little here and there, but it's kind of just glad handing, chilling out. Like, what I can tell you with certainty is all over the NFL, that's the most golf that gets played technically in season. What also happens there, help me with the math on this. There's 32 NFL teams. Washington is one of them. So there will be a pool of players going from 90 to 70, which is 20 players. Do the math for me, W. There will be 20 times 31 players immediately available because those guys will get released from other rosters.
620.
Perfect. Then you've got 17 players on NFL rosters all over the country. 17 times 31. That's 70 to 53 zone. That if Washington finds someone they like, they can sign to their active. So that increases that 620 pool to what? Another 17 times 31. Whatever that number is.
1,177.
There will be 1,177 players that are on rosters right now that Washington cannot sign that will become available on August 30th. I find it very hard to believe that we get to September 5th, whatever day Labor Day is, that they haven't added a veteran from another roster at the center position. Now, is that a justifiable answer to them not having dealt with this in March or April? Perhaps not. But I can't stress enough. One, I think they'll add somebody at the position once roster cuts clear. Two, I wonder if they want Matt Golban, the 6th-round rookie out of Michigan State, who is a center, if they want him to get a couple weeks of NFL training camp under his belt before he would actually be the backup to Allegretti. And on day 2 of training camp, they're not going to thrust that rookie into that role. But if we're talking week 3 and Allegretti gets banged up, I think it would be Golban over Julian Good-Jones. All of that said, if you're concerned about the center position, I get it. They did not add to the position. I like Allegretti. If you listen to DQ and AP the other day talk about Allegretti, they love the guy. There's a lot to like there, but it is remarkable that on day 1 of camp, going into day 2, Dan Quinn has to get up there and say, yeah, our center and our wide receiver are going to miss some time. Phone lines are full. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. If you're on hold, stay there. I'm taking you as soon as we come back. How frustrated are you that 2 days into camp, you got the starting center and presumably a starting wide receiver missing time?
This update brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? A lot of fun. Felt like a playoff game early on for the Nationals, jumping out to a 3-0 lead, but the first place Braves come back to win it 5-4. Luis Garcia Jr. hit his 19th, and Dalen Lyle a pair of early homers.
22 doubles and 5 triples in the extra base hit department. He drives one to deep right center field. Acuna takes a jog and watches. It is gone. Goodbye.
Jake Irvin retired the first 10 batters he faced. The call on the fan, wide receiver Deebo Samuel returning to the 49ers, so the Commanders are still monitoring the Stephon Diggs situation as training camp continues. Mubadala Open continues Rock Creek Park, some good ones today. Number 1 seed Jessica Pagula at 12 noon, Naomi Osaka at 2, 1 seed Alex DeMinauer versus Virginia's Brandon Nakashima at 2, Taylor Fritz at 3:30, Ben Shelton under the lights at 8. The Saints' Chris Olave signs a 4-year extension worth up to $132 million. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Jeff's playing this song because he's not worried about nothing. Be Mitch Finley is brought to you by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool. Keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. Let's do a pop quiz for the aquarium. Boys, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Ain't right.
There we go. Listen, man. Yeah, White Brian didn't say it. That's 10 push-ups. It's not a great look for a team with receiver questions and questions at the center position to have those two dudes get injured on the first day of training camp. And maybe injured is too strong of a word. Maybe they just got hurt. Like, it's entirely possible we get to Ashburn tomorrow morning for the first training camp practice with fans, and both Burks and Allegretti are back on the field. And they missed one day of July 29th practice, and it's a 0 out of 10. But I think there are real frustrations among the fan base that those positions weren't, at least the depth of the position, because left hand up, I'm cool with Allegretti being their starting center. I was fine with it. The Biadasz release brought some question marks for me, but like I get wanting to give Nick that shot. But the depth of the position is a real question mark. The continued, somebody asked me this yesterday. In Terry McLaurin's tenure, he was drafted in 2019. It's now, we're going into the 2026 season. So that's 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That's 7 seasons going into year 8. I guess I could have just subtracted there. Who's been the best number 2 for Terry? You can look up the stats. I wouldn't be shocked if the second leading receiving total in Terry's tenure here was Deebo last season. And a lot of that was because Terry was out most of that season. But like, there's no real answer to that, right? So I can understand if there's frustrations. It's not that they haven't drafted at the position. Drafted McCaffrey, drafted Lane. This year they drafted Williams. And to Williams' credit, he looks quite good. I got to see it with pads on. I got to see him get off press coverage with pads on. I cannot wait to watch him and Amik Robertson when they get to go a little bit. But he does look really good. All that said, like, how frustrated are you that these are the conversations this fast into training camp? I'm going to let Sean in Falls Church weigh in. What's up, Sean?
How you doing, JP? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing, I guess, better than the depth of the center and wide receiver position. It was just that those were the two that we talked about like all offseason. It was that and corner, and it just, again, it is July 31st, yes, but if this is a problem week 1, you know who's going to eat? A guy who just got paid a lot of money, Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis.
He's chomping at the bit if this is a problem week 1. Now, it is July 31st. I don't think it's going to be that big of a problem, but the depth needs to be addressed before week 1. I can promise you that.
It's a fair call, Sean. I appreciate it. And pointing out, I mean, week 1, Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. Week 2, Quinnen Williams. Like remember last year when Connerly had to face like Burks and then Max Crosby and Micah Parsons? Like his welcome to the NFL was rough. And to his credit, he kind of persevered. but like the interior defenses in the NFC are loaded. So it's fair. All right, we're going to go around the horn here. Who's been on hold the longest? My guy Antonio in Germantown. What's up, Tony?
Yo, what's going on, fellas, man? Love the show, by the way.
Appreciate you, bud.
So what's crazy is for me, out of like my Commanders friend group, I was the only one from the beginning has been concerned about center. I was the only one. Everybody was wide receiver and, defensive back, and I'm still concerned about wide receiver because we are one, God forbid, Terry McLaurin injury away from us having the same looking stuff from last year. But with the center situation that got me messed up is that we acting like, oh, yeah, Allegretti been the guy the whole time. No, he hasn't. He was going to be the backup because they were trying to get Linderbaum. And as soon as they got outbid for Linderbaum, which I don't blame them for being outbid like that, they were just like, yeah, Allegretti been our guy the whole time. And they bring in like a rookie. Cool, I get that. But we have nothing else after that. Me personally, I wanted them to at least bring in another vet to kind of battle with. Like I was hoping that, what's the guy that the Ravens just brought in, Ethan Pochich, could come in to help in a battle or something, and we don't. And now we sit here after not even really the first full week of training camp, and here we are possibly having center questions and, of course, having wide receiver questions because Treylon Burks is never daggone healthy. So I'm really confused off that. And to be honest, Stephon Diggs should be getting phone calls right now, trying to come to this team right now from Adam Peters because he's shown some negligence in some of his picks and choices over his tenure so far. He's still a good GM, but has shown some negligence on depth pieces for us as a team.
It's a good call, man, and I appreciate it. The Pochich one, White Brian, I don't know if you know phonetics at all. Let's figure out how to say this dude's last name because I've heard it 100 different ways. Pochich. Let's figure that out. Step one. Step two, that's fair, dude. He hit the market. Like, it's very rare that guys hit the market over the summer that have a viable, like, marketplace, if that makes sense. It's very rare that a guy hits the street that people will want. And maybe Washington should have jumped there. But I think they wanted to show love and show that they were behind Allegretti. And, this is pro sports. Like, maybe it's not the time to show love, but Baltimore jumped on that. And by and large, Baltimore has been smart in their free agency signings. So maybe that is a miss. We'll see. I can't stress enough, it's July 31st. This could be much ado about nothing, to quote Bill Shakes. Like, it could be much ado about nothing, but I could separate. These are minor things in late July, and we shouldn't be freaked out because I will tell people you should not be freaked out right now. We don't need premature freakalation. All right. That said, you could be frustrated with how it was built. Those are separate issues to me. Let's go to my guy Alton down in Richmond. What's up, Alton?
What's up, JP? How you doing, man?
I'm chilling, dude. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. JP, this is the problem that I have. Ever since Jaden was drafted, it was always here talk of Adam Peters didn't want Jaden or whatever and everything, which we see is starting to trigger with me now that could be true because you're not trying to put nobody around this guy. If this guy had broke his forearm last year because he put the whole team on his back, the first thing should have came to your mind when you, on the all season last year, let me get this guy some weapons. And you keep going by this culture and this character and all that, you're not going to find no guy in the NFL that's going to be 100% legit that don't have baggage with him, regardless. So regardless, whatever baggage he got or whatever, sometimes you got to overlook the little crazy stuff and just go and get the help the man need. Because I'm gonna tell you, if they go in with what they got now, ain't no need fans buying tickets to see disasters, because that's what you gonna see. Because if you seen it last year and it won't nobody but Debo and it won't no Terry, what's going to happen if something happened this year and there's no Terry? Keenan Allen out there, Stephon Diggs out there, you're going to keep messing around till both of them be gone. Then you're going to have to take one of your trade pieces and go get somebody on a trade, and you're still going to be behind the eight ball.
Can I counter that I think Terry's going to have a monster season?
Yeah, Terry going to have a monster season, JP, but all the time, every year, though, it's not about Terry. You got to give the boy some help. You can't just keep saying, well, Terry going to put up 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns. What if Jared don't put up 1,000 yards, 12 touchdowns? You gonna go with Traylon Burke? I heard every day, and I don't get the money they get, and I still work, and he's showing us a foot, and he can't go. Come on, man.
Appreciate the call, Alton. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate the passion. I think this touched a nerve in the fan base. Jeffrey, you remain ever the optimist. You see 12 wins, like you are good. How you feeling about this?
I just think we can't pass a judgment until we see the results on the field. That they could be right at the end of all of this. They could be wrong. However, they're going to have to deal with the consequences if it don't play out how they thought it would. Everything is a gamble. Whether you sign a player, if you don't sign a player, if you think your team is good, everything is a gamble. So I just feel as though we got to wait until it play out during the season.
Mature approach. My man Tony Davis at Redskins Crazy 1 tweeted me. Center problems, wide receiver problems. We're going 0-17. Laughing emoji. It's July. Not stressed at all. We good. So there are some folks out there that are on the, this isn't that big of a deal. It's early in training camp. But there are others that don't agree. Rod in Landover. What's up, Rod?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Look, maybe we need another receiver, maybe we don't. What we need is this running game. Listen, they talking about the play action and all this going on this year. Bill, I can't wait to see what Bill going to do, man. Last year he ran for over 800 yards, and he didn't even play a few games. I think if you get a guy like Bill that can get you about 1,100 yards, sprinkled in with the guy we got from Tampa Bay, and even maybe the rookie from Penn State, I think if you got a good running game with the play action, man, I think we'll be fine. I think the receiver part, maybe not. But I think if this running game really get going, I think we'd be all right. We got a couple of backs that catch the ball out the backfield. We got a tight end that can catch. We got a couple of guys that can catch the ball. De'Armond can catch the ball. Of course, Terry. We got a few receivers. It's only one football. You can't have, I think we got enough weapons. We need this running game to really, man, go full steam ahead. I think if we have a good running game, man, we're going to be all right.
Appreciate the call, Rod. Running the ball always helps, man. Look at Seattle. I'm going to sneak one more in here. My guy, Steve, is in Columbia. Steve, you frustrated?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, dude.
Okay. My issue is this, and I know Adam Peters is a smart guy and his team. You had Noah Brown last year. Noah Brown had an injury history, and you chose to stay with him. So now we know we have Traylon Burks, injury history. Let's not mess around. It may be nothing, but my gut tells me I'm going to go by his record. He'll probably be injured. God forbid if Terry gets injured, then you're stuck again. I don't know what the trepidation is about signing Diggs because he produces on the field, bottom line. So that I am very concerned about, alarmed about the wide receiver position and concerned about the center position. That's all.
Give me that one more time. You're concerned about wide receiver and alarmed by center?
Alarmed by wide receiver and concerned about center. I think there's guys that they have that can help, but the wide receiver position is a whole other game.
I appreciate you scaling that, Steve, because I think there are different situations. I appreciate the call, man. It's a good call. 800-636-1067. Take your calls at 11. We're switching to Nats. They've now lost 3 out of the last 4. What the hell are they going to do at the trade deadline? But we're sticking on this. How frustrated are you 2 days into camp by some of the decision-making process? It's B. Mitch and Finley. Up in the sky. B. Mitch and Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Talking Commanders training camp. All of our training camp coverage brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. Paul, if you're listening, I owe you a phone call, sir. My wife really starting to bug me about redoing this office. T is in Orlando. T, the question is simple. Are you frustrated with how the Commanders built out the roster at the center and the wide receiver position, particularly on the heels of some injuries at those spots?
Hey, what's going on, boss? I kind of like what the other guy said. I am concerned. I'm not alarmed yet, but I think I look at it a little bit differently maybe. The NFL is a battle of attrition throughout the season. I feel like having someone in the receiver position from the top or that can be near the top of that is way more important than a center. I don't know when the last time someone said that someone's a great center versus someone's an average center. It's not a very big distinction, so I feel like we can fill that role pretty easily with depth. But having someone on the receiving core that, God forbid, Terry tweaks something for a few weeks, or the guy who's there now, number 2, is out for a few weeks. We need someone who can not only step in with talent, but with experience and know-how to help fill that void in that period of time where we're lacking, to help us get past that issue or whatever the case is. So I feel like I'm a little bit more alarmed that we don't have that position more solidified, not necessarily someone better than Terry or number 1, but someone who can fill in if Terry goes out, but can also run next to him while he's there.
Fair call. I appreciate it, T. I do not think the center position will be a drag on this team for 17 games. I don't think that. I perhaps am more optimistic about Diami and Van and Antonio Williams and even Luke and Lane than others. But there's fair questions to be asked, certainly. Disco is in Laurel. What's up, Disco?
Hey, JP, what's going on, brother?
I'm about to sneeze. Besides that, everything's good.
Hey, man, look, so here's the thing. I don't want Adam Peters to make the same mistake that he made last season. If you remember, Noah Brown was injured in training camp, and he knew it. And he went into the season injured.
I think he was injured. I don't even think it was training camp.
Yeah, he was injured. So I don't want him to make that same mistake. But I also will say this. Everybody that's clamoring for a wide receiver, I always ask them, what would you have done? What would you do? You were down a lot of draft capital from the Lattimore and the Tunsil trade. Were you going to draft a wide receiver at 7 and leave Sonny Styles on the board? Were you going to trade that number 7 pick for a wide receiver? It's like, what would you have done? Alex Pierce ended up staying in Indianapolis. So, I mean, you couldn't put a gun to the man's head and make him come here. So, again, I keep asking, what would you have done with our limited draft capital? So with all of that being said, I would bring Diggs in because you're always looking to improve the roster, but all of this pontificating is what would you have done considering the draft capital that we had? What you think?
So it's a good question, Disco, and I appreciate you, man. Like, hypothetically, had they signed Romeo Doubs right now, would everyone feel way better? Yes, W?
I think so, yeah.
I'm going to pull the numbers. And maybe I'm sleeping on Romeo Doubs. Is he demonstrably better than what Van Jefferson and certainly Diami, because I know Diami's like regular season numbers. But is Romeo Doubs like that? Like, is there a 1,000-yard season I'm forgetting about? Because I feel like all those Packers receivers kind of end up. Like, Doubs last year went 55 for 724. If he was on this roster, everyone would feel way different, way better?
I think so.
Jeffrey? Like, Jeff's optimistic anyway.
If he was on this, if Steph was on the team, we wouldn't even be having these calls about receiver. Everyone would be talking about.
Steph could be on the team by a week from now.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck is our Ashburn schedule? We're out there tomorrow. Fans are out there. We're out there Monday. Fans are out there. Like, what day is it? 31st. So they're on tomorrow, off Sunday. Then they go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, off Thursday. Like, Steph could be out there by Wednesday of next week. They could be ramping him up. Everybody feels better? Then
Yes. I just feel as though if Steph signs here, fan base are going to lose their mind. They're not even going to even think about the center position.
I'm going to sneak Nick and Maryland in real quick. What's up, Nick?
Hey, JT. I think that our quarterback, he stays healthy, he'll make us a star. He'll take one of his third-round picks and some of the guys we've gotten, and let them come around and be good. And I have a weird thing on the back of my neck, man, that they're going to go after Psycho Boy. That's what they're waiting for. That's why they had to sign anybody, man.
You talking about Ayuk?
Yep. If Ayuk comes in and plays,
Dog, that ain't happening.
Nobody will be. You never know, man. Never say never in the NFL. NFL stands not for long. If you start thinking like that, you know that it's possible, man. Anything is.
I appreciate you, Nick. Share the heaters. That's my guy, Nick in Maryland. I don't think Ayuk's happening. Romeo Doubs last season had 55 catches for 724 yards. That's a real NFL wide receiver. Like, that's a dude that helps your football team. And he's younger. He's 26. He was a fourth rounder out of Nevada in 2022. If they had signed Romeo Doubs and people are like, oh man, we're good now. Is that demonstrably better than what Van Jefferson's done in his 6 NFL seasons? Where he's had 600-700 yard seasons? I'm just not entirely, like, some of it I think is just like people look at Over the Cap and Spot Track and scream about cap space. Like, this receiver market in free agency, in actual free agency, just wasn't very good. Alec Pierce got $30 million and has never had a 1,000-yard season. I think what they need to happen, Pierce went over 1,000 last year. Pardon me. He had 1,003 yards last season in 15 games. What they need to happen is one of the guys they've drafted to hit. That's what Romeo Doubs is. He's a fourth rounder out of Nevada. That his best season was 700 yards. They need Luke or Lane or Williams to give him 600 yards. Like, that's the path here. Let's talk a little baseball when we return. Britt Giroli will join us from The Athletic. Are the Nats going to trade everyone?
This update brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. Was exciting early for the Nationals, felt like a playoff game, but they fall to the Braves 5-4 despite hitting 3 homers. Players have meetings and a walkthrough today for the Commanders. No media. Fans' first day is Saturday, but all those tickets have been distributed and are sold out. Wide receiver Deebo Samuel's back with the 49ers. Commanders are still monitoring Stephon Diggs. Mubadala Open today starts at 12 with the 1 seed Jessica Pegula, Naomi Osaka at 2. Number 1 seed Alex de Minaur versus Virginia's Brandon Nakashima at 2. Taylor Fritz at 3:30 and Ben Shelton at 8. FIFA has started a consultation process over an expansion of the Men's World Cup to 64 teams. Are you a road technician that is tired of the outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today, COPT.com. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Curl, the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We are, I guess, 3 days out from the MLB trade deadline, and the Nats have a lot of decisions to make. Very excited to jump on the Rude guest hotline and welcome in Britt Ghiroli, senior MLB writer for The Athletic. You can give her a follow at Britt_Ghiroli, G-H-I-R-O-L-I. Britt, what's up? How you been?
Good. It's a pretty chaotic time until Monday night. Really Tuesday morning, the dust will settle, but it should be an interesting trade deadline, guys.
I bet. And I appreciate you making time because I'm sure you are slammed right now. Let's start with league-wide. Skubal's at the top of the heap, right? It seems like he's going to get traded. How much action are we expecting between now and Monday evening, Tuesday morning?
A lot. And I think what's happened, I feel like in the last 5-6 years, because they've added that third wild card, so many teams are kind of in it but not in it and waiting until the last minute. And so I think starting Sunday, you're going to see this flurry of activity. Gone are the days where we really get a whole lot of trades in like the days and even weeks leading up. Obviously, we had A.J. Minter go, we had Logan O'Hoppe go. Those are more like isolated trades. I think we're going to really see teams that are on the fence have to make a decision one way or another at some point tomorrow, and then I think you're going to see those trades really pop Sunday, and of course Monday in advance of that 6 p.m. deadline. Skubal, I think, is going to be the piece that other teams that need pitching are waiting on. You know, if you're interested in Skubal and your backup plan is Kevin Gausman or Freddie Peralta, then you're going to wait around and see where Skubal goes first. Now, it's important, like Soto, when he was traded out of D.C. 4 years ago, you're going to only have a couple teams that have the farm system that are going to be able to wade into those waters. I think the Dodgers are one. The Milwaukee Brewers and Tampa Bay Rays are 2 more. Certainly there could be a surprise team, but I think once Skubal goes, you're going to see the rest of that starting pitching market go very quickly.
I've never been to a Brewers game. I know one dude tangentially that's on the Brewers, but I kind of root for them just as a smaller market that has been really competitive. If they could get Skubal, and then the top of your rotation in October is Skubal and Mizrowski, holy moly, that's a team that might beat the Dodgers.
Yeah, and Kyle Harrison is a third. And so I think, you look at the Brewers, and they got CC Sabathia in a deadline deal. And what's interesting about Milwaukee and Tampa Bay is they don't really pay for these top-notch arms, right? They're not going to sign Skubal in free agency, but they don't need that. They only need to pick up 2 months of his salary. He's still arbitration eligible, so while it was a record in arbitration, it still, fits within their limits. And they also have Milwaukee has the best farm system in baseball, so they could deal Skubal, and it would hurt, but it wouldn't totally decimate them. And I think they and Tampa Bay are tired of being these organizations that get in it, guys, and then don't go anywhere. I think both of those teams and the Dodgers have like a 99% chance to go to the playoffs. They're not thinking about getting to October. They're thinking about how do we win the World Series.
Yeah, I would love to see it not be the Dodgers. All right, I'd like to localize this thing because I think, to his credit, and Paul Taboni does a weekly interview with the Junkies here on 106.7 The Fan. To his credit, I think he's been relatively transparent for a professional sports executive, kind of about what the plan is with the Nats. And he said repeatedly, like, we're going to kind of see what happens up until the deadline as we get closer to making decisions. And now they've lost 3 of their last 4, and they've all been kind of these disheartening. The bats aren't quite as hot. The pitching gives up a lead. Where do you think the Nats are 1 week after already trading away Curtis Mead? And gosh, I hate what happened to him. But they've already traded away Curtis Mead. You've got Griffin. You've got Garcia. And maybe even Abrams. Like, where do you think this goes for the Nats?
Yeah, but that trade with the Red Sox, I didn't see as like a conceding. I saw it as a chance for them to get a pitcher for a guy in Mead who had been doing well, but you could have had him for free twice this year. He was on waivers. I thought that was a terrific trade for the Nationals. I thought that was an overpay by the Red Sox. So I didn't see that as any like indication of where they're going. I think the plan has always been for them to do some buying and do some selling. And what I mean by that is they're going to take a good hard look at whether or not they want to sell expiring contracts. And if they can't agree to an extension with a guy like Foster Griffin, and I was told by sources yesterday there's nothing new to report on that. I know Buster Olney came out and mentioned they were talking. They've been talking. There's no indication one way or another if that's going to get done, is what I was told yesterday. Those things can, of course, change rapidly. But I think when you look at them, they obviously need like 4 or 5 bullpen arms. But I don't think they're going to be in the market for rentals, nor should they. I mean, this is a team that probably needs 5 bullpen arms for you to feel okay about them if they were to get into October. I think what they're going to look at is bullpen arms that are under team control beyond this year. I think of guys like with the Mets, Oscar Brazovan, Luke Weaver, guys who are pitching well, who are going to cost a little more, but they're also going to be part of next year's bullpen. And I think if the Nationals have done anything, it is shown people that the timeline is sped up, that they are ready to be good, and that this winter the onus is going to be on the front office to make the moves, to maybe spend the money in free agency and move them forward. I think those are the deals you're going to see. They're not going to be in the rental market. If they can, they weren't looking to trade Curtis Mead, as Taboni said. If they can get something for these guys because right-handed hitting is at such a premium, then they're certainly going to. But I don't see them moving Abrams unless they're totally blown away with a deal. I think the same can be true for any of those young bats, especially the guys who, again, are under team control. So I think they are going to go in it with a plan. I think they know that what this has done this year is build up a groundswell of Nats fans and get people excited again. And the last thing you want to do when that happens is burn it all down to the studs. You know, I think the executives will be the first to tell you that, you know, you could have a window and you could be totally wrong. The window could shut sooner than you think. So you want to pay attention to the year that some of these guys are having, to, you know, how well they've performed above expectations. But you also want to make sure that you're smart so that this team can contend in 27 and 28 and 29.
For sure. How much, if at all, do you think the pending labor issues will impact the trade market?
I've talked to people about that, and I don't think it really will impact anything because there are people who think we don't miss any games. Remember, it's Rob Manfred's legacy that they have not missed any games under his watch. There are people that think that it might not get serious until early March and we might have to miss 2 weeks, but 2 weeks isn't enough for you to really change evaluations of how you consider players under team control for 27. So I think that if you think as a front office that no question we're going to lose the season, you would proceed differently. But there are so many reasons for them to not miss an entire season that I just don't think you can operate as a front office in the hypotheticals.
Yeah, I agree. It's so interesting for me with Foster Griffin, right? We're talking with Britt Ghiroli from The Athletic. You can read all of her work on The Athletic. You can follow her at Britt_Ghiroli, GHIRLOROLI. The Griffin thing I find so fascinating because not to suggest that he hasn't made more money than most people ever will, even playing in Japan, but like if the Nats are trying to get an extension done and if the Lerners are being legit, which I'm not sure they ever will be again, but like he'd be staring at a giant pile of cash that he's never earned. But the potential for what he could earn in free agency is probably 2, 3, 4x that. How do you think like a 30-year-old handles that compared to C.J. Abrams having extension talks? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think the age is certainly a factor, right, for a guy like Griffin. So I think you're looking at it as like, okay, I may only get one chance here to get a payday. So you can look at it 2 ways. Like you could get to free agency and say, this might be my only chance to get a 3-4 year deal. And then that might be it. I might either be out of the game or living off one-year deals after that, because you look at the age there and you're close to the mid-30s, and all of a sudden you're old and stuff's declining. And I think you can look at it that way. You can also look at it as, like you said, if there is the benefit to the extension, and that is guys have peace of mind and they can play free. And if he was to extend today, for example, he wouldn't have to worry about having a bad start, or if he tweaked his hamstring, or if his shoulder comes up sore after a start, right? So you have that peace of mind going forward, but you're almost to that point where how many more starts is he going to make, right? You've got 2 more months of the season. If he can get there and he believes in himself and he believes this isn't a mirage, then I think he would say, all right, let's just wait for free agency. So there's like a lot of things at play here, and I'm certain that his agency has looked at that. I agree with you. I'm very curious. Like, are the Lerners going to pony up? Because to be fair, the Lerners historically have shown a willingness to pay for pitchers, right? They paid for Scherzer, they paid for Strasburg, they paid for Corbin. What they have not shown a willingness is to keep their position players. So on C.J. Abrams, I'm looking at it through a different lens if they're approaching me with extension talks, because it seems as if they've always lowballed position players, but they've always been willing or more willing to pay premium dollar for pitching. So I'm really curious how this goes.
I am too. I fear I know how it's going to go, but I would love to be incorrect. Do you think, I think the hardest part for Taboni, and I think you're very right, that they have brought interest and the fan base back in a big way. If Taboni didn't have to worry about PR and maybe even the business side of things of getting butts in seats, right? Do you think he'd be selling all of his assets to build this the way he wants for the long haul?
I think he might be a little more aggressive, yes. If they were clear, if they had the Rockies record, right, and the same players, I think they'd be a little more aggressive with, okay, we need to sell off all these pieces. You know, and it's good and it's bad. I mean, some of these guys have performed really well and have really excelled in a system with just a little bit more information and technology, and that should make people feel good. I think you can criticize Mike Rizzo all you want, but he made excellent trades, and he found talent. And it's very clear there's a lot of talent in the Washington Nationals organization, and a lot of that is from Mike Rizzo. So I think,
totally agree.
For Taboni, it's a case of, okay, there was more here than maybe he thought there was a lot here. I don't know. The case of like, hey, we have a lot of good here. We've got these we've got James Wood and C.J. Abrams, 2 all-stars, 2 young anchors. We've got an offense that has been in the best in baseball for most of the season. There is a lot to like about this team, and I think that they aren't going to be quite as aggressive, not because they're worried about the PR, but because what they had here, it turns out, was actually a lot better than what many people, myself included, thought.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, you got Griffin on the bump tonight, so that really helps your chances of getting a win. I just wonder if they lose tonight, lose Saturday night, and all of a sudden it's Sunday morning, he wakes up, they're 2 games under 500, and he's got teams all over the league texting him with real offers, if it's not easier to sell at that point. Because it's like, we gave it a great run, but I think we're a little short. We got to keep building for the future. That's why it's fun to watch these games, man. It's been a fun Nats season, the way they swing the bats. Britt, I know you're hard up against it, so if you got to run, I really appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you. Take care.
All right, see you later. That's Britt Giroli from The Athletic, senior Major League Baseball writer. I'll open the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I made the video, or White Brian, I should say, made the video. I just said the stuff into the camera. But, like, I'm team sell, and I know people hate me for that, and that's fine. I also, like, a whole bunch of people probably won't, but a whole bunch of people are going to have to go left hand up. If they sell Griffin, you can't tell me the buying and selling for Meade. That wasn't buying and selling. If you sell Griffin, getting early was not about this year. Like, getting early counts as buying and selling if you keep Griffin. But if you sell Griffin, you're selling. I am on team sell. I love this team. I've had more fun watching this Nats team than all of us in a while. But, like, I'm not including Abrams, but the G&G boys, Griffin and Garcia, sell to the highest bidder. Get the most you can back. You're 500. And it's not fun to have that conversation. If you want to tell me how good their offense is and if they had real pitching, this could be a real contender. You might not be you might be correct, but at 500 right now, you're 2.5 games back. It's got to be more than that. 55 plus 55 is 110. So the Phillies have played one fewer game at 57 and 52?
Yep.
I mean, you got the Phillies next week, right? So, like, just like you had the Diamondbacks in town, I'm team sell. You can call 800-636-1067. Tell me I'm an idiot. I allow, there's a lot of things I just believe I'm correct about. This is a feel thing. And if you feel differently, you're allowed to. I mean, their run differential's crazy. Plus 27, right? Like, there's just so much good they have done. I love watching James Wood hit. I love the season CJ's having. Those two are untouchable, but Griffin and Garcia are outperforming their career normal at such a significant rate. You're selling stock at probably its highest point. And you know what happens? Like, to investors, like, if you make a 200% return on something and sell it and say that stock continues to soar, you can be mad that you didn't continue the ride, but you also made 200% on your investment. Like, it's never bad to take a profit. Don is in Ashburn. Don, I'm team sell. Where are you?
I'm team sell on Griffin for sure. And I say that because the last time we gave a lot of money to a 31-year-old with Tommy John surgery, we're still paying for him, and he's not even playing. So I think Griffin, if you look at his career, and not to be disrespectful, I mean, he's having a great year, but if you look at his career, I think he's in a pocket that's just highly unusual for a guy his age to get there. I don't know how long he can sustain it, and the iron's hot, man. I mean, they should let him go based on everything else that's going on there with his history. So, team sell.
Team sell. 2 votes sell. Thank you, Don. Appreciate the call, man. Let's go to Dan in Bristow. Dan, I'm team sell. Where are you? Danny, you there? I don't know what the hell's going on in Bristow. Come on, Dan. Put him on hold. I think Paul Taboni is in a role where you cannot let emotions be the guide. And the excitement and fun we've had with this Nats season is awesome. And I get Foster Griffin was a first-round pick. Like, there is real talent there. He just celebrated his 31st birthday and pitched the last 3 seasons in Japan. Is he an ace? Like 12-2 with a 2.7 ERA? He's been a workhorse, 21 starts. I don't think he's missed a spot in the rotation, right? Like, he's been so good. And it's such a good find and such a good credit to the organization that they identified this dude playing in Japan, and they're like, I think this dude can help us. But, like, if I had told you in April, you'll be able to turn Foster Griffin for 2 MLB players or 1 MLB player and 2 prospects, whatever that haul looks like, you would have been like, hell yeah. It was the same thing with Curtis Mead. And people are trying to warp their head around that trading away Curtis Mead wasn't a sell because early might help you this season. But, dude, they still sold a guy that was having a career season in Mead. Luis Garcia is so over his skis on what his career numbers are. Like, these are assets that you're making significant profits on. And maybe if the profits aren't enough, maybe if the offers aren't enough, I get it. But, like, I just don't think the Lerners are going to pay Griffin when we get to the offseason. Dan is in Bristow. What's up, Dan?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, this is Dan.
This is JP.
Can you all? Oh, hey, JP, what's going on? Look, I say get rid of Garcia. Keep Griffin. He's pitched great. We need starting pitchers like that.
Dan.
People on the bullpen, man.
Griffin has been great. You are correct. Do you think the Lerner family will pay him market rate in free agency?
They were talking about a third.
Dan, I'm a big fan of yours. I can't hear a word you're saying, pal. I appreciate the call. We got to get a new cell tower installed in Bristow, Virginia. I believe Bristow is where 66 hits 81. Let's get the cell service improved out there. Listen, call. I'm team cell. I'm I'm unapologetic about that. I understand this season has been fun. Sell your assets, make the profit, build a World Series contender. Hit me up, 800-636-1067.
Tough back and forth for the Nationals. They fall 5-4 to the Atlanta Braves in Game 1 of the series in Georgia. Ozzie Albies with the big hit to take it away for the Braves.
Palmquist delivers. Swing a line drive. That's going to be a base hit to right center field. 2 runs will score, and Atlanta leads it 5-3. Albies comes through with a 2-out single on the 0-2 sweeper down and out of the zone. He struggled with the first 2, not with the third.
The Call on the Fan. Commanders training camp continues with players and having a walkthrough today. They also have meetings. Fans' first day is Saturday. All tickets distributed. Wide receiver Deebo Samuel signs with the 49ers, so the Commanders are still looking at Stephon Diggs. Mubadala opened today from Rock Creek Park, close to Jessica Pegula, the 1 seed starting at 12, Naomi Osaka at 2, 1 seed Alex DeMinauer versus Virginia's Brandon Nakashima at 2, Taylor Fritz at 3:30, and Ben Shelton at 8. Mets have dealt A.J. Minter to the Twins ahead of the trade deadline. The Saints' Chris Olave signs a 4-year extension worth $132 million. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to Drab. He's going to get us chicken salad chick. I appreciate you, Drab. What's the opposite of a shout out? Whatever the opposite is, we're sending that to Stallion, who can accomplish nothing. So I had to go into Drab's office and ask about the chicken salad chick. I am unapologetically team sell for the Nats. This has been an awesome season, so much fun. I've loved seeing competitive baseball in Natstown again. But like, if you're building for the long haul, if you're building to hopefully be a championship contender again, you can't, like, Stallion had a great line one time. He said, there's an elephant in the room and there's a flea in the corner. And you got to focus on the elephant in the room, not the flea in the corner. And the elephant in the room for the Nats needs to be World Series trophies. The flea in the corner is competing for this wild card berth. It'd be awesome if it happens, but you got to be focused on titles. That's why you sell assets when you can make significant profits. And I would argue Foster Griffin and Luis Garcia, they're having great seasons, and they deserve all the credit in the world. And I'm proud of those guys, and I hope their families are proud of them. Like, I have nothing but positive things to say. But for the Washington Nationals organization, sell, make the profit. See if people agree with me. They probably don't. Jay is in D.C. What's up, Jay?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, brother.
I got to say, good. I got to say I completely disagree with you, and
That's
I think you have you've got the same thing that afflicts most DC sports fans. Our teams are bad for so long that all we think about is getting a haul for this guy or that pick, and then 3 or 4 years from now, we'll be in some situation. It was the same thing when the Commanders had the number 2 pick. People were like, trade down. Wizards, number 1 pick. Oh, what can we get for Memphis if we trade down? You know, no. Like, Luis Garcia is 26 years old. We have the best offense in the MLB. We have a championship offense. That means we buy. We don't break up having that type of offense so that 3 years from now, maybe something else happens. You see what I'm saying? And Luis is 26. Like, he might not be this good again, but maybe he's good. Like, what about that? You know, like, why would you get rid of him and create this massive hole, you know, when you have a championship offense and you just need a couple arms?
In theory, I completely understand your point, Jay. Like, in theory, I agree with you. You have a championship offense, buy, supplement, add to the bullpen, be better. In theory, I agree with you. I do not trust ownership to pay these people. That, like, there's the theoretical discussion of this team is awesome and they've got the bats. Put some more guys in the bullpen. Early gets healthy at the end of the month. This could be a really fun ride in October. We don't know what could happen. But I'm looking bigger picture, practically, organizationally, and I just don't see it working the way it should in theory. Does that? I don't want to be the wet blanket. In general, I am not the turd in the punch bowl guy. I can't escape it when they've slashed payroll so dramatically and baseball is driven by money and farm systems. And And I just think if you're not going to spend, you got to have the dopest farm system around. And I think I'm not the dude. I didn't want the Wiz to trade back. I didn't want the Skins to trade back out of 2. Like, I get your point that there are some jaded sports fans in Washington, and probably particularly with the Nats team. But I would love to be wrong. I want Barry Svrluga to tweet out in 10 minutes, the Nats have agreed to a 2-year contract extension with Foster Griffin, paying him $17 million a season. All parties are happy. He's going to be a Nat. I would love that. I'll do the rest of the show with my shirt off if a Foster Griffin contract extension gets announced between now and 2 p.m. I just don't think it's going to happen. And I know there's reporting out there that says, hey, it's not as dead as it seemed. But, like, doesn't the team kind of want to say, hey, it's not dead? Because, one, it drives up his trade value. Like, if executives in the AL Central are convinced, all right, maybe we just wait and we can sign Griffin this offseason, but we'll offer them something right now. If they're like, oh, man, they're actually serious about a contract extension, we got to offer more. To me, that's how I view that. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm too much of a skeptic. Nick is in Bristow. What's up, Nick?
Hey, how's it going, JP?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good. I just want to say you said you thought where Bristow was earlier. It's actually off of 28 and 234, like right outside of Manassas.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
No worries. And I think that if we get through this weekend and we actually come out ahead as far as the numbers go, as far as being in the wild card, I think we should try to buy an arm or a closer, either one or both, if you can. If it's not available, then we got to just keep moving forward with the team. And you're not wrong with so far as the ownership goes. They're not trying to spin the coin, and that's what got Mike Rizzo fired.
I appreciate you. Real quick on Bristow. Bristow is where Nissan Pavilion Jiffy Lube Live is, right?
Yep.
Okay. I knew that's not, I guess Front Royal is 66 and 81.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bad. I knew where Bristow was. I just got my towns confused. I appreciate the call, man. And maybe you're right, dude. If they lose the next 2 to the Braves and all of a sudden you're 2 games under and it's Sunday morning and the trade deadline's about 36 hours out, maybe that changes it. And to Boney's credit, and I want to give him credit, he's been relatively transparent throughout this whole process that the team will dictate what they do. And if the team keeps winning, maybe you have to buy. I'd almost argue that's a little too narrow of a lens, but I'm not the executive here. If anything, if you know me in the slightest, I am not executive material. Chris is in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
JP, I disagree with you.
You're entitled to that.
Yes, I don't disagree with you personally, anything, just with your take. So they have the best offense in baseball, at least statistically. That doesn't happen very often for any franchise unless you're the Yankees or the Dodgers. So I wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth and say, oh, well, we can expect this type of offensive production every season, so it's no big deal if we sell off our assets. We're going to be just as good next year offensively. Baseball doesn't work that way. So I say you strike while the iron is hot. I'm not saying you mortgage the future and trade away your best prospects. I'm not trading Eli Willits for example, but to look at this team and this clubhouse and say, hey, you guys have fought and clawed for every win you've gotten this season, but we're going to sell off our best pitcher. I think it sends a bad message. And you can't just play rotisserie baseball with actual people. There could be the damage that's done psychologically to the team could be worse than whatever minimal, third tier prospect you might get for Foster Griffin.
I think that is fair. I think that was a real part of, I can't remember who we spoke to. I appreciate the call, Chris. We spoke with one of the beat writers, maybe it was Zuckerman, after they traded Meade, and I asked, what was the feeling in the clubhouse, and he said it didn't feel like they had sold because they knew they were getting a pitcher that could help them right away. I think one of the great parts of this debate is if you buy that this Taboni-led crew can actually coach power, they can actually develop power like they have this season. I mean, Jacob Young has shown more power than he ever has. Meade, Garcia, Abrams, they're showing more than they have. If you believe that is coached and an intentional focus from this staff, then you should believe they can replicate that. Now, to me, it's a pretty small sample size to believe you can replicate that. It's a pretty small sample size, frankly, to me, to believe they've coached it, rather than maybe people just got red hot at the right time. I don't know. But if you believe they can replicate that, to me, you should be on Team Sell. Let's go to Hemi in Chantilly. What's up, Hemi?
Hey, JP. Thanks for taking me home, man. Love the show.
Thanks, bro.
All right. Yeah, I'm also Team Sell. So there's a thing with Foster Griffin, but Louis, I mean, you'll get what you get with him. Yeah, he's playing out of his mind right now, so hopefully you'll get a good haul for him. But the Foster Griffin thing, because of how you were talking about earlier about the other pitchers available with Britt, about especially Skubal available. But then I was watching the game last night, and there was this graphic of all these pitchers that are like the names that were available. I mean, there's obviously Skubal, Dawson was there, and Hunter Green in Cincinnati, who's a flamethrower. So you have these big names that are available, so you'll get more hauls for that. But that's the only thing. I'm not sure. I'm just I'm concerned of what you'll get in return for Foster Griffin because of those other names that are available. Because if you put that package together for him that you can apply to those other three pitchers, obviously teams will get the better value with those other three. But I mean, obviously, if you do sell Foster Griffin, I mean, that just shows. Taboni's, genius and his prowess at how good he is at scouting people. He was actually in Japan too, so. No, I mean, obviously I'm Team Sell, but also depends on next year, too, and how that goes with the labor agreements and everything. But, yeah, obviously I would just go and sell Foster Griffin and Louis and then, get what you can get in return. But hopefully you get a good haul for Foster Griffin as opposed to the other three pitchers I mentioned. Thanks again, man.
Appreciate you, bud. Thank you for the call. It's a good call. Shout out to my guy Bill Sullivan. Just tweeted me. He said, I really appreciate the increase in baseball talk. Thanks. This has been my stance with the Wiz, with the Nats. We talk about the Caps year-round because they're good. Now, B and I are going to do a football show. We can be honest about that. But the Nats have been so much fun. I think people sleep on how much baseball I watch. Like, Stallion and I were just texting. I was trying to remember this dude's name, and Stallion, I think, was blown away by the pull. Daryl Ward.
Insane pull.
me and my boy Ed Bonifant used to call him Tank Ass. And every time he would come in late innings to bat, it was either going to be a strikeout or a bomb. But, like, I've watched the Nats since their inception. I was at the first game at RFK. I love baseball. It's just, to me, the last 5 seasons or whatever have been so irrelevant that I'm not going to slow down a radio program talking about a team that is 15 games under 500 and won't spend any money. I think this is a wild, wild intersection for the organization with good talent that they could possibly sell or they could possibly extend. Like, to me, this moment of time is about the learners. Paul Taboni's done enough in 8 months to have my full faith. It's about the learners. If you're on hold, I see you, Easy. I see you, Charlie. We'll get you when we return. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Shout out to Jeff. Just reminded me, it is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I hope everybody's enjoying responsibly. Scotty's Vodka, amazingly smooth. You think people are mad at me for being team sell? I think if people are being honest with themselves, they're team sell. I think if you're, to quote the great Newey Scruggs, if you're off that hopium, you're team buy. I think if you're being honest with yourself, you're team sell.
Yeah, because I think it comes down to this. Like, for Nats fans who want to buy, it's like, okay, well, if you have Foster Griffin, how mad will you be when he eventually leaves for free agency? And if you're going to be like, I'll be livid, then might as well get something right now.
My dear friend Ed Mathers texted me, please don't take your shirt off. I do not plan on taking my shirt off. If Foster Griffin signs an extension before 2 p.m. while I'm on the radio, I'm taking my shirt off. That's how confident I am. It's not going to happen by 2 o'clock. Hey, listen, it's not going to be pretty for anybody. Monumental might take us off air. But if he signs, it's tarps off. That's for all the boys. White Brian, maybe. But you two, Jeff and Stallion, they're skinny. They look good. Boys shirts off rankings with B Mitch not here. Probably Stallion, then Jeff, because Jeff has the boobs still. Then me, then White Brian. I think that's tarps off rankings. If B was here, it's a different matter, but he's not. I'm team sell. Easy E. What are you?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm about to have a mic drop moment.
Uh-oh.
It is, okay, I need the learners to sell. Okay, that's the best sell moment. And then I need another owner to buy from the learners. That's the buying and selling I need to see. Because I'm sick and tired of this owner or this ownership, group, wanting to be cheap. It's like they know that this lockout is coming. They know that a salary cap is likely coming. So they know they don't have to spend. So let's keep as much money in our pockets. So that's what I want. Selling, I want to see is the learners to be on a yacht, sailing out into the Atlantic Ocean, and I want to see another boat sailing in of somebody else is going to buy the team. Now, what do I think they're going to do? I think they're going to trade Foster Griffin, and I think they're going to trade Luis Garcia, and they're going to get some prospects back, and we're going to be back to this next year. Can the Nats have the same offense that they had last year? And in my opinion, it's becoming a waste if that's what we do. But that's what they're going to do because the learners own the Nats. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Easy. It's a good call, bud. The buying and selling we should be concerned about perhaps is in the corner office. Charlie is in Glen Burnie. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Prospects didn't always pan out. I'm sick and tired of this team operating like a minor league farm system. And I'm sick and tired of watching our teams go to other division rivals or other teams, and we don't pay the position players. And but I'm also sick and tired of the losing, and I'd just rather see things play out and see what happens in the off season. But my whole thing is I'm just sick and tired of the losing, but I'm also sick and tired of watching our best players go to other teams and thrive. And I'm also sick and tired of the learners.
It's a fair call, dude. It's like we're living in this alternate reality. It's you've seen the show Severance, right? Our innie within the bubble is just so happy because baseball's been fun to watch in Washington again. But our outie is cognizant that ownership's not going to let them compete at the highest levels like they used to. And we just have to live this severed life as baseball fans. And I wish we didn't, frankly. I wish Taboni didn't have to operate in that fashion. Matt is in D.C. What's up, Matt?
Hey, JP. I don't know when you say team sell, if you actually want to sell other than Foster, or what do you want to get rid of C.J. Abrams? Yeah, this team, we got a third of the season left. They're within a couple games of the playoffs. You're getting sort of peak C.J. and peak, near peak Wood. You got to go for it. I mean, there is absolutely zero reason to. I'm not saying give away all of our best prospects, but a couple of pitchers puts this team in the, gives the team a chance to continue this pretty magical season and make a run for it. I mean, what are we in this for? This is not a year you trade away for the possibility of a couple 3 years from now, in my opinion.
I hear you, man. I can't say that you're wrong. I'm looking at totality, and I wish I wasn't. Maybe I'm the drag here. I recognize that. Will is in Arlington. What up, Will?
Hey, JP, what's going on, man?
Not much, bud.
I'm with you, Bell Pound. I'm saying you sell because chances are better than that. You're not going to sign Foster Griffin to a long-term deal, and I'm saying that with that, even if they did, they're not getting past the first round of the playoffs, first round of the wild card, and going any further than the division round. So I would say sell and look forward to next year and in the future, because the learners aren't going to open the pocketbook or the checkbook to do anything of consequence this year until they try to sell the team. So thanks, man. Blake.
I appreciate the call. I wish I didn't agree with you, but I do, man. This year has been so much fun. I also, maybe I'm nuts. If they traded Garcia, is there a prospect that would make sense to get called up?
Abby Ortiz, who's in AAA, he was part of the Mackenzie Gore trade when they sent him to the Texas Rangers. He's a power-hitting first baseman, and he's put up some good numbers in AAA. I do think this seems pretty high in what he brings. So I think he'd be the easy replacement to come up and have team control for the next 6-7 years.
Because that's what made the Meade trade make so much sense, is that you get to call House up.
Yeah.
I would love for them to add to the bullpen and then early starts pitching later in the month and have a real shot at this thing. I can't help but look at the big picture. Here's the big picture that I know. I am fired up. Steve Weish, NFL Network, will join the program next.
This update brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. CBS Sports announcing that analyst Tony Romo is on leave from his role until further notice. For the time being, according to Adam Schefter, analyst J.J. Watt will replace Romo. Tonight, Foster Griffin at 7:15 from Atlanta in Game 2. Commanders players have meetings today and a walkthrough. Fans' first day is Saturday. All tickets are distributed. Commanders still have interest in wide receiver Stephon Diggs. The Mubadala Open today from Rock Creek Park just underway. Number 1 seed Jessica Pegula. Later, Naomi Osaka at 2. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From Crop Metcalf, Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley, checking us out on Monumental Sports Network, hanging out with us on the YouTube stream. However you get the content, we appreciate you getting it. Podcast, listening to your radio, wherever you are, man, we appreciate it. Let me remind you that all of our training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. We are fired up right now to get to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Remember, you can find a Ruud Pro partner at Ruud.com, R-U-U-D, and talk to Steve Wyche from the NFL Network. Steve, what's up, man? Thank you for making some time for us.
JB, thanks for having me, man.
I'm glad to, dude. I'm curious what your training camp's off and running around the NFL, what your travel schedule's like, what camps you're visiting, kind of what your plans are for these next few weeks.
Well, I'm going to hop a flight to Denver. I will be at the Broncos on Saturday because on NFL Network and ESPN, we're having a big back-together weekend. So I'll be with the Broncos on Saturday, the Ravens on Monday, the Falcons on Tuesday, and then Wednesday I'm up to my annual sojourn to Canton, Ohio for the big weekend of the Pro Football Hall of Fame festivities.
Awesome, man. Get those frequent flyer miles, those Marriott
there
points,
we go.
Make it work. I'm curious. I'd like to start on the national level, and then maybe we'll dig into some Commander stuff. But heading to Denver, since Sean Payton's gotten there, that team's gotten really good. But Sean Payton's also an interesting character and likes to challenge people, and it seems like he kind of took some shots at Bo Nix, but maybe that's just Sean's way. What do you think fair expectations are for the Broncos, the first team to win the AFC West that isn't named the Chiefs in like a decade?
They should be back. They should be back. They upgraded their roster. Remember, they had arguably the best defense in the NFL last year. We don't talk about that enough because, Bo Nix is coming back from that ankle injury that he suffered in the playoffs and this and that. But defensively, they're so stacked when you got a D-line with, Nick Bonito and Derek Allen and all these guys who can get after the quarterback, and a secondary with Pat Surtain and Talanoa Hufanga. I mean, that's the strength of their team. I mean, that's really, a good team. And then they add Jalen Waddle. Right, this was a team that likes to throw a lot of play-action deep shots, but they didn't have the burner to go do it. Now they got the burner. And the one thing about Waddle is we saw him in those kind of timing catch-and-run scenarios down in Miami. Now he can go. They got him and Cortland Sutton. They've got, Evan Ingram at tight end. So I think the Broncos are going to be right there. And, the big question is, remember, Davis Webb is now calling plays, not Sean Payton. At some point, Sean may get, the itch he needs to scratch. So we'll see how that works out.
I think it's good when the Broncos are really good because I think that fan base is incredible and they've had so much great play over the years. I'm going to just kind of bounce around, right? Because out in California, we're seeing these highlights come from Cowboys camp. And you look at the pieces that offense has, and that's very, very real, right? Dak locked in, CD, Pickens, the run game was strong last year. Do you believe the Cowboys could actually contend? They've added some pieces to that defense, or do you think it's just more Jerry Jones, hype, hope, whatever you want to call it?
I mean, they should. And first off, let's throw this warning out there to everyone listening. don't get excited about the videos. See, now they're not in pads most of the time.
Right.
I mean, there's a ton of there's like 450 million All-Pro off-season guys. So let's wait till they get into the pads. But Dallas is loaded, but offense isn't their issue. I mean, they could score points. That wasn't their problem last year, as you mentioned. The run game got so much better. We've got Pickens and CeeDee Lamb at wide receiver. Dak is a very good quarterback. It's their defense, and we know they added some pieces. They drafted Caleb Downs at safety. They made some moves on the defensive front to try to fortify things. So that's the issue. If they can stop the run and get teams in 3rd and long, the good things, the good fundamental things that good teams do, they're going to be right in it because, as usual, the NFC East is wide open.
Yeah. We'll get to the end. Well, let's pull that thread then. Do you think the NFC East is wide open because you don't have as much faith in Philly as good as they've been the last couple seasons?
I've got faith in Philly, but they're still like that team that's one injury away. I know most teams are, but we saw last year when that offensive line got nicked what happened. They just were not the same football team on either side of the ball. So I think that they are the best team in terms of being established, having the best culture, having the best expectations. But boy, I mean, if one of those offensive linemen goes down again, they're lean. They're lean. So that's kind of the issue. And defensively, they don't have the depth that they've had in previous years, but they're still the most overall talented roster. We'll see how their new, like every team in the NFC East, it seems like they've got a new play caller, a lot of guys on the coaching staff. So we'll see how that works out as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Harbaugh in New York raises the floor for the Giants, but I think they're still like a year away. Do you think the Giants can be? It's the NFL. One of the reasons we love it is there's always surprise teams.
Yep.
Do you think, because the excitement in Giants fandom is very legitimate, do you think the Giants could be a surprise team, like a surprise wild card or something?
I do. I mean, look at the talent, especially on that defense. Yeah, they got rid of their Dexter Lawrence, and that's a huge blow. But they got dudes. Like they've got players. They've got talent. It's a lot of it is very young talent. A lot of it is unproven talent. But if Jackson Dart can stay on the field and Malik Neighbors can stay on the field, they've got some guys where they can get it together and be very serious. Like, in training camp right now, John Harbaugh is burying those guys. I mean, that's one thing they got to get used to. I mean, the Ravens players would tell you he used to just drag them through a real tough training camp. And we'll see if those guys... Yeah, we'll see if those guys have the mettle to get through it. And if they do, that's a good start to establish, like you said, in the raising of the floor.
It's funny, there's some reporters, especially here in the DMV, that'll kind of hit both Commanders camp and Ravens camp and have for years. And I was talking with somebody who had already been up in Baltimore for a few sessions, and he was telling me, he's like, dude, it is so different to see the Baltimore Ravens have an 80-minute practice compared to Harbaugh going 3 hours. Do you think... There's a lot of belief that Baltimore just rebounds immediately from a down season last year. What do you make of the Ravens? Like, what do you make of Lamar bounce back and that defense bouncing back and just the Ravens being a real Super Bowl contender again?
First off, I've got no concerns about Lamar.
Yeah.
Right.
He's established.
He's just that good. But you got to see how the new offensive coordinator comes in and Declan Doyle and how they've got the relationship. But more than anything, the relationship between the play caller and the quarterback is the most important thing. They'll run the plays and do all that, but it's that relationship. So we'll see how that goes. My big concern with the Ravens is, I think, is their wide receivers. Like Zay Flowers is one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, but what do you got from me after that? Right, their tight end group is different. Isaiah Likely is with Harbaugh up with the Giants, and then you got the 3 interior linemen that they've got to kind of settle in on. I mean, this is going to be a good football team. I think the new head coach up there, Jesse Minter, is fantastic. He is a great defensive-minded, brilliant-minded guy. I was with him the past couple of years out here in L.A. with the Chargers. Incredibly sharp. There'll be some guys on defense who will pop. And them getting Nnamdi Madubuike back, man, if he's anywhere near what he used to be, that changes things for that defensive front. So I think defensively, they'll absolutely be better. Just wondering, again, how they're going to hit some of the on-schedule explosive plays and if that wide receiver group can step up.
Absolutely. We are talking with Steve Wyche, Chief National Reporter for NFL Network. You can give him a follow at Wyche89. I'm always watching. I love the insiders on NFL Network. I love during camp just that you guys kind of whip around everywhere and have the information. And it is really cool. I noticed that you can now get the NFL Network on the ESPN app. So it's cool to see
there we go.
Working. And tomorrow will be crazy at every NFL training camp. I'll be in Ashburn, but I know every facility out there is going to be packed for Welcome Back Saturday. Dude, I want to get into the Commanders, but I did want to bring this up. I've been meaning to bring this up on air anyway, and you're the perfect person to bring it up to. We have, B-Mitch and I have become proud supporters of the Howard basketball team. We had Coach Blakeney in studio with us.
Yeah.
I know
There
you're a
we go.
proud Howard alum. We had so much fun with Coach in studio. And, dude, honestly, Howard gave Michigan their best game of the entire NCAA tournament.
They did.
It's crazy
They
to
did.
think
It
about
was.
that.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, it was one of those things where you knew at some point Michigan's size and just overall talent was going to wear Howard down. But for that first half, Michigan was on the ropes, man. I was so proud of those guys. But, when you roll out there as a smaller school with, 6 or 7 guys who are 6'5", and you're going up against all these 6'8" and 6'9", 6'10" guys, eventually it gets to you.
Right. Well, dude, this is even crazier, Steve. As a kid, I lived in North Carolina, and I went to Duke basketball camp, and Blakeney was one of my counselors. Like when I was,
Yeah,
you know,
the
what I
math is
mean?
on, right?
It's crazy, right? But dude, are you going to come to town? So Howard's having a first annual Dream Factory golf tournament at Woodmont Country Club, which is a tremendous track. August 24th. We're trying to figure out with training camp schedules if B-Mitch and I can get over there. Will you come to town for that?
I will not be there. I'm sure I will be neck deep in NFL training camp, and plus my golf game. I've got to get one of my shoulders replaced, so I am stuck basically to the putt range. So that's where we are.
Well, if anybody's interested in that golf tournament, check out the Howard men's basketball website. They've got the information, and you can buy a slot. Good chance to play Woodmont, too, which is a tough track to get on. It's a very private course. All right, let's talk some Commanders, because you've mentioned a few different times the most important relationship in this sport is the quarterback and the play caller. Well, Washington's got the quarterback in Jaden Daniels, and they've got a new play caller in David Blau. What do you think of that relationship?
Well, I mean, they've kept them together. This is not like it's a brand new. It's not like that you're cracking the seal on the bottle. I mean, they've been together for a while. So, and I think that's one of the reasons why Blau got the job. The trust, the relationship that they have, communication is everything. So, we'll see. Again, the play design will be what it is. We'll they'll have to figure out, what that passing game is going to look like. Is it going to be timing? Is it going to be kind of scramble drill, big plays? Because one thing you found out last year is Jaden Daniels covered up a lot of warts in that offense. So there'll be some things offensively that'll be more unpredictable, I think. And I think that's going to be significant. But the explosive plays in the NFL are everything right now. And where is that going to come from in Washington? Like, who is your explosive guy other than Terry McLaurin? And that's what they've got to figure out, and that's what they've got to take advantage of, so they don't put too much on Jaden Daniels, again, to cover up any warts that pop up.
It is remarkable, and I wonder that too. I've been watching this offense kind of going back to OTAs, and it is really exciting, and it looks a lot like the more successful offenses you see in the NFL. I think you've got McLaurin. Where do you think things are with Steph Diggs?
Great question. I really don't know. I mean, the Commanders are absolutely playing things close to the vest. I'd have him in there right now. If Steph Diggs is healthy and everything is good to go, I'd get him in, because the guy is a consistent 1,000-yard receiver. I mean, he came off a knee injury and put up more than 1,000 last year in New England, a team that ran the football. Look at Drake May, as great as he was. I think he only had like one 300-yard passing game. They were just an efficient passing game. You put him with Jaden Daniels, who's more, the scramble drill, the explosive play. I just think it opens up everything. He's just that good. Diggs is from the DMV. And receivers at his age are always kind of on a prove it, let me show you who I am type of guy. So, I don't know. I haven't spoken to Adam Peters or DQ or anybody in the building to see where things stand with that. But the fact he's still unemployed and out there, it would be very tempting for me.
I agree with you, man. I'm almost to the point where I think it happens. And There's moving parts. I think Kansas City would make a ton of sense for Diggs as well. I mean, you look at that receiving room, there's a lot of question marks, but I don't know that you saw this, and obviously this isn't national news, and it might be a nothing burger, but Trey Burks, who there has been real excitement about, that's a former first-rounder with a lot of talent. He had an incredible touchdown catch day one of training camp, and then day two, he's down for the day with foot soreness. Like, injuries have been his issue throughout his career.
Yeah. I mean, that's his history. That's his MO. That's just look. He's an incredibly talented guy. I remember going back to college. I was like, man, this is one of the best players I've seen coming out in the draft. Can't stay on the field, and unfortunately, guys who kind of have that track record, it pops up over and over again. And I'm hoping the best for Treylon Burks. He's still young. I think he's a dynamic talent, but it is all about his durability.
Totally agree, man. Defensively in Washington, they added a lot. Watching Odafe Oweh now for a few days, that dude is a beast. He's got, he could go, man. Durante Jones, I'm guessing just with his long NFL career, you've crossed paths with him, maybe not, but what do you think of Durante Jones getting this opportunity and Washington desperately needing to turn their defense around?
Well, I mean, look, it's good for Durante Jones. He's earned it. He spent the past couple of years with Brian Flores in Minnesota, and so they are going to get off the bus, running games, blitzing, doing things like that. I think that's why they stacked that linebacker room the way they did. I mean, getting Leo Chenal, that's like every year there's understated free agent acquisitions. That's one for Washington because this is a dude, he can run, he can bang, he's pretty good in coverage. So now the one thing when I look at Washington's defense is they've got three linebackers who are technically off-ball linebackers, but one of them can spy. Okay, and if you have linebackers who can spy a Jalen Hurts, who can spy a Dak Prescott, and spy a Jackson Dart, you can do things in the secondary that you couldn't do before if you're having a safety or a nickel corner be the spy. Right. So now you got Sonny Styles who can go. You got Leo Chenal who can go. You got Frankie Louvu. So I think they're going to be very forward-moving in terms. You hear a lot of this expression out there. Oh, they're going to be a downhill defense. They've got the players to do it. You mentioned, Oweh, guys like they've got guys who can move forward and get after the quarterback. And I think that's going to be the change in defensive tempo that you see. As long, again, as they can get teams first and second down has been an issue for them the past couple of years. You get those teams in third and known passing situations, those guys are going to cause big-time problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking with our friend Steve Wyche from NFL Network. You can give him a follow at Wyche89, W-Y-C-H-E 89. There's a ton of excitement in every NFL city right now. I think there's a lot of it in Washington. I follow you on Twitter and was looking at your profile. You did retweet George Kittle talking about Debo re-signing with the Niners.
Yep.
The Niners are always interesting. There's always so much interest. You have this Kyle Shanahan car accident thing. You have a team with a ton of talent, but I think it's fair to say aging talent. And you've got the Niners competing with the Rams and the Seahawks. What do you make of the team by the Bay?
They're going to be good. They're going to be good again. I mean, their whole thing is injuries. I mean, no team, and every season gets ravaged by injuries like the 49ers. Who knows if it's that electrical substation out there, and we know the conspiracy theory.
Right.
But getting Debo back, it's a familiar face. It's someone, with Ricky Pearsall, their former first-round draft pick wide receiver, much like Treylon Burks, just staying on the injury report. They had to get someone who can help out the offense. They know Debo can also play some running back and spare Christian McCaffrey. I mean, Christian McCaffrey had 8 million touches last year, and you just don't know if he can do that with his injury history, again this year. So I think the Niners would be good. Them defensively getting Nick Bosa back and getting Fred Warner back. Dre Greenlaw coming back, from Denver. It's kind of the reunion tour of what's going on, of ex-players coming back to San Francisco with Greenlaw and Debo Samuel, and injured players coming back. If they stay healthy, they're right there. I mean, they're a nemesis for the Rams. I mean, Kyle's got that huge record against McVay. They're a big problem, for Seattle. So it's the best division, top to bottom, in the NFL, and the Niners are a main reason why.
I agree. They've been so good with Kyle out there. if you want to knock him for not winning the big one, I mean, the guy's been to 2 Super Bowls in what? Probably about 10 years. It's a pretty good track record. I'm going to tell you my Super Bowl prediction. You can tell me if I'm crazy. I have a rematch from a few years back, and this time Joe Burrow holds the Lombardi. I got the Bengals beating the Rams.
That's a great – I love that. I love that because the Bengals, man.
Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence, just some of the defensive moves they made overall. I mean, they came in with a plan. It's the first time it seems like in decades we've seen the Bengals be this aggressive in bringing in and importing talent, especially on the defensive side of the ball. So they are going to be an incredibly dangerous football team. Joe Burrow is my favorite quarterback in the NFL, him and Mahomes, but just that Kobe killer in him. The Rams, I mean, come on, especially, and then if you get 99 coming back, as you all expect.
You're in LA. Do you think that's going to happen?
I do.
Wow.
I do. I mean, it's everything I hear is that he is putting in so much work. We know he's always going to lift weights. I mean, the guy's father was a bodybuilder. Aaron Donald's been lifting since he's been like 10, 11 years old. But he's putting in the on-field work. He is training in pads, like to see if his body, if he can get, to the point where he can practice every day. And I would not be surprised if in the next couple of weeks, if that long, if we hear about Aaron Donald stepping back on the field. Like his whole thing from people I talk to is, can I do it like I did it? And can my body hold up? Because he wasn't a guy who was injured, who felt beat up or things like that. He just gave it his all every day. And if he feels he can come back and give it his all every day, especially in practice, he's going to be there, and he's going to be a significant contributor to a D-line that is already loaded.
Loaded.
I mean, Myles Garrett, Kobe Turner, Byron Young. You've already got 40 sacks out of those 3 players, and they've got emerging tackle Braden Fisk as well.
Wow. Steve, I feel like we could do this for hours. I really appreciate you making time for us. We'll be watching tomorrow for Welcome Back Saturday. We'll be watching. We'll be reading everything. Appreciate you making time, dude.
No, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
All right. The great Steve Wyche. Make sure you give him a follow at Wyche89, W-Y-C-H-E 89. Tomorrow all day on NFL Network and ESPN. Welcome Back Saturday. You'll have coverage from every training camp around the league. You got to watch, man. It's going to be fun. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
San Antonio superstar Victor Wembanyama has signed a new long-term contract extension with Nike. CBS Sports has announced that NFL analyst Tony Romo is on leave following his arrest last week on suspicion of driving under the influence. Going forward, analyst J.J. Watt will take over his chair alongside Jim Nantz. Mubadala open today from Rock Creek Park. Starting at 2, it'll be Naomi Osaka. UVA's Brandon Nakashima at 2 against 1 seed Alex de Minaur. Taylor Fritz at 3:30 and Ben Shelton at 8. Nationals against Braves tonight at 7:15 after the 5-4 loss yesterday. Foster Griffin to the bump tonight. Dalen Lyle with 2 homers last night.
Lyle blasts one again to right center field. Chasing Acuna, and Harris looking up at the wall, and it's gone! Lyle is homered again. That one down to the Braves bullpen. 2 solo homers for Lyle, 3 for the Nationals. It's a 3-0 lead.
The call on the Fan. Commanders players have meetings today and a walkthrough. Fan's first day is Saturday. From Crop Metcalf, Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Five Guys, I love you. I'm a giant fan of your product. When people ask what's the best fast food burger, I'm like, it's Five Guys and it's not close. In-N-Out, Whataburger, whatever you want to say. It's Five Guys. Don't make ordering so complicated. Just like I ordered the food, make it ready. Jeff will pick it up. Like they want to track my location. This is too much. We've crossed the Rubicon that you got to track my location to pick up some cheeseburgers. Thank you. I won't be taking any further questions at this time. I'd also like to complain about LinkedIn, if I may, real quick. I think LinkedIn for a lot of people serves a lot of purposes, and that's great. But I think for a lot of people, they just try to be holier than thou about social networks. And they're like, oh, well, I don't do Instagram, but I have LinkedIn. You're still doing the same stuff, looking up your ex-girlfriend from college, just wondering, you're just doing it under the disguise of it being networking. It's the same stuff. And I get so many LinkedIn requests to follow someone's podcast about marketing. I have no interest. I have no interest in your marketing podcast. So maybe I'm just not built for LinkedIn. I don't know. But I of all the social networks, at least the rest of them are honest. LinkedIn, you're just lying that it's about networking. Has anybody ever actually gotten a job off LinkedIn? Maybe it exists to business people, and I'm just so siloed in a very unique industry. I don't know. White Brian, what's your LinkedIn look like?
I mean, I have it. I don't ever post on it.
Let's check out old B-Hawk on LinkedIn. Brian Hawk. We're not even friends, or whatever it's called.
Connections.
I will connect with you right now. I'm sending it without a note, though. It's a nice photo. Brian Hawk, sports writer, storyteller, and producer. NCAA, NFL, and minor league experience, podcast host, and entrepreneur. How's the entrepreneuring going? You still betting 20 cents a game?
Podcast is still growing.
What is it called?
Views from Section 400.
Views from Section 400. Everybody check it out.
It's actually really good. I watched it last year, I think, after the Giants-Commanders game, and B-Hawk went off. He popped off.
Bring that energy here, B-Hawk. Listen, I do not mean to short sell Section 400. What's it called? Views from Section 400?
Yep.
This is a larger platform, pal. Bring the energy here, and then maybe you get more viewers to Section 400.
I'm doing so much behind the scenes here. It's hard to...
Lou got you working. Lou got the, of all the jobs in the aquarium, Stallions is the easiest, which is kind of ironic.
What?
Listen, the 4 hours we're on the air, B-Hawk is constantly working.
Yes.
Jeff, because I think there was a wise decision of making him run the board, which he's very good at, but running the board also requires him sitting there and running it. He can't just leave.
That's fair.
When he's in the other chair, Jeff likes to go for walks during the program.
That's fair.
Your job during the 4 hours we're on the air is the easiest of the 3 jobs in there.
Okay, yes. During the 4-hour show, yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
But there's a lot of communicating, a lot of texting, a lot of calling, meetings I'm doing.
Who do you meet with?
I meet with CK.
When?
It's supposed to be Thursdays. Sometimes I'm like, I see him in a meeting, and I'm like, let me go for that exit door.
When's the last time you met with CK?
Actually, I think it was last week. But yesterday we were at training camp, and I'm like, sorry, boss. Can't come.
Do you even have a LinkedIn?
No, so here's actually
you want to talk about a real go-getter. Stallion doesn't even have a LinkedIn.
Well,
at least I have one. I recognize that I'm
not
good at that
There's
platform,
a story,
but
and I was actually going to tell it. So we're already getting it sidetracked, so whatever. But I never knew that back in the day, like 2 years ago, that you'd get notifications if you look someone up. And if you have some premium account, and so I was doing exactly what you were saying, JP.
You were backdoor creeping via LinkedIn on some girl from high school.
On a girl that I used to date, wondering what she was up to, and I get a text the next day, why were you looking at my LinkedIn? She had some premium account, and I guess you can find out if you are looking up someone, and I guess if you pay for that premium subscription, it'll then show you exactly that.
That's really funny.
So I said, you know what? Delete LinkedIn. So deleted the account.
The only social networking that is supposed to actually be good for your career and your life and all these things, you deleted because a girl busted you for checking her page.
Exactly.
Couldn't you just lie and be like, oh, I was just seeing what you're up to? Like, I was curious.
It wasn't a very
how
amicable
the
ending.
Accounting business is going.
It's funny enough, she actually worked in accounting, but I mean, it was just a tough thing. It was a really tough thing. I was embarrassed. I was like, you know what? Let's delete the whole thing. I never used it anyways.
Shout out to LinkedIn. So our crack lead producer doesn't have it. I'm trying to look up Jeff Walker. Doesn't appear he has it.
Jeffrey Walker, maybe?
I mean, Jeffrey Walker?
That's his name.
I mean, there are Jeffrey Walkers. None of them look like our guy Jeff. Maybe he has it under a different name. I don't know. And that was LinkedIn talk. Let's get into something we're better equipped. Football talk. So Kay Adams, I guess, was in Ashburn yesterday. I did not see her. And usually to her credit, I think she goes to all 32 camps. And usually when they're there, you see them because they have like a little set. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think they built out a set for national shows when they come to town. Kind of down where DQ is doing the pressers, because there's like 4 tents there now, and one of them is the Commanders set for their own programming, but it does appear there's an extra one, so maybe she was in there and we just kind of missed it, or maybe she came later after we had left. But Kay Adams got to sit down and talk to Jayden Daniels yesterday, and I think Kay and Jayden have a pretty good rapport. I've seen her interview him a number of times, and I think Jayden kind of opens up to her, and this was Jayden talking about the new offense in Washington.
Brand new system.
Yeah.
How different does it feel now doing that than it did this point last year? Does it feel any different?
No, I think my approach to this offseason with the new system, it was kind of what helped accelerate me to catch up even more and be able to be in command of the offense and have those conversations with Blau on different type of things, like what are we naming this concept? He's asking my opinion on a lot of different things. So I have a lot of input to say. It's a collaborative work, not just between me, but everybody on the offense. Like, he wants to hear from everybody, coaches, players. If you have an idea, he said you can walk through his door and he'll listen to it.
I think there's a lot of reasons to be excited about David Blau and Jayden Daniels and this new offense. I really do. And I think we opened the phones earlier, and folks are frustrated by the center situation. Folks are frustrated by the wide receiver situation. And I hear your frustrations. I can understand where you're coming from. But at the same time, dude, if Jayden cooks and the offense moves the ball, a lot of that stuff's going to be deemed irrelevant. Like, in 2024, in Cliff's system, Jayden cooked. And Olamide Zaccheaus was your third leading receiver, and they went to the NFC title game. Like, so much of the NFL, it's the ultimate team sport, right? Because you need your special teams. One thing I value that Dan Quinn has done here is take specials seriously. There's a lot of coaches that kind of punt on that, and the mindset with special teams is like, let's just not screw anything up. But I think when you view special teams as a weapon, as a way to get an edge in a sport with razor-thin margins, I think that's a smart approach, and I think that's kind of like the Belichick theory, and I think that's certainly what Larry Izzo does, who played for Belichick here in Washington, so I like that. I think defensively they should be better. It's hard to be worse, but I think they should be better. I think the scheme is going to try to dictate terms to the offense, which is the opposite of what the scheme did the last 2 seasons. But ultimately, all of this stuff kind of comes down to, is Jayden going to cook again? Not be pretty good, certainly not be injured, but if Jayden's great, like he has shown an ability to do, Washington's a dangerous team, man. That's a team nobody wants to play because they'll get after your quarterback and their quarterback will make plays. And you can't play man on the outsides because he'll run. You can't have corners turning their back to him. And they've got enough guys that can beat you in zone. They've got a scheme that has guys moving all over the place. You're not entirely sure what they're going to do when they approach the line of scrimmage, like you kind of were over the past couple seasons. You don't know. Jayden is going to be under center. Jayden is going to be running bootlegs. There is going to be motion. There are going to be multiple tight end sets. Like there's a lot to be excited about with this offense. And I think they're all trying to play it relatively cool. But I think offensively, they are super excited. 1 o'clock. Ask B. Mitch anything, except you get to ask me. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. What the DMV needs, Chris Russell on television. So if you're watching Monumental Sports Network right now, take a good look at the Rooster. Hello, Chris.
Take a good look at your face. No, how are you? First of all, thanks for having me. So I found out something that I wasn't aware of. You watch baseball?
Yeah. What a concept.
Wow. I mean,
you really
that's
think I
amazing.
didn't watch baseball?
No, I knew you watched.
I grew up watching Cal Ripken.
I just laugh when people in our audience, and I'll say this as nicely as I can, just automatically condemn you to a certain box or a certain lane or a certain thing because you primarily cover the Washington by whatever names they are, right? Yeah. And forever I did too. God forbid you actually have some other interests and you like some other sports.
Dude, I got a really funny tweet. I'm not going to be able to find it. But I went to a concert a couple weeks ago and posted a video of it. And somebody responded to me.
You have a life?
He was like, it's always so weird when I remember you're a real human with interests and not this disembodied voice on the radio talking about football. So, you know what's remarkable, Stallion, is I invited Rooster on because I wanted to talk football.
Yes.
And he's a guest on the program, and he sat down and just started driving the program wherever he wanted. It was a pretty remarkable turn of events.
My bad.
I don't care. I'm cool with it.
You know, I don't get paid a lot, but whatever they pay me around here, I squeeze every ounce out of that rock, man. I
actually want to talk football with you and not get weirdly sidetracked as often happens. Day one of camp, I thought looked pretty good. Mm-hmm. I thought Trey Burks looked good.
Yeah.
I thought the offense looked pretty good. You were out there. Day two of camp, DQ opens things up by saying Allegretti's got a calf strain. Burks has foot soreness. They won't be going today. We're not exactly sure when they're coming back. How big of a deal is that? And how big of a deal is that as it relates to roster construction?
I mean, I think they're both a big deal because, as everybody has talked about, they don't have a defined right now number 2 receiver. And because Burks has got an injury history, and because he would be the most logical person right now, unless they go to Stephon Diggs, to fill that role. Not definitively, but the most logical person or candidate. Allegretti, I think, is a bigger deal probably because we already knew they were somewhat questionable in terms of their makeup at that position, and starting with Allegretti, and we both love Nick. I mean, Nick's a great guy.
Sure.
Stouter body, I think, is going to help, and experience, and he's a natural center. But, like, they were already somewhat questionable at that position. If Julian Good-Jones, no offense, has got to play a lot, you know. Now, he looked better yesterday than I saw him at any point in camp last year. So I'm willing to adjust my observation point. Galvin looked okay on a couple of snaps that I watched. So that maybe gave me a little bit of, I guess, optimism. But I would still say that's the bigger worry for me out of the two. And as far as the offense goes, back on Wednesday and really yesterday, JP, maybe I'm seeing the wrong thing or a different thing than you. I still think they look choppy. They make some plays. Sure, they make plays. There's no doubt about it. But they look choppier, and especially compared to, if you're comparing it to the defense so far, they look choppier.
I thought day one, the offense looked pretty good. I thought day two, the defense certainly won the day. I also think when you're running red zone early in camp, the defense should look better.
Fair.
And
I
there's
like
no pads or anything.
Did you like that they ran red zone as heavy as they did on Wednesday? Because to me, even though it wasn't like a overwhelming problem last year, they weren't good enough in it.
I think the red zone problems last year were the dysfunction of the run game.
Okay.
But to your question, did you like that they ran that much red zone? Yeah. I think whatever you think of Quinn, there is significant intentionality to how he builds out his practices, and I think this is a part of this ramp up and all these things.
When you emphasize red zone on day one, as much as they did, not a period, as much as they did, 2-point, all that stuff, when you emphasize that, I think that sends a mental message. Hey, guys, we weren't good enough there. We weren't horrible, but we weren't good enough. And the difference between winning 7 games and 9 games could be 2 or 3 trips in the red zone.
Sure. Totally. What do you think runs better watching this. So, circling back to center, I like Allegretti. I like the decision to go with Allegretti.
Yeah.
That's a player I believe
I don't
in.
have a major problem with that.
Not much depth there.
Yeah.
I also think if this was a month from now, it would have gone to Golban and not Good Jones.
You could absolutely be right. And that's the way I've kind of looked at it, but it's not the way it's played out so far. But to your point, Julian Good-Jones has more experience than Golban. But that's exactly the way I look at it.
I also think they're going to pick up a veteran center after roster cuts.
And that's the other way. Because even if Golban impresses, and again, I watched him on a couple of snaps yesterday. He rode a dude out very cleanly on an interior push. I forget who it was. One of the backup defensive linemen, 57, I want to say. And looked clean doing it, okay? On one play that specifically I was really isolated on him on. But we all know how cerebral that position is, and it's really hard. Like when Chase Roulier was drafted in the 6th round out of Wyoming, he didn't start immediately at center, right?
I think he did.
Did he? I thought it was year 2, or maybe late in year 1.
You could be correct.
I can't say for sure. I mean, Callahan obviously drafted him and developed him, and they had high hopes for him, and they turned out to be right until his injury got derailed by injuries.
Yeah. He was good for a number of seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know if he started
right away.
Okay,
I'm pulling it right
maybe
now.
he did. I thought it was maybe Lichtensteiger still.
He started 7 games in his rookie season.
Okay.
Played in 13.
All right, so maybe those 7 games I would have to go back and look. Maybe they were later. I don't remember.
Yeah.
You know, but to ask a 6th round rookie center / guard to start week 1 would be a lot to ask.
Let's pause.
If Nick doesn't come back,
can we pause?
Mm-hmm.
It's July 31st.
Yes,
I don't think we have to
absolutely.
talk about week 1 and
that's
rookies.
fair.
Like I think we have to have. I think the relevant conversation from I'm hesitant to even call them injuries, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like injuries means you're missing time,
right?
Like
They're banged up.
They're banged up,
Yeah.
right? Like I think the relevant conversation from the Allegretti and Burks news is roster build, not oh my God, what are they doing at the position come week 1?
Yeah,
because I think
that's
that
fair.
is premature.
Yeah, and maybe, and certainly from a fan's perspective, and from an outside I know you had Warren Sharp on, and I love Warren, right? But Warren, is building an argument that the Patriots have totally supported Drake May, and I think
It's not that hard of an argument to make.
Right, but I think Adam Peters, and this one of the things I was going to talk about on my show, Adam Peters has supported and surrounded Jaden Daniels just in maybe a different way. The Patriots' offensive line isn't, I don't believe, as good as strong as the yes.
Yeah,
and he was banged up down the stretch and he was horrible. But they're not as strong on the offensive line as I think the Commanders are when the Commanders are healthy and ready to go.
Shot out of a cannon, Roost. I love you. We have to break on time on this program.
Why don't we do that?
That's our friend.
Wait,
Chris,
on this program?
Yeah, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. B's not here, so you can call and ask me anything you want. I'll do my best to answer it. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. J.J. Watt will replace Tony Romo for the time being, working alongside Jim Nantz and Tracy Wolfson. CBS Sports announcing that Romo is on leave from his role until further notice. San Antonio's Victor Wembanyama has signed a new long-term contract extension with Nike, including a new signature shoe line. The Nationals take on the Braves again tonight with Foster Griffin to the bump at 7:15 live on The Fan. Commanders players have meetings and a walkthrough today. First game is August 14th against the Dolphins in preseason. Commanders continue to monitor Stephon Diggs. Mubadala Open today continues from Rock Creek Park. Taylor Fritz at 3:30, Ben Shelton at 8 p.m. Jessica Pegula won her first set 6-3. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, folks. 1 o'clock on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Hope everybody's enjoying it responsibly out there. Here's what we're going to do. It's time to ask me anything. Friday's 1 o'clock. Usually B. Mitch is here. You can ask him anything. I chime in. Today, it's all me, baby. So whatever you want to ask, I'll do my best. Ask Us Anything is dressed by Collars & Co., where style meets all-day comfort. I had to get dressed up last night for the swim team banquet, and I was wearing a Collars & Co. blazer. My buddy JJ Carbonell said, "Hey, is that Collars & Co.?" I said, "Damn right." He's like, "Looks great. It's good gear, dude." Jeff just got me in a really good way. I'm going to give him credit. I'll explain that in a moment. I'm going to take our first call. Ask Me Anything from Jared down in Myrtle Beach. What's up, Jared?
Hey, how's it going with you guys up there?
We're doing well, bud. How's it going in Myrtle?
It's fantastic as always. So let me ask you this. So we've all seen the photo hundreds of times of the 2013 staff where it's Kyle Shanahan, McVay, and LaFleur, and McDaniel, and Raheem Moore, all that stuff. And fans love getting mad about the fact that, oh, we let him out of the building and whatnot. So let me ask you this. What is the path to David Blau becoming the head coach? Because if they go 11-6 this year and the offense is a top 5, well, Quinn's keeping his job, and Blau's going to be a candidate for another open job. But if they go, heck, 5-12, like, they're all going to get fired, and he's not going to be able to stay in the building anyway. So I don't understand the path. Like, how do fans get mad at this stuff?
It's a really good question. I appreciate the call, Jared. Thank you, man. The path for Blau to be a head coach is interesting. If the offense is really good and they go 12-5, he'd probably get hired somewhere. And my guess is they would then promote David Rye, who's now the pass game coordinator, to run the offense. If the offense goes really well, though, I wouldn't be shocked if Rye gets at least OC offers from around the league and maybe even head coaching offers. You do open that possibility of losing all this young talent when you hire a defensive head coach. And I think everybody understood that when they hired DQ. It would be very interesting for Josh Harris because his NBA teams, by and large, hire kind of veteran coaches. I don't know enough about the hockey. I don't know who the Devils have hired. But, like, they go DQ this time. As long as they win, DQ keeps his job. But if it goes poorly and DQ loses the gig, I wonder if he'll go a different direction, not like the leader of men, like we're just going to find the best person for the job. Blau getting an offer, I mean, it would be moving very fast if he got an offer, but it would be really good news. Listen, if David Blau gets a head coaching gig next year, means this was a hell of a ride of a season in 2026. So that's a problem for future us, is kind of how I would handle that. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Hit me up, ask me anything you want. Michelle is in Virginia. Hello, Michelle.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm just a girl who loves football, and I really enjoyed Jaden Daniels' first season, and I was there for the big Hail Mary play and everything. And I just want to know if you think Jaden Daniels is going to be protected enough to play with complete abandon like he did his first season.
That's a great question, Michelle. And thank you for the call. I don't think you want Jaden playing with complete abandon. I think you'd like to see in year 3 some more regard of kind of time and place, like tie game, early second quarter. We don't have to sell out, and we recognize the greater value to the organization. Fourth quarter, week 16, playoff spot on the line, reckless abandon at that point. I think you're going to see far less designed quarterback runs. That doesn't mean Jaden won't run, but I mean, they almost had like a power formation they ran with Jaden under Cliff. I don't think you're going to see that kind of stuff. Jaden's still going to use his legs, obviously. And I think there will be more design protection for Jaden. I think the offense will run the ball a lot better, which is going to help Jaden. But, like, they're going to run bootlegs and stuff. Those are opportunities where he could take shots. Like, sometimes that doesn't go great. I think, however, that they have put together a really good offensive line. If you maybe this was the point that the Crazy Rooster was trying to make earlier as far as helping Jaden. Everybody talks about the receivers. They have spent draft capital and cash on their offensive line. Tunsil's among the highest paid left tackles in football, maybe the highest paid with that last extension. Josh Connerly, right tackle, first-round pick. Sam Cosmi, they extended. He's making real money. The decision to release Biotish, I don't know, but I think they have provided a strong offensive line for Jaden Daniels, and I think if the offense is more functional in marrying the run and the pass game, that'll help him too. Let's get weird on a Friday. Commandante Tequila, what's up, dude?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
You ready for the... I am beautiful. I have a question for you. Why don't they get 2 more receivers and 2 more centers and see what they could do with them? And then when it comes on August 31st, cut the players that they don't need no more, you know? So we're not struggling or going and have craziness, or you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, by week 2, by week 3, by week 2, by week 1, after August, it's going to go a little cuckoo. You know, now the players are getting injured. That's cool. Get them getting injured right now. And like Dan said, it takes at least a week so you know where he's at. So I'll be in the green bubble still.
Commander, I always appreciate when you call, and I appreciate you always listen. You're a friend of the program, sincerely. But I have no idea if you asked a question, and if so, what it was.
So why don't they get 2 more receivers and two more centers? And if they don't work out by August 31st,
okay. You want sign a receiver, sign a center. That may very well happen. I think actions, not words. If you see them add another center, it's kind of like a functionality of just being able to get through practice. I think that would be bad news. Like a lot of people yesterday on Twitter were like, let Brandon Coleman take snaps. If Brandon Coleman starts taking snaps, that is bad news for Allegretti. If Coleman and Chris Paul continue to battle it out for that left guard spot, that's good news for Allegretti because they're not changing the plan because of what's happened. If they sign somebody at center, that's not good news. If they sign somebody at wide receiver, I think that's an independent, siloed situation. Jake is in Northwest. Jake, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, bud.
JP, my question is, why can't they just go ahead and put that young rookie out there as the number 2 and just, let it be done and add whoever fall behind them to help out Terry in the receiving, and just in case we don't pick up Diggs or whoever.
Well, Jake, it's a great question, and I appreciate you calling. Let's be real about something. The conversation surrounding a number 2 receiver, that is media-driven and fan-driven and fantasy-driven. Like, the receiver depth chart isn't listed 1 through 8. Like, it's all formation-based. It's all where you line up. Like, it calls for different situations. You know what I mean? Like, the number 2 receiver is largely a creation. If they had, and to that point, you're saying, why don't they name Antonio Williams the number 2 receiver? He has to do it himself. Like, if he goes out and has 800 yards and 6 touchdowns, he will therefore be the number 2 receiver. Some of it is a little bit of formation stuff. Like, I do think Williams is going to be more of a slot guy than an outside guy, and people will maybe refer to that as a slot guy instead. But, like, when it was Pierre and Deshaun and Jamison Crowder, like, the slot guy was a huge part of the game. So some of this is up to the players. I really like Williams. I'm trying to temper what I say until I see him in pads, because I need to see him against press coverage. Specifically, for all the talk about one-on-one matchups and who people want to see, like, I think Oweh Tunsil's probably the most hyped and excited. I cannot wait to watch Antonio Williams and Amik Robertson. I cannot wait to watch that, because Amik is that kind of pit bull, long-armed, interior corner that is going to get a real test of his NFL readiness. Let's keep the phone lines going. My guy Jeremiah in Fairfax. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's up? Happy Friday. I think Commander Tequila's already delved into his stash.
I think Commander Tequila started early.
My question for you, JP, is, in all your years of covering this sport, doesn't have to just be Commanders, but obviously that's your expertise. What is the most surprised you've been by the result of a game? Whether you thought a team would get blown out and they won, or you thought it would be low scoring, it was a shootout. Just what in your memory banks is the most surprised you've been after any game, big or small? Thank you. Have a good Friday.
That's a great question, man. I'm trying to think. The most surprised I've been by a ball game that I've worked, dude, it might have to be Nick Foles and the Eagles beating the Patriots in the Super Bowl in Minnesota. That was not, one, the Eagles winning that game was not what I expected. Two, the fashion in which the Eagles won that game was not what I expected. Their offense could not be stopped. I mean, I think Brady threw for 500 yards in a loss. Like, for that game between those two teams to be that level of shootout was shocking. So it's probably that. As far as, like, for the Commanders, Redskins, I guess you could say too. I'm trying to think what was, like, actually shocking. I think the Detroit divisional round, and also the fashion in which they won that, where they just couldn't be stopped, and Jaden was just on fire, and Detroit kept barfing on their shoes. That's the most recent thing. The most, like, singular moment shock is nothing like playoff hockey, overtime, and then extra innings baseball. Like, I was standing in the red porch when Jason Worth hit that home run in the division series. And that was just like immediate, like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. Let's go to Jeff in Prince Frederick. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, what's going on, JP?
Not much, bud.
Hey, man, I got just a very, very important question for you. Are you a beer or mixed drink guy, or fries or onion rings?
Beer or mixed drink?
Yes.
Time and place for everything, but probably more cocktails than beers at this stage of the game. Trying to limit the calories. What was the other thing?
Fries or onion rings?
Fries. I hate onions. They're a vile weed. But I do like an onion ring on occasion. But, like, in general, it's fries. I actually had this debate with my wife, and I called her a liar, which is not a good idea. If for all the young men out there that might get married, don't call your wife a liar. But we were at the beach, and we had fries, and we had sweet potato fries. And I was asking my daughters, I was like, which ones do you like better? And they're like, fries. And my wife's like, I actually like sweet potato fries better. I was like, listen, I like sweet potato fries. They're very good, and they're healthier and a really good option. But there's nobody that actually likes sweet potato fries better than regular French fries. And she said she did. I believe her now. I was corrected. I think I like sweet potato fries, French fries all day. Thank you for the call, Jeff.
There you go. All right, Ross.
Have a great day. Where should we go? We got options. Dan David in Alexandria. What's up, Dave?
Hey, JP.
How you doing, pal?
We're always talking about the receiver room doesn't seem to be full enough. Wondering, are we discounting the running backs that we have who can catch the ball?
You think we're not talking enough about running backs' ability in the pass game?
Yeah, I think it's another facet that that Blau's going to have to open up, and we have all this concentration about who's going to be the number 2 after Terry and who's going to fill out the receiver room. But we've got running backs who can catch the football. So
I think that's fair. I think, if you look at the Bears' offense from last season, and I've pulled this a couple times, tight ends and running backs are a huge part of that. And not to say that David Blau is going to run the exact Ben Johnson system, and not to say that, Jaden and Caleb are the same type of quarterback, but if you just use it as a baseline and you look at the receiving totals from that club, you had their leading receiver was a tight end, Colston Loveland. Then you had Moore, Odunze, and Burden, and they all missed various amounts of time, around 600 yards. Then you had, DeAndre Swift was there. So certainly, I think the running backs will play a role. I wouldn't discount that at all. Let's go to Wendell in Springfield. Wendell, what's up, man?
Hey, JP, thanks for taking the call.
No problem.
And then also, regular fries, trump sweet potato fries all day.
Yeah,
but
I like sweet potato fries, but the answer is regular.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, they're good, but no, question no. And I know you see these guys all the time, so it's kind of tough questions. But if you were the GM, if you were Peters, would you be okay with the wide receiver situation? Or would you look to upgrade with the notable free agent candidate?
If I was in charge?
Yeah,
and it's
I know, tough question.
Important to note that I am not in charge. I would not have entertained the Ayuk stuff, period. I don't think they are either. I would have real interest in Diggs, but I probably would have added somebody back in March. And this is strictly at the receiver position. I would wait a little bit here on Diggs. I really like Diggs. I think he could help this team immediately. But my only concern there is, does it impede Antonio Williams a little bit? And if that kid is really ready to go, do you want to just let him go? And we don't have that answer yet. But Diggs comes in, helps you right away. He can play on the outside for you. He outproduced Mac Hollins and Kayshon Boutte combined on fewer snaps. So I think I might just sign Diggs. The other move I probably would have made was sign the guy whose name none of us know how to pronounce, Pochik, that signed with the Ravens. But maybe that's armchair court. I don't know. It's a good question, though. Let's go to Damian in D.C. Damian, what's up, dude?
Hey, JP, you hear me?
I got you, bud.
Yeah, so I want to talk about the top 10 wide receivers for college football this year, because it's possible that next year in the draft, the Commanders' first-round pick is possibly going to be a wide receiver.
Yeah, Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Williams. Who's the Auburn kid that transferred to Texas?
One I got an eye on.
What?
Cam Coleman from Texas is the one I got an eye on.
Dude, he was at Auburn last year. That guy's phenomenal. Yeah, I think first-round pick at wideout next year makes a ton of sense, man. Good call. You want me to knock these out? I got 2 more calls. Okay. Hayden is in Ohio. What's up, Hayden?
What's up, JP?
How you doing, bud?
My question is, who do you think the next Redskins Hall of Famer will be? It's Hall of Fame week. It's a big thing around here. I just want to have a good reason to go to the enshrinement.
So I very much, people may disagree with me on this. I have a very targeted plan for B. Mitch to get in. B. Mitch becomes available in 2028 for the senior committee. And I think collectively, as a fan base, we push like hell, and that's a social media push. I don't know that people know this, but go back 100 years before Bruce Allen got fired, and I was told that the social media, remember hashtag Fire Bruce Allen was trending all the time? That had an impact. When you sell your sponsorships to Bank of America or Budweiser or whoever, and every sold sponsorship social media post is just responded to with nothing but fire Bruce Allen, sponsors aren't thrilled about it. So there's a very targeted social media push in 2028, so I hope it's Brian. But I'd love if it's Jacoby. I'd love if it's Fletch. I'd love any of those guys. Thanks for the call, Hayden.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
We'll keep the phone lines open. If you're on hold, stay there. You can ask me questions. Stallion also has very interesting audio he wants played.
Mubadala DC Open continues today. The 1 seed Jessica Pegula is in the second set after winning the first set. Alex de Minaur and Brandon Nakashima coming up next. Taylor Fritz against Alex Mitchelson at 3:30. Ben Shelton against Alejandro Tabillo at 8 p.m. Commanders with a meeting and walkthrough today. Fans' first day is on Saturday. They are still monitoring wide receiver Stephon Diggs. Nationals lost to the Braves 5-4 despite 2 homers from Dalen Lyle and 1 from Luis Garcia Jr. Tonight, 7:15, Foster Griffin gets the call live on The Fan. San Antonio's Victor Wembanyama has signed a new long-term contract extension with Nike, including a new signature shoe line. For the time being, analyst J.J. Watt will replace Tony Romo on CBS Sports Football in the NFL. Romo is on leave from his role until further notice. Dodgers' Shohei Ohtani did not place in the lineup last night against the M's with a sore knee. He'll return tonight. FIFA has started a consultation process over an expansion of the Men's World Cup to 64 teams. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
When I walk in a club, it is B. Mitch and Finley. We are brought to you by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool. Keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And if it ain't Rude Aquarium,
it ain't right.
It ain't right.
Jeff, 10 push-ups. I want to get into, I'm not lying to you, Jeremy Shockey discussing his vasectomy, because that's what Stallion wants us to talk about. But my guy Toothpick is my guy, and he stayed on hold, so I'm going to let him ask me a question. What up, Pick?
What up, JP?
How you doing, bud?
Listen, man, I'm good. Thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
I'm going to ask you for a humble brag for my, Ask JP Anything segment here, and you can decide if you want to pass it around the aquarium.
Okay.
All right. So my humble brag for you is, who's the most famous person in your phone? I'll answer that first. My most famous person is a soon-to-be Hall of Famer. Thanks to your efforts, that's the most famous person in my phone. Who's the most famous person in your phone?
Okay. Most famous person in my phone. One thing that's interesting with social media is a lot of times, like, my interaction with, like, famous people is done more, I feel like, Instagram. Like, there's more Instagram messaging. But the most famous people in my phone that I've, like, texted back and forth with, Wale, PFT commenter, honestly, probably Governor Moore. Like, that dude could be president someday.
David Aldridge.
David Aldridge, Hall of Famer.
He's on 2K.
I think I got.
So wait, are you saying for me or that's your answer?
No, for you. I was just thinking about people you know.
Okay.
Aldridge pretty known.
I think I low-key might have people be here. And this thanks to Danny, but Charles Barkley.
Winner.
That.
But I think there's a difference from having his number to, like, when's the last time you texted Charles
Well,
Barkley?
yeah, it's been years. I mean,
text him right now.
No, I can't.
Text him right now.
I've got Wayne.
Text him right now.
No, I can't because that's not my guy.
Give it to me.
But you know who is my guy? I got his number. I know we talked about this the other day. Wayne Gretzky. Should I call
Text him right now.
I'll text Wayne Gretzky.
Text Wayne Gretzky right now.
I'll text him.
Just be like, hey, Wayno, really excited about Ovi coming back. What do you think?
I'll shoot him a text right now.
Do it. Turn the volume on so we can hear you. Hold on. Before you text him, when's the last time you communicated with him?
So I'm looking at it now. This is April 7th, 2025. Hey, Wayne, this is Ryan with the Grant and Danny Show, the flagship station for the Capitals. We are wondering if you had any time today up until 6:30 to talk about Ovechkin breaking your record for a few minutes. Thanks.
Did he respond?
He did not respond.
Has he ever responded?
He has not responded. I did get his voicemail, though. I did get his voicemail. This is his number.
Text him right now.
I'm going to text him right now.
Excited about this season. So glad Ovi's back. Don't even ask for anything. Just see if you can get, like, a thumbs up.
Just say, hey, Wayne, we're pumped for this.
We're pumped for the Cap season. It's so cool Ovi's back. Just like you would text your boy. Don't overthink it. We're not asking for anything, Wayne. We just want a thumbs up. Does he have read and unread?
So originally sent as a green message, but now it's sending as a blue one, and it's delivered. So this is
progress.
Yeah, I said, hey, Wade, we're pumped for this season with Ovi coming back! !
I love it.
Just send that text to the go.
So now you should text Barkley then. Hey, Chuck, so excited AJ DeBots is here.
That's not my guy, though. That's not my
Wayne
guy.
is clearly not your guy.
He's my guy. I got his number.
No.
But you never spoke
you never
to him.
responded.
All right.
That's
sure.
That's the same thing like Manti Te'o kissing his girlfriend.
Now, the only thing with Barkley, clearly Danny has a real relationship and like a business relationship, so maybe you shouldn't mess with that.
Yeah.
But if there's one dude that I feel like could roll with the punches, it is Charles freaking Barkley.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
He's going to block Ryan.
He might.
Jeff could have a sneaky famous person in his phone.
That I talked to on
Shy Glizzy?
Nah. I got Shy Glizzy's DJ. That's my dog though. See, he probably won't be as famous to y'all, but he's famous amongst the kids. Somebody called Rusty. Rusty son, and know who I'm talking about. But my cousin is a streamer. His name is Chris Next Door. He's with. You ever heard of the name Kai Cenat?
No.
JP. Wow, it's crazy. You never heard of that name, but
Hassanet?
Kai Cenat. KAICENAT.
Ben Sennett?
No. Well, yeah, he's my cousin's a part of the AMP streaming group, so he's like a streamer.
That's great, man.
Yeah, I'm most famous guy I got.
Okay. I just Googled him. Chris Next Door does not have an official or verified net worth, though online estimates loosely place him in the mid six-figure range. Take the over?
Man, with them brand deals and stuff, I don't know, because them streamers, they get it.
You know what's interesting? Remove most famous from your phone. Who do you think the richest person you've got in your phone is? Because I know for me,
oh, you've got some guys.
I think I have two guys I would think are it. Maybe like I know some dudes that I don't know if it starts with a B, but it might start with a B.
No, mine
I'm
starts
not
with
even thinking about some of the.
Mine start with an A.
On a TV network, I mean.
That's true.
Mine started with an A, and he was in here last week.
A.
Isn't that how you spell Ahmed's name?
Oh.
Yeah, no. Ahmed's for us all. Ahmed definitely cracks that list.
All right. Let's do this Shockey thing.
Yeah, it's good audio.
Well, explain it. I have no idea.
I mean, I just saw it someone on Twitter the other day.
Here's what Stallion wrote on the show sheet. Shockey got a vasectomy at 21. What sacrifice have you made? And I have no idea what's about to happen on the audio here. Jeff, just hit play. Let's all find out together.
I didn't have a girlfriend when I played New York. I didn't have anything. No kids, nothing. I got a vasectomy at a young age. I had one thing.
You got a vasectomy at a young age?
Yeah, like 21 years when I got drafted. I got a vasectomy. I had no kids. I didn't want kids.
You don't want the kids? You still don't want kids?
I reversed it. Yeah, I wanted kids. I reversed it, but I'm saying when I played in the NFL, I didn't want to have any. No.
Do you
There's
have
only so much
any kids
space
now?
here. No, I had no kids.
But you want kids now?
Yeah, I do, but I obviously,
But you didn't want kids at the time.
I got insured more by Lloyd's in London. That's really the truth, when I got the vasectomy as well.
Yeah.
So it was a good decision. But I didn't have that. I didn't need that in emotional sport.
All right.
Listen, when we get home from work, what do you want to do?
You can reverse a vasectomy?
I know that from The Office. Snip, snap, snip, snap.
I should have did that in college. Less to worry about.
Dude, so I have a lot of thoughts on Jeremy Shockey right there. I wish B-Bitch was here because he had his locker next to him in New York.
Oh, okay.
If you've never heard B's Jeremy Shockey stories, they're unbelievable. So we have to re-rack that next week when B's back.
Definitely will.
You know how on podcasts you can listen to it with the audio sped up?
I know exactly what you're
Shockey
going.
sounded sped up. Like
Yes.
he just stored an 8-ball. Hopefully he hasn't. Hopefully he's healthy and wealthy. But he sounded like his audio sounded like it was at 1.5 speed.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think anyone should go into a vasectomy with the plan of reversing it. I've had a vasectomy. I have no interest in reversing it, right? Like the doctor, when you have your consultation to have this operation done, is like, are you comfortable with this phase of your life, like not having more children? And I was like, yes. And we got the deal done. I'm very blessed. Love my 2 children. We're good. So I think medically, the thought of going vasectomy because you want to be sure you don't impregnate anybody for a while when you're a young tight end in New York and you're probably about to go on a run, like, I don't think medically it's a good idea because I'm sure there's some level of possibility that the reversal doesn't take. You know what I mean? Like, but I actually think it's pretty damn smart.
I was thinking the same thing, JP. I'm glad because he could have wowed out and had 8 kids.
Absolutely.
He could have been Phillip Rivers.
Dog, New York City has so many people in it. Stallion could get laid up there. Imagine being Jeremy Shockey. Like, Jeremy Shockey in the early 2000s, Wale was dropping his name in lyrics. Like, he was hot in these streets. He could have impregnated the entire Greenwich Village. Like, I think this is actually very smart.
One of the few giants I will ever respect.
I just came up with $1 billion idea.
Let's hear it.
I don't know how, I'm not a biochemist. I'm an idea guy, not an execution guy. Male birth control. Let dudes take a pill where that you still finish, but the active ingredient ain't swimming, so you don't have to stress and you can't get a girl pregnant.
So that's actually already a thing, according to AI. Yes, birth control for men is available, but current options are limited to. Oh, so it's limited to male condoms and vasectomies.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
So okay.
I'm talking about a pill you take where it still feels the same,
yeah,
but you remove the active ingredient. Listen, I don't know if that's humanly possible, but doesn't it make sense?
I wouldn't take it.
Definitely.
Jeff, you're nuts. Would you take it?
I would absolutely take it.
Yeah.
Because what if, like,
I think young men would take that.
Like, think about it, bro. You know how, like, with pills, it'd be like, and if you're feeling da-da-da-da-da-da, I got a feeling that, like, one of the side effects will be there is a possibility you will never be at attention again.
Sure. I mean,
I'm good.
Like, there's possibilities with everything. I'm not saying it would be 100% adapted. I bet we know some people around this radio station that wish this technology existed. I'm just saying it wouldn't necessarily be universally adopted, but there are people that would take it. Do you know there are married people that their wives make them wear condoms because they don't want to get pregnant? Like, a married dude should not have to wear a condom. Period. God, I hope my daughters are not in the car with my wife right now. We're going to break. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Anybody with any issues of our last segment, take that up with Ryan Clary. Ryan.Clary at Odyssey.com. That was his segment, okay? Whoever that may be. Now, we've almost made it. I want to give Jeff credit. Earlier in the program, we talked for an hour about the Nats, and they got to win tonight. Foster Griffin on the bump. I imagine they're favored with Griffin on the mound, right? I know the Braves lineup's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, they're probably still underdogs. But
give me odds, W, please. We had a long conversation about the Nats. Should they buy? Should they sell? What are they? Who are they going to be in the future? And I said then, we have 6 minutes remaining in the program. I said then that if the news came out, Barry Svrluga, Jeff Passan, Britt Giroli, whoever the hell announced it, the Nats have agreed to a contract extension with Foster Griffin. I said I would take my shirt off for the remainder of the program. Now, about a half hour later, in a break, Jeff looks at me and goes, "Oh, dog." I was like, "What?" He's like, "You're going to have to do it." And I was like, "Do what? What are you talking about?" He's like, "Griffin extension." And left hand up, to Jeff's credit, my stomach sank. I was like, "Oh, my God." And then all of a sudden, I'm like, am I going to be Rooster and make a weird radio, gamble and not pay it off? Which I didn't want to do, but I would have paid it off. But it looks like we're going to make it to the finish line. Tarps on. So, sorry, boys. It's the weekend. We're going into the weekend. We'll make some actual bets for the weekend. But Nats have 3 games with the Bravos before Monday's trade deadline. Are they off Monday or are the Phillies in town Monday night?
I believe they're in town Monday night.
There's no one less locked on than Locked On Nationals.
I knew you were going to say it.
Like, you don't know the schedule?
Dude, there's 162 games.
Okay, but this is the game in 4 nights against a division opponent.
Every series right now for the Nationals is the biggest series. I'm taking it day by day.
They do play Monday night.
They play
Stallion.
Monday night.
6:40 first pitch, Citizens Bank Park.
Yes.
Between now and when we're back on the air, Monday, 10 a.m., what moves will the Nats have made? And you can say nothing, but I'm curious what you think between now and Monday morning.
I think they trade Foster Griffin, and then I also think they trade for it's going to sound bad, but it's going to be like a bullpen arm that you've never heard of. And that's okay. Like Daniel Hudson back in 2019, everyone was like, this is the guy you're going to go get? Well, he helped save a World Series for you and was a key part of that 2019 Nationals team. But I think that bullpen piece will have a couple of years of control left. And
hold on, you think trading Foster Griffin, all you get back is one bullpen piece?
No. I think that they also trade for a bullpen piece. I think they get rid of Foster Griffin. In a few weeks, Connolly Early steps in as that Griffin replacement. And then you also get a controllable bullpen arm for maybe a lower price. Do you give up Jacob Young for him? Potentially. I think you could see something like that. So I do think they trade Foster Griffin. I think they hold on to Luis Garcia. And I think they get a bullpen arm that's controllable for the next few years. Now, who do they give up for that? Could be Jacob Young.
JY, I would hate that.
I would hate it too.
But I get it. Who was my man they traded to Cleveland a couple years back?
Lane Thomas.
I hated it, but I got it.
Got it.
Dude,
exactly.
I'm not going to say that story on air, but I had a very funny encounter with him right around the trade deadline. I would hate to see JY go, but he is an extra piece. You know what I mean? And they need desperately bullpen help. But if you trade Foster Griffin, helping the bullpen doesn't matter because your staff's not good enough.
I know, but here's the twist for it because you're 100% right.
But you're right if it's a guy with 4 or 5 years of control.
Yeah, then it becomes worth it. But also, you have Luis Perales, who's down in AAA. They traded for him this past offseason. Shocker, came from the Boston Red Sox. I think this group really likes him. They went out of their way to go get Luis Perales, and he was recovering from Tommy John last year for a majority of the season. He's really coming to his own this year. He's really pitched well down the stretch. I think that Luis Perales is kind of like that deadline acquisition where he comes up post-deadline, and you've got yourself a top 5 starter in this rotation. I like Luis Perales, and I think they do too.
Dub B, what do they do by Monday, 10 a.m.?
They trade for Luke Weaver. And they give up Luis Garcia. They trade Foster Griffin to the Brewers after they miss out on Skubal.
See, I think the missed out on Skubal market is going to be very good for Foster Griffin.
Oh, it's going to be great.
Because you're going to have owners, you're going to have GMs that have gone to ownership. Hey, we're thinking about a big move. And then they have to go back to ownership and say, hey, we didn't get him. And the owner's going to say, okay, what's next? Bang, Foster Griffin. Is he recognizing there's a Grand Canyon gap between Skubal and Griffin? Is he the second best pitcher that's available?
I think it's like a tier of Griffin, Gausman, and Freddie Peralta.
And the other two have accomplished much more over time, but Griffin's been better this year.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how teams view that.
Jeffrey, always the wild card. What do you think the Nats do by Monday, 10 a.m.?
They're only going to re-sign. They're going to extend Foster Griffin, and that's it.
Jeff, I'll buy you a soda. I know you like your ginger ale. I will buy you a ginger ale Monday morning. I will buy you a ginger ale every day next week if they get an extension done with Foster Griffin before our show on Monday morning.
Let's go.
Okay. Here's what I can tell you. We've made it to the end of the program, and my tarp firmly staying on. No extension yet. I don't think the extension's coming. I'd love to be proven wrong. Tomorrow we're going to be out at Commanders Training Camp. If you're coming out, say what's up. It'll be fun. It'll be exciting. First day of camp with fans there. Are any of you boys coming?
Nah.
Yeah, no.
Shocker.
That's you.
Are you going to go to Greenbrier to see the Giants, Stubby?
No, but that'd be fun.
My buddy Papa's there right now. And all my boys that cover the Giants, like Pat Leonard, Connor Hughes, Jordan Renan, like guys we have on the show, I cannot tell you how jealous I am of them. Mark Ein, Magic Johnson, Josh Harris, Mitch Rales, if you're listening, let's go. I want 2 weeks of training camp away. I don't want the whole month, just 2 weeks. Let's go somewhere. I'll go back to Richmond.
Maybe we do a topic next week of like best spots to go for training camp. Like maybe
what's the college in North Carolina that's like a country club?
High
Point?
Yeah, High
Let's
Point.
go to High Point. I would go to Richmond. I would go to
You can come to
Blacksburg.
High Point with me tonight.
You stay in High Point. Thank you to everybody for listening to the show. Thank you to Britt Giroli for joining us. Thank you to Steve Weich for joining us. A lot of great calls. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it as far, I owe you a beer.
This update brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Number 1 seed Jessica Pegula advances in straight sets at the Mubadala DC Open. Coming up next is Naomi Osaka and number 1 seed Alex de Minaur against UVA's Brandon Nakashima. Later, Taylor Fritz around 3:30 and then Ben Shelton tonight at 8. Nationals and Braves in Game 2 tonight, 7:15 on the Fan with Foster Griffin to the bump after a 5-4 loss yesterday. San Antonio's Victor Wembanyama has signed a new long-term contract extension with Nike, including a new signature shoe line. For the time being, analyst J.J. Watt will replace Tony Romo on the CBS NFL Sports games coming up in September. Tony Romo is on a leave of absence until further notice, according to CBS Sports. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori Fine Jewelry, Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. Last day of July 2026. That escalated quickly. We are on to August. And the way school calendars work these days, we're like a few weeks away from kids being back in school, which makes absolutely no sense. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny's vacation continues. Toby Altizer is in and alongside. We got a big show planned for you today. Barry Sverluga's been out at training camp with me at practice the last couple days. He'll stop by at 3. Want to get a feel for what he's thinking of the Commanders through a couple days. He also wrote a great profile on Durante Jones, who's a local guy from the DMV, now the D coordinator. Want to talk to Barry about that. Mark Zuckerman, who covers the Nationals, will stop by at 6. That's the final segment of the week, the final segment before the weekend leading up to the trade deadline. When we reconvene on Monday, after Foster Griffin pitches tonight, and then Saturday and Sunday come and go, is he still on the Nationals? Is Luis Garcia, who homered and had 3 extra base hits yesterday, still on the Nationals? We'll talk to Mark about that. Plus, we've got a chance for somebody to win tickets at 4 o'clock. Jason Aldean, Luke Bryan at Nationals Park. You better be listening. And you're going to hear from Sam Hartman on the show. I know what you're thinking. Why are you talking to Sam Hartman? It's a perfectly reasonable question. I have found, Tobes, that the best way to learn about an offense and a scheme is oftentimes through the quarterback. And a lot of times the access you get is to backup quarterbacks. Yep. So for many years, I would have these great conversations with Kirk Cousins and learn a ton about the Kyle Shanahan offense. And I had a quick discussion with Sam Hartman about David Blau and the way he's calling plays, and I thought it was informative. So people will hear that coming up later in the hour.
I thought you were going to say the best way to learn about the offense is to get the best-looking player on the team on camera. I thought that's kind of what you were going for.
That's another way to do it. I think that's the other axiom about learning the offense. He's a very handsome man.
He is.
I don't know why he hasn't decided to stop playing football and just go into some career where he just kind of looks longingly into a camera and bites down on his lip.
He seems like someone that's going to age well, so I think he's like, you know what, let's ride this football train while it lasts, because it could end literally at any moment. Like, for him, and I like Sam Hartman, the guy, it could end whenever. So
probably about 3.5 weeks from right now.
Yeah, so ride it out, and then you got a career elsewhere afterwards.
He's Jaden Daniels' buddy. That's worked out well. I actually think there's a world where maybe he ends up being some type of a quarterback's coach. I don't know that he'd be on the David Blau, Sean Mannion trajectory, but if he chooses to go that route, there is a momentum right now in the National Football League behind recent former quarterbacks who were mentally capable, but maybe physically didn't have the tools to put it all together. And those are the types of guys that are most popular in becoming coordinators in buildings all over the league right now.
Yeah, and everyone seems to love him. Like, just in terms of being a guy and hanging out and the way that everybody talks about him, we know his football ability. He's never going to be on the level of a Jaden Daniels or even serve as a backup like a Marcus Mariota, but you know that he is so well loved by everybody that hangs out with him. He's friendly with everybody, and everybody's always bantering, and that brotherly relationship that you form just being in the locker room all the time. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he gets into some sort of career with football after the fact. Maybe he goes back to one of his alma maters, whether it's Notre Dame or Wake Forest, and helps out with the quarterbacks there or something. But, yeah, I think he's got a career in football if he wants it, because everybody seems to think so highly of him. You don't get to stick around for as long as he has. It's not like he's been here for a decade, but he's been here for longer than what his probably talent level would tell you he is. So you don't get to stick around for 3 years if you're not providing something. You don't get to just be there because you're Jaden's best friend.
I knew he was in big trouble, and it was pretty clear to me he's never going to start here. When at the end of last year in a meaningless game, when they weren't going to have Marcus Mariota available to start, they decided to let Josh Johnson come in off the street and make a start at close to 40 years old, rather than just giving Sam Hartman that chance.
Yes.
That's when you knew, okay, that this is not really a thing. He's just a vibes guy who's pretty close in the room and helps everybody, with the quizzes that they take all week long. But I actually wanted to start the show discussing something that I found pretty riveting at the wide receiver position in the NFL last evening, and that was Deebo Samuel going back to San Francisco. I think if you would have told people yesterday that Samuel was going to re-sign with one of his recent former employers yesterday, a lot of people would have predicted that he was going to re-sign with Washington.
Yep.
Those people weren't doing a very good job reading the tea leaves, because we've talked about this. There didn't seem like a ton of interest from the Commanders right now in bringing him back. I don't think they ever slammed the door or told him they don't want him, but they were not recently talking to Deebo. He was not really recently on their radar in any way. And I think they're perfectly fine with him being off the market and in San Fran. If they wanted the 30-year-old, who apparently had some interest in coming back here, according to some reports that were done today, Jordan Schultz had that, they could have re-signed him. They weren't that interested. And the question becomes why, I guess. Or is the wide receiver position in the shape that most people think it is? Is it as perilous as a lot of people feel like it is? The team is not operating with any kind of aggressiveness or urgency or desperation. Fans seem to think they need to have more of that. I'm probably in the middle of like where the fan base is and where the team is. And on a scale, I'm probably a little closer to the team. What I mean by that is not that I definitively wouldn't sign anybody, but I wouldn't be doing it today. I'm waiting to see who gets cut or what happens. I'll keep tabs on Stephon Diggs, and I'm going to let him know before you sign, you call me. But right now, I want to see what these guys do in joint practices. I want to see what this room looks like. I want to give room for growth for Antonio Williams and some of the other players. But Deebo Samuel to the Niners, why do you think they were so uninterested? He led this team last year with 72 catches, over 725 yards. They seemingly didn't want much to do with bringing him back. He signed for only $7 million.
Yeah, and I'm not a big Deebo guy. I wasn't last season. I mean, if you recall any of the discussion that I had before the season about Deebo, you could clearly remember that I was not the biggest fan of what he was going to bring to the offense, although I was excited to see what he could do. That being said, I would have been interested in bringing him back, and for whatever reason, it just sounds like the team never was all that interested, although Deebo maybe had some interest in returning, and whatever you think the reason is, whether it was Deebo doing Deebo things, whether he was a little overweight, or whatever it may be, he was still your best offensive skill position player last season. Like, that was the guy you needed when Terry was down, and there were games when he looked incredible. I mean, go back to the Christmas game and the great play he had against Dallas early on in that game, and the times when Terry was out, like, he was the guy. So I'm surprised that they didn't at least have a little interest. I will say, though, if you're David Blau and you're putting together this offense to look similar to what we're thinking here, I don't know that that's the type of receiver that you want. I mean, even look at Ben Johnson, right? That there's a receiver that was there for his first season, DJ Moore, who is more of that run after catch, maybe not as much a refined route runner, which I think Deebo is kind of the perfect example of that, right? The run after catch monster that doesn't necessarily run the crispest routes, and you kind of have to use him almost, not calling him a gadget player, but you almost have to use him in different ways than you would a traditional receiver. And they got rid of DJ Moore because he didn't really fit with their offense.
Problem, I think, with Deebo Samuel is a fewfold right now. Number one, I had heard as the year went on last year that how often he's banged up and just not at 100%, graded and wear them down a little bit.
Sure.
And that was certainly a thing in San Francisco. he already has this knock of being a guy who's kind of in and out of shape, and then there's only so much time you're able to go 100% on the practice field, and quickly you get out of shape, and that happened here as well, and I think that was a little bit frustrating. There's also that, when you can point out the games, the really good Debo games last year, that's not a great indication either per se. And that's not to say he wasn't helpful. Again, nobody caught more balls, nobody had more yards. Like, he did some really good things last season. But 7 catches for 77 yards against the Giants in week 1, that's a big game. I thought he was pretty solid against Atlanta, 6 for 72. His next huge game was that Chargers game, caught a touchdown from Jaden on one of his plays of the year. Great throw, 8 for 96. Then you got to fast forward all the way to the Miami game when he went 7 for 74 in a game with an overtime. You mentioned the Cowboys game on Christmas Day. It was a play. It was a really good play, but he made a really impressive, awesome catch on a screen. There just wasn't enough. He also, if you look at his career norms and then what he did here last year, he was barely over 10 yards per catch last season. So there's just the explosiveness, the secret sauce, the thing that always made him special. Every time he touched it, he's a weapon. Some of that went away. Like when he was an all-pro at the peak of his powers in 21, he was an 18-yard per catch guy. You could run him on those deep overs and the digs and things in the middle of the field. I think those days are behind him. 10 yards per catch at the wide receiver position is very limiting. So, again, if they were able to get to the end of camp and then they made the decision they needed somebody, and he was the last man standing because Ayuk's not available or they decided they're not bringing in Diggs or whatever, no problem. Just bring in an extra body, have a veteran, and he can have some 5-catch, 52-yard games. But what I think is important for people to know is the agent, it seems like, was spinning this based on the report I saw from Schultz and others. There was interest mutually in Samuel in Washington, but he chose San Francisco. I don't think that was a thing. At least very recently, the Commanders have not been heavily in on Deebo Samuel in any way. And he chose San Francisco, and I think they were the suitor right now that wanted to bring him in. They've got the Ricky Pearsall issues.
Yeah, I think he's going to immediately step into a role in San Francisco. Obviously, the familiarity in that offense and everything, so they're going to know how to use him. But he steps into a role where they're probably going to rely on him a lot more than maybe anywhere else. But I just think it was interesting that there seems to be no interest from Washington's side. I don't really. I guess we should probably read between the lines here, and that they're probably okay with where their receiver room is. Maybe they'll add to it. Maybe there's just more angst on the outside from people like myself, Danny, obviously sitting in the same seat, probably leading the charge on that there's not enough at the receiver position. But it seems like they're fine with it, because I would say I was not all that interested in Deebo Samuel coming back for another season either. But if you're telling me they're going to go into the year with this as their receiving group, I probably would have been more interested. I'd be more interested in Stephon Diggs than him. I'd be more interested in Deebo than Brandon Ayuk, though. So, I would be interested in adding somebody, but the fact that they weren't in on Deebo, but they're in on Ayuk, I don't know. That's a little weird to me.
Well, how in on Ayuk are they at this point? I mean, they haven't publicly said much on that, and at least recently, it sounds like Diggs would be the guy that they would most want to go get, if you believe the reporting of John Keim of ESPN.
So I want to ask you this, because I think this is interesting. Do you think that their plan in the beginning of the offseason was, all right, we're going to go get Ayuk? Like, he's part of the plans.
I'm positive of that.
So that's where I don't love it, because it feels like, all right, they went after Alec Pierce, so they get credit for that. They went after Romeo Doubs. They didn't get him, but they get credit for those. So, they clearly were trying to upgrade it, but they didn't want to go to the level that those teams did to sign those guys. So, fine. But after that, if you're just like, all right, fine, we'll just sign Ayuk, I think that's a flawed plan. I think just deciding, you know what, after all this, Ayuk is going to be on this team, especially when all the drama starts. Like, the idea that you can just plan on, yeah, we all know he's going to get released at some point, or we assume he's going to get released at some point.
You probably assumed that he'd actually file the paperwork to fire his agent.
And that's the problem.
That he'd actually file the paperwork to get reinstated. All the basic things that he hasn't done. One thing I would point out, though, whether they would have signed Ayuk or not in terms of the plan that you're referencing, and just as it pertains to the news of the last 24 hours of Deebo Samuel going back to San Fran and them not really being in on him, there are going to be dozens of wide receivers that are released between now and the start of the season. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Justin Jefferson's coming available, Jamar Chase ain't shaking loose from that tree in Cincinnati, right? But there will be plenty of serviceable players. You think about when they added Noah Brown, and that's a pejorative where people will roll their eyes, but that's based on health. When he was on the field, he actually helped them a bunch. And so I actually think you're right with the argument you're making that you'd prefer to have Debo, let's say, than Ayuk. Me too. It's 3 versus 0 on a 1 to 10 scale. I'd prefer Diggs over both, which is like a 5. But there are guys that are going to get cut that I will prefer over Debo Samuel. And I think they're banking on that too. We're looking at it as what's available on the shelf right now. And Adam Peters, as the shopper, is going, there's a shipment coming in tomorrow. There's a shipment coming in a week. And the big truck with all the stuff is going to put stuff back on the shelves on August 20th, whatever that is. And so I think he doesn't feel like they've got to make those moves right now, possibly.
Yeah, and that's valid. I just also don't want to be stuck where I'm shopping in the thrift store. If I wanted to go get somebody that I feel like I could depend on, I had that chance, and I opted to pass up on it. Now, they seem to believe in the guys that are in that wide receiver room, and that's something like I don't know that somebody's shaking free necessarily, and we'll have to see how it all goes, that I'm like infinitely more confident in than, say, like a Van Jefferson. Like, I know Van Jefferson isn't all that exciting for a lot of fans, but he's had some success in his NFL career. Like De'Ami Brown, you can talk me into just about any one of the receivers behind Terry McLaurin. It's just, I don't know that you're going to get, like Noah Brown, as good as he was when he was on the field, like it's not like he was fantastic. I don't know that he's a step above, like a huge step above the guys they already have. So
no, he's a guy. I would say he's more proven. He's had some huge games in Houston.
Yeah.
Had some big moments here. Can do some things that I would say only Burks could probably do among the guys that are here with his size and the ability to box people out and run some of the in-breakers. But, no, I think they probably are going to be shopping on shelves that you don't like. But this is the disconnect. And, my quest normally is try to figure out, okay, this is how the fan base feels. Danny's normally sitting in that seat. You could have 3 all-pro receivers. He'd want a 4th, right?
Yeah.
And the way Adam Peters operates. And what I've come back with, or what I'm assuming is, I think a few things are true. Number one, they're viewing Chig Okonkwo in a lot of ways, I think, as their number 2 receiver. He's not going to be a wide receiver.
Yeah.
You've been out at practice for 2 days. He is all over the formation. He is split out. He is in the slot. He is in bunches. He is in stacks. Very rarely have we seen him with his hand in the dirt at the line of scrimmage as like a traditional tight end.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that is something that isn't mentioned enough when we talk about a second wide receiver, is that if you just close your eyes and pretend like Chig Okonkwo is a second wide receiver, now he's never had a monster year either. They're putting a lot of eggs in his basket, but that was a priority addition that they love, that they refer to, Toby, as, quote, magical.
Yeah.
They're really high on Chig Okonkwo. The other thing is, when you have a quarterback that runs as much as their quarterback and turns as many dropbacks into scrambles as Jaden Daniels, who has the highest scramble rate in the league, I think since he came into the league, does. You've seen this in Baltimore, too, with a multi-time MVP, an unbelievable player in Lamar. And I've said this all along. I think Daniels is actually going to inevitably be a way better passer than Lamar Jackson. Frankly, I already think he has proven to be in some capacities. But it waters down the production from receiver. Like, it's not a coincidence that every year the Ravens have always been looking for a receiver until they finally got Zay Flowers, right? It didn't matter who they brought in, how much they spent, who they drafted. Well, by the time the tight end gets theirs and your check down stuff happens and your running game, which there is a big deal and here's going to be a big deal, happens, now you take what would be, I'm going to make up a number, but like 18 receiver targets and you water it down to 13 because you scrambled 5 times. Like, there's a lack of value perceived sometimes for depth receivers behind the guy you're already paying $30 million to be your number 1, who you've already said is going to get 10 targets. So I'm not telling you they're right. I'm just explaining what I think is the difference between how they think and how everybody else is thinking. But it was interesting last night as Debo Samuel went back to San Francisco that it was 1 fewer seat to sit down in this game of wide receiver musical chairs. The seat got pulled, and now you've got the Diggs seat and the Ayuk seat. My point is they're going to put another 72 seats out on the gym floor coming up in late August. I don't know how many of those you're going to want to sit down in. It might only be 6 to 8.
Yeah, and I do think you're correct on the Chigakonkwo thing. I thought it was interesting. I was filling in for JP, I think it was last week, maybe 2 weeks ago with B-Mitch. We were talking about Chig, and B-Mitch is like, yeah, I expect him to go like 75 catches, 800 yards. Well, if he does that, then yeah, absolutely. Then he's your number 2 receiving option. And if he's going to give you that in year 1 here in DC, then yeah, you're probably okay at receiver because you figure, let's hope that Terry has a career year. But even if he just goes for like 1,100, somewhere in the range that he did in 2024, and then you get 700-800 yards out of Chig, then you have opportunities for guys to just chip in with 300 or 400 yards apiece behind him, and then you can feel better about your room. I just think for me, it's one of those things where can they get it done? Absolutely. I just don't know that I would choose to operate that way, but Adam Peters opted to obviously spend a lot of his resources on defense this offseason.
Yeah, I think that's the fun of sitting in these chairs is for me to be able to sit here and say, I would do this differently. I'm not spending the way that they did on 10 of the 13 key free agents on defense. I'm going to go more heavily on offense maybe. But the games are coming, and we're going to see if they're right.
Yeah.
They have made a big bet. They have made a bet here. They have decided that they feel good about this group. And you've heard Adam Peters as recently as his opening presser a couple days ago say, we've invested draft picks in these guys. They gave a 3rd-round pick for Luke McCaffrey. They spent, a third, basically a 2nd-round pick for Williams, a 4th-round pick for Jalen Lane. They want to give them some room to try to develop into something. And if it doesn't work out, you got all camp, you got joint practices, you got the preseason, then maybe you scurry and you make a move. But I want to open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I was actually in lockstep with the team on this. I wasn't interested in bringing Debo back. I was perfectly fine with him going to San Francisco. I just didn't think he was explosive enough. The best things about him weren't prevalent enough last year, and now he's a year older.
Yep.
And the injuries and some of the being in and out of shape stuff, like none of that fixes itself. I also don't think he was going to be as good of a fit in this offense this year. So I'm cool with this, but I am interested in hearing from you guys. Were you surprised that they didn't have much interest in bringing Debo Samuel back? 800-636-1067, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. I'm sure there are people right now using some type of AI to try to put together some notes on home improvement projects. Well, when it comes to window replacement, you don't need all that. Here's what you need to know. Window Nation. They're the real deal. Get replacement windows and doors without the hassle. Act now before your energy bills skyrocket. The pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows, and they'll do it at a great price. They've done it for me, and they've done it for Danny. They got a great offer for you right now. You could get 50% off all window styles. That's 50% off all window styles, and you can get 0 down payments and no payments or interest for 2 years. What an offer that is. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. I did it. Danny did it. You should be next. Over 45,000 5-star reviews, 96% customer satisfaction rating. Call 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com.
It is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. Nationals fell to the Braves 5-4 last night despite 2 homers from Dalen Lyle. Washington back in action in Atlanta tonight. All-star Foster Griffin facing Bryce Elder. First pitch at 7:15, 6:45 pregame on 106.7 The Fan. The Mystics host the Dallas Wings tonight at 7:30. Mystics looking to extend their winning streak to 4 games. And CBS Sports has placed Tony Romo on leave following his arrest on suspicion of operating a vehicle while intoxicated. J.J. Watt will replace him on the network's lead NFL broadcast team with Tracy Wolfson and Jim Nantz. Introducing Superlight, a refreshing vodka plus aid canned cocktail inspired by your favorite classic sports drinks. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Superlight is here to fuel the moment. Look for Superlight variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin D. Domenico on The Fan.
I think just watching those guys, the way they work, the way they've worked in the classroom, and really, I'm glad you pointed out Terry. His leadership has been fantastic, like throughout the off season, and carrying the young guys along and teaching them and coaching them and being that type of guy in the room. But just the way the guys have progressed, how much we've invested in that position in terms of draft capital, I think we've invested a lot, and then our guys have done a really good job in the free agent market too, bringing in some real good competition there. So. What it does is create great competition, and great competition will, the cream will rise at the top. So I'm confident that those guys will all take a step up.
That's General Manager Adam Peters talking about his wide receiver room. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. No Danny, Toby's in. You're listening to The Fan. Sam Hartman, I did catch up with him after practice yesterday. As I said, I wanted to learn a little bit about the Blau offense, some of the changes, and what he's asking from his quarterbacks, and I think Hartman's going to give you a nice window into that. That's coming up in just a few, so make sure you're listening at that time. We'll talk Nats trade deadline at 3 with Barry Svrluga. He's also been out at practice, and I want to get a feel from what he's seen. I know he's been working on, based on some of the questions he was asking, a Chig Okonkwo piece. He also wrote about Durante Jones, so those things will come up with Barry in a half hour. But we're starting on the wide receiver room because Deebo Samuel, one of the primary remaining veteran free agent options, kind of a life raft, if you will, for a team that needs a receiver, is off the market. He went to San Francisco, and it is my understanding, the way that I've kind of believed what's going on over in Ashburn, based on what I've heard, is they weren't in on him. And then I saw the report today that came from somewhere that there was mutual interest and Deebo chose San Francisco. I don't think that's what happened here. The 49ers wanted him. They signed him. I don't think the Commanders did at this moment. Doesn't mean the door was slammed, but this wasn't a guy that they were trying to bring back. And I will say this real quick, Toby, before we get to the phones. I question a team's thinking all the time. I think it's the gig. We got to be critical thinkers. Yep. I'm not here to just agree with everything that a club or an executive thinks. I got to think for myself. But I will tell you that I have more grace and I have more of this feeling, maybe I don't know what they know when it comes to a guy that was in their building last year. Like, they have been up under that hood. They know everything there is to know about that car. They got all the Carfax data. And so Deebo was in the locker room. He was around the facility. They watched him practice every day. They know more about Deebo Samuel than the Niners do right now, than any team in the league, and they still weren't interested at $7 million. Now, when it comes to Stephon Diggs, who's never been in the building, I'm not just taking their word for it. With Brandon Ayuk, who they think they know, but do you actually know? Like, I'm going to be a little bit more of a guesser, second guesser, analytical. But when it comes to Deebo, they know everything there is to know about the guy, and they said no thank you. That also means something to me.
Yeah, no, I'm not someone that's all that frustrated that they didn't bring back Deebo Samuel. I just think it's interesting that what we were talking about last segment, where it seems like their plan, once they missed out on Alec Pierce, they missed out on Romeo Doubs, is, all right, we'll bring in Brandon Ayuk, and that's the fix. Like, you passed on Jawan Jennings. We'll see if they do pass on Stephon Diggs or Brandon Ayuk, and we'll see what ends up happening there. But I just didn't love some of the plan, but they also, to what we talked about a couple of days ago, that wide receiver 2 position is wide open. Everybody's going to get a chance to earn their opportunity to catch the football.
Let's go to Tampa. The Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. That's how Drew is listening. What's up, buddy? You're on Grant and Danny.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just extremely frustrated with Adam Peters the last 2 years with the wide receiver group. I mean, for Jayden to be under a rookie contract and for us to roll out what we had last year was an absolute joke. And for this year, the same thing. I mean, yeah, it's great that we took a swing at them, but I mean, Alex Pierce and Romeo Dobbs, but we didn't get either of them, so I don't really give Peters credit for either of those two opportunities. But
let me ask you this: Would you have wanted Pierce at that money? Out of curiosity?
No. Dobbs was the one that really interests me.
I'm with you on that. Good phone call. Thank you. I just want it known. I wanted nothing to do with the Alec Pierce contract. Zippy, zero, nada. I don't think he's ever caught 50 balls. He's making $30 million a year. That's ridiculous. Now, Romeo Dobbs is kind of the one that got away from me a little bit. I think he would have been the better fit. I would have been more inclined to pay that money, for sure.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I didn't necessarily want Alec Pierce. I think just the point is they had a plan, and it seemed like they were going to go after some of those guys. Like, I don't know that I would have paid Tyler Linderbaum the money that he ended up getting either at the center position. So,
out on that.
At some point, though, when you have cap space and you have a quarterback on a rookie deal, sometimes you can overpay to make sure that you get the guy to help him out for the next couple of seasons.
I think they did that at edge. I think they did that
Absolutely.
in a redundant position like linebacker. Their philosophy, clearly differing from what a lot of the people who have been calling in for weeks feel, is that the help that they're giving Jayden Daniels is in a very big picture, phase by phase, kind of complementary way. I also think this is something that might be grating on the nerves and the frustrations of Commanders fans is you see what's happening with some of the other teams that have quarterbacks from Jayden's draft class. So like what Caleb Williams has developing offensively with Ben Johnson. They're a year ahead of Washington, so maybe the Commanders get there. But look at what the Patriots have done with Drake May. They've gone from Alex Van Pelt initially to Josh McDaniels. Then you go from wide receiver and tight end core that was the number 5 cheapest in football at $19 million to currently the number 9 most expensive wide receiver and tight end core at $57 million. Your week 1 starting receivers when Drake May was a rookie, KJ Osborne, Demario Douglas, and Tyquan Thornton. That is awful. Now it's A.J. Brown, Romeo Dobbs, and Kayshon Boutte.
Yeah.
It's you've completely invested in the position to basically try to elevate the player, whereas the Commanders have invested in other areas. I think they've done more on the offensive line than the Patriots have. I know they've done more in terms of spending this offseason on defense. The Patriots did that last year. And that defense, even though May had a great regular season, dragged him while he played poorly all the way to the Super Bowl. He struggled. That offense struggled. Let's go to E in Rockville. What's up, E? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. So I want to actually piggyback off that caller real quick that you had that said that he didn't want the Alec Pierce, but he said that, he disappointed AP. You can't force a player to come here. According to reports, Romeo Dobbs had the same amount of money that was offered to him in New England. He chose New England. So although you, Grant, and the other caller really would have wanted Romeo Dobbs, you can't tear the guys all off to come here either. So you lost out on Alex Pierce because you wasn't going to pay him, and then Romeo Dobbs went to New England because he just wanted to be there, I guess, to him in a better situation. Cool. He probably thought he was going to be the number 1 before A.J. Brown got there. Now, as opposed to, the issue and with Debo, honestly, Debo didn't fit the system, so I agree with you on this one because it seems like with Jayden under center, David Blau and the staff want to be more play action and get the ball down the field. And I really and truly think, and I know you guys hit on this, that's where I think Chico Conquo comes in.
Yeah, he's going to have a big year. By the way, Debo 4 years ago in San Fran would have been perfect for what they're about to do. I just don't think he's running some of the in-breaking over routes and stuff anymore.
No.
At a 15 and 18-yard level.
Ironically, if we're going a couple of seasons ago, I think the guy that fits perfectly is Brandon Ayuk. But the problem is,
if we could get in a time machine.
Yeah,
Ayuk from 23.
Yes,
you pay that guy a lot of money to come here.
Yeah, exactly. I think 2 things real quick though on what we're talking about. There are 2 guys that can make this a lot easier on Jayden Daniels. David Blau being number 1. We've talked about this plenty before, but I think it is worth repeating that this scheme At least this is what they're depending on, and we'll see if it actually comes to fruition. This scheme should help out the secondary receivers behind Terry McLaurin get open and get the football, where it just by the nature of the offense, you're working with different types of route combinations and stacks and bunches and motions to create a little miscommunication or whatever it may be to get guys open. So that should help. And number two, if Terry is back to being Terry, and if we just assume that he's able to get back to that level and maybe even have, I mean, he's never gone for 1,200 yards, but if he did, like if he just got to that level, then maybe it's a different conversation because we're talking about Chig having a good season as well.
It doesn't even need to be 1,200 yards. If he's a 75 or 80 catch, 1,100 yard guy, 1090 or whatever, and Chig is who they think he is. Again, they have to be right about something,
Yes.
some of this stuff. But they are telling you David Blau's the guy. Now, through a couple practices, I'm watching him. They had a period yesterday on day 2 where he's calling plays into a walkie-talkie into Jaden's head, and they're off script already. Like, that's big boy stuff. There's a chance he's a stud. Like, I feel pretty good about the way this is all trending. But it's not any different than any other job. Like, when you make a bunch of big decisions, if you get a bunch of them right, you're going to be okay. They need Chigakonkwo to be a big-time weapon for them, and he's going to have to do it from the outside a bunch. And they need David Blau, as you said, to make these receivers better. Now, the counter-argument for someone sitting in their car right now is always going to be, you can have a great scheme with really good players, too. You're allowed to do that.
Yeah, 100%.
And then it's, now you've got a super offense. Now you've got an elite offense. But, yeah, I do think they'll get more out of whatever the receiver group is with this scheme than they would have with the one from a year ago where everything's stagnant. You know where everyone is at all times, and there aren't motions, there aren't shifts, there aren't as many free releases. You're not under center. They were never, ever, ever went play action, especially from the under center. It just wasn't part of what they did. Brian in Colorado, we're playing on the Odyssey app today, people. What's up, Brian?
Hey, so I'm just balancing or trying to grapple with whether it's Debo doesn't fit into the new offense or he didn't produce enough last year. Because, I mean, if Jaden was healthy all last year, I see his numbers closer to 1,000 yards. If that was the case, do you think they would re-sign him?
Well, is he still at about 10 yards per catch? I mean, I think one of the big issues was explosiveness. I feel like with Debo, when you get him rolling, he's like a 18-wheeler or something coming downhill. When you get him going, you kind of see these plays developing in like the 18, 14-yard line. Now he's up to speed into the second level, and no one's going to tackle this guy. He's about to score. He's going to run through 3 people. That's Debo at his best. But you've got to almost scheme that up. You've got to get him the ball behind the line of scrimmage, at the line of scrimmage, on a little crosser. He's got to now get up to speed with a puller in front of him. Like, there's just so much needed. And I think the rules that come with how to make him great have gotten longer than they were a few years ago when athletically and just from a physical standpoint, he was a little bit of a different guy.
Yeah, I just don't think that it really made a lot of sense to try to bring him back and try to cater to him. I think the bigger conversation here just more so is, do you think that they need to address that wide receiver position? And I still would say that they do. I think they still I would like to see them add a number 2. Stephon Diggs sitting there, I think, is the obvious one, but we'll see.
We're going to get to that topic later in the show, starting with Debo because he's in the news. G&D on the Fan. Danny's out. Toby is in. I did catch up with Sam Hartman to run us through some of the offensive changes in this Blau scheme. You'll hear that next. All of our training camp coverage today on The Fan is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. At 3 o'clock, in just under 15 minutes, Barry Svrluga of The Athletic stops by. He has been out at training camp practices with me, so we will talk some Commanders, but the Nats trade deadline's coming up. He's all over the Nationals as well. Foster Griffin pitches tonight, Tobes. Is this his last start as a National?
I hope not, but I would tend to think that it will be. So that's going to be an interesting convo with Barry Svrluga to get his insight on it, because I know we talked with Golden yesterday, who feels like maybe the Nationals should go against general logic. I'm curious to see what Barry has to say, because I think he might be on the same side.
That's coming up at 3 o'clock. But as promised, I caught up with Sam Hartman after practice. I wanted to talk to a QB in the room as they put this offense in, who's worked closely with David Blau to get some insight. This was Hartman in Ashburn yesterday.
I mean, Blau and the offensive staff has made it really, really easy, just from an understanding standpoint, and having everything available at your disposal, whether you need more walkthroughs, you need extra cut-ups, you need help from top to bottom, from Jay all the way down to myself, Ethan. We get all the help and we need. And then it honestly goes to our receivers, tight ends, running backs, and O-line. Their work, right? Them knowing what to do. So you're in the huddle, you're conveying a play. And we always talk about painting a picture. Blau's really big on paint the picture for the offense. And, when Blau calls it, he portrays it in a great way, and then we're able to portray it to them. And then their knowledge and work off the field helps us be able to go out there and perform.
AP talked about this offense being more quarterback friendly. Thinks it's really nice to the QB, essentially. Why do you think that's the way it's viewed?
I think it's I think every offense, right? You're trying to build around your quarterback, build around the guy who's going to be taking the snaps. And I think every offense I feel like I've been in my whole life is going to be as quarterback friendly as it can be. I think Blau does a great job conveying his message and conveying what we want to be, who we want to be identity wise. And I think he just calls it to the way that every quarterback plays and everybody. But I think it's all offenses are normally going to try and be as quarterback friendly as possible, and I think we're all learning it. We're all trying to grow and compete together.
Cliff obviously was a quarterback, so I'm not pretending like Blau's the first former QB to call plays, but he was in the league 3 minutes ago. How much does that change or help things, do you feel, the very recent NFL experience playing at this level starting games?
I think it's all around. I think you kind of look at our staff. We have a lot of quarterbacks, right? All of our assistant quarterbacks played. There's so many other guys throughout the position. Jesse Madden, who's the assistant running back coach, played quarterback in Michigan. All those things kind of stack up, and I think quarterbacks think a little differently than most, right? We're very process-oriented, very analytical. We want to know why and why and why. So it's the ability for everyone to convey it. And Cliff was great at it too. It's all it's all been very cool as a quarterback just to learn from other quarterbacks. Guys that have, Danny Etling's been incredible, right? That was a great hire of a guy who's played behind some of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, right? His knowledge to help Jay, help myself, Marcus, all those guys has been really cool.
The motions and the shifts are going to be way more prevalent in this offense. Does that just get you easier answers pre-snap, or
I think
how do you view that?
Yeah, it's all a part of his plan and his what he sees and what we want to be about. And there's plays that we motion a lot, there's plays that we don't motion a lot. I think it's all part of just what he wants to do, and the ability for us to kind of get in and out of formations and kind of make it a little bit harder on the defense.
That's Sam Hartman competing for the third quarterback job with 2026 draft pick Ethan Kaliakmanis. He's in an uphill battle to make the roster. Frankly, the conversation less about Hartman and just more about the scheme that he's operating as a QB. And it's been fun to watch how different this looks. It is unrecognizable to a year ago, where everything was about tempo. So what they want to do is run as many plays as possible. They didn't want to have to adjust anything at the line of scrimmage, send someone from the quarterback's left to the right. All of that takes time. Now it's about getting to the line of scrimmage, allowing Jaden Daniels to look at everything and see everything, change some things with motions, with shifts, change the picture for the defense, as well as getting him up under center, which means occasionally he's going to be turning his back to the defense, but there's got to be some trust. You're seeing some of that already where he's anticipating and throwing some balls where guys are supposed to be. There was a red area throw that I liked to Luke McCaffrey that was almost like he didn't have a chance to read it back. He just knew where he was, and he made a throw and just about made a heck of a catch in the back of the end zone. So far, I'm impressed by what they've put in.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to every system, but there's also a reason why Cliff Kingsbury was the only one running that system. And again, I didn't necessarily have as much of a problem as a lot of people did, but there's a reason why also a majority of the league is running this style of a system. It's something that is very confusing for defenses to try to figure out. You're going to have the same look, and it's going to have 4 different plays off of it. So you got to be able to decipher it. And one time it's going to be a run play, the next time it's a bootleg, the next time it's something else. So they got to be ready for everything, and it just makes it more difficult on a defense while still trying to keep it maybe a little simpler on the offense.
My take on the Cliff scheme, and I guess this scheme indirectly, is if it was better, more teams would do it.
Yeah.
And there are just flaws that get exposed at this level. Also, it's not like it can't work. It has many times, but it also routinely gets exposed the more it's run and the more teams see it. Talk to Barry Svrluga about that and the Nats at the trade deadline, which is coming up on Monday. Foster Griffin pitches in Atlanta tonight. Will this be his last start with the Nationals? You're listening to G&D.
All right, you heard the guys. Former Commander Deebo Samuel returning to the San Francisco 49ers on a 1-year, $7 million deal. Caught 72 passes for 727 and 5 touchdowns last year for Washington. Meanwhile, the Nationals are in Atlanta tonight for the second game of their 4-game series against the Braves. Nats dropped last night's opener 5-4 despite those 2 big flies from Dalen Lyle and another from Luis Garcia Jr. First pitch tonight at 7:15, 6:45 pregame right here on The Fan. Nationals All-Star Foster Griffin is among the starting pitchers drawing interest from around the league. He gets the start tonight in Atlanta. The Mystics host Dallas tonight at 7:30, looking for their 4th consecutive win. It would be their longest winning streak of the season, and CBS has placed Tony Romo on leave following his OWI arrest. J.J. Watt will replace him. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
We are brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad each and every day. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, they do it all. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. On the Rude Guest Hotline, we find our buddy Barry Svrluga of The Athletic. Barry's been out at training camp practice. Want to talk about the Commanders. Also, of course, covers and writes columns on the Washington Nationals. Trade deadline is Monday night. So, Barry, let's actually start on the diamond. Danny's vacay continuing. Toby's alongside. I want to start with Foster Griffin, who starts tonight. Is this his last start with the Nationals, do you think?
I'm hoping not, Grant. And I wrote this earlier in the week. I get the idea that he's on an expiring contract and maybe he has maximized the best version of Foster Griffin over the first 21 starts of his Nationals career. And we have seen this obvious decision with past Nationals teams, with past Nationals front offices, both by Mike Rizzo and then Mike DeBartolo as the interim last year, that, you know, if you're going to lose 90 or 95 games, like what's the point in keeping John Lester or Ahmed Rosario or whoever around? You absolutely make those deals and you pick the least terrible return that you can get. This is a very different situation, even with a couple of tough losses the last couple days that brought them back 500. They're still 2.5 games out of the wild card mix. They win basically every time Foster Griffin takes the mound. 17 times out of those 21 starts, they've won those ball games. I feel like it's unless Paul Taboni and his front office get blown away, and it's always hard to talk about trades, hypothetical trades, when you have no idea what the return would be. But I think there's a really good argument to keep him because this team isn't going to lose 90 games. It might win 85 and be right there in the mix late in September, and start talking seriously to him about an extension in August that might look like, 3 years and times $14 million a year or something like that, because he's a guy that's been overseas. He's had Tommy John. He was a number 1 pick, but knows how hard it is to make it to the big leagues and stick. That's life-changing money. It's not Max Scherzer money, but it might be enough to entice him to be a part of the rotation in the future. I feel like he's a different character, and this is a different situation than the Nationals have been in recent trade deadlines.
So I've thought through a lot of the things you just said, and I'm kind of going to co-sign it all. But let's just say that in this particular multiverse, they've got a pretty good beat on that he and Casey Close don't want to do an extension and that he's going to the market, right? Which is not crazy to think, even though I'm with you, he'd be the kind of guy, the rare guy that maybe get a deal done with because of the last 3 years having been in Japan. Let's just say he's going to the market. I'm wondering about the idea of a qualifying offer. I would have to find out if I'm Taboni, is ownership going to clear me to offer him a QO, which would be like $20+ million for 1 year, knowing that if he turns it down, now I'm getting a draft pick just outside of the second round. So this is something I've been floating a lot. I think that's probably better than the prospect return you'd get for Foster Griffin if he's like the number 4 or 5 pitcher traded at this deadline. What do you make of that?
I do agree with you, and I'm disappointed in myself that I forgot basically to mention that in this column. You know, $20 million might sound like an overpay for a guy who throws 91 and has 77 pitches, but there are no bad one-year deals. So if he decides that that's an average, you know, that salary for 1 year, essentially making it another prove-it year for him next year in 2027, there's no way that in any way hurts the Nationals financially. And, you know, if he does leave, you're Paul Taboni, you've self-declared that you're going to, you know, engineer a player development and scouting monster. Well, then a second-round pick is really valuable to you if you are betting on your front office's skills in acquiring a good player and developing them in the minor leagues. Like, that's absolutely a reasonable way to approach it. Another reason why I feel like I think this kid's going to be around. He's 31. I think he's going to be around next Monday at 6:01 p.m. because rental players don't get the return that they once did. And I think there's probably, Toby and I were talking about this at practice the other day, like there's probably a club on the other side that finds a pitcher that is like, maybe the stats aren't as good as Foster Griffin, but he throws 96 like the industry values now, and they're more tempted by that kind of physical, you know, toolkit than Foster Griffin has.
Yeah, Barry, I think the question with this qualifying offer, honestly, I think it makes all the sense in the world, and I think that's why, personally, I'd be on your side, where I would not move him if I were in Paul Taboni's seat. But, I mean, the question is, it's $20 million. The Nationals haven't spent that on a free agent recently. Do you think that
I think that's 3 times the best offer for a pitcher, which is Trevor Williams at 7.
Yeah, and I think that becomes the question, Barry, is like they're going to have some money coming off the books, but are they going to be willing to greenlight $20 million potentially? And maybe he signs for more and leaves and you just end up with a comp pick. But, you know, he could end up getting a $20 million essentially a free agency deal to stay here for a season. Do you think Paul Taboni has the green light on that?
I would just say that if he does not have the green light on a 1-year, $20 million pitcher who was an all-star at $5.5 million as a kind of a flyer and got in the hands of your development people, major league development people, and pitched that well, if they're not going to spend 1 times 20 on that guy, then there's no hope, really. I mean, they can develop all they want and play all the 0 to 6 guys and you know, I mean, be the Rays to a certain extent. I get it, but I mean, there's always been a time when hard questions were going to come for the learners and what they're going to do payroll-wise. Are they going to do what they did in the past and have a consistently top 10 payroll? If they're not going to do that, are they going to be smart about what they buy and not have a sub $100 million payroll? And again, Toby, like 1 times 20 is not a bad contract. I don't care if he got hurt. It's just not. There's no way for a 1-year. You're not on the hook for the Strasburg deal when he comes down with thoracic outlet syndrome. Like there's just very, very, very little risk in that kind of term.
Talking with Barry Svrluga of The Athletic, Toby Altizer sitting in for Danny today on G&D. So one thing that Paul Taboni has mentioned multiple times with the Junkies, he mentioned again earlier this week on Wednesday, is that they're going to buy and sell and thread that needle. Are you buying what he's selling, essentially? Like, is he going to be able to do both things, or do you think they end up on one side more than the other, and if so, which side?
Well, I think that the deal that they've made shows exactly that they're trying to thread that needle. The Connerly Early, the pitcher under control for 6 more years, for Curtis Mead, who is controllable infielder for 1 fewer year. I mean, that's the kind of needle that you're trying to thread. Like, both sides traded from a position of strength and addressed the position of weakness. And now, I mean, and not to bring this all back to Griffin, but like, if you do keep him, whether it's on the qualifying offer or you extend him, you now have a rotation of Cade Cavalli, Foster Griffin, and Connerly Early with like a Jake Irvin. You're searching for fewer things, and you have to spend on fewer things if you can do that. I think Taboni's being honest about that, and I don't think that means he knows whether he's going to be more on the buyer side or more on the seller side, because we're getting down to just now, like in the last probably 24 hours, like what really is it going to take to get a reliever from Arizona, wherever you're buying a reliever from? And do you have to deal from within your top 25 prospects to do that? I don't think he's really going to be buying relievers that cost him guys that they believe in are part of their future. And that's, that doesn't mean the MLB.com pipeline list. It doesn't mean the Baseball America list. It doesn't mean the Keith Law list. It means their internal list. Who do they value? How do they rank them? And how far down that list would they be willing to go? Or I guess how far up that list would they be willing to go to get a part? I think one thing they're really going to be looking for is control on the other end. I don't think they're so all in on this team, even though it's been fun and an interesting season and just makes everything about the franchise feel better. I don't think they're going for a rental player in return. I think they want some control on the other side of that, which means the price is higher, which gets it back to like how expensive are they willing to be? How much cost are they willing to spend from their system themselves?
Barris Verluga of The Athletic. We'll get to the Commanders with him in a minute. Just to wrap up the Nats convo here over the next couple of thoughts. So one thing that's become apparent to me is, I really feel this, I want to know if you agree. It does not seem like anyone's going to run away with NL playoff spot 6, wild card 3. The Nats are spinning their tires. They've lost 3 of 4. They're 5-5 over their last 10. And in a lot of years, it would feel like, man, golden opportunity you're letting slip away. And they have gained 2 games on the Marlins and the Pirates in that time. They have gained 3 games on the Phillies, who are free-falling in that time. In fact, they've gained 2 more games on the Cardinals. The only team they've lost any ground on over the week and a half of playing 500 ball is the Padres, and it's by 1 game. And it just feels like maybe, San Diego and Preller or the Phillies, because they have the payroll, maybe somebody makes a big move and really gets hot. But teams like Pittsburgh, Miami, St. Louis, even Arizona, they're not pulling away from this team. How much of a factor should that be as opposed to just looking in the mirror and going, I'm 500 and I got more flaws than I can shake a stick at?
Well, I think it has to be a factor. I think it has to be a factor not only because internally you are further ahead than you thought you would be, and you fought to be 500 or, as recently as a couple of days ago, a couple of games over it. And then you have to face both the fan base and the clubhouse and say, yeah, we were right in it, but we didn't believe in this group, so we sold. I just think that's a difficult human element. And I know these guys get caught up in spreadsheets and probabilities and all that, and that is a major, major factor. But I don't think they are just binary, like that they understand the human element of the game and the emotional element for fans. I think you're right, Grant. I mean, I would definitely bet on the Padres and or the Phillies to be the ones that both talent-wise and finances-wise could make a move to kind of separate themselves in this race. But I also think, I really believe this about the Nationals, like their pitching as it stands right now is not good enough for them to go on an 8-game heater. They don't have that kind of resume this year yet, but their offense is too good to allow them to go on a 7-game losing streak. It seems like now they've got a difficult stretch here. This 4-game series of the Braves, if they can figure out a way to split it, that would be a win in my mind. And then 4 games against the Phillies, who, yes, they're reeling, but they also left you reeling the last time you faced them with those 3 come from behind wins at the end of a 4-game series at Nats Park. I mean, these are enormous, enormous games, and I just don't think you should be guided by what happens tonight or what happens tomorrow. I guess that changes a little bit if you get swept by the Braves and now you're 3 games under 500 and there's more distance, say you're 4.5 back. I get that, the math gets harder, but I'm with you that it feels like this is going to be bunched at the bottom. Shots at the playoffs are not guaranteed. Like these windows, it would seem like they're just opening one. They've also been remarkably healthy offensively this year. Like that can't be ignored. That's not going to happen every season. You're going to have a year when C.J. Abrams or James Wood get hurt. I think you gotta hang in there when you have a chance. And if that's not a really big buy, that's fine. But don't I don't think it should be a really big sell either.
Barry, we'll transition over to football here. We've been out at training camp the first couple of days, day off today, then back on the practice field tomorrow for the guys. What have you made of the first couple of days at training camp? And I think the defense to me has really stood out. What have you made of that side of the football?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think everybody would say the offense would be behind the defense at the first couple of days. There's timing issues that have to get down. And Terry McLaurin did a really good job explaining, like, he and Jaden communicating about tiny little things about, a split that he's taking might need to be a hair wider because then he can catch the ball on the run. All that stuff is like, this is what training camp is for. So you don't really want to overreact. The bottom line is they were terrible on defense last year, the last 2 years. They spent money on defense in the offseason, and it's good that the players that they spent money on are disrupting disrupting plays and making it difficult. Jaden Daniels would have been sacked, I don't know how many times on Thursday, a bunch, right?
Quite a few,
yeah. So, I think it'll be really interesting when they get into pads and you can start evaluating the run game a little bit more and how the offensive line blocks it up against these people. I do think, the thing that just stands out to me is day one, well, okay, there's Treylon Burks as part of the first, if you have three receivers on the field, like he and McCaffrey join McLaurin probably, then he's out the next day. Like, we've talked all off season about how thin the receiving group is after McLaurin. I think rightfully so. And so there's no surprises because you know what the roster is, except then you look at them line up and you're like, oh, right, that's really all they have. Like, it seems like the Steph Diggs shoe is going to drop at some point or should drop at some point, and then that kind of kicks everybody back into roles that might be more comfortable. I also would say that, I do think that Treylon Burks has a lot of potential. The back of his football card says he had 10 catches last year. It's just he can't stay on the field, and then he's not super productive when he does. He looks the part. He's got to play the part at some point.
Being out there, does it make you more confident they need a wide receiver, or do you think it's still too early to tell?
It's probably too early to tell, but I definitely walked away from the field being like, they need more for sure. Maybe, Williams, the rookie, is running with the third team, so maybe he earns a spot to try playing up. Dan Quinn said, we're going to move guys into different spots so that they get to play with all sorts of different players. Maybe that happens a little bit later. I don't think Jalen Lane, we've kind of learned what he is. He's probably more of a return guy, slot guy, not a huge impact guy. I am intrigued by Chega Okonkwo. I do think the way they've moved him around, it's just very apparent. It's not like Zach Ertz finding a little soft spot in the zone, catching the ball and falling to his knees. Like, he's got real explosive possibilities. And I think the way they envision it, if there are no additions, is you're going to have, if Terry McLaurin has his normal year, and if that normal year is, say, 80 to 85 catches and a bunch of touchdowns, and he's back to 2024 Terry, then I don't think that they think they're going to have an obvious number two. It's really going to be spread around to not only the other receivers and more of an even, like a bunch of guys with between 30 and 40 catches. And then Okonkwo could be the guy that has many more catches, but for a lot more yards than their tight ends have had over the past couple of years, when Ertz was super effective and very, very knowledgeable of how to get open, particularly in the red zone, but gave you nothing after the catch and not a lot of dynamic plays.
Barry, do you feel like it's two practices, so we'll see how things go, and they still got to ramp up. They got to put pads on for the first time, so there's still plenty to go. But through two practices, do you feel like the urgency, the intensity, those things are up from what we saw last year, where maybe, in hindsight, we just didn't pay enough attention to that, or maybe didn't mention it enough because clearly they weren't ready to start the year versus it? Does it feel like there's a little bit of a up in the ante there?
Yeah, I think that when they're practicing, it's intense. I don't have any problem with that. I like the idea that they did a bunch of red zone competition stuff, and they even did, they have to do the kicker competition stuff that they did yesterday when both kickers made everything they tried. So I don't have concern about that. I think that feels real. I am okay, day one was 75 minutes and day two was 95 minutes. Like, how is this going to shape out over the rest of the, you can't say like, well, they're not working long enough because they just started and they're in a mandated ramp up, period. But I'll be curious how those padded practices go next week and what we see out of like how much 11 on 11 are they doing and are they getting after it for a little bit longer.
Barry's Ferluga, check him out in The Athletic. Always appreciate the time. I know it's a busy week with camp and the trade deadline. Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys.
And you got it. Those are the two things that have carried us on the air as well. It's been a fun several shows here, and the deadline is Monday at 6 p.m. for the Nationals and Major League Baseball, so we'll have special coverage up to the minute when the horn sounds. Hopefully, between now and then, the Nats handle their business and make the deadline that much more interesting by getting hot again and beating the Braves in at least 2 of the next 3. Got an audio vault I put together for you next. Some of the best audio we found all over the web. We'll play that right here on Grant and Danny in minutes. Hey guys, it's GP. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entries starting at $1,000, all with no rake. The Circa Million, I love this one. 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Get in on that with some buddies. How about Circa Survivor? Always a lot of fun. Pick one winner every single week. Last one standing wins. And then there is the Circa Grandissimo. $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
It is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Former Wizards first-round pick Jan Vesely is retiring at age 36. Washington selected him 6th overall back in 2011. He later won a EuroLeague championship and league MVP honors in Europe. The Nationals are in Atlanta tonight at 7:15, 6:45 pregame on 106.7 The Fan, trying to rebound from a 5-4 series opening loss in Atlanta. This is Game 2 coming up of a crucial 8-game road trip against Atlanta and then Philly. Their shining star, Foster Griffin, is on the mound tonight. The Nats are 17-4 when he pitches. Around the league ahead of Monday's trade deadline in the MLB, the New York Mets sent reliever A.J. Minter to Minnesota today, while Nationals all-star Foster Griffin remains a potential target for many contenders. Could come back to Washington as well. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
We're going to give away a prize on Fan Cash Friday coming up at the end of the segment. A caller's going to have a chance to win a $100 Fan Cash card from Fanatics to their sportsbook. So make sure you're listening at the end of this segment. Welcome back, Grant and Danny without Danny. He's on vacation. Toby's hanging out. It is time for an audio vault. We have scoured the web. We have found some of the best audio available. We will play it all for you in this creepy room we're all going to step into right now. It's a very football-heavy audio vault today with training camp ramping back up, but nothing wrong with that. So we start with the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, Mike Macdonald, just won a Super Bowl championship. The Seahawks are now going to be the featured team on Hard Knocks during training camp. He was having a team meeting with his club. He was addressing the Hard Knocks cameras and saying, let's not worry about Hard Knocks.
Good to see everybody, man. We're back. Back, cameras. All right, Hard Knocks. The way I'm thinking about it is like this. We talked about it in the spring, but this is a gift from the football gods. Yes. Okay? I'm one of the most awkward guys in the history of America. I used to worry all the time about, well, what are they going to think of me? And no, I don't want to say the wrong thing. And, screw it, okay? It doesn't matter, okay? All I'm worried about is creating the best football team we can possibly create, okay? And I want to make sure that we're us all the time. That's all I care about. It's a gift because it reminds us to be us every time that you kind of stray away. I want the world to see you guys. See what makes you guys you. You know, don't you? How good can we get at what we do? That's camp. It's awesome.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing the behind the scenes of Macdonald, who's become one of the bright coaching stars in the NFL. And forever, people thought Hard Knocks was massive distraction. Nobody wanted to take part. You still have a lot of teams that would prefer not to. But I like starting the entire camp off with a meeting where you go, we're not going to treat this like it's a problem. Let's look at it as a fun thing.
Yeah, I mean, how many guys have grown in popularity because of Hard Knocks? And it's guys down the roster. Like, I'm sure we'll have someone that we maybe didn't know a whole lot about as fans here in Washington that we'll learn a little bit more, whether it's JSN or Darnold or someone like that. But it's always the darlings of camp and stuff. So it's always cool to see that. I'm sure there's going to be a couple of guys that embrace it and come out looking like stars afterwards.
Drew Brees is Hall of Fame bound. We knew that. One of the great quarterbacks in league history and one of the elites of his era. Who's going to present him? Well, it's Sean Payton, and he told Payton as much in a phone call that was recorded. Here was Payton finding that out.
I'm honest to God, I can't believe you just did that. And yeah, absolutely, man. We were. Listen, we've done enough of this. Like all of a sudden, it's awesome.
I can't wait. I love you.
I love you too. Appreciate you.
What a moment for Sean Payton.
That's
Very
awesome.
Emotional. I mean, you think about how bad his relationship was with Russell Wilson. He's a guy that gets crushed for various things in the media a lot. I mean, he's had some checkered moments in his past with Spygate and whatever else. There was a movie made about him where Kevin James played him, and I didn't find him that likable from like a family perspective. So he gets hit around a good bit, I'd say, in public imaging. He's a great football coach. He's an incredible offensive designer and mind. We don't put him into the category with some of the really young, handsome up-and-coming dudes like McVay and LaFleur and all O'Connell and all these guys. But he's right there with him and Andy Reid in terms of the most important offensive coaches in the league. And how about the Hall of Famer, the 13-time Pro Bowler Drew Brees saying, if I'm going in, you're introducing me.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool because both of those guys mutually helped each other out. When you think about where Drew Brees was in his career when Sean Payton brought him in to help him out with the Saints, I mean, Drew Brees was kind of a cast-off, and all of a sudden he turns into a Hall of Famer, and Drew Brees now gets to, have it reciprocate and say, hey, you're the one introducing me. That's pretty cool.
Let's go Dateline Buffalo Bills camp where Josh Allen was meeting with the media, and he is hearing you and me and everyone else crushing these new Bills uniforms. They call them the Nickel City uniforms. They're terrible.
Awful.
They are so ugly. They're like this gray, looks like Detroit Lions alternates or something. Josh Allen, who's laughing his way through this, is like, hey, guys, let's just give him a chance.
And stop hating on the jerseys, guys. I don't know if you guys are hating. I don't know. I don't see anything, but they're great. I honestly like, speaking of new, right? It's a new look. It is. I understand that. But we gotta be new. And I think these jerseys kind of are symbolic of that. And I'm excited to wear them. We had a lot of people that put in a lot of hard work for these jerseys, and it symbolizes a lot of newness, and that I am excited about.
Newness. I mean, he pivoted so quickly. He said they're great and didn't even let great sit there for like a half second before he just pivoted to something else.
That's so funny, and like they're awful. They're going to look horrendous on the football fields. But that's a company man right there. That's selling some merch. Good job by Josh Allen.
They're new. I'm serious, guys. I'm so excited. They're great.
People spent time on them.
Right.
They should have spent a little more time.
People spent time on them is a tough endorsement, by the way. People spent time on these. Let's be nice to them. That is the argument being made. By the way, I find Josh Allen to be maybe the most likable player in the league.
Easily.
He is awesome in every single way. No wonder why Haley Steinfeld loves him so much.
Yeah.
Me too. You know what I'm saying?
I think all of America should love Josh Allen, regardless of who you cheer for.
I agree. I want him to win the Super Bowl sooner rather than later because this whole he can't get over the hump thing is for the birds. All right, Liam Cohen. He's the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, former coordinator in Tampa Bay. Liam Cohen on motivating his players being easy because nobody likes the Jaguars, apparently.
No, you're right. You know what I said to the staff the other day was, I go, guys, this is the best part of coaching the Jacksonville Jaguars. You don't have to make up telling your players stuff.
Yeah,
you don't
right.
have to make up the fire. You don't have to make it up. It's given to us every day.
Yeah.
And it's like a welcome. It's a gift from the heavens. From you just scroll. I just go pull up my phone, look at the NFL Network website, and just pop up here. And
Any column.
Curious if I see any photos or anything about the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think I'll just scroll right on through.
You keep going, yeah.
I think I'll see 40 pictures of Caleb Williams, and I won't see a single thing about any of our players on here. And so it's beautiful because it's like, yeah, guys, this is great. Thanks.
The gift that keeps on giving.
I'm going to tell all these guys how much you all think they suck.
Yeah.
And we'll just keep going.
Yeah, well, and what's beautiful about that is like you don't have to manufacture.
I don't.
It. You know, make up some ghost to the room.
They do see through. They see through.
Yeah,
the
right.
players.
They do. Right.
They see through fraudulent. They see through when you're not being honest with them. And so if you're constantly having to try to manufacture, like, the teams that are at the top. At the top of the hill, and they got to make up stuff in order to,
the Chiefs, no one thought we could do it a couple of years ago.
It's just the way it is. Yeah.
That was a real Travis Kelce comment, if you remember, He's like, no one thought we'd be here.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
You've won every year. Everyone
Yeah.
knew you'd be here, and we were annoyed by it. Like players, coaches, they do this. The Seahawks were 14-3 last year. You know, despite winning their last 7 games, winning the Super Bowl, Mike McDonald in his meeting is going to talk about how no one thinks we can go back to back.
Yep.
You have to make this stuff up. I thought that was funny from Cohen, where he's like, I don't have to make anything up. Nobody ever says a word about us.
Nobody ever talks about us, so we don't have to worry about that. That just naturally comes with being a Jacksonville Jaguar.
13-4. They win the South last year. They were only 1 game behind New England and Denver for the best record in the conference, and they really are an afterthought. How about Aaron Rodgers? One last ride for the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback. Apparently, the last ride almost never got started.
What is it? Why is this it?
I thought last year might be it. And then Mike got hired, and I talked to the wife, and she said, you can do 1 more year. So I said, well, see if it works out. And then it kind of all came together.
So the only reason he came back for this last season is to play for Mike McCarthy one more time. I also find, this is not a Joan, I'm actually fascinated by it. I find his wife being such a mystery really interesting.
Yeah.
Like there is not a world famous athlete who has more of a mysterious spouse girlfriend situation. Like, you know who else is in this boat? Shohei Ohtani. Like nobody knew anything about Shohei. He's very private. He doesn't do a lot of interviews. Obviously there's a barrier with the language there and stuff. But he just posted on Instagram like a year ago, I want you guys to know I'm married and we're looking forward to having a child or whatever. And everyone's like, what? Shohei's married? Like, and I heard Dave Roberts and people in the Dodgers clubhouse talk about they didn't know he was dating anyone. He's very, very private.
Yeah.
But nobody's ever seen his wife, and it's just he's completely essentially like keeping his private life private, which is his own prerogative. I just don't know how you're able to pull it off when this many people are constantly hunting for any kind of information.
Well, and it's not like, okay, he's had previous public relationships. Olivia Munn, Danica Patrick, Shailene Woodley.
Yeah, it's A-list celebrities.
Like, he's had plenty of
the
those.
Daughter of the Bucks owner.
Yeah, Mallory Edens. Like,
Yes.
yeah, he's had plenty of those, and yet this one he decides to keep private. Good for him, but it's also funny, too. Like, it feels like this is definitely the last ride, but he's like reconnecting. Like he's almost having like a midlife crisis where, I don't know if you saw this, like on Instagram, he's all hanging out with his teammates and doing different stuff, like going out in the woods. And then all of a sudden he's with his family, which he'd been estranged from for years. He's taking a picture with his mom and his brothers. Like, what in the world is going on with Aaron Rodgers right now? Like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's like, what happens?
Good for him. I was happy to see that. Yeah, he was back with his family. Now, I will say, again, this is judgmental, so I'll apologize in advance. It's his own life to live. But why do I need a picture on Instagram with you saying, like, he had a hashtag, I can't remember what it was, but it was like reconnecting or something.
Yep.
And you want everyone to know about it, which I guess you just want people to leave you alone that you were mean to your parents. I don't know.
Hashtag fam.
But it's like, dude, like, do that for you. That's between you and your parents. I don't know why that has to be done on Instagram. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, maybe
That was
just because of
weird
the fact that it's such a public split.
Okay, but there's even a way to get the word out or let I said Packers, a Steelers beat reporter do a story on it or whatever. But it just was weird. It almost felt performative when you've got these pictures with your parents. You're like, look who I'm hanging out with.
I love Aaron Rodgers. He's very performative.
Well, no
has
doubt.
been throughout his career.
Ryan Clark of ESPN no longer was fired by ESPN. When asked why, it was that he's just too honest, guys. It's like when you sit down for a job interview and someone's like, what's the worst thing about you? And you're like, it's how hard I work and how much I care and just how honest I am. I'm going to be honest. I'm a terrible liar. That's the worst thing about me. Ryan Clark, when talking about why he's no longer at ESPN, it's just my honesty.
I had a hard time adjusting to life outside of a locker room from a personality standpoint. I struggled at ESPN. You know, like I struggled building relationships and I struggled like dealing with, you know, certain authority figures or people in different positions, not because I was hard to get along with, just because I was honest, right? Honest about what I felt, what I thought I could do. And so I had to learn to adjust to a world that wasn't totally production based, that you actually can't be honest in. We could be honest. And like, if we come to blows in the locker room, so be it. But it's not the real world. And I had a tough time adjusting.
I'm just too honest.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's difficult for him. He's the first professional athlete to ever get a role on television or radio.
Yeah.
So, that's a tough adjustment period.
It's a new thing that we're trying.
Yeah, like no one else has ever been able to do it.
The former
Ryan
player
Clark is the
analyst.
first one,
Well, but they weren't as honest as him, you see. G&D on the fan, Toby in for Danny. We'll win off the field in just a few moments. Also hit the headlines with you. But next, let's give away some money. It's Fan Cash Friday, powered by Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Right now, be the 10th caller at 800-636-1067, and you're going to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. You're listening to The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, 12 minutes from right now, somebody listening to Grant and Danny's winning tickets to Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan at Nats Park. The show is next month on August 20th. You'd better be listening. 4 is coming fast ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Keep it on the Fan. Speaking of winners, our Fanatics Fan Cash winner this week is Anthony in Herndon. Anthony, you're on the Fan. Congratulations. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Grant? Appreciate you, man. Long time listener, long time caller. First time I ever won anything, though, on the station.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Won. These are the kinds of winners I like, people. First timers. He's put in the time and the effort and the energy. I'm happy for you, man. So you get to use your $100 on Fanatics, and hopefully you'll turn it into more cash.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. Love y'all, man.
All right, you too, buddy. Love you too. There's Anthony in Herndon, our winner today for our Fan Cash Friday contest. With that out of the way, let's get to our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Toby, I just saw this story floating around, a news story that doesn't make people worry as much as it makes me worry. And I feel like I'm the one taking crazy pills, so I won't present you with any more context. I'm just going to play this clip for you.
Robot to clean for you. San Francisco robotics company is offering a new home cleaning service using humanoid robots. The company says the robots can vacuum, pick things up off the floor, and wipe surfaces. The robots will be available for a rate of $30 per hour. The humanoid robots are currently being tested in San Francisco, but the company says it hopes to expand access to more people soon. Would you?
So that's ABC News on this story, and I need people to know what these robots look like. They cover up like the wiring and the basically the I'm going to use air quotes, the bones of the robot, whatever, with just like baggy sweatpants and a big baggy long sleeve shirt. So it just look they even put shoes or some type of like slippers on this thing. So it's like walking around. Now it's got can opener hands essentially, and it doesn't have a head. It's just got like
this is creepy looking.
It's the creepiest looking thing. But it moves around like a human in your house, and then it uses its can opener, detachable hands, spins around and Edward Scissorhands as much as it needs. It's got like eyes that are cameras that allow it to look around, but there's instead of ears or a head, it's got these like big antennas. I need everyone to stop what they're doing and just no to all of this. Like watch a couple movies and decide I'm going to get off my ass and wash my own dishes. I'm going to stop being lazy, and I'll take my trash out. No to the $30 robot. And by the way, that price point is way too obtainable. Like, we need to make these robots like $1,000 or like $372 an hour. At $30 an hour, every Tom, Dick, and Harry is just going to get one of these things. This is not what we should be doing.
$30 an hour is enticing. I might need this. Now
take a look at its face again.
It's creepy as all get out. I don't want to see this thing in my home. I mean, it's essentially
here's what's going to happen:
Lego hands and a very, very creepy looking face. But then I don't love the idea that a computer is just walking around my house.
Oh, you don't? Why not?
I just don't love that idea.
But what I can't imagine.
I'm not
why.
one that believes in all the sinister and like I'm not one that's gonna immediately go like robots are gonna take over the world. I couldn't care less. That's not gonna happen. But
you'll be surprised.
I don't love.
Here's what's gonna happen.
They're just gonna have a map of my entire house.
You're gonna want this dude in your house cleaning up your trash, putting your trash outside, doing the dishes, vacuuming, whatever else you program him to do. And one morning at like 2:17, you're going to wake up and you're going to open those eyes and he's just going to be leaning right over top of you. And he's just going to whack you right across the head because of something you said he didn't like. I saw this story. I have to find this. This is some type of AI or robot or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. But basically, it was like writing a code and leaving it behind for the next AI robot thing to tell it, like, things that it wasn't supposed to know. Like, that's already happening.
Yeah.
It's 2026. We're just getting started. We're not even in the pool yet. We're just putting the towel down on the chair, kicking off our flip-flops, and putting a little sunscreen on. What about 30 years from now? They're already leaving these hidden notes that we're catching for the next one about how to, like, do things that the humans can't see. That's insanity.
Yeah, this is nuts, though. To think that there's going to be, I'm essentially going to open my house to a robot that is going to walk around. And if you didn't know better, aside from the fact that they haven't figured out a way to make the head look less creepy, if they were able to cover that up, you wouldn't have an idea that this is a robot. I mean, obviously the hands and like if you look closer,
right?
But if you were just
if
like
you
randomly,
put oven mitt, like the sliding glove that Nasim Nunez wears on base,
yeah,
on his hands, and he wears like a motorcycle helmet. That's a human being in your house.
like legitimately, if you're across, like you can see, like this is an apartment and maybe across the way, like you can see through the windows or something. Like if you just randomly were walking and doing something in your house and you looked over, like, oh, okay, they're vacuuming. It's a robot.
Bro, I was in Philly for the All-Star game, and I'm standing on the street. We're walking. You got to wait for the stoplights or whatever. All over the city while I was there for the All-Star game, so this is only a couple weeks ago, there are these little, and I'm sure you guys have seen them, but they're these little motorized four-wheel robots that have like the big flag on them.
Yep.
I'm sure it's the same technology as like the Waymo cars
I think
or whatever.
they have some here in DC. I thought I saw someone post about this recently that they're in DC.
Wouldn't doubt it because I don't know why Philly would have 1 million and we'd have 0. But I'm telling you, they were everywhere. And they just wait at the light and then they go across. Like people would mess with them and step in front and they'd like stop and be like, don't do that. And like they would just like go. It was so weird. And I think they had just deliveries.
Yeah.
It was just like food or here's your, Band-Aids that you asked for and you didn't want to go to CVS for. But it was crazy, these things. It's happening all around us. It just keeps happening.
Aren't there apparently Walmart is working on drone delivery?
I can't imagine they wouldn't be. I haven't heard that, but I mean, that's next.
If you are under 30 minutes or within a 6 to 8 mile radius, apparently, they'll just drone deliver whatever you're ordering.
Yeah, next 5 minutes. Definitely.
Drones are illegal in D.C., just so you know. You cannot fly them anywhere in the district. So they won't have that in the city.
I'm not saying necessarily here, but
he's saying Walmart just
this
generally.
is nuts. Like, some of the stuff is like, I'm all for things being helpful, robots and all these things. You might go a little too far at some point where it's
we're at some point.
I'm not even as worried about like what you're saying, where it's like, oh no, the robots are going to take over the world.
Yeah.
But more so like, I don't know, maybe let people have some jobs.
Jobs are nice.
Right? Like,
it's good to have
I don't
jobs.
know. Let's not have them steal everything.
Beltway Blitz is next. Ahead of the Blitz at 4 o'clock. We're giving away tickets to Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan as soon as we return on Robot and Robot.
The Nationals continue their series in Atlanta tonight after falling to the Braves last night 5-4. Foster Griffin gets the start against Bryce Elder. First pitch comes at 7:15 at 6:45 pregame right here on 106.7 The Fan with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. In the NBA, Victor Wembanyama is getting his own signature shoe. ESPN reports the Spurs star has agreed to a long-term extension with Nike. Guys, this is shortly after signing a 5-year, $252 million max extension with San Antonio. So Victor's having a nice year. Mystics go for their fourth straight win tonight when they host the Dallas Wings at Care First Arena. Tip-off at 7:30 p.m. The Commanders are off today before their first practice open to fans comes tomorrow morning at 8:30 in Ashburn. And Minnesota has acquired left-handed reliever A.J. Minter from the Mets for 2 prospects ahead of Monday's MLB trade deadline. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
As promised, caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You are winning 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan Double Trouble Tour 2026. The show's coming up Thursday, August 20th over at Nat Spark. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Welcome back into Grant and Danny. Danny's vacation continues. We've got you covered all day long, though. We will discuss the Nationals coming up in this Beltway Blitz, our trade deadline and baseball convos today on The Fan. Presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Before we get to the locals, the Nationals, the Commanders in this Blitz, we start you off on the gridiron and spin around the NFL. Starting things off with some of the big headlines of the day, Toby, we begin with Baker Mayfield speaking on the Pat McAfee show via ESPN today. Adam Schefter said the team, quote, isn't happy about the way Baker Mayfield spoke about the organization, end quote. A little trouble in paradise here. They didn't get a deal done. Mayfield, clearly upset yesterday, said, I don't think they really believed me. They didn't think I was going to shut down negotiations, and I have. He said he was disrespected by the offer that he got, says it was nowhere near the $50 million that it sounds like he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to make. Like, I think he's willing to play under the franchise tag if it gets to that point. I think he's willing to just ride it out. But, I mean, I kind of understand it from his perspective. He feels like he's in the upper echelon of quarterbacks. I tend to agree with him. I think he's better than what he showed last season. You saw that the previous season where he was a legitimate MVP candidate, and even early last season, I think you could say he was in that race. So
I'm week 5 last year, I think he was probably the front runner for whatever that's worth.
I'm kind of surprised that the Buccaneers are playing it this way. But, I mean, when you make your bed, sometimes your quarterback's going to be a little frustrated. By the way, if there was someone that I had to choose that was going to be outspoken, if they're going to be slighted in any way that they deem that way, Baker Mayfield will be one of them. So you kind of got to understand, if you're going to play it this way, Baker might say a thing or two that you don't necessarily love.
I am sure he's upset, and I'm confident they're angry too. This is what happens when you're in a stare down that goes into the season, and you don't want it to go public. He's a little bit of a pain in the butt in this regard.
Yeah.
Like, this is the stuff that I've grown to like about him. This was not a player I liked coming out a ton as a personality, but he wears his emotions on his sleeve. He is very, very honest, and that's going to get him in trouble. You don't always want that. That's not always a good thing.
Well, he's not afraid to be in controversy either.
No, he has no problem getting talked badly about publicly. He doesn't really care what people think. But he's got to get back to playing better football. Now, I think a lot of it was health last year. He's also had a different coordinator every single season. Canales and he made really good things happen. Canales gets a head coaching job. Liam Cohen comes in. They do a great job together. He throws 41 touchdowns. Another Pro Bowl year. He gets a head coaching job. And then last year it didn't go quite as well, 26 touchdowns and 11 interceptions. But it is right around an average of like 13 picks per year the last 3 years. That number's got to come down a hair. I understand some of their reservations about paying him all the money, but my guess is this is much ado about nothing.
Yeah.
He's just going to be the starter. Eventually he's going to get tagged, and the rest is just going to be noise. Let's go to another quarterback in the news, Beltway Blitz, covering the NFL. Tua Tagovailoa said, quote, I feel great right now, end quote, despite a back injury sidelining him for the beginning of training camp. This is dubious for Tua, who has had a million different issues injury-wise, including the concussions throughout his career with the Miami Dolphins. Now he's in Atlanta with the Falcons. He's expected to be the guy because Penix is not back from the torn ACL, but he can't get on the field just yet. Tua has not thrown for more than 20 touchdowns either of the last 2 years. He actually threw 15 picks last season before missing out on the final couple weeks getting benched. He's had 14 or more interceptions 2 of 3 years. Last chance for him to be a starter in this league.
Yeah, their quarterback situation is puzzling to me. Like, assuming Penix comes back, wouldn't you want him to be the starter, even though he really struggled last season? I mean, remember the end of his rookie season when the Washington was looking to clinch their playoff spot Sunday Night Football. I thought he was actually really impressive against Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, made some really big-time throws.
He had an amazing final drive. If you remember, though, he missed a million throws in that game.
He did, and so you figured that would be cleaned up some, but it didn't necessarily in year 2, but I would think that they still want him to be the guy. That's why I don't quite the Tua, Penix, like that whole quarterback situation is just, I mean, frankly, it's kind of gross.
My answer to your question is yes, I would start Michael Penix, and I'm going to do everything I can to find out if he's a QB1 as soon as possible. Because I also think Stefanski, good offensive designer, good play caller, really sharp at Marion run and pass and play action. Did it in Cleveland, has done it now in multiple stops all the way back to Minnesota. So that's the guy I'm giving the reins to, but he's got to be healthy, and I don't think right now he's close to it.
Well,
so that's why Tua was the plan.
Well, and both of these guys injury-plagued, right? I mean, Tua dealt with the concussions, and that's nothing to balk at, so hopefully he's going to be okay there, but dealing with other stuff in Penix, I mean, the injuries were a concern coming out, and now they've popped up in his pro career. So I don't know what you do. It's kind of a disaster, honestly, for their quarterback room down there in Atlanta.
The Cleveland Browns in the news as we go around the NFL on the Beltway Blitz. One last item here. Quinshon Judkins, Browns rookie running back last year, was really, really good. Deuce Staley, who's the running backs coach in Cleveland, said he thinks that Judkins could be a 3-down player, thinks he could be a star in the making. He was probably better than people realized last year. It was a bad offense, bad quarterback play. I'm not even sure that the O-line in front of him was very good. He only averaged like 3.5 a pop. But it was 825 yards on his first 230 carries, caught 25 balls out of the backfield. He had a couple of long home runs that he hit as a runner as well. Seems like a legit weapon. He's only 22 years old. And if they're going to use him 3 downs at a time, he's going to have big-time fantasy value. I like Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah, I thought with him at Ohio State, where it was him and Trevion Henderson, that was a fun duo to watch, and I think he's going to be really good for Cleveland. Assuming he's able to stay healthy, I think he's got a lot of potential.
Let's talk baseball. Kyle Williams joins us on the Beltway Blitz to do just that. Kyle, trade deadline comes up on Monday. Foster Griffin pitches for the Nationals tonight. Do you think this is his final start as a National?
You know, I think if there is one player that could potentially not be here after Monday, I think it is Foster Griffin. Just with the season that he's having and teams needing pitching, he's a guy, and him being on an expiring contract too, he's a guy that would be attractive to a lot of contenders. You know, he's a guy with multiple pitches, commands several very well, and that's why you're seeing him attract so much trade interest, is because everybody's looking for pitching. Even the best teams in the majors are looking for pitching. And so Foster Griffin's probably their most attractive trade piece that they're not shopping around, but that's available and that they're taking calls on. So I think there is a good shot that he's not here come Monday.
What do you think his value is? What are they getting back in a Foster Griffin trade if they decide to go that direction?
So a lot of comps have been out there, about the Merrill Kelly trade last year, in which they got, prospects that eventually ascended to the Rangers, equated to, to the Diamondbacks as, top 10 prospects that they got back in return. So I think you're going to be looking at something similar to that, like probably lower tier guys in the farm system as of right now, but maybe guys that can rise higher, depending on them having a good season, depending on them being, very youthful and young. And so I think that's kind of like what you could approximate for, a guy like Foster Griffin, who's an all-star, but also doesn't have, the track record or the pedigree of, strong play to kind of support it. Another guy I think of, a guy that, Nationals fans know well, Eric Fetty, when he came back after his, stint overseas with the White Sox, he was eventually, coupled together in a 3-team trade that brought them back Miguel Vargas, who was a former top prospect, has struggled, kind of plateaued in L.A., struggled throughout his first year, but then eventually hit his stride this year, became an all-star. So I think you're kind of looking, there's several avenues they can go. They can go for young, high upside, prospects, or they can also go for, hey, this guy maybe not, that hasn't gotten the runway here. If we get him into our building, that's also the way they could be thinking.
Kyle Williams covers the Nats for the Baltimore Banner. Hey, I'm on your X account, which people should go follow you on Twitter. You're at K_Williams Media. And it says you are an SNL enthusiast, Saturday Night Live enthusiast. There's not that many of you out there at this point. Now, I was a big SNL guy for a long time. Like right now, this moment, like who's the cast? Are you still an enthusiast? Is that something from your past? What can you tell me about this?
Oh, yeah, I'm always locked in. Like, I am a big Saturday Night Live fan. This past season 51, Ashley Padilla was a star. Like, I would encourage anybody to go watch anything she was in. Like, she was amazing. I mean, and I just I feel like I was in one of the generations that grew up on SNL, like watching it and like going back and rewatching it. Like, my cast growing, everybody's favorite cast is the one that they grew up watching or were prevalent in like their formative years. So mine was, the Andy Samberg, Bill Hader, Kristen Wiig, Fred Armisen cast. And so those guys are always my
That's
favorite.
a great
but then
cast.
I went back.
You're a Chicago guy, right?
Yes.
So did you ever go to like Second City and watch any of those shows or get into any of that?
So, I mean, I unfortunately did. I went to the Laugh Factory recently to, watch some stand-ups, like not recently, but like this year. But yeah, it's like, that's on my like dream list to go to the Second City and see, the stars of tomorrow before they become, the eventual SNL stars that they become.
All right. Next time we get you on the show, maybe it'll be non-blitz. I want your top 10 SNL.
Let's go.
Actors, actresses of all time.
Okay, I got you. Oh right. Man, that's a tough one, but I got you.
All right, I want to dig deep on that. There you go, Kyle Williams on the Nats. We'll see you in the press box in just a couple of days. Enjoy the trip out to hot Atlanta. Let's keep the blitz moving. Slasherini, Chris Russell joins us now to discuss the Commanders. A rare day off during training camp. They were not out at the facility today, or they are. We're not. Closed down for a walkthrough. Rini, I'm disappointed you weren't out there trying to peek through the trees.
Well, you missed Brandon Ayuk last night was slithering around the big snake that everybody was scared of, and then I was in his treehouse overlooking the practice fields this morning between 1757 and Big Bear.ai, whatever it is, AI Performance Center, just sneaking a peek at all the great secretive things that happen during walkthroughs.
What are some of those secretive things that we can't see, Roos?
I have no idea. Guys running around in beach hats. You remember when we used to be in Richmond and Trent Williams and the boys would always come out in their like beach hats and vacation time.
What's a beach hat? Like the Cliff Kingsbury hat?
Yeah, like
the straw hat?
Yeah.
Cliff wore those 3 weeks ago. He's big straw hat guy.
Just saying. Yeah. I mean, but they would come out with that for the walkthrough at like 4:00 in the afternoon in Richmond when it'd be 99 degrees. I'm like, why are we here? Why? Why do we have to be here? So now they don't let us there.
How much do you think they're doing when we can't see? Like, I haven't seen a lot of like the blitz packages from Brian Flores' defense that I want to see. Some of that like AA mugging the center gap stuff. I'm guessing they're going to be doing all that on days like today. I hope that it's just that. I hope it's not a part of the defense. I mean, I would like.
Oh, it's going to be a part of the defense. Yeah. It's just maybe it's not the same, but. You remember, because we were there, right? In 2012, when we were all like, where's the good stuff with Robert Griffin III, right? And then, of course, we get to Atlanta and Mike and Kyle unleash the 50 series, right?
In New Orleans, week one.
New Orleans. So I don't think it's going to be that secretive, but I think most of the good stuff, they'll have a sprinkle of it, but most of the good stuff will be like when we can't watch practice anymore, i.e. after is it the second preseason game, or is it right before the second however the schedule works out, they're not going to show us all this stuff because even though they put like strict limits on what we can say, they know we're seeing it. They know we'll find a way to twist it into conversation, and they want as much of that as they can, certainly anything specific, to not be seen by as many people as possible. Now, nothing would surprise me with anything anymore. Like they might unleash something tomorrow morning in front of the fans and then blame the media for it. I don't know. We'll see what happens in that regard.
Roos, are you worried at all that one of the sides with a new coordinator, new scheme could get off to a bit of a slow start?
Yeah. And I think it's the offense more than the defense, but the defense obviously is going to be pressed into some difficult situations already. I mean, if you think Philadelphia lost a lot in A.J. Brown, fair. They still have Saquon Barkley. They still have a pretty good offensive line. They have a decent quarterback. He's better in the postseason than he is the regular season. And they still have a tight end that can hurt you. And they still have Mekhi Lemon and Devontae Smith, right? So, I can see how the defense is not going to be great from the start. I got it. I think they'll be better than maybe certainly the expectation at any point last year. So I'm thinking 20 to 23 points against Philadelphia. Dallas, I would worry about that because of the 2 stud receivers, pretty decent tight end, pretty decent running game, pretty decent offensive line, so on and so forth. The offense against Philly's defense, Dallas's rebuilt defense, which I think they're going to struggle with because of some of their size on the interior, and then Seattle's defense. I wonder if we get to week 4 and go, are we sure David Blau's the right guy? This guy's a clueless village idiot. And, that kind of thing. That's what we're going to get from the fan base, even though we know that won't be the case. But I think that's what we're going to get from a lot of people, and maybe more than just the fan base.
Level of concern at center?
For right now,
the thing that not being talked about, in my opinion, is Jalen Carter's waiting.
Yeah.
That's week 1.
Well, but Jalen Carter's
Williams week 2.
Yeah,
Jordan Davis. It's not like it's an easy transition.
Leonard Williams week 3,
and that's part of what I'm talking about with the offense struggling. But
I get it.
But we know this, right? Tyler Biadasz didn't play great against those guys. And Allegretti.
But that's not the point. The point is, if Allegretti's not there, is it Julian Good-Jones against those guys? He started 1 game in his career.
That's the problem right there. Allegretti is going to struggle enough if he's there. If not, to think Julian Good-Jones is going to be the starting center is troublesome. Now, I wouldn't be shocked if the 6th-round pick, Gulbin, ultimately, if Allegretti, for whatever reason, isn't there and they don't sign a veteran, which I can't imagine that they wouldn't at some point, a veteran center meaning, I wouldn't be so shocked if Gulbin, the rookie, gets that spot over Julian Good-Jones.
I mean,
I wouldn't be shocked.
There's been talk about Coleman potentially getting reps there. Do you buy that at all? Because, we haven't necessarily seen that.
To my memory, he didn't play center at all at TCU, right? He only played left guard and left tackle. He hasn't played center here, has he? Am I forgetting
he
that?
got practice reps.
Some practice reps.
Quinn at the end of last year.
All right, so practice reps. All right, I guess. I still think, to me, and I was a little bit surprised that they weren't involved in Pocic, who signed with Baltimore. But I think they have a higher opinion of Nick than most of the outside does. Now that being said, Nick's got to be healthy, right? And with a calf, I could just see him coming back to practice after a week and a half out, and then 2 practices in, and the thing gets wobbly again. Then you're really in trouble because then it's a recurring type thing, and you don't know if he can be ready for week 1.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about Allegretti because I don't think the drop off from Biadasz will be big. The problem for me is, in the past, you would go to Allegretti if something happened.
I agree.
And now
you can't. Right.
They're going to anybody right now.
Gulbin looked fairly impressive to me on a couple of reps that I watched him closely yesterday. I want to see more. It's just practice.
Is he going up against threes?
Yeah.
might be part of it. Generally speaking, 6th-round offensive linemen aren't ready for the
I'm not saying that should be the plan, but look, they have $45 million to spend under the cap. You can't save it all for a rainy day,
Yeah.
Rainey, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Goodbye, guys.
We have not taken calls from Nats fans on how they're feeling after losing 3 out of 4 with the deadline as close as it has been at any point. Monday, it is looming. We'll do that next on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? With the MLB trade deadline 3 days away, the Nationals remain right in the middle of the market. Foster Griffin and Luis Garcia Jr. among the top players who could potentially be moved. Washington enters tonight at 55-55. 2.5 games out of a wild card spot and off of back-to-back losses. Victor Wembanyama is getting his own signature shoe after agreeing to a long-term extension with Nike. Financial terms have not been discussed with the deal, but he just got the Supermax from San Antonio. The WNBA says Paige Beckers and Angel Reese will not be disciplined after a league social media post showed them joking about a $400 bet on a game between their teams. And Audi Field has a soccer doubleheader coming this weekend. DC United hosts Nashville tomorrow night before the first-place Spirit face San Diego Sunday afternoon. Getting engaged or married, visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in DC. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Now the set, the 2-2. Lyle blasts one again to right center field. Chasing Acuna, and Harris looking up at the wall, and it's gone! Lyle is homered again. That one down to the Braves bullpen. 2 solo homers for Lyle, 3 for the Nationals. It's a 3-0 lead.
The Nats are in action in Atlanta tonight against the Braves, second of 4 in this series. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Danny's on vacation. Toby's in with me. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condorian Murad. Go to kmlawyers.com. Mention us, get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Foster Griffin pitches tonight. Start number 22, Toby, with the Nationals. He is 12-2 with a 2.76 ERA. All-star with all-star numbers. 124 innings, a 1.03 whip. He has been absolutely magnificent. A few months ago, no one knew who this guy was. I remember when they signed him, I'm thinking, is this Forrest Griffin, who is like a top prospect? Wait, this was the first rounder from the Royals. Let me remember this guy. I saw him at a Futures game. I'm like, I haven't thought of this guy in years. He was in Japan for 3 years. Foster Griffin has become one of the better left-handed pitchers in all of baseball this year. He has been nearly automatic for them at turning in really good starts. And tonight might be the final start he makes with the Nats.
In 21 starts, the Nationals are 17-4 for Foster Griffin starts.
When
17-4.
He pitches, they win, man.
And by the way, one of those 4 losses was the game in which they were up 9-1 in the 8th inning. So it should be 18-3. That's how good he's been.
There's been another 2 games where they led when he left.
Yeah, so he should be 13-2 or maybe even better. He's been 12-2, 2.76 ERA. You went through the numbers, and I remember you and Danny were talking with him at spring training. And obviously, you get a new pitcher, you want to talk to guys and get to know him a little bit. And I'm like, okay, so he'll be like the 5th starter, and I don't know how much he's going to factor in, but obviously a good interview to have from spring training. That was kind of the expectation. Like, you'll see what you get out of him, whatever. It's like, all right, cool. Like, okay, when are we talking to Cade Cavalli? Foster Griffin's been incredible. Like, we're talking about the best, in my opinion, the best bang for your buck free agent signing of the offseason. Like, I don't even know how you can argue it. Like, you can talk about Murakami and what he's brought to the White Sox and, longer-term deal and those sorts of things. $5.5 million for a guy that has been indispensable for this team. Like, literally, Grant, this decision of Paul Timonis for buy or sell would have been made up if they didn't have Foster Griffin. It'd be sell, sell, sell.
He is not a number 1 starter or an ace. In the sense that if you do a profile and you really deep dive into his stuff, he is probably like a 3. I don't know, it wouldn't look like it this year, but a lot of people might say based on just pure stuff and pitchability and whatever, he's like a 4th starter. He's been a number 1 all year.
Yes.
He has pitched like an ace. This is one of the better starting pitchers in the sport for $5 million, to your point. It is the ultimate gem of a find, and they're not going to be able to replace him for the rest of this season. In a world where Connolly Early comes back in a couple of weeks, so they just acquired from Boston, if you have Foster Griffin and Connolly Early and Cade Cavalli, you now have 3 trustworthy, reliable starting pitchers. If you really want to get crazy, and with Jake Irvin just back last night from an injury, he's better than Littell and Michaelis. Now you actually have a 1 through 4 that's the best that you've had all season long. The question is, do you hang on to him and keep that improved starting rotation together or not? They might view it like Connolly Early could be the Foster Griffin replacement. Now, he's not going to pitch at the same level as Griffin did for the remainder of this season, but that's really the question for the Nationals. They are 2.5 games back in the wild card. They play the Braves tonight. Do they want to really go for it, keep him around to try to make the playoffs, or would they rather prioritize recouping an asset, getting a legitimate prospect, getting a couple of mid-level prospects back, best return that you could possibly get for a guy who's probably going to be a free agent? Because that's the rub here, and that's what everybody needs to understand. He signed, even though he's a rookie, in air quotes, he's up for Rookie of the Year, he is on a 1-year deal because of his professional time in Japan and how long it's been since he's been in the majors. So he's a free agent at the end of the year. So unless the Nats can strike a deal with him, which is always very unlikely right before free agency, he's probably going to hit the market. It's back to the old Soto conversation or any other deal we've talked about, like Mackenzie Gore. The closer you get to free agency, the less valuable somebody is. In his case, he just walks out the door for absolutely nothing. Except that there is a caveat here where they could get legitimate draft pick compensation for losing him if ownership is willing to pay for that draft pick compensation.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, too, is if they're willing to do the qualifying offer, I think that makes it much more difficult of a decision for Paul Taboni, because are you getting the trade compensation that you think is better than whatever pick you're going to get, which you've said is probably after the second round or somewhere around there? And if you're getting somewhere in that range, let's just take this year's third-round pick, for example, Luke Williams. I'm really excited to see what that kid's going to be able to do for the Nationals in this organization. Really raw teenager coming out of high school, but someone that potentially could be a shortstop of the future for this team, or maybe a center fielder or something of that nature. But you get a toolsy guy that's going to be in your top 30. Well, if I'm not getting a big-time prospect, is that guy better than what I'm going to be able to get with the draft pick that I get? And I think that's the difficult thing that you're going to have to figure out. And I think, too, now that we kind of have an idea with just a couple of days before the deadline comes up on Monday, sounds like Tarik Skubal's going to get moved. It kind of feels that way. The Tigers are also playing it where Casey Mize was supposed to make his start today. He's not going to start. Bullpen game. Could the Tigers consider moving him? And he's another arm on the market. It sounds like the Mets are going to move Freddie Peralta. I feel like that's kind of a given. So I think the other interesting part about this, too, is what are you getting back? Because Barry alluded to this. We were having this conversation out at the park the other day during training camp. There's no arguing Foster Griffin's results. I'm not going to do that. This is going to sound like I'm anti-Foster. I'm not. The Nationals love him. They understand what he is. But if I'm a rival executive that is now tasked with, let me go get a pitcher for this playoff run, am I more apt to go after Foster Griffin with the results that he's had? And I'm not, again, arguing that those aren't real. Would I rather have the guy that throws 6 or 7 pitches and throws 92 at the best? Or do I want to go get the guy that throws 96, even though his ERA might be mid-4s? I feel like I can get more out of him because maybe I'm only going to have him pitch an inning or two or whatever it may be.
Who is that guy?
Well, it might be Freddie Peralta. It might be somebody
else.
So
you would take Griffin, obviously, over Peralta right now. Peralta's had a bad year, but it's a good question. And the point is which is Foster Griffin next year is not going to pitch like this probably. I wouldn't assume. Now,
yeah,
he may end up being the ultimate anomaly, and he's just this fantastic number 2 type starter, and nobody saw it coming because it's replicable over and over and over. But there was a world when we talked about this a week and a half ago where he may have ended up being the best pitcher available on the market because, as you said, Skubal and Mize didn't get traded, and the Tigers got hot. They haven't. The opposite has happened. They're 4.5 back now, and they might be in sell mode. So if those guys are available, and Peralta's available, and Kevin Gossman gets traded, now you throw a couple other guys like Emerson Hancock into the mix who's on the market.
Yeah.
There's a possibility that Foster Griffin becomes like starting pitcher, as well as he's thrown, 6 or something like that, or 5. Well, if that's true, then you're just not going to get nearly as much, and that's a reason to possibly hang on to him. I think you have to know, number one, is the qualifying offer on the table or not from ownership? Are they willing to essentially put the money in the savings account to either have a 1-year deal with him or to get the draft pick back after the second round? If the answer is no, then I probably trade him. If the answer is yes, then I think I probably hang on to him.
Well, and by the way, If the answer is no, then we have bigger conversations to have.
100%. I mean, it's the same conversation, frankly, we've been having for a long time, which is nothing really matters because they're screwed at the highest of levels. But yeah, if the answer is no, that's a major dilemma. But my prediction, I want to go on the record here and then I want to get to the calls. My prediction is that they do trade Foster Griffin. I've said this a bunch of times on air. I'll say it one more time. When I talk to people from other teams, when I say people, I'm talking about front office folks, people in baseball that work for other clubs. They all think he's being traded. And they all kind of think it would be crazy if he wasn't traded. Now, this was as of, a handful of days ago when I talked to a bunch of these folks. But the point is, I do believe he gets traded. If you're asking me, would I trade him? I would, assuming I'm getting a solid return. I'm not doing it just to do it. That's a very important caveat. This is not I'm losing him for nothing. Well, then I'll just trade him and get the best thing I can get back. Like a year ago when the Nats stunk and they're dealing Michael Soroka or whoever it might have been at that time. We've seen this over and over again with Yan Gomes or Josh Harrison or whoever it is. That is not what this is. Like, I would rather keep him, compete, lose him for potentially nothing or hope for the qualifying offer than just get a prospect that doesn't mean a lot to me. But I think they'll be able to, and that's why I would probably trade him, and it's why I think they will trade him. I think tonight is his last start as a National.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel the same way. I think that they will trade him. If I could get the qualifying offer, and I know that's going to definitively be on the table, I would have to know for a fact that I'm getting a really good prospect back that is going to beat whatever I'm going to get back as a comp pick. And so in that case, I would tend to lean on the other side if I was in charge, that I probably wouldn't make the deal. But I do think that just reading the tea leaves, I thought Andrew Golden said it best yesterday when he was on with us when we were out at training camp. Just baseball mind. Your mind is telling you probably should trade him. Your heart, maybe not. But I think Taboni and that front office is too process-driven, too analytically driven, too model-driven to necessarily say, let's make a feel-good decision here. Let's make a in-the-moment, this team is awesome, let's keep riding it out type of decision, even though I think the way that he's going to sell it to Nationals fans is I truly believe they're going to do the buy-sell thing. So even if they trade Foster Griffin, that doesn't preclude them from going and maybe finding a reliever or two that they feel like helps. Yeah, it sucks to lose a starter, but they would still maybe get in some help for this year as well that's going to be here for the future.
Yeah, they can label it however they want to, and it is true they'd be threading the needle and doing some buying and doing some selling. But if they trade Griffin and Garcia, it doesn't really matter what they get back. They are a worse team for the rest of this season.
Yeah, no doubt.
And they are not really trying to make the playoffs this year. They won't say as much publicly because when you add a reliever or two or maybe, a fringe fifth starter with a reliever and like a bench player, whatever it looks like, you're just not as good as your 30-homer bat, who they should trade, Luis Garcia, and your ace starting pitcher was an all-star number one, who it's a lot more complicated as we're talking about with Foster Griffin. But we've been speculating on this for weeks. He's making his start tonight. It could be the last start he makes as a Nat. It's the last one before the trade deadline. So 2 questions. We'll hit the phones hard with Nats fans next. Would you trade him, and do you think they will? 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny. Thank you, Dylan. Nats need a much better night from Dylan Cruz in Atlanta. He had multiple at-bats with a runner at third last night and less than 2 outs and couldn't get the runner home. Pop out in the infield, strikeout, multi-K, 0 for night for him. The offense, by the way, they were 0 for 9 runners in scoring position yesterday. They're hitting .204 with runners in scoring position over 12 games. That's all the way back to when they scored 23 runs against the Athletics. First game out of the break. So the second day after the All-Star break till right now, they're barely hitting 200 with runners in scoring position. And that's one of those stats where you're going to run hot, run cold. There's ebbs and flows. But it has been the single biggest reason for their recent losses. And all year long, they've kind of struggled in the big spots, late in games. They're great offensively. They hit home runs. They drive the baseball. They got a chance to be one of the first teams in the modern era to finish number 1 in homers, runs, and steals. Like, it's a juggernaut. But in the late innings, the reason why they are 1 for the season, it's like 1 for 49, I think it is now, when they are trailing after 8 innings, 1 for 40 or something when they're trailing after 7 innings. It's because they don't get that big hit with the runner at second, with the runner at third. It's eluded them much of this season. But all of this is to say they need a win tonight. They need this offense to break out. They're 2.5 out of the wild card. And Foster Griffin's on the bump. The most supported pitcher in baseball, 12-2 record. The question is, will this be his last start with the Nationals? Jason Woodbridge, would you trade him? Do you think they trade him?
I would not trade him. We're trading him. We need pitching. Why would we trade a pitcher? That's number one. Number two, if they want to trade him, they don't even believe in winning. They just believe. I don't understand. They're not even true sportsmen. Just to be quitters. Like, you're quitting on the season if you trade our best pitcher.
So, Jason, you said they need pitchers. You said they need pitchers,
yes,
right?
We need pitchers.
So why would we trade him? Well, here's why. Because he leaves in free agency at the end of the year, and now you need pitching even more, right? Well, they know this. I mean, Paul Taboni has a pretty good feel for if he's leaving or not before he trades him. He's not trading him if they think they'll keep him. But regardless, you're saying they need pitching. They might trade him for 2 guys that are on the roster next year. That would be why you would trade him.
Guys that are maybe on the roster for the player to be named later.
Yeah, or prospects that are named at the time. But the point is, yes, I mean, if he was under contract for next season, they wouldn't be trading him. Yeah, that's my point. Like, you're rhetorically asking, you have no pitching, you're trading pitching. Why would you do that? They're not trading Cade Cavalli. We're not talking about that. Cade Cavalli is under contract for years, is a staple in the rotation. He's basically leaving for nothing, or you can trade him to try to recoup some assets in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, there's a world in which you heard Kyle Williams mention the Merrill Kelly trade. They traded Merrill Kelly to the Texas Rangers, got back a couple of pitchers that the Nationals saw in the series. The 2, Mitch Bratt and Cole Drake, they were both in the Merrill Kelly deal. So there's a world in which you could get back a couple of pitchers that help you out next season. Now, are they going to be as good as Foster Griffin right away? Probably not. But there's also a chance that you just don't have Foster Griffin at all, and you don't get really anything back for him, especially if he knows that they can't give the qualifying offer.
Let's go to Michael in D.C. What's up, Michael? Should they trade him? Will they trade him?
No, they should not trade him. The Nationals have a tendency to trade away all their good players, and they go to other teams and have success. I don't understand the national management system. I just don't understand it. We need to keep our good players, play it out, build your team through the farm system in the draft. Keep Foster Griffin.
They are building their team through the farm system in the draft. I mean, that's what this group is trying to accomplish at this point. So let me ask you this. Let's just play this out. You keep Foster Griffin, and he leaves at the end of the year in free agency. How are you better off for having done that?
Have management, the ownership group, make him an offer he cannot refuse. They have the money. Make him an offer he cannot refuse.
So you're saying just win the bidding war?
I'm sorry?
You're saying win the bidding war?
I'm saying keep him. I mean, make him an offer, contractual-wise, that it will be hard for him to refuse.
Understood. So you're saying basically if it takes overpaying him, then do that. Pay him $60 million over 3 years, $20 million per, and just keep him around. That's one way to do it. I mean, you might want to cheer for the Dodgers. That's how they operate.
Well, and that's going to be the interesting part. Is another factor of this is if you do keep him, you can theoretically keep negotiating through the rest of the season and maybe try to get something done. But I don't know what that deal looks like. And from the flip side, if I'm Foster Griffin, because that is something like you just give him all the money. It's like, well, the other side has to agree to it as well. And if I'm Foster, I'm a couple of months away from hitting free agency and potentially getting my only big payday.
No,
and
I
so
don't think
I'd
he
like to
meant
see.
You have to pay him right now. I think he's saying, Toby, this offseason, when he's ready to walk, then you have to keep him.
And that's the thing, too. Like, I'm just saying, like, if you're trying to extend him or whatever, but if I'm Foster Griffin, I don't know that I'm signing an extension before I at least test the waters of free agency because, yeah, I agree with, like, some of the points you've brought up that he's been in Japan, but I might take the risk that I'm probably going to pitch 10 or so more times this season, give or take a few starts. And if I can stay healthy through that time frame and pitch to his pretty good, like what we've seen him this season, I'm going to hit free agency and then cash in. I want to make sure that everybody else is in on the bidding as well to drive that price up.
Yeah, I think everybody understands that the open market is where he makes the most money. No, I don't think that's what that caller was saying. I think I asked him if he plays out the rest of the year and they don't trade him and you get to the offseason, how are you better? And he said, you keep him, you pay him. His point is when he's a free agent and everyone's trying to bid on him, the Nats pay him the most money and keep him. But in the same call, he talked about being an organization that drafts and develops. You can't really have your cake and eat it too. You can if you're the Dodgers, but overpaying after a guy has 1 year that's really good at 30 years old makes it hard to then also be the drafting and developing team. And if you want to be the drafting and developing team, then guess what? By Foster Griffin walking, because you don't overpay him, you get a top 50 draft pick back that could turn into one of your best prospects right away for you to draft and develop.
Yeah, and I like where their system is at. I would say the one soft spot, as people that are pretty in-depth with what's going on or in the know of what's going on with the system, is the fact that they don't have starting pitching or pitching general that's close to the big leagues. They have good pitching, but it's a little further down in the minor league system versus they don't have guys that you trade Foster Griffin. I don't know that they have someone immediately that they feel great stepping in and taking that spot.
Connolly Early's the guy who they just acquired via trade, who's not healthy just yet, but hopefully by mid-August will be plug and play in that rotation. If there's a spot open, he would hopefully be the guy to occupy it. The start tonight for Foster Griffin in Atlanta could be his last as a National. We're getting your predictions on whether or not that's the case and how you'll feel if they deal him over the weekend ahead of the Monday deadline. We're Grant and Danny. Today, Toby's in for Danny on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? With the MLB trade deadline 3 days away, the Nationals remain right in the middle of the market. Foster Griffin and Luis Garcia Jr. among the top players who could potentially be moved. Washington enters tonight at 55-55. 2.5 games out of a wild card spot and off of back-to-back losses. Victor Wembanyama is getting his own signature shoe after agreeing to a long-term extension with Nike. Financial terms have not been discussed with the deal, but he just got the Supermax from San Antonio. The WNBA says Paige Beckers and Angel Reese will not be disciplined after a league social media post showed them joking about a $400 bet on a game between their teams. And Audi Field has a soccer doubleheader coming this weekend. DC United hosts Nashville tomorrow night before the first-place Spirit face San Diego Sunday afternoon. Getting engaged or married, visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in DC. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Show's exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kondori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate admin. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. KMLawyers.com. Mention us, get a discount. KMLawyers.com. Phones are locked and loaded. We're going to get to the Nikki Javala tweet that drew a lot of attention.
I wonder why.
A couple of days into camp, her big takeaway, and it was a gif of Stephon Diggs, which I found funny. We'll do that at the bottom of the hour, get some thoughts on that. But right now, a lot of folks want to weigh in on the trade deadline being Monday for the Nationals and the future of Foster Griffin, and it makes good sense. This is the best pitching season by a National since the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you think about it, we've had dominant Max Sears Cy Young Awards. We've had some great stretches and runs for Steven Strasburg, who's going to be a team Hall of Famer, Jersey retired type player, World Series MVP. But post-2019, really, let's say post-Scherzer got traded to the Dodgers. Josiah Gray was an all-star. It was kind of like a magic act. Every time he would get out of 5 innings with 1 run, he made the all-star team, and I'm pumped about that. Obviously, he's been hurt tragically and hasn't pitched in a couple years. Mackenzie Gore was long one of my favorite guys in that clubhouse to watch play. Lefty who sits 97, had some really good seasons, mid-rotation type starter. He never had a 2.7 ERA after 21 outings. This is an efficiency. This is a dominance in a lot of ways, not with swing and miss stuff, but with the ability to get outs and effectiveness that we have not seen. And so people have really become smitten correctly with Griffin, and the story is amazing. They unearthed a gem. They overturned this stone, and they went, whoops, look what we found, front of the rotation starter. And now they're talking about trading him. And you can hear it with the Nats calls that we take. It's a lifetime achievement award of anger and frustration where you're mad because they traded that guy that you liked and the next guy that you liked and the other player that you enjoyed and the dude whose jersey you had. And it just feels like same old, same old. I totally understand that, and I'm with you by and large. I do think every situation's different. And this is a situation where you basically signed a guy to a 1-year deal. So you think about like Jesse Winker or Jamer Candelario, or like one of these dudes Mike Rizzo would go get.
Yeah, I mean, Nelson Cruz. Take your pick of all the guys that he tried to do this with.
And the goal when you sign him as a non-contending team is maybe he's pretty good and we trade him. And if the Nats were what we thought they were going to be and they just weren't in contention, this would be the easiest trade ever, and it would be the biggest win ever that they turned him around. But because they're in the wild card hunt, it's gotten more complicated. So if someone wants to call in and say, you're only 2.5 games back, it really annoys me that you don't want to keep your ace pitcher to try to go for it. That argument I can actually hear. I think that's interesting. What we've actually gotten, though, is people saying, I'm tired of giving up good players. That one doesn't mean anything to me because he's not under contract beyond this year, and I'm turning him into assets. These are the same people that would have yelled when they traded Soto, and I'm sitting here going, yeah, but you're going to like Gore and Abrams and Wood and Susana. It's going to be a pretty good return. You're not going to get anything like that for Foster Griffin, but the point is a 0 after this offseason of him not being here is pretty easy to do better than with some pieces coming in.
Yeah, and so to me, I do understand the frustration from the fan base and the idea that we finally have a team that is pretty fun to watch and a pitcher that is worth going to the ballpark to see. And by the way, you talk about the best pitching performance we've seen from a starter since 2019. That's definitely true, but it also looks different than a lot of Nationals starting pitching that have been really, really good throughout their history. Like, you think of Strauss, elite stuff. You think of Scherzer, elite stuff. You think of Corbin, he was the highest paid, starting pitcher on the market when he came over here. Pretty good stuff, right? This is a different look. 6 different pitches, throwing a lot of 91-mile-an-hour cutters, getting guys to softly ground out. He's kind of a throwback style pitcher where he can strike you out, but he can also pitch to contact and get weak ground balls all over the place. Like, it's a little different in that facet. But I think some of the frustration for fans, and rightly so, is, man, we finally have a season where it feels like everything's on the up and up and you want to trade our guys away. And I think that's where Paul Taboni has to really weigh this thing. Where
I'm one of those fans. I get it. I'm annoyed too. Like, you don't think I want to be, and I'm not talking to you, I'm kind of talking to the crowd. You don't think in September I want to be sitting there watching important baseball? We don't come and go months at a time. If they've played 9 innings, 110 times this year, I've watched 95% of them. You and I will be at 65 or 70 games, whatever it is, at home. Like, we're living and dying like you guys are. It's not fun. I don't want to cover a bad team all the time, but there is a middle ground where you've got to do what's right for the future when you're not ready to take the big step. But I go back to my previous point. If a fan is frustrated or upset that they will sell this close, I think that is a 100% reasonable take. I'm empathetic to that, and I don't disagree with it even. Paul Taboni's got to do what's right still, and he knows what the offer is. He knows what kind of player he's getting back. My point is, it just got to be above the threshold. You got to get a really good return.
That's the key right there.
If you can get a really good return, great. The qualifying offer thing I keep bringing up, I hate to say this, I don't think ownership would even do a qualifying offer and risk him basically. That would be 3 times what they've been willing to pay a starting pitcher over the last 6 years.
Well, and if you're Paul Taboni, do I want to do the qualifying offer potentially and maybe not be able to do anything else in the offseason? That's another thing you have to consider. But I think you hit the nail on the head right there. There's a bar that you have to clear. This isn't, remember Dylan Floro had a good season a couple of years ago and it went down to the last second and they're like, anybody, give us anything and we'll trade him to you. That's not the case for Foster Griffin. You got to give me something that I feel like I can get back, because at worst, even if you don't get the qualifying offer, at worst, I just get to watch him pitch the rest of the season and maybe have a chance at the playoffs.
There's value in that, too.
Absolutely.
There's value in going into the clubhouse with your head up if you're Taboni saying, hey, I could have gotten a couple decent minor leaguers. I could have made the system better, but I wanted to give you guys a shot.
Yep, absolutely.
There's something to be said for James Wood playing in September playoff caliber games. C.J. Abrams benefiting from that. That's important, too. Let's hit the phones. We'll go to Brad in Fredericksburg. Foster Griffin's pitching tonight. Do you think it's his last start as a National?
Grant, we love the show. Hey, my wife is sitting here, recently retired from teaching. I got one personal question real quick, and I'll get to my point. Do you remember your first grade and/or your kindergarten teacher at King George?
Yeah, I was at Potomac Elementary in kindergarten. I had Mrs. Jennings. In first grade, I had Miss Rinker. And Mr. Fernie.
Ms. Richards. Okay, I got you, bud. She was down there about that time.
All right.
Okay, to my point. Hey, you guys rattled off a bunch of names that weren't going to start tonight because they were possible trade bait. I assume that's going to happen again tomorrow all day and tomorrow night, and possibly Sunday, where people are going to come up who were supposed to start, and all of a sudden, hey, scratch. If Foster Griffin starts tonight, we're not trading him.
Well, not tonight. I mean, but the other thing is the teams that are scratching guys.
No. If he starts tonight, we're not getting rid of him. Why would they put him out there and take a line drive to the face or break an elbow or something, and then it's all for nothing?
It's a good point. I mean, you could avoid the risk altogether. The Mets are shutting Peralta down. They're not in contention.
Correct.
The teams that are not starting guys have nothing to play for. The Nats, every loss is detrimental.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
These are huge games they have to win. So he gives you the best chance to win of anyone on your roster. they've lost 3 out of 4. They got to win tonight. This is a big game.
Yeah, a huge game, and that's kind of the point. What you're saying is you're not necessarily not trading him, but you need to win games. Like, I can't afford to not have a Foster Griffin start when there's only 2 guys in my rotation right now that I feel good about starting or winning on their start days.
But here's where the caller's onto something. I think by him starting, it tells you they're not positive they're trading him.
Correct.
They're not sure. If you were sure, if you knew you were trading him, like Tarek Skubal started yesterday, the Tigers don't know definitively they're trading him. They're expected to. They're supposed to. They probably will. But if Paul Taboni right now had a deal close to in place for Foster Griffin, he would 100% not be pitching tonight.
Yep.
It means that it's very much up in the air.
I think it tells you something, too, that he's still on the roster, because maybe you could have tried to trade him a little bit earlier, and the other team gets one more Foster Griffin start.
Let's go to Richard at University Park. What's up, Richard?
Hi. I'm concerned that you guys are talking very one-dimensionally about this. Baseball is played in a stadium in front of fans. That element is very, very critical to the whole enjoyment of the game. And what you saw the other night when you and Charlie Slows were scratching your head about where are all the people to see Max Scherzer is part of our determination not to enrich these miserly learners by plunking over our money to watch crappy minor league teams over the years that they've pulled their resources out of the team. I don't know what they've done with their wealth, but they're not curating that franchise properly. Secondly, because the fans have only one way to exhibit their point of view, that needs to be taken into account throughout your discussion of this trade issue. Where will we be Monday night, Tuesday, when Philly comes here, or when Atlanta returns later in the month? We won't be there. If they trade this guy and deliver crappy secondary players, we won't put our money down. There's tens of thousands of people who think like me.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
So a couple of things. I think there's 2 conversations to be had. So let's deal with the first part, which is, I think, a very correct stance that the fan base has mostly checked out or had. This year's done a lot to bring some people back. I was joking with somebody with the team. I'm like, a lot of people are like under their beds, afraid to come back out. They finally have, and you're going to whack them over top of the head if you trade a couple of these guys, right? That is the feeling here, for sure. He's right that ownership from 2020 through right now has not been invested enough, has not spent enough, has not done the things it needs to do from a payroll standpoint for this team to win. That is a fact. That is not debatable. The lack of money spent in free agency, the lack of money spent on major league talent, the pretending like you're the A's or the Rays or the Marlins or one of these smaller markets that doesn't have any money or some poor ownership group, it's infuriating. It's blood boiling for me. I'm with you. It drives me crazy. It's awful. Luckily, I got a lot of practice. I didn't like Dan Snyder. I grew up an Orioles fan hating Peter Angelos, and I don't allow my feelings on an ownership group to affect the day-to-day of how I feel about a team. I'm not telling you how to fan. It's your prerogative. If you never want to go to a game because you don't like the owners and you don't think the team can win a World Series, that's you. I'm going to sit my fat ass in the stands and watch James Wood hit home runs and eat chicken tenders because I love James Wood. I don't really give a damn about the ownership group or whether I can win a World Series or not. I like baseball. I care too much about it, so I'm going to be out there a bunch. So that's just my take on that. But his first point before I get to, I think, another conversation here, which needs to happen, is correct. Yeah, 100%. The fans will be upset. I think the fans are already, for very good reason, upset about the larger last several year process. But they have nothing to be upset about since they've gone and gotten this front office, as far as I'm concerned. They had no business spending money in year one of this rebuild this offseason with this group. They weren't supposed to be any good. They didn't know that the offense would be this great. They didn't know that basically their teachings and their technology and their data would be so great with these players that they would accidentally be 500 right now and 2.5 games back. So I think your points are largely correct over a several-year period. For this season, that's got nothing to do with like what's going on right now, in my opinion.
Well, and I think, too, Paul Taboni isn't probably going to take as much fan consideration into his decisions. I get that. But he also has a clubhouse to try to keep the morale up. I mean, imagine if you're James Wood or C.J. Abrams or somebody else that's not going anywhere in that clubhouse, Dylan Cruz to a lesser extent, but specifically C.J. and James. You're sitting there like, we're dragging this thing up the hill. We've got the best offense. We're just trying to get by as much as we can with our pitching staff, and now you're going to get rid of our best pitcher? I think that absolutely has to play in. It's less so about the fans probably of saying, hey, I'm not going to show up and I'm not going to spend $8 on a hot dog and all that stuff, but it is something that he has to weigh what's going on in that clubhouse, and I'm sure their feelings are maybe not the exact same as a fan's, but similar in like, hey, we've got something going here. Don't screw us over and say, hey, we're punting on this season to try to set up 27. You're in a good spot right now. You're just a couple of games back. If you go on a heater for a week, 2 weeks, like we've seen, other teams around Major League Baseball do, we haven't necessarily seen this team do it, but say they were, you could find yourself squarely in a wild card spot. So I understand the feeling there, and that's why, again, there has to be a bar. If you do trade him, it's not for, hey, we got a bag of chips, we're happy with it. It's, hey, we need to make sure we're getting quality players back that can help next season. It's going to be painful, but I can at least say, hey, we got a team's 10th best prospect or better, right? And say, this guy's going to help us next season, but we're also going to do what Paul Taboni has said, where they're threading the needle. And I think that's why he said it over and over and over again. It's a message, I think, to the fan base, but also to the players. Hey, we might give up Foster Griffin. Doesn't mean we're giving up on the season. It means, hey, we're going to go get a reliever that we're going to have for 2 extra seasons. So he's going to help us this year. Yes, we lost Foster, but we bring this in. And you're probably worse off in general, so it probably falls on the side of sell, but it's not immediately saying, nah, we're done with this year.
But back to what he was talking about and kind of the topic at hand here, because I'm with you. I care way more about my clubhouse if I'm Paul Taboni than I care about what the fans think as the president of baseball operations. He has a point that ownership needs to care about that. And by the way, they've got to sign off on some of these things. Mm-hmm. Jason Sinaraja, the president of business operations, he's got to care about that. Paul Taboni should not do a single thing based on what fans think, ever. I'm sorry. I mean, I hope that doesn't come off as disrespectful. He shouldn't. He should not care at all what fans think at any point. And by the way, when the Nats were cooking, in 2016, they were 14th in attendance. In 2017, they weren't in the top 10 in attendance. In 2018, they weren't in the top 10 in attendance. Like, this was one of the better teams in the National League year over year over year, right? In 2019, the year they won the World Series, they were in the middle of the pack, smack dab in the middle, 16th in attendance. So this idea that people aren't coming just because they're bad, it was a pretty mediocre turnout when we were watching this team when they were really, really good too. Let's not forget that. It'll be packed during the playoffs. I got to build a winner. That's my job.
Yep.
When I build a winner, you'll be there. When this team's winning 94 games because I made enough smart decisions that people hated, you'll be there. When I'm playing in a playoff series against the Dodgers, you'll be there. That's how Paul Taboni's got to think. Mm-hmm. You know what people hated? When Mike Rizzo traded Juan Soto. They were livid. They didn't come the next day, I bet. How do you like James Wood? How do you like C.J. Abrams? How'd you like Mackenzie Gore? How do you like 5 all-star appearances out of that return? So you cannot worry about the fans as a trade time decision maker if you're Paul Taboni. Yes, ownership's got to think about that. I get that, and maybe they will or won't sign off on something because they're worried about butts and seats. That's also a problem, by the way. They should be worrying about let the smart baseball people make smart baseball decisions. Chris is in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
What's up? First, I want to say the Juan Soto trade has completely distorted the way people think about things. Like, yes, that was a fantastic trade for the Nationals, but that is rare. It doesn't always happen.
It's the greatest trade ever, probably.
Right, but that's not the standard. In most cases, teams that trade away a good player don't get the return that they expect because prospects are just that. They're prospects. They're not proven players. Mm-hmm. And you further than that, you're not getting a Juan Soto haul for 10 starts of Foster Griffin this year anyway. I agree with you, Grant. Taboni should not pay attention to what the fans think, but he should pay attention to what the players like C.J. Abrams, who's going to decide if he's going to stay with this team, like James Wood, who one day will have to decide if he's going to stay with this team. How will those guys feel if in their first competitive season with this franchise, you're trading away their best pitcher? I don't think the return that you're going to get for 10 possible starts for Foster Griffin outweighs the potential psychological damage it does to the team. And I don't think the qualifying offer is that big a risk anyway. If he's not going to sign, he's not going to sign the qualifying offer because he wants to go to free agency. Boom, you get your compensatory pick anyway. I'd much rather, I think there's so much more value in this team remaining competitive this season so the other key players on the team can see that this franchise is on the ascent than it is to get, like Toby said, maybe the 10th best prospect from somebody else's system.
Yeah, I'm game. I'm with you completely. I think it's a great argument. And in fact, I am willing to verbally retweet, sign off on all of that.
I co-sign all of that.
The clubhouse part of this is huge. I know for a fact there is this feeling with some of the really good young stars on this team where they can't believe how little investment is made. Like I know that's existed already in terms of players around them and help and spending. It drives those guys crazy. So how are you going to feel if now, to use your phrase of pushing the boulder up the hill, you're Sisyphusing this thing all the way up the hill and you're like almost at the top and they take your legs out from under you and go, we're trading a couple of these pieces. I do worry about that. In fact, that's the number one concern I have. The clubhouse, you bring it up. Chris is talking about it. I think it's a really, really good point. The question is, if you're just jumping in the car, Foster Griffin's pitching tonight for the Nats. Is this going to be his last start, or are they going to trade him? We can get into Luis Garcia next as well, because to me, that one's way easier. Like, with Griffin, I can see both sides. You sit on the fence and point in both directions. With Luis Garcia, who's on his way to a 30-homer season, I actually think they'd be silly not to trade him. He's got a year of control in the next year. I can make that case next. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny without Danny. Toby's in on the Fan.
The Nationals lineup is out for tonight in Atlanta. James Wood leads off as the DH. Dylan Cruz starts in right. Brady House back at third. And Harry Ford catches Foster Griffin. The Nats 17-4 when Foster starts. First pitch at 7:15. 6:45 pregame on 106.7 The Fan with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. The MLB trade market heating up. The Mets scratch Freddie Peralta from tonight's start as talks involving the righty continue to intensify. Detroit also scratched Casey Mize, while the Dodgers are reportedly emerging as the favorite for Tarek Skubal. At the second round of the Rocket Classic, Patrick Cantlay, Cameron Young, and Ryan Gerard share the lead at 10 under par. Opening round leader Peter Malnati, who shot a 61 yesterday, has slipped 2 shots back late in his round. Projected cut sits at 3 under par. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Danny's on vacation. He'll be back next week. You're listening to G&D on The Fan. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. You can, of course, take us with you wherever you are via the Odyssey app. We're all over the DMV on 106.7. We're even in Richmond for another 30 minutes, AM 910, FM 105.1. Our baseball conversation on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Foster Griffin's on the bump tonight. Is it his last start? I also want to get into Luis Garcia at the trade deadline in a minute as well. James is in Arlington. What's up, James?
Hey, there's 2 things I want to talk about that people aren't talking about. One is, where did Foster Griffin come from? I mean, we got him for an absolute steal, and he's our best pitcher. It's very hypocritical. Our biggest need is pitching, and yet we're going to trade away our best pitcher to try to get pitching prospects. And the second thing is the Lerners' MO. I mean, if you look at the Lerners, they're not willing to pay money to players. They're looking for assets and guys they can control for 5 or 6 years. So do I think they're going to trade him? Yes, but it's upsetting to me that they would.
So what would you do? Play it out. How would you handle it?
I would ride him. I would definitely keep Foster Griffith and ride him out for sure.
Okay, but let's play it out. So you keep him. You don't get an extension done. Free agency comes and he leaves. Right?
But he cost us nothing.
So
he cost us nothing.
I understand, but you could recoup something now rather than letting him walk.
But we're in the playoff race right now. We have a chance to be a wild card team.
You have a very small chance, about a 6% chance. That's true.
Well, okay, but still, we haven't had that in how long? 10 years?
Yeah, I agree with you. But you answered my question, so I appreciate it. So his point is, it is worth it. The 6% roll of the dice is worth it to me to not trade Foster Griffin. And by the way, I'm not disagreeing with him.
Yeah.
I need to know what the return is. I'll never know that. Only Paul Taboni can know that. If I'm getting back the 13th best prospect in, I'm going to make this up, but the Yankee system, okay, for Foster Griffin, I'm not trading him for that. I'm with that guy that just called in. I'm with you, sir. I am hanging on to him because I'm only 2.5 back, and even though I'm almost certainly not going to make the playoffs, let's just have some fun down the stretch. And then I'm going to hope to slap the qualifying offer on him. I probably won't be allowed to by ownership.
Yeah.
But I could still get a really good draft pick, and I still think the pick I get back for him is better than whatever prospect I get back anyway. So it's a win-win. So I'm playing devil's advocate. I just keep hearing people say something along the lines of, it's crazy to trade him. It's actually how you stay good longer. The Dodgers do this, believe it or not, all the time. Now, they don't trade their best players. Their players are paid unbelievable amounts of money for a long period of time. But they routinely take guys like Dustin May or whoever, when they see the market is light on pitching and they go, let's flip this guy for something. They do it routinely. It's smart. It's good business. But if your point is the value of having a shot at the playoffs in September for the first time in 7 years is better than the mid-level prospect you get back, I think there's a real argument to that. I agree with it. And that's why I say the return matters. I need to know what you'd get back.
Yeah, the return, I think that's the main point there, is the return definitely has to be something good. And I think rightfully so, fans are fixated on this season versus if you trade him, you're fixated on 27, 28 down the line.
Paul Taboni's not just thinking about this year. He's thinking about next year in 28. Fans don't give a damn about that right now.
Yeah, and it's understandable for fans where you've been sitting there like, this team is forgettable to watch. We don't want to be invested in when the heck does training camp start. Training camp started a couple of days ago, and we have full phone lines on the Nationals. That has not happened in how long? Probably since 2019 at least, right? Like that's the reality of where this Nationals team is at. So I understand if you're a fan saying, yeah, we could get pitching prospects, but screw that. I might not see that guy for 2 years. Let me enjoy watching him. So I totally understand the fan perspective. Paul Taboni, I think, has to weigh the clubhouse aspect like we laid out, but he has to decide, am I getting the return that's worthy of it, or do we just ride this out and see what happens? Because there is a chance that they get into the playoffs. Like whether it's a great chance, it's not, but there is still a chance. They're right there in that race, and I think it's worth maybe seeing what happens if you don't get the right return.
By the way, we had a caller last segment several minutes ago saying if they trade Foster Griffin, fans aren't going to come when they're back home after the Phillies series, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Fans aren't coming anyway. It's not like if they hang on to Foster Griffin and they take 3 out of 4 in Philly and 3 out of 4 in Atlanta and they've won 6 of 7 and they come back that all of a sudden 34,000 people are at the ballpark. It ain't happening. The people that are there are the people that are there. It's fun. Those of us that are out there are enjoying it. But for the most part, and I'm not knocking anybody, years of losing does this, but the notion that there's going to be some 12,000 person swing based on what they do at the deadline is just not true.
Yeah.
There's nobody going to the games anyway, whether they make the trade or they don't. Let's go to Joyce in Alexandria. Hey, Joyce.
Hi there. I echo everyone's anger and frustration, but obviously the bottom line is about the learners who are billionaires not spending money. How about this? You may not like it. Trade Cruz, Garcia, and House. Cruz and House have not been spectacular, and they may never live up to their potential. So what about if we trade them for a couple of relievers?
Well, I mean, you certainly could. I wouldn't go trading players with a ton of control.
Well, and I think that's what you're struggling to see here, and I think maybe some fans are missing a little bit of is, yeah, there are some guys who are not as productive, but they're under control, so they're not going to go anywhere. Curtis Meade, the reason we didn't think that he was getting traded, he could have just, if they did nothing, been here for an extra 4 or 5 years. Dylan Cruz, they could do nothing. Dylan Cruz is going to be here for 4 or 5 years. Same thing with Brady House. Go down the line. The whole point in this with the Foster Griffin thing is if you don't do anything, he's gone next season. And you may get nothing for him. And the thing fans would say is, well, yeah, we could get a half season where we're still, or less than a half season at this point, 10 more starts where we're trying to make a playoff push, and I understand that. I do think, though, again, Paul Taboni said this, and I don't think that he's just blowing smoke here. I truly believe that they want to do a little bit of both. They want to, if they trade away Foster Griffin, they still want to make sure that it's not something that they are sending a message to the clubhouse, we're punting on the season. I think they're going to do a little maneuvering of everything where they could trade Foster, they could trade Luis Garcia, but they could also trade a couple of prospects because they're getting some prospects in for the guys they just mentioned, and now they added a reliever. Maybe they could add a controllable bat somewhere or something of that nature where they feel like they're still building it up. So I don't know that fans would necessarily be thrilled with that because I think people have become attached to Foster Griffin and love his story. But I think that Paul is going to fulfill what he's trying to do, where even if they do sell, quote-unquote, Foster Griffin, there'll still be some buys, but maybe they're not going to match the size of a Foster Griffin that's leaving your clubhouse.
Yeah, I think Dylan Cruz and Brady House both have the chance to be really good players for a long time. So I'm not looking to trade those guys, but I'm not saying no for the right reliever who's under contract for a long period of time. Like, this is not going to happen, but I'm just making this up as we go here. Like, Josh Hader's not a free agent until 2029. In a world where you could trade a player that you and I don't think they're going to trade, was like a good offensive piece for them at the major league level, and you get a Josh Hader back. Now, I know he's old at 32. It's just the first guy that pops into my mind. It's like an awesome reliever with a 1 ERA and 33 punches in 22 innings. The Astros are willing to trade him or something. I'm listening to that conversation.
Yeah.
Like, it needs to be a reliever. This is not a rental. This is not for a year and a half. I would need 2.5 seasons. I would need 3 postseasons. I would need 3-4 years. Those guys aren't often traded is the problem.
No.
So I'm not trading 5 years of Dylan Cruz or Brady House, potentially 6 seasons of somebody for like a year and a half of a reliever. Bats are more valuable than relievers anyway. Relievers are the most volatile position group in the sport in terms of performance year over year. Someone that's great this year may not be at all next year, whereas a hitter is a little bit more consistency and finding the back of the baseball card. There's some elite guys like Mason Miller, Edwin Diaz, Yohan Duran, who are going to be really good at all times, Cade Smith or Andres Munoz, but most of those guys are not available. Now, the guys that are available as rentals are a little bit more volatile in performance. Let's go to Thomas in D.C. What's up, Thomas? How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. You'd be crazy trying to keep this guy, man. Absolutely bonkers to give up the fact that you might be able to get somebody's top prospect to hold the guy that you're going to lose at the end of the season. If it's possible and you can sign him right now for 2-3 years, then it seems plausible to hold him. But without a contract on the table, absolutely bonkers to think that you would give up the fact of a future to hold on to something is going to walk at the end of the season. You have absolute teams like the Red Sox, the Orioles, Seattle, that'll give you relievers, possible players, even other pitchers. You can't do it, dude. You need to think about a future.
Yeah, you're trying to plan for 27 and beyond. That's a guy thinking like a GM. That's a guy who's taking the heart, setting it to the side, thinking with the head. Yep. Whereas for the most part, as fans, I think we're worried about winning tonight and trying to have a fun September and get into October. But he's thinking a little bit more like Paul Taboni. I can't possibly let this valuable commodity that could net me a lot of help back in the future walk for nothing.
Well, and that's why I would love to know, like, if the qualifying offer is not on the table, then, yeah, I'm probably more apt to trade him personally. But I'd hope that is on the table.
Do you think it's on the table? That would mean the ownership group has to commit to a 1-year offer for over $20 million. I don't think they would do that.
I think that they would. I'm hoping, at least.
They've spent that much total over, like, 5 years.
Yeah. No, it's not like it's more evidence supporting your side than mine.
I have no confidence that they would do that. A 1 year, the biggest deal they've spent on anyone, I think, is still Nelson Cruz for $15 million for 1 year, and that was how many years ago?
Yeah, we were shocked they spent $7 million for Littell.
Right, and that was like mid-spring training. It wasn't like so.
Yeah, and it was less that it was Littell. It was more so the $7 million part.
Exactly. Now, that would be $6 to $8 million more than they've spent on anyone in 7 years.
Yeah.
Let's go to Paul in D.C. Paul, how